Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Chapter 1. It was a hot summer day at River City's high-speed railway station. A thin figure appeared from the crowd. It was a young man dressed in a t-shirt and a cap, a sling bag over his shoulder. He looked perfectly normal. The ID he squeezed in his hand said that his name was Xian. It's been 5 years. Xian walked out of the station, but when the tallest building in all of River City appeared before him, he suddenly froze in his tracks. As he raised his head, his gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, and he murmured under his breath. River City. I, Xian, am finally back. 5 years ago, during that banquet at Cloud Lake Manor, the Yi family was wiped out, and I'm left as the only survivor. If my mother had not pushed me into East Coin Lake with the last of her power, the Yi family may have disappeared from River City forever. At that, Xian abruptly clenched his fists, and a powerful malicious aura erupted in all directions. The tourists around him felt as though an invisible hand was choking them by the throats. That very moment, they were in hell. Jing Jingming. Master Long. And everyone who stood by and watched as my parents were killed. I'm sure you don't know that I still live. Perhaps I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been rescued by my master, and I definitely wouldn't have returned with such earth-shaking techniques. This time, I swear, I'll make everyone involved in this pay for what you have done, 1,000 times over. A few seconds later, Xian finally relaxed his grip and flagged down a cab, heading toward the center of the city. If he had delayed by even a few more seconds, the passers-by behind him may not have escaped a terrible fate. On the way, memories from the past flashed through Xian's mind, and the pain was almost suffocating. He had originated from a powerful family, and he had never had to worry about a meal in his life. Although the people in the circle said he was useless, he enjoyed life with his parents nevertheless. However, during that assembly at Cloud Lake Manor 5 years ago, his fate had been irreversibly changed. In order to save a little girl, his father had offended a man who sat at the top of the food chain. The man had lost his temper, slapping his father on the face. He even killed Xian's father in front of countless others. Throughout the whole thing, no one had stepped out to stop him. Not even the families who had flattered the Yi family in the past. Not even his father's old friends. Not even the uncle he had always trusted. Xian had gone berserk, struggling, and even rushing at that man with a dinner knife. In the end, however, the man stopped him with just one hand. He could clearly remember that man's emotionless gaze and ice-cold voice as the latter said. River City's Yi family, huh? Who do you think you are? Even if you're a family at the very top, I can still kill you with a snap of my fingers. And you insignificant trash, I hear you're famous in these parts for being useless. Haha. And you want to kill me. Even if I give you 100 years, you'll still be useless. To everyone's surprise, a woman suddenly rushed forth then, using all of her strength to push the boy into East Coin Lake. The instant he fell into the lake, the boy had watched his mother rush at the men. She ran with the determination to die. Xian thought that his life would end there, but he had floated down East Coin Lake and was unexpectedly rescued by an old man. The old man had taken him into a land isolated from the rest of the world and taught him the ultimate skills of alchemy, training him to cultivate the 9-heaven dark sun technique. Over the past 5 years, no one knew what had happened to Xian in that ethereal land. All they knew was that the place had unleashed upon them a demon who went by the codename Bloodthirsty Berserk Dragon. At the magnificent group offices in River City, Xian looked at the slip of paper in his hand, and then at the logo on the front doors. Once he was certain he had the right place, he walked in. He had initially intended to go straight to Capital City and search out the men that had appeared at Cloud Lake Manor. After all, that was the men he wanted to kill the most over the past 5 years. All he knew about the men was that the people around him called him Master Long and he came from Capital City. Everything else was a blank to him. When he left, however, the old geezer he called his master had insisted that he make a trip to River City and find a girl called Xian. The old geezer had once wandered to River City, and while he was there, he had a complicated relationship with Xian's grandmother. Xian even suspected that Xian might be the old geezer's granddaughter. 3 days ago, the old geezer had activated a fate prediction formation and saw that a great disaster, potentially fatal, would befall Xiaoruoxue in the next 100 days. At the same time, Yi Chen's fate was that of the purple aura sleeping dragon, which meant that even the heavens would not see him coming. In other words, Yi Chen was the only one who could overturn her fate. As for how he was supposed to do it, the old geezer did not say a word. He just told Yi Chen to take it one step at a time. Stand right there. Suddenly, a cold voice came from ahead of him. There were two large, muscular men standing in Yi Chen's way, both at least 190 centimeters tall. Both of them were dressed as security guards, their skin was tanned and their gazes sharp, the muscles on their arms bulging intimidatingly. Yi Chen raised a brow, but of course he would not fight security guards like these. That was why he explained, "Good day. I'm looking for Xiaoruoxue." When they heard Xiaoruoxue's name, one of them laughed coldly. "You want to meet President Xia? Do you have an appointment?" "No," Yi Chen replied honestly. "Then do you have a magnificent group employee's ID?" "Can't say I do." The arrogance on the security guard's face intensified at that, and he looked down his nose at Yi Chen. Stretching out his arm, he pointed at the doors and said in a voice dripping with contempt, "If you don't, please see yourself out." "The doors that way." The Magnificent Group was one of the top 500 companies in Huaxia, and it was one of the leading businesses in River City. As security guards for the Magnificent Group, they naturally felt as though they were one step above everyone else. They did not have to kowtow to anyone. All they had to do was chase away the rabble. Just then, a few men dressed in suits walked out of a Mercedes-Benz E200. They went to the receptionist first and seemed to ask for Xiaoruoxue, but in the end, they met the same roadblock Yi Chen had. The men shook their heads, and after a moment's deliberation, they eventually chose to sit on a sofa nearby and wait. Yi Chen did not intend to argue with the security guards either, so he pointed at the sofas in the lobby and said, "All right, I'll just wait over there." He then walked toward the sofas. However, he did not get far before the two guards stopped him again. "Are you freaking deaf, punk? Don't make me say it a third time." "The door's over there, scram," one of the guards yelled fiercely, pointing at the door. Yi Chen frowned deeply. He had just arrived in River City, and he had not offended these two, so why were they picking on him? He pointed at the men in suits again and asked, "Why can they wait but I can't?" One of the guards looked Yi Chen up and down, saying sarcastically, "How could a country bumpkin like you meet President Xia? You should look at yourself in the mirror and scram. If you don't, I'll freaking throw you out." Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. He finally understood that these guards were drunk off their borrowed authority, and his clothes clearly told them that he did not deserve to wait inside. To think that River City had not changed even after 5 years. "What if I don't want to leave?" Yi Chen's expression darkened. "You don't want to leave? Well then, do you want to die?" As soon as he said that, one of the guards smacked Yi Chen's shoulder with his hand, the veins on his arm bulging. His lips curved into a cruel smile because he knew that he just had to exert a little force, and the skinny kid would go flying 3 meters away. Just a few days ago, another tactless country bumpkin had tried to challenge his authority, and he had tossed the men out with one hand. The fool was still lying in the hospital even now. The guard abruptly put some strength into his arm, but Yi Chen did not move at all. Gradually, the guard's smile froze. His expression turned to one of horror. It was because he realized that the young man before him was unmovable, like a mountain. At the same time, an aura of death began to crawl up his arm, heading toward his back. His whole body was soaked with sweat. The other guard noticed something was wrong with his partner, and he said with a laugh, "What's the matter with you, Stone? What's with all the sweat all of a sudden? Did your wife dry you out last night? Come on, allow me." With that, he reached a hand out for Yi Chen too. "Scram. I don't want to kill you." Suddenly, Yi Chen spoke coldly, his voice like rumbling thunder. At the same time, he stomped down his left foot lightly, and a whirlwind of aura actually appeared around him, crashing toward the guards. The two of them felt a powerful force crash into their chests, and they could not help but vomit blood as they were sent flying. Eventually, their bodies smashed through the tempered glass panel in the lobby. Whoosh! The entire piece of glass shattered, crashing into the ground loudly. Chapter 2. In that instant, the entire lobby was shrouded in deathly silence. Everyone was staring at the slightly scrawny young men with their mouths hanging open. "The fuck, are they filming a movie? What the hell is this demon? Murder." The pretty young receptionists were so scared that they hid behind the counter. The way they saw it, those two guards from the magnificent group were terrifying enough to begin with, but now this young man who looked like he had come here from a thrift store was even more terrifying. The problem was that they had not even seen him attack. Xian glanced at the two unconscious guards and shook his head exasperatedly. He then strode up to the waiting area in the lobby and sat his behind on the sofa, even picking up a magazine and reading it nonchalantly. "Oh yeah, do you know when Xia Ruoxue might be coming down?" Xian put down the magazine and suddenly looked at the men in suits and leather shoes sitting next to him. The businessmen who had been waiting for Xia Ruoxue for a deal negotiation stood up abruptly and ran out of the building. They did not want to die. "Hey, I didn't hurt you, so did you have to react like that?" "Whatever, I'll just wait a while longer." Xian shook his head and continued to read the magazine in his hands. The magnificent group's security team found out about this immediately and reacted quickly, sending more than a dozen guards over in an instant. The dozen or so guards were all armed to the teeth, with riot shields in their left hands and electric batons in their right. They frowned deeply as they approached Xian. The head of the security team, Su Chang, had also arrived in time. Glancing at the glass outside and the injured guards, he frowned deeply and walked up to Xian. Su Chang was a special forces veteran, which meant he was no pushover. Even so, when he saw Xian, he instinctively felt the hint of a threat. This was the intuition of death from someone who always lived their lives on the edge. Su Chang took a step forth and said tentatively, "Sir, I don't think it's a good idea to wreak havoc at the magnificent group like this. We've already called the cops, so you'll be surrounded in an instant." Xian looked up and glanced at Su Chang, saying mildly, "You're the boss of those two guys over there, right? Do you still not understand the situation? I just want to sit here and wait for someone." Su Chang's heart skipped a beat. He knew what those two guards were like, too. They had always shown off their borrowed swagger, but it seemed they had hit a dead end today. Still, how should he handle this young man before him? Was the latter acting so fearless because he had a contact in the group? Su Chang softened his tone slightly and asked, "May I know who you're waiting for, sir? I can pass the word for you." Xian looked visibly happier as he said hurriedly, "I want to meet Xia Ruoxue." In an instant, Su Chang's expression changed drastically. He could have put in a word if it was anyone else, but Xia Ruoxue was a different story. She was the magnificent group's president and CEO, and the heiress to Jiangnan province's top dogs, the Xia family. She was the leader of the Three Flowers. That was not someone just anyone could meet. Besides, Xia Ruoxue mentioned that she would not meet anyone without an appointment. In a way, this young man was very dangerous. They could not let him meet President Xia, no matter what. "Sorry, sir, but President Xia isn't around today. If you need to tell her something, you can give me your contact details and I'll pass it on for you," Su Qian said. Xian knew perfectly well that Xia Ruoxue was upstairs. He had caused such a scene just to lure her out, so he would not be content with having Su Chang pass on a message. "I'm free in the afternoon anyway, so I'll just wait here." "Or are you saying the magnificent group can't even lend me a seat?" Su Chang could see through Qian's intentions in an instant, and he harumphed coldly. "Sir, you're forcing my hand here. In that case, I'll have to apologize in advance. Boys, take this kid down." As soon as he said those words, a dozen guards advanced toward Xian. At the same time, Su Chang changed his fist into a claw and aimed straight for Qian's vitals. He knew very well that this man on the sofa was very dangerous. He had to aim to kill. Xian was still holding his magazine, his expression impassive, as though the men before him were nothing but flies. Just as Su Chang was about to touch Xian, a cold voice said, "Wait a moment." When they heard that voice, everyone stopped and soon, a woman walked out of the crowd. The woman had long and luscious black hair that reached her waist, and her figure was perfectly beautiful. Her white chiffon top matched her knee-length skirt, making her look as unapproachable as a goddess. The woman's appearance stole everyone's attention in an instant. That was because no one in the entire magnificent group could compare to her in beauty, aside from Xia Ruoxue. Su Chang's face reddened slightly as well, and he bowed his head, saying respectfully, Director Sunday. Sun Yi did not reply, her gaze fixed on Yi Chen. There was both surprise and shock in her eyes. The same went for Yi Chen. His eyes shone with a sharp light. It was just like a beast that had caught sight of its prey. That was because he knew this woman. It was Sun Yi. She was one of the 3 women Yi Chen had been dreaming of over the last 5 years. Many years ago, they used to sit next to each other in class. When they entered high school, however, the difference in their family backgrounds and statuses meant that they no longer contacted each other. Yi Chen had thought that this meant they would not really have anything to do with each other anymore. All that changed after the Cloud Lake Manor incident. After his master rescued him from East Coin Lake, he had made another trip to the Yi family home. By then, the family home had been foreclosed. The Yi family had also become the target of public ire. By then, every family had declared that they had cut all ties with the Yi family. By then, every corporation in River City, large and small, had joined forces to swallow up the heavenly justice group his father had single-handedly founded. Back then, his family of 3 did not even have a headstone to their name. It was as though that man's influence hung heavy over everything. Only one person was an exception, and that was his junior high classmate, Sun Yi. Ignoring her family's protests, Sun Yi had gone to River City No. 1 morgue and claimed the Yi couple's bodies, personally taking them to the crematorium to be cremated before personally erecting gravestones for all 3 of them on Divine Stone Hill. A powerless woman who had nothing to do with the Yi family had braved the rumors and fearmongering to ensure that Yi Chen's parents could rest in peace. No one understood why she did that, not even Yi Chen. What did he do to deserve such a sacrifice from such a kind girl? After some time, Sun Yi smiled. She smiled at Yi Chen, and her smile was like the blossoming of a flower. It was a smile that immediately invoked the jealousy and envy of every man present. After all, to countless men in the magnificent group, Sun Yi was their ideal goddess. Over the past year, Sun Yi had received several hundred love letters, but she had rejected every single one without exception. In fact, she had not so much as smiled at any man over the past year. Right now, however, was she actually smiling at this country bumpkin? What did this country bumpkin do to deserve that? Sun Yi looked at Yi Chen with considerable interest and said, "Looks like I was mistaken. For a second there, I thought you were an old classmate of mine. You know, you do look a lot like him." 5 years had passed, after all, and Yi Chen had changed drastically. Most people would not be able to recognize him. With that, Sun Yi even patted Su Chang's shoulder and said, "Leave him be, Captain Su. If he wishes to wait here, then let him." Su Chang nodded and said nothing more. Chapter 3. Once she made all the necessary arrangements, Sun Yi walked out and opened a Beetle's driver's seat door, getting into the car. Just as she was about to drive off, the door to the passenger's seat was suddenly opened, and Yi Chen jumped in. Yi Chen had followed her in because he had noticed a black fog tinged with blood red on Sun Yi's glabella. That was a premonition of extreme danger in the near future. Be it for her assistance just now or the incident 5 years ago, he could not allow Sun Yi to come to any harm. Sun Yi looked at Yi Chen sitting in the passenger seat. After her initial surprise, she said with a smile, "What are you doing, young man? Are you trying to thank me? To be honest, I had the situation clarified to me beforehand, and it was clearly the guard's fault in the first place. You don't have to thank me." "Oh yeah, why do you want to meet Xiaoruoxiue so badly? I hope it's not because you want to recommend her a beauty product formula." She said that because a man dressed similarly to Yi Chen had approached the magnificent group a while back, claiming that he had a secret formula for a beauty product that would drastically improve the magnificent group's presence in the market. In the end, security had tossed him out on his behind. These days, more of these backwater doctors were coming to the city for this very reason. Yi Chen looked at Sun Yi and realized just how much the girl had changed. Back when they were studying, he used to tease her for her flat chest all the time, and he even made her cry once. Now, however, her voluptuous figure was completely different from before. "Did you get into my car to promote this formula as well?" Sun Yi noticed that Yi Chen was looking at her chest, but she did not lose her temper. In fact, she even stuck out her chest slightly. For some reason, she felt inexplicably friendly towards this young man. Perhaps it was because he looked so much like her dearly departed classmate. Yi Chen woke from his trance, but he could not tell her about the mission the old geezer had entrusted to her, so he made up an excuse on the spot. "Welp, you caught me. I'm very confident in my formula, and I guarantee that it can improve your figure as well as your looks." Upon his return, he was most confident not in the results of his cultivation, but in his medical skills, which were good enough to steal a life from the very jaws of death. He could casually toss out a simple alchemy formula for a beautifying pill, and he was certain that every beauty product manufacturer in the world would fall over themselves to catch it. Sun Yi rolled her eyes at Yi Chen and started up her car, driving toward the Grand Dragon Lake Hotel. "If you're really all that, it just so happens that I'm going to a gathering right now, so why don't I have you shield me from all the invitations to drink tonight, as punishment? How's that sound? Oh, and I haven't introduced myself. My name is Sun Yi, and I'm the marketing director for the Magnificent Group." Sun Yi kept one hand on the steering wheel as she stretched the other toward Yi Chen. When their hands were clasped, Yi Chen could feel how extraordinarily soft and warm hers was. "My name is Yi Cheng." Cheng, as in honesty. Since she had not recognized him, Yi Chen did not intend to tell her more. If Sun Yi found out that he had survived after all it would do was give her a nasty shock. Yi Chen had noticed the way Sun Yi's body stiffened when he said his name. She only heaved a long sigh of relief when she heard his following elaboration. "What a coincidence. Your name is quite similar to that of my former classmate, and I nearly mistook you for him." 20 minutes later. In the Grand Dragon Lake Hotel's Imperial Banquet Hall. The moment Sun Yi and Yi Chen appeared, everyone's gazes instantly shifted toward them. Sun Yi's figure was simply too eye-catching. She was almost 170 centimeters tall, and she had a pair of extremely attractive long legs, her sense of fashion completely at odds with that of Yi Chen next to her. No one had expected Director Sun of the Magnificent Group to bring such a person to the gathering. Sun Yi led Yi Chen to the round glass table at the very center. There were already 7 or 8 others seated there, and they were all men. Their gazes on Sun Yi were burning with passion, as though they wanted nothing more than to throw themselves onto Sun Yi right now. "You're finally here, Director Sunday. Truly, none of the rumors do you justice. I'm the founder of the Cloud-born Group, Guohaidong. Director Sun, my name is Xian Yun, and my family owns the Sea Surge Hotel." The men who stood up and introduced themselves were especially enthusiastic, clearly because they wanted to show off to Sun Yi. Yi Chen was not interested in such a gathering. His eyes scanned their surroundings as he tried to figure out what was threatening Sun Yi's safety. Soon enough, the banquet began. Be it by coincidence or on purpose, the men at Sun Yi's table kept finding excuses to toast to Sun Yi. On the other hand, Sun Yi was clearly familiar with such a drinking culture, and she diverted their attempts with ease. After an entire round of exchanges, she managed to limit her alcohol intake to a small glass of red wine. Yi Chen tried to take her wine for her several times, but he was rejected each time. After all, at a banquet like this, Sun Yi represented the entire Magnificent Group, so she wanted to avoid any conflict. It was only when that man at the main table not far away stood up that the entire atmosphere of the banquet changed abruptly. The man was dressed in a bespoke suit and held 2 glasses of wine in his hands, his expression full of arrogance. When Sun Yi saw that man approaching, she immediately began to panic. Her body even shook slightly. Why was this guy here? "Miss Sun, it was quite rude of you to leave without a word last time, and I was quite offended. Don't you think you owe me, Chen Feng, a toast in lieu of an apology?" As soon as Chen Feng approached them, he issued a command rather than a request. The last time, he had broken the bank to invite Sun Yi out, and he had even drugged the wine. However, contrary to his expectations, Sun Yi had sensed something amiss with the wine and splashed it all over his face. That incident quickly made its way all over the grapevine over the past few days, adding insult to injury. Sun Yi was a little ill at ease, and she hurriedly said, "Young Master Chen, I'm so sorry but I drove here, so I really shouldn't drink so much. Instead of wine, shall I give you a toast with tea as an apology?" Chen Feng harumphed coldly and downed one of the glasses of wine. "Save me your sorry excuses. I've booked a presidential suite upstairs, so if you're drunk, Miss Sun, feel free to stay the night upstairs." The men at Sun Yi's table naturally knew who Chen Feng was, and they did not say a word, quietly enjoying the spectacle. After all, this man was the second young master of River City's Chen family, so who could afford to offend him? Someone even encouraged her, saying, "Director Sun, you should consider it an honor that young Master Chen is offering you a toast." Just drink it already. If you don't, young Master Chen might lose his temper, and no one would like that. That's right, Director Sunday. It's just a glass of wine, so what's the worst that could happen? There are so many of us here, so it's not like young Master Chen would eat you alive. Sunny hesitated as she looked at the red wine Chen Feng was offering her. If there was something wrong with the wine, there was a real chance that she would not be able to leave the Grand Dragon Lake Hotel today. Everyone in River City knew what Chen Feng was like. As long as a woman caught his fancy, he would stop at nothing to have her, even if she was a middle schooler. There was no way she could accept wine from scum like that. Seeing as Sun Yi still refused to take the wine from him, Chen Feng was both embarrassed and furious, and he dropped the facade altogether. Stupid B***TCH, do you really think you're all that? F***CKU, don't act all holy in front of me. No matter how much you don't F***King wanna drink this today, you gonna drink it anyway. Even if your brave protector Xiaoruoxue was here instead, nothing would change. This is River City, my F***King turf. Do you hear me? The atmosphere changed completely. Sun Yi just stood there all alone, motionless, as her eyes began to redden. She had been born in a normal family, and she had given up on her studies prematurely, entering the workforce instead. After all that effort, she finally became a director at the magnificent group, and to outsiders, she had already made it big. However, she could not do anything in the face of River City's true royalty. She was powerless, as insignificant as an ant to these people. She even hated that she was a woman. Slowly, she raised her hand and reached it toward that glass of wine. To those watching, it seemed as though Sun Yi had given in to her fate. Chen Feng even smiled triumphantly, imagining what would happen between himself and Sun Yi tonight. The moment Sun Yi's finger was about to touch the glass, an ice-cold voice said, "Who do you think you are, forcing her to drink?" Chapter 4. The world fell quiet. No one had expected anyone to stand up for Sun Yi just then. After all, Chen Feng was no ordinary Joe. There was an ancient martial artist in the Chen family supporting him. That meant unimaginable power. Although that person had gone to Martial Waste Mountain many years ago, Chen Feng retained the right to be arrogant as long as that person still lived. That was the rule that this world ran on. Every road led to Rome, and Chen Feng was born there. No one in the entire Jiangnan province dared to cross him. Xian Yun, who had been flattering Chen Feng earlier, even stood up angrily and pointed at Yi Chen, barking, "You misguided fool, do you have any idea who you're talking to? Your clothes look like they don't even add up to $100. How dare a country bumpkin like you offend young Master Chen? I just have to make King call and you can kiss your life in River City goodbye." "Young Master Chen, do you want me to settle this for you?" someone suggested. This was the best chance to get on Chen Feng's good side. Sun Yi's face had turned deathly white. She had not expected this to happen, and now she had even dragged Yi Chen, a stranger, into this mess. If she had known earlier that Chen Feng would be here, she would have rather died than come here. Right now, she was starting to worry about Yi Chen. After all, this was a ruthless bunch, and they might actually kill him. Throwing caution to the wind, she grabbed the glass from Chen Feng's hands and said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, young Master Chen, I truly am. My friend here is new and inexperienced, and he did not mean to offend you on purpose. I'll drink this wine, and after I do, you can do whatever you want with me. I just ask that you let my friend go." Her voice was shaking and even slightly pleading. Chen Feng laughed coldly and knocked the glass out of Sun Yi's hands. "Who do you think you are? You can barely save yourself, but you want to save this punk. You're just King SL. Before he could finish that word, there was a loud smack, and a large handprint appeared on his face. Aside from that, there was also a burst of energy that sent his body flying several steps back. He even vomited a mouthful of blood. His body also crashed into his bodyguards. At that moment, everyone present was stunned. It was because the one who attacked him was Yi Chen. That punk actually slapped Chen Feng. He actually dared to cross Jiangnan's Chen family. When Chen Feng finally woke from his daze, he pointed at Yi Chen and roared, "You peasant, do you know who King am? How dare you smack me? You even splashed wine on me. That's it, I'm killing you today, and no one will be able to protect you." With that, He howled at his two bodyguards nearby. What are you just standing there for, you trash? Kill him. If anything happens, I'll make sure to take the fall. The two guards' gazes sharpened, and they stepped forth, approaching Xian with batons in hand. The young master had spoken, which meant that this punk had to suffer a beating or die, the consequences be damned. Just as the batons were about to land on Xian's body, he moved. His shoulder swayed slightly, and he morphed into a shadow on the spot. The shadow flashed past them. All the two guards could feel was an invisible aura colliding into them. Their bodies were sent flying. Bam! There was a large crash as they hit the ground, and two of them were rendered completely unable to fight. It was an instant kill. Without a doubt, it was the perfect instant kill. Everyone was frozen in shock, and while they were stunned, Xian approached Chen Feng, one step at a time. Chen Feng panicked. He was well and truly panicking now. What was this god of death approaching him? He was utterly terrifying. Are you dissatisfied that I slapped you earlier? Xian said. No, I'm not. Chen Feng said, his voice trembling. Xian slapped him again and barked. Are you unhappy that I slapped you again? I'm not. I was wrong, I admit it. Sir, what must I do for you to let me go? Chen Feng was on the verge of tears. Xian laughed coldly and pulled a phone from Chen Feng's pocket, throwing it at him. Call Chen Jinghua and have him kneel before me, then I'll spare your life. With that, Xian turned around, holding his hands behind his back. No one had noticed the intensity of the killing intent in his eyes the instant he had turned around. It was because the head of the Chen family, Chen Jinghua, had been at the gathering at Cloud Lake Manor back then. He could even clearly remember how that man had insulted his father after the latter's death. In that moment, Chen Feng was not the only one feeling stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chen Jinghua was the head of the Chen family. Who was Chen Jinghua? He was the head of Jiangnan's Chen family. No one in the entire River City dared to call Chen Jinghua's name directly, much less demand that he knelt down before them. They had thought this punk was wild, but now, they were sure that he was downright insane. Are you sure? Asked Chen Feng in a shaky voice. Xian ignored him completely and returned to his initial seat, helping himself to the delicacies on the table. He was the perfect picture of calmness. It was as though the Chen family and even Chen Jinghua were no more than ants to him. Chapter 5. Sun Yi nudged Xian with her arm and said softly, what are you going on about? You're still young, there's no need to throw your life away. The Chen family is scarier than you imagine. Why don't we do this? You can just pretend to go to the washroom later, then use the chance to find a way to escape. Get as far away as you can. After saying that, Sun Yi took a bank card and a car key from her bag, handing them to Xian under the table. She looked around with her beautiful eyes and said quietly, take this card. It has 300,000 inside, and the pin is 6 ones. These are all my savings over the years, and you can take these keys to drive the car away later. Get as far away as you can, and remember, don't turn back. Xian was stunned. He had not expected this girl to care for others even at a time like this. What about you? Xian turned around and stared at Sun Yi intently. Forget about me. I'm just a girl, so it's not like they'll kill me. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Just then, an imposing voice spoke outside. I won't allow anyone to leave this banquet hall today. Chen Jinghua was here. The doors to the banquet hall were pushed open, and a dozen bodyguards dressed in black suits lined up in 2 rows. Their eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. They were all extremely powerful. Soon enough, a square-jawed middle-aged man walked in, his expression authoritative and furious. This was the head of Jiangnan's Chen family. An old man followed behind Chen Jinghua, his back bent but his steps nimble as he swept the room with his gaze. Xian naturally noticed this old man too, albeit with some surprise. The old man was also a cultivator. Actually, strictly speaking, the old man was not a cultivator because he did not have a dantian. All he had was a special aura, and according to Xian's old master, that should mean he was one of the ancient martial artists hiding around Huaxia. Interesting, to think there's such a powerhouse in River City too. Xian's lips curved. When Sun Yi saw that Chen Jinghua was here, her heart sank and she murmured under her breath, it's over, this time we're done for. She could already imagine what was going to happen to the two of them next, but when she glanced at Xian next to her, she nearly blew her top. The guy was still eating his food ravenously. Even at a time like this, he was scarfing his food down like a hungry ghost reincarnated. Have you never eaten anything before in your life? What the heck are you doing? Qian Jingwa is here, so how are you still in the mood to eat? Sunny was on the verge of tears. Xian hurriedly put a piece of rib into her bowl. These ribs taste great, trust me. Come on, give it a taste. Sun Yi. Xian Yun. Everyone in the hall. When Chen Feng saw his father arrive, he immediately dashed forth and wept to Qian Jingwa, tears and mucus flowing freely. Dad, this is the guy. He said he wanted to kill me and wipe out the Chen family. He beat up the 2 guards you assigned to me. Oh, and he slapped me. He even said you had to kneel to him. Dad, you gotta do something. Qian Jingwa glanced at his son and saw that the latter's face was all swollen. His expression turned as dark as the night. Although none of the top dogs in River City were attending this banquet, most of the people here were still River City's more renowned entrepreneurs. If this got out, his Chen family would be the biggest laughing stock in all of River City. Suppressing the fury in his heart, he looked at everyone present and said in a tone that brooked no argument, everyone who had a hand in this, I'd advise you to step out now and kowtow to us 10 times. If you do, the Chen family might consider leaving your corpse intact. That was the Chen family's stance. Everyone's gazes moved to Yi Chen in unison, and they all expected to see the punk quaking in his boots. Instead, Yi Chen, the culprit behind it all, was somehow still eating away. That was right. Make no mistake. He was still eating. The heck? Where did this hungry ghost come from? The head of the Chen family has given him an ultimatum, but he's ignoring him anyway. Did he escape from an asylum? Hey, do you think he's just trying to enjoy his last meal because he knows he's gonna die? Should be. Their gazes on Yi Chen turned to pity. Qian Jingwa glanced at Yi Chen's direction and harumphed coldly, telling the bodyguards beside him, go bring that punk to me. Yes, sir. The dozen or so bodyguards rushed forth in an instant, and one of them attacked him with a chop of their hands without even saying a word. Sunny could also feel the gusts of wind by her ear, and she hurriedly reminded Yi Chen, watch out. Just as the chop was about to make contact, Yi Chen finally put down his chopsticks and slanted his body, grabbing the hand with his own. You guys are not worth it. Not by a mile. His icy voice seemed to carry its own brand of magic as it echoed throughout the entire banquet hall. The bodyguard whose hand was caught stood there, stunned for a moment, but then he recovered and pulled a dagger from his waist, lunging straight at Yi Chen. At the same time, he told the others, the target's a little tricky, let's all jump him at once. In that instant, 7 or 8 fists came flying toward Yi Chen. It was the verge of life and death. Sigh, do you have to make me fight? Yi Chen shook his head exasperatedly and then with a jolt of his arm, he shook off the bodyguard's grip. After that, a faint aura seemed to expand around him. There was a loud boom, and the bodyguard went crashing into his comrades' bodies nearby. In a mere few seconds, the dozen bodyguards were all sprawled across the floor. They were rendered helpless. In that moment, the whole world went quiet. It was because such a battle was too much of an assault to their senses. He was just a skinny and weak young man. His back was even turned against a dozen men. All he did was attack once. It had barely been a few seconds, but the whole lot of them had already been taken down. F***ck, were these bodyguards all F***king ragdolls? Sunny was utterly dazed. Her breathing was fast, and her chest rose and fell in majestic waves. She stared wide-eyed at Yi Chen beside her, at a complete loss for words. Did this guy not come from the boonies to sell a formula as a scam? Were even the country doctors so ferocious these days? Yi Chen gave Sunny a look full of trust and said, you asked me to shield you from the invitations to drink, right? That's why, from today onward, I'll make sure no one will dare to force you to drink even a cup. No one at all. With that, he turned around abruptly and pierced Qian Jingwa with his icy gaze. 5 years ago, Yi Chen was a piece of trash from the Yi family. He had barely survived with his dignity in tatters. 5 years had passed, and now he was back. He was back with a level of cultivation powerful enough to change the world. Chen Jingguo was taken aback by his cold gaze too, taking several steps back. Thankfully, the old man behind him supported him. He felt as though this young man was slightly familiar, but he could not remember who he was. Elder Ming, could this guy be? Elder Ming nodded and said in his ancient voice, "You guessed right. This man is the same type of person as I am, but judging by his age, he must have only recently entered these ranks. He is no real threat." When Chen Jingguo heard that, he could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. He said respectfully, "In that case, I'll leave this to you." "Thank you kindly, Elder Ming." To outsiders, Elder Ming was just the Chen family butler. Only Chen Jingguo himself knew that Elder Ming's position in the Chen family was second only to the old master who was cultivating in martial waste mountain. Most importantly, Elder Ming was a legendary ancient martial artist. His powers were transcendental. With his own eyes, Chen Jingguo had once seen Elder Ming create a crack in the earth with just one finger. That was how terrifying he was. Elder Ming was also the main reason the Chen family's position in River City had been steadily rising over the past few years. Chapter 6. In the banquet hall. Elder Ming took a few steps forward before stopping in front of Yi Chen. He narrowed his eyes slightly and placed both of his hands behind his back. He had the look of an ostentatious expert. "Brat, don't get too full of yourself just because you learned a few moves. In my eyes, you're as insignificant as an ant." Chen Feng was overjoyed to see Elder Ming stepping in to intervene. He knew that this time, Yi Chen would die for sure. If anyone was crazy enough to challenge Elder Ming, the outcome would be death. "Elder Ming, I want this brat to pay with his right arm." Chen Feng roared. Elder Ming nodded and his hoarse voice was heard once more. "We, the Chen family, want an arm from you. Is there anything you'd like to say?" Yi Chen was speechless. He answered coldly, "What an annoyance. Spout nonsense one more time and I'll render you handicapped for the rest of your life." His statement was heard throughout the hall as it reached everyone's ears. In that brief moment of clarity, not even half the crowd could hold back their shock as they covered their mouths. Elder Ming shook his head and sighed. "Oh, arrogant young man." The moment he finished his sentence, he vanished without a trace. A gale then started billowing throughout the banquet hall. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Yi Chen. He lashed at Yi Chen with his palm, slicing through thin air with a gust of wind as he went for the latter's right arm. "Today, I'll teach you the true meaning of being a frog in the well," Tien, a Chinese idiom that refers to someone who lacks knowledge or someone who lives in their own bubble. Yi Chen hastened to execute the Nine Heavens Dark Sun technique. Energy gushed into his dantian as streaks of true qi flooded his arms. Anyone who was paying attention would have noticed that Yi Chen's palms were glimmering at that moment. F***ck off. Yi Chen charged forward with his palm extended and clashed with Elder Ming. At that instant, the glass tables around them shattered into pieces. A strong gust of wind started billowing in all directions. Bang! Something unexpected happened. Elder Ming rebounded from the impact. Freshly spilled blood was seen flying across the room. Elder Ming, one-hit KO. The hall was so silent that even the sound of a falling needle would have been audible. Everyone had their eyes glued on Yi Chen. Beside him, Xian Yun was seen covering her mouth with her hands. Her eyes were round and wide from shock, her face was full of disbelief. Somewhere nearby, Chen Jingguo and Chen Feng were frozen in their spots. The invincible Elder Ming had been defeated. Not to mention, he had been defeated by a young man. What happened? How was it possible? Nevertheless, after the two had exchanged blows, the person who was in most disbelief was none other than Elder Ming himself. Nobody could fathom the magnitude of the waves that roared deep inside his heart. Elder Ming forced his head up and squeezed out two lines. "Who are you? How's it possible that you're cultivation base? Who am I?" Yi Chen glared condescendingly at the elderly man who was on the ground. At that moment, his temperament transformed completely. Yi Chen was filled with the fervor of unsurpassable triumph, and he began to look down at his prey. "I'm someone you can't afford to f***ck with." Yi Chen's voice roared throughout the banquet hall like thunder during a storm. For some reason, once Elder Ming heard Yi Chen's answer, Elder Ming vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and passed out. Then, Yi Chen's gaze returned to the father-son duo of the Chen family. "Chen Jingua, is there anything else you'd like to say?" Hearing him, Chen Jinggua's face turned pale. He could not care less about anything else and instantly gave Chen Feng a hard kick on his leg. Thump. With that, Chen Feng landed on his knees. "My good sir, it's my fault for failing to educate my son. This useless piece of sh*t, you can do whatever you want with him." Upon seeing his father throw him under the bus, Chen Feng finally realized the severity of the entire incident. He hurriedly begged Yi Chen, I truly didn't know that Miss Sun was your woman. I'm sorry. I really am." Yi Chen dragged a chair over and sat down. He then stared at Chen Feng as he smiled at the corner of his lips. "What makes you think I need an apology?" Chen Feng felt his heart skip a cold beat. A sudden realization hit him and he hurriedly knelt in front of Sun Yi. He pleaded, "Miss Sun. I'm sorry. I was wrong for being condescending. I shouldn't have shouted at you. I'm AB*TCH. My entire family is a family full of B*cheese." As he apologized, Chen Feng showered himself with hard slaps to his own face. He was born into a prestigious family and was well versed in acting according to others' behaviors. Uncle Ming had been defeated and the Chen family had lost their support. Hence, his priority was to keep himself alive in the grasp of such a monstrous being. Sun Yi could not regain her composure completely. Seeing the once arrogant man kneel in front of her, she did not know how to respond in that instant. After a minute, she finally opened her mouth to speak. Her voice trembled as she said, "You just go." Chen Feng's eyes brightened. He glanced at Yi Chen and saw that Yi Chen did not object to it. He hurriedly shuffled to his feet and went to Chen Jingua as he muttered, "Dad, let's go. Let's hurry and go to the police station. We'll make this brat miserable." Chen Jingua nodded. He did not wish to stay a second longer at that place as well. His back was completely drenched with sweat. As both of them were about to leave, a sluggish voice rang from their backs. "Chen Jingua, did I give you permission to leave?" Chen Jinggua's footsteps halted and his whole body froze on the spot. In a state of confusion, he turned around slowly and glanced at the young man who was sitting near him. "Me? I don't seem to recall offending." "On your knees." Yi Chen roared. If Sun Yi was not standing next to him, Yi Chen would have allowed his bloodlust to envelop his entire body. Even if the incident that day had been resolved, what happened 5 years ago had not ended yet. Chen Jingua felt a strong wave of strength press down on him. It was as though he was shouldering the weight of a gigantic mountain. Chen Jingua fell down to his knees. At that moment, everyone's facial expression changed. The previous fight had ended too quickly. They could not comprehend what had happened except for the fact that Yi Chen was a powerful fighter. So what if Yi Chen was a good fighter? Society was governed by law. Even if he was a good fighter, he would not survive bullets. However, it was a completely different story since Chen Jingua was on his knees. Despite not being the most powerful family in River City, the Chen family possessed a great deal of influence. The main pillar of support behind such a powerful family was kneeling to a young man who was around 20 years old. No one would believe it even if someone were to spread the news. The first thought that came to everyone's minds was that a great transformation was about to befall River City. A great and thorough transformation. Disregarding everyone's reactions, Yi Chen stood up and sauntered toward Chen Jingua, step by step. Yi Chen's footsteps were light. However, in Chen Jinggua's eyes, it was like the god of death was approaching him. Soon, Yi Chen's footsteps stopped. He looked down at Chen Jingua from above, similar to how a god observed a swarm of ants. Slowly, he opened his mouth. Right before he could utter a word, the main door slammed open with a loud bang. A dozen or so members of the authorities rushed into the hall. "Freeze!" Seeing the uniformed men, Chen Jingua involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. His life had been spared. Although ancient martial artists still existed in Huaxia, they were always restricted no matter how strong they were. Therefore, incidents where ancient martial artists harmed ordinary people rarely occurred throughout the years. Yi Chen scanned his surroundings with calm eyes that were undisturbed by the waves of distraught. The old geezer once told him things about Huaxia, and Yichen was aware that ancient martial artists and cultivators were under Huaxia's control. However, Yichen had to taste the blood of vengeance that day no matter what. "You there. The one standing. I'm ordering you to get down on your knees and put your hands behind your head. If you refuse, I'm authorized to kill you on the spot. This is your first warning." Chapter 7. Yichen was surprised. It was a female voice he heard talking to him. He turned around, and as expected, he found himself facing a woman. The woman had a tall height of 1.7 meters, and she was dressed in an immaculate uniform. She looked oppressively handsome in her slim-fit camo top and straight-cut camo pants. From her ID, Yichen found out that her name was Bai Libing and she was a troop leader. Bai Libing noticed that the men who was standing still had the nerve to stare at her bosoms, and she was infuriated. She continued, "On your knees and put your hands behind your head. This is the second warning." Yichen remained motionless. As Bai Libing was about to give him his third warning, Sun Yi rushed forward and grabbed Yichen's hands without hesitating. She raised both of them to the top of his head and forced Yichen to kneel. After doing all that, she kneeled beside him. She whispered to Yichen, "Now's not the time to space out. They'll really kill you. Later on, we'll give the police our statement and we should be able to walk away free. This place is under security camera surveillance anyway. It'll prove that you did everything out of self-defense. It'll be fine." Yichen was not up to do any sort of explaining. Hence, he merely nodded. Only then did Bai Libing relax. For reasons unknown, something told her that the gangly young boy was someone dangerous. She scanned the surrounding area. It was obvious that a fight had occurred. However, when she noticed that it was Qin Jinghua who was on his knees, she stood frozen on her spot. Why in the world would he be on his knees? He was none other than the leader of the Qin family. Some rumors even claimed that he was the chairperson of a chamber of commerce. Without a second thought, she ordered, "Lil Zhou, confiscate the security surveillance footage here. Then, ask the hotel for a copy of their guest register." "Chief, what about the rest of the people?" Lil Zhou asked. Bai Libing's eyebrows twitched, and her crystal voice was heard again. "Bring everyone in." 8 p.m., at the front gate of a building in River City. Yichen and Sun Yi finally walked out of the place. This time, the authorities did not bring everyone in solely for investigation purposes. However, they were trying to get a complete picture of the incident through everyone's statements. The authorities also went through the surveillance footage at the hotel and came up with a general understanding of the incident. However, a peculiarity stood out to the authorities. The fight between Yichen and the old men from the Qin family seemed to have been split in half. Only a huge patch of static snow was left on the screen. With that section of the footage missing, Yichen appeared to have been defending himself justly. Therefore, they could not retain Yichen. Sun Yi inhaled the air outside in deep breaths and then said in a voice full of emotion, "Nothing beats being outside. I never want to go back to that place a second time in this lifetime. Once I get home, I'll have a clean shower for sure to thoroughly wash off all the bad luck." Yichen said nothing. He was well aware that the existence of Qin Jinghua and his son was still a ticking time bomb to Sun Yi. Once Yichen left River City, Sun Yi would definitely be the victim of the Qin family's anger. Despite the tragedy that happened 5 years ago, Yichen had to take action for Sun Yi. "Seems like I'll have to find some time to visit those two personally," Yichen muttered under his breath. "What? What did you say? Who are you visiting?" Sun Yi curiously asked while patting Yichen as she thought she heard him speak. Yichen scratched his head and attempted to cover up by saying, "I was just thinking to myself. I only arrived in River City recently and I've no idea where I can go to for accommodation." Sun Yi facepalmed herself. She recalled that Yichen had come all the way from the countryside to River City to promote his secret formula. Judging by his financial status, he definitely could not afford a hotel room. If it was not for the delay at the police station, she assumed that he would have returned to his village long ago. Based on these assumptions, it was her fault that Yichen had to go through it. Sun Yi hesitated for a while before she firmly said, "What about this? You can stay over at my house for a night. I have a spare bedroom. It's not very spacious but it's better than sleeping in the park, right?" Yichen moved his face closer toward Sun Yi and smiled. "Director Sun, aren't you scared that I might be a criminal? Or are you doing this because I'm too attractive today and you want to repay me with yourself? Sun Yi rolled her eyes at Yi Chen and pretended to be disgusted. With that level of skill? Please, it's not enough to attract me. Humph. So, are you sleeping over or not? Sleeping over. Of course, I'm sleeping over. Who wants you over? Humph. One condition, you're only sleeping over for a night. The moment Sun Yi finished her sentence, she covered her mouth immediately upon realizing how flirty she sounded. Then, after glancing at Yi Chen and noticing the mischievous look on his face, she assumed that Yi Chen was filled with evil thoughts. As their ride was still parked at the Grand Dragon Lake Hotel's underground parking lot, the duo had no choice but to hire a taxi back to the hotel. Soon, the taxi arrived and both of them got into the car. As Yi Chen closed the taxi door, he gazed at the River City police station. He could sense that a pair of eyes were following them for sure. After Yi Chen and Sun Yi left, a woman dressed in sports attire walked out. It was Bai Libing, the person who had detained Yi Chen that afternoon. The sports attire accentuated Bai Libing's voluptuous figure perfectly. Her all-for-business ponytail encapsulated her dedication and experience in her work. It was at this crucial moment that her beauty came to light, the kind that could ruin countries and bring disaster to people. She returned to her car and switched on a laptop that had been stowed away in it. She played the surveillance footage obtained from the hotel on loop. During the final replay of the video, she slowed down the video's speed by 100 times. People say that the Chen family's hired bodyguards are all decommissioned special agents. Then, why are they so weak in front of this fellow? Is it luck or is the fellow really powerful? She suddenly remembered something and quickly made an international phone call. Soon enough, the call connected. Eldest senior brother, are you on a mission? I'm sorry for troubling you. But there's something I need your help with. Eldest senior brother, can you take a look at the video I just sent you and help me analyze the young men in it? I'll wait for your call. Bai Libing hung up and immersed herself in contemplation. At that same time, far in the Ural Mountains, Siberia. Smack dab in the mountain range, there was a small house with an area of about 20 square meters. It was the Siberian sanctuary that belonged to the mysterious Dragon Soul Commando unit of Huaxia. A wide array of weapons were displayed in the house, from the smallest daggers to the biggest guns and bombs. They filled the house with dread. A muscular young man dressed completely in camo-themed attire hung up the phone as he sat on the wire bed frame below him. The following second, his eyes were focused and he gently clenched his hand into a fist in the air. The laptop that was 2 meters away from him suddenly defied the laws of gravity and took off into the air before landing in his palm. This little junior sister is really troublesome. With her family background, why would she choose to go to a small place like that? And yet, she continues to ask for my help in solving small cases. What a bother. No matter what, I'm the leader of the Dragon Soul Commando unit. There's no reason for me to deal with her requests from morning till night like I have nothing better to do. Despite nagging to himself, Yingqing obediently switched on his laptop, signed in into his email, and downloaded the video that Bai Libing had sent him. After playing the video for a few seconds, he labeled it as a normal fight. Displeasure crept up his face. He muttered under his breath, "What's there for me to analyze in such a meaningless fight? Did the boy here get beaten to death by the group of bodyguards or what? That's possible." Looking at their hand movements, Yingqing assumed that the bodyguards were made up of decommissioned special agents. TSK, he thought to himself. A bunch of members from the special forces bullying a helpless young boy, what an embarrassment. He concluded that he was bored out of his mind with the footage and popped a sandwich in his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed into slits and his back straightened. His eyes were glued to the young men in the footage. He even slowed down the footage to scrutinize his every move. This is Chapter 8. Yingqing replayed the footage a few more times. However, each time he watched the video, the waves of fear in his heart rose higher. He did not realize that the sandwich in his hand had fallen to the ground. On the laptop, the screen was frozen to the face of a young man. His face was filled with singular pride, confidence, and indifference all at the same time. He stared long and hard at Yi Chen, who was in the video, and said nothing. However, he felt something that no one else would understand. Throughout his entire life, this was the first time he sensed fear. Moreover, Qing had yet to face Xian in a frontal battle. Could such feelings actually stem from blurry footage? Qing was born into a family with a long history of military service. He started practicing ancient martial arts at the age of 10 and received nothing less than the world's strictest training. Therefore, he had mastery over martial arts knowledge that others did not. After successfully joining Hua Xia's Dragon Soul Commando unit, he went on countless missions in a single year and became the much-feared Dragon Soul War Wolf. No one knew how much blood stained his pair of hands. As a matter of fact, he had grown accustomed to the concept of death. Nevertheless, the young man in the video managed to stir up a sense of fear within him. Outsiders might have thought that the young man was merely lucky because he knew a few techniques. However, only Qing knew that the young man was a powerful ancient martial artist. Not to mention, the young man might turn out to be a martial arts grandmaster who had reached the peak of his abilities. What did it mean to be a martial arts grandmaster? A martial arts grandmaster could destroy a well-equipped commando subunit from M country with the blink of an eye. After 10 minutes, Qing suppressed the shock he felt in his heart and called by Li Bing's cell phone. "Junior sister, I want everything you've got on the young man in the video. This instant. Immediately. Don't ask me why. Just do it now." 10 p.m., Grand City Apartments, River City. Sunny brought Xian back to where she stayed. It was a studio apartment unit located in the middle of the city with 2 bedrooms and a living room. Although small, the apartment felt like home. Sunny reached out and placed a hand on Xian's shoulder. Then, her voice rang beside Xian's ear, "What do you think about me?" For the past 5 years, Xian had concentrated on his training. He had never touched a woman before. As he was about to answer, Sun Yi's facial expression changed abruptly. She ordered Xian, "Don't expect to stay at my place for free. Go and wash all the dishes in the kitchen." Xian was speechless. Nevertheless, Xian scrubbed down all the dirty dishes in the kitchen obediently. If anyone back home found out that the infamous bloodthirsty berserk dragon was scrubbing down dishes for a woman, he assumed that they would drop down to the ground and die immediately. In truth, if it was Sun Yi, no matter what sort of requests she made, Xian would make sure to fulfill them. He would do such things to repay her favor of cremating the Yi family previously. Her favor, perhaps, was something he could never pay in full even with his entire lifetime. Xian returned to the living room after he was done with the dishes to find Sun Yi missing. He did not think too much about it. After all, he somewhat recalled Sun Yi saying she was going to the grocery store downstairs to buy some stuff. However, the sound of splashing water was then heard from the bathroom. It was obvious that Sun Yi was bathing. Xian shook his head helplessly. He approached the sofa and sat cross-legged. Girls would not come out from their baths until at least half an hour later, after all. He might as well use the time to cultivate. Although it seemed like Xian's current realm and cultivation base was enough to tear everyone into pieces, the old geezer reminded him before his departure that River City was a land with vast territories and rich resources. Therefore, it was safe to assume that there would always be more than what meets the eye. As a matter of fact, there might be cultivators like him, hiding from public scrutiny. Elder Ming from the Qin family was a good example. If a small family in River City like the Qin family was protected by a powerhouse like Elder Ming, what about the powerful families in Jiangnan province? What more the men in the capital city? Xian refused to mull over it further and started to circulate the 9 heavens dark sun technique. A stream of true qi started to seep out from his dantian and circle around him. As he released more of his true qi, it slowly transformed into a golden gleam of light. It was as though a gigantic 9-headed dragon was circling him. After an hour, Sun Yi walked out with wet hair and flushed cheeks. When she saw Xian sitting in a cross-legged position, she burst into laughter. "What are you doing here? Are you pretending to be one of those great heroes, cultivating internal strength? Oh, great hero Yi, stop cultivating and take a shower. As for clothes, if you don't mind, my younger brother left a set of his clothes the last time he visited. You can wear those first." Xian opened his eyes and slowly spat out a mouthful of vile essence. Then, he looked at Sun Yi and said with a smile, "All right, you're the landlady. Your wish is my command." Chapter 9. Soon enough, Xian went into the bathroom with a handful of clothes and turned on the shower, letting the water trickle down his body. The truth was, when Xian was rescued 5 years ago, he thought that he was lucky. What he did not realize was that his nightmare had only just begun. Initially, the old man taught him nothing and threw him into a huge cage. Moreover, a giant tiger that had been starving for 3 days resided in the cage. A boy and a tiger, but only one could live on. No one truly knew what had happened in there. Similarly, no one expected a young boy around a dozen years old to survive the ordeal barehandedly. After that, the old geezer brought Xian to many places. Throughout their journey, Xian's rage fueled his desire to survive. Xian realized that he had to stay alive for the sake of revenge. He swore that he would hunt down every single attendee of the gathering at Cloud Lake Manor. Xian returned to his room, closed the door behind him, and locked the door from the inside of the room. No one noticed that the moment the door to his room was closed shut, Xian transformed into a completely different person. It started to drizzle outside his window. Xian's eyes looked out the window coldly. Rainy nights, perfect nights for murder. I wonder if you're ready for me, Chen family. River City, Bright Pearl No. 1 Villa area. The Chen family purchased the villa 10 years ago. It measured up to around a dozen acres, merging the garden, swimming pool, and vacation into a single entity. With about $1 billion worth of investments thrown into it, the villa was the epitome of luxury. However, in the luxurious villa, the atmosphere was rather peculiar. Chen Jinghua paced around the living room with a taut face. He was in a terrible mood. Sitting on the sofa next to the pacing man was Chen Feng. After a while, he finally lost it and asked, "Dad, stop pacing around. I'm getting dizzy watching you." At that moment, Chen Jinghua finally stopped. He came face to face Chen Feng. Piak. A slap landed on Chen Feng's face. "This is all your fault, you piece of sh*t. Elder Ming's injuries are too great and now he's as good as dead. With Elder Ming gone and my old man absent, the Chen family will inevitably perish." Chen Feng disagreed. "Dad, I think you're overthinking this whole thing. Even though Grandpa isn't in River City, he's alive. Who dare mess with us, the Chen family? Elder Ming was strong indeed, but he's worth less than Grandpa's fart." "That's right. Dad, why don't we bring Grandpa out from his isolated cultivation personally? That brat was so crazy, he forced you to your knees. You aren't half bad for trying to resist him yourself, eh?" Chen Jinghua lapsed into silence. His fists tightened. He was boiling in anger. His anger peaked to the point that every time he closed his eyes, the brat's shadows appeared in his mind. Something bothered him as well, he did not remember offending the brat. Nevertheless, the brat looked at him as though Chen Jinghua owed him blood. After an unknown period of time, Chen Jinghua made his decision. "All right, tomorrow we'll fly directly to Marshall Waste Mountain. I want that kid's head." Chen Feng was overjoyed. He hissed through gritted teeth. "Dad, I want to chop off the limbs of that brat. God damn it, he actually thought I was scared of him. Also, that Sun E." Chen Jinghua's eyes narrowed. Evidently, he noticed the woman in the banquet hall that afternoon. With a figure like that, it would be nice to toy with her. As the father-son duo immersed themselves in their newfound joy, a cold voice sliced through the air from behind them. "How dare you think about touching my woman?" At that instant, the laughter died off. Chen Jinghua and Chen Feng stood frozen in their spots. The voice was painfully familiar to them. It was the voice of the devil. How was that possible? Yichen strolled in front of the two men and sat on their sofa as they watched on. His actions shocked Chen Jinghua and Chen Feng. They were rendered speechless. "How? How did you get in?" Yichen did not answer his question. Instead, he casually made himself a cup of tea using the tea set laid out in front of him. He swirled the tea gently under his nose and inhaled its aroma. He then took a small sip and swirled the tea gently in his mouth. Marshall Waste Mountain Big Red Robe. It's been a while since I last drank this. Not bad. The more casually Chen acted, the more fearful the Chen family father-son duo were. The fear of the unknown plagued them. As of that moment, both their lives hung on a thread held in the hands of a 20-ish-year-old man. Chapter 10. Chen Jinghua could not bear it any longer. He trembled as he said, "What? What do you want?" Earlier in the day, I already went down on my knees for you. What else do you want from us? Unable to withstand the stressful atmosphere, Chen Feng kneeled down on the floor. Brother Yi, Master Yi. I beg you, please let me go. Whatever you heard about Sun Yi just now was all my dad's idea. It has nothing to do with me. If you let me off the hook, I'll do anything for you. I'll even become a cow or a horse for you if that's your wish. You. Chen Jingui did not expect his own son to betray him at such a moment. He understood that it would be difficult for him to survive the encounter. Therefore, he stood up and forced himself to calm down. He cleared his throat and said, I don't care who you are or where you're from. I'm telling you, there's a martial arts grandmaster in the Chen family. If you dare harm a single strand of hair, trust me, a grandmaster's wrath isn't something you can withstand. Grandmaster? Yi Chen smiled. You're talking about Chen Baogua who left for a mountain 10 years ago to cultivate, aren't you? Knowing that Yi Chen recognized who he meant, Chen Jingui heaved a long sigh. I know you're an ancient martial artist. Furthermore, I know that there are rules imposed on ancient martial artists as well. If you kill me today, you're not going to face the wrath of a single grandmaster, you'll be pursued and eliminated by the organization. If something happens to us, do you think you'll walk away alive? Oh, is it now? Yi Chen raised his head. A snicker hung at the edge of his lips. Suddenly, Yi Chen moved. In his palm, he condensed the surrounding air to form a white energy arrow. Bursts of air blustered around the energy arrow as it flew toward the escaping Chen Feng. Shush! The arrow pierced through Chen Feng's throat. Chen Feng then collapsed onto the ground. Now, what were you saying about me? Yi Chen's glacial voice echoed through the entire villa. Chen Jingguo's face was drained of blood. He glanced at his immobile son and he realized that he would not be able to escape death. He supported his weight by holding onto the sofa and sank into it. It was as though he aged 10 years overnight. I know I'll die today, but I hope you can give me a reason why you're doing this to us. Why? We've never crossed paths. Yi Chen laughed shrilly. He stood up and started walking toward Chen Jingguo. Standing in front of him, Yi Chen stared down at Chen Jingguo. Then, Yi Chen's voice boomed, rippling as though the gods in the 9 heavens were talking. Tn, according to legends, the heavens are made up of 9 different skies, the highest point in the sky and the skies from the 8 other directions. Oh, we've never crossed paths. Let me ask you a question, Chen Jingguo. Do you remember the banquet held at Cloud Lake Manor 5 years ago? Let me ask you another question. Chen Jingguo, do you remember the couple that died 5 years ago? Let me ask you one final question. Chen Jingguo, do you remember the poison that you spat from your venomous mouth 5 years ago? Yi Chen's voice thundered into Chen Jingguo's ears. Chen Jingguo was frozen on the spot. Of course, Chen Jingguo remembered all that. What happened during the gathering at Cloud Lake Manor 5 years ago was the nightmare of countless families in River City. There, they witnessed the elimination of a family. From then on, all of them lived in fear, traumatized by the shadow of that man. Everything was destroyed with a snap of his hand. It was terrifying. Suddenly, as though he had recalled something, Chen Jingguo raised his head. With dilated pupils, he extended a finger at Yi Chen and exclaimed, You're that trash from the Yi family, that Yi Chen who fell into the river. How's that possible? Aren't you supposed to be dead? No one could comprehend the gravity of shock and surprise that roared at the bottom of Chen Jingguo's heart. That trash from the Yi family had returned to life. Moreover, he returned to River City in a body loaded with a terrifying cultivation base. That was him. He was here for revenge. Furthermore, he could see that the entire city would be uprooted soon. Yi Chen bent down and put his face next to Chen Jingguo's ear. He whispered, Let me tell you another secret. Actually, I'm not an ancient martial artist like all of you claim. I'm just a cultivator. In your eyes, perhaps ancient martial artists are strong. But little do you know, to us cultivators, the entire Huaxia or even earth, they're as insignificant as dust. No matter how strong you are, even if there's a martial arts grandmaster standing behind your back or even if it's an entire clan, I, Yi Chen, will cut all of you down. The second his sentence ended, a strong gush of malicious qi started swirling around Yi Chen. The malicious chi engulfed Yi Chen's body and it flashed brightly in a blood-red color. In an instant, his arm transformed into a shape similar to that of a blood dragon and pierced through Qin Jingguo's chest. Concurrently, at the peak of Martial Waste Mountain, an ethereal elder wearing a daipao, Tian, traditional formal attire worn by men in the Ming dynasty of China. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/daopao, sat cross-legged. When scrutinized, one would notice that the elder seemed to be floating in midair. Flashes of light in the shape of the 8 trigram array emanated beneath him. The elder in the daipao was none other than Chen Guobao, the great-grand old master of the Chen family. After all of the storms he had weathered, the great-grand old master made the choice to withdraw from Jianghu, Tian, Jianghu. Its literal translation is lakes and rivers, but it refers to the community of martial artists, to focus on his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. At that time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flooded Chen Baoguo's dantian and his cultivation base rose rapidly. It was apparent that he was about to achieve a breakthrough. At this very crucial moment, the wind started to roar. The elder's eye snapped open and he crashed into the ground. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him dispersed immediately. Even the 8 trigram array beneath him disappeared without a trace. After several seconds, the hoarse voice of an old man roared and echoed through the entire Martial Waste Mountain. Who was that? Who dares to kill people from my family? And destroy 10 years' worth of foundation that I laid? I, Chen Baoguo, swear to the heavens that I'll personally hunt you down. And then, I'll butcher you and destroy your soul. It was a night of silence. Yi Chen woke up early from his cultivation. Initially, he wanted to cultivate a while longer. However, the spiritual energy in Huaxia was too thin compared to where he had come from. At that moment, it was impossible for him to improve his cultivation base. It seems like I've to find a way to brew some medicinal pills and elixirs. Yi Chen opened up the canvas bag that he carried with him everywhere. The bag contained only 2 things: a badly crumpled up photo and a black rock. He obtained that photo the year after being rescued and returning to the Yi family house. As for the black rock, it was a gift from his father for his 11-year-old birthday. It was said to be a valuable inheritance passed down from generation to generation in the Yi family. At that time, Yi Chen brushed it aside. He thought it was incredulous to take a mere rock as family inheritance. With a simple wave, he chucked the rock to the bottom of his bed. He only remembered the rock after tragedy befell his father. From that day onward, he kept the rock with him at all times. It's father and mother's death anniversary next week. I should pay them a visit at Divine Stone Hill then. As Yi Chen was about to put back the rock into his canvas bag, he noticed a line of tiny words on the rock from the corner of his eye. The words were so tiny he never noticed them throughout the past few years. Yi Chen held the rock closer to his face and scrutinized the few lines of traditional Chinese writing. Although obscure, he could make out the words written on the rock. It looked like the characters for stone and dripping blood. Is it telling me to drip some blood on it to claim ownership? Without further ado, Yi Chen forced out a drop of fresh blood and dripped it on the black stone. All of a sudden, a wave of information flooded his brain. He felt like his brain was about to explode. He could not bear the pain even as a cultivator. F***ck. What in the world is this? Yi Chen shouted loudly and blacked out. Chapter 11. In a daze, he felt like he had arrived at a wide open space. A graveyard, to be more precise. His surroundings were extremely dark, cold, and eerie, as though he had entered the deepest levels of the underworld. At a glance, he could see almost 100 black gravestones, all squeezed tightly together. Even more terrifyingly, there were thousands upon thousands of swords embedded around the gravestones, as though forming an extremely large formation. The black gravestones formed the very center of the formation. What on earth is this? Yi Chen had just opened his mouth to speak when the ground began to tremble. The 100 gravestones started to shake as well, and immediately after, the thousands upon thousands of swords actually shot up from the ground and flew into the heavens. The image was majestic and awe-inspiring. Before Yi Chen could recover, a hoary voice echoed through the sky, "How dare a mere realm dweller step into the samsara graveyard? Do you have a death wish? You can't even budge the weakest of the gravestone's obsessions. Scram. With that, Xian was booted out of the graveyard, waking up again in the outside world. Xian looked at the black stone in his hands, surprised. Could this be the ancient magic treasure the old geezer mentioned? Judging from what that guy said, does it mean that once his powers reach a certain level, he can awaken the obsessions of the powerhouses inside the gravestones? What kind of a joke is that? There were 100 gravestones there, could there really be 100 powerhouses beyond them? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Sun Yi's voice came from outside. Are you awake yet? If you're still in bed, I'm coming in. I heard you men all have morning wood, but I ain't gonna give a damn. That familiar voice made Xian feel warm inside, and he calmed the turmoil in his heart, hiding the black stone away. As it was, he was not nearly strong enough yet. He was going to take it slow when investigating the secrets of this stone. He opened the door and immediately saw Sun Yi, dressed for work. Perhaps it was due to the awkwardness from yesterday, but Sun Yi avoided his gaze somewhat, and her face was slightly red. It was utterly adorable. Sun Yi, you're so kind to me that all of a sudden, I don't want to leave anymore. What should I do? Would you allow me to stay here for longer? I can wash your dishes for you every day, and since it's going to get cold in the winter, I can warm your bed for you too, Xian said with a grin. Sun Yi went to the dinner table and drank a sip of congee while she rolled her eyes at Xian. You want to freeload? And even climb your way into my bed? I'm perfectly warm in bed, thank you very much, so I'll decline your services. Xian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly changed his tack. You can warm my bed too. If I get to sleep while hugging your long legs, I bet I'd be almost too happy to sleep. After spending a day together, Sun Yi had figured out Xian's personality too. He could say just about anything, but his heart was in the right place. She gave it some thought and said solemnly, well, I won't say no if you want to stay here permanently, but there are some conditions. Firstly, you have to pay your rent in advance. Secondly, under all circumstances, I get to use the washroom first. Thirdly, you have to wash all the cutlery in the kitchen as well as do the laundry. I'll give you a few hours to think it over, kid. Before she even completed that sentence, Xian said instantly, deal. But I don't have much money on me, so can I trade you something instead? Sun Yi gave up. Did he really not have a single cent on him? Could it be that she would end up having to support this guy's living expenses too? She looked at Xian's features. He seemed to be slightly good-looking. As for his figure, she had a good long look at everything last night. He actually had an 8-pack. In other words, he was exactly what they called a boy toy online. While Sun Yi's mind was wandering, Xian found a serviette and wrote a few lines on it with a pen. This was the formula for a beginner-level beauty pill. Although it was a low-level variant, if he sold it, it was still enough to keep a listed company afloat. Once Xian was done writing it down, he stuffed the serviette into Sun Yi's hands directly. So this is the formula for a beginner-level beauty pill, and I modified it slightly. You're the director of a cosmetics group, right? Show this formula to your research department, they'll know what to do. Sun Yi was floored. Looking at the serviette in her hand with contempt, she said curiously, don't tell me, are you trying to pay a month's worth of rent with this serviette? Xian shook his head and held up a finger. I want to trade this formula for a month's worth of rent and another $3,000. I'd never do this if I wasn't broke, and consider this my way of repaying you for taking me in. Just so you know, this formula is worth at least 10 million. Never sell it for anything less than 10 million. Puffed. Sun Yi nearly choked on her spit. She stared, wide-eyed, at the young man before her, trying to see if he was joking. However, he was completely serious. Well, damn. She had taken in a real weirdo this time. Did he really think a few words on a serviette were worth 10 million? That was simply crazy. In that moment, Sun Yi's impression of Xian plummeted to rock bottom. She even began to dislike him. If this man did not look so much like her past classmate, she would have chased him out ages ago. After a minute, Sun Yi sighed and put the serviette in her hand into her blouse pocket, taking out another $3,000 and handing them to Xian. Actually, I know you men all have enormous egos, but you don't have to go that far. I can give you 3,000, but I hope you can bring that huge head of yours back down to solid ground. Use this money and go get a proper job. Also, you can only stay here for a month. After a month, you can go wherever you want, and it won't have anything to do with me. That's all for now. I'm tired and I need to go to work. The spare keys are on the table. Sunny grabbed her bag and walked right out, disappointment in her gaze. This man would soon be kicked out of society, huh? Yichen watched Sun Yi's back as she left, and he shook his head helplessly. Sun Yi, oh, Sun Yi, you're underestimating me. You have no idea how much that paper in your pocket is worth. Yichen pushed the incident to the back of his head soon enough, picking up the black stone once more. Holding it in his hand, he could vaguely sense that other world. No matter what he did, however, he could not go in. Looks like I'm not strong enough. I need to hurry up and cultivate. I'll refine that thing in the next few days. Right now, Yichen's #1 priority was still earning some money. These 3,000 bucks were nothing compared to the price of the herbs he needed for his cultivation. Should he go out and work for another? No way, Yichen would never ever take a salary from another, not in this life. In that case, what else could he do? Could he be an entrepreneur? The formulas he had were enough for him to start his own kingdom, sure, but it would cost too much time and resources. He needed to earn fast money now, and the faster the better. Should he sell his formulas? That would not work, either. Even Sunny did not believe him, so who else would? Should he heal others, then? When that thought occurred to him, Yichen clapped and made up his mind. Still, doctors needed certificates and a resume these days, so he would never be able to make it into a hospital. Right now, all he could do was start a roadside stall. Yichen immediately took action. The first thing he did was go to a shop downstairs and make himself some banners, with claims like Hua Tua, reincarnated, hands of God, and everything else in that vein. After that, he bought a few sets of silver needles and some other equipment he needed for healing. Finally, he took a walk around the area and decided on the best place to start his stall. He was going to City North Park. City North Park was one of River City's 3 major parks, and there was a specialty shopping street inside too, with decent footfall. Most importantly, there were many people there setting up fortune-telling and antique-selling stalls, so the people who went there would probably believe in a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner too. Once he made a reputation for himself, the clients would just keep on coming. For the rest of the day, Yichen made his preparations to set up shop. Chapter 12. That night, when Sun Yi got off from work, she wanted to check if Yichen was angry. After all, her words from that morning could be slightly hurtful. When she saw that Yichen had bought a ton of random banners, however, she really began to lose her temper. She felt bad for his misfortunes, but she was angry at his own uselessness. She had thought that her advice would wake him up, and she was even hoping that he had gone to work like an honest man. What she did not expect was to find that not only had Yichen not found a proper job, he had instead resorted to even more scams and lies. This time, he was not lying to her, but to others. That was even worse. Yichen noticed that Sun Yi was back too, and he was about to tell her about his plan when she rushed up to him angrily and berated him furiously. Could you be any more childish? Why can't you find a proper job? Yichen shrugged and said exasperatedly, I'm healing the wounded and the ill here. How's that not a proper job? I can give you money if you need it, but all I ask is that you are as honest as your name suggests. I'm sure that's what your parents intended when they named you that too. They're living far away in the villages, right? What would they think if they found out about what you're doing now? How will you face them in the future? Doesn't your conscience hurt? When she said that, Sun Yi assumed Yichen would retort cheekily and perhaps make a dirty joke or two at her expense. To her surprise, however, the twinkle in Yichen's eyes dimmed. He turned around wordlessly, taking the things he had prepared today and leaving. When Yichen reached the door, he stopped. I want to face them in the future too, but that's no longer possible. I'll never see them ever again. With that, Yichen walked out. Sun Yi watched Yichen's lonely back as he left, and she finally realized that she had said the wrong thing. He doesn't have parents. She realized just what her words earlier meant to an orphan without parents. She also realized just how badly Yichen's heart must hurt right now. For some reason, tears gathered in her eyes, and she remembered the incident from 5 years ago again. She remembered the boy who had sat next to her, and the wonderful family he had once had. All of it was destroyed overnight. No one knew what happened that night. All she knew was that the Yi family was no more. The boy named Xian was gone too. She knew the pain of losing a family member. That was why she wanted to do something, anything, in her power to help her missing or deceased friend. Despite everyone's protests, she buried the 3 members of the Yi family. Sun Yi suddenly thought of something and hurriedly gave chase, but Xian had long since been lost in the crowd. She could not find him anywhere. Just as Sun Yi was feeling dejected, her phone rang. At first, she thought it was a call from Xian, but the moment she picked up, she finally remembered that Xian did not even have a cell phone. There were 2 words clearly written on the phone screen, Xia Ruoxue. President Xia, you're back. Sun Yi gathered her thoughts and picked up the call. Where are you, Sun Yi? Come back to the company right now. This is an S-grade emergency meeting. As soon as she said that, the line died. Sun Yi realized something was wrong. She had worked for this company for years, but she had never heard the president sound so hasty before, as though something big had happened. Even more strangely, she had called an S-grade emergency meeting. That was the highest possible grade. Did something happen to the magnificent group? City North Park. Carrying a whole load of items, Xian arrived at the shopping street inside the park. Since it was already evening, many stalls of different sizes were already up and going. There was a decent crowd, too. Xian finally found an empty spot and set his things down, setting up a simple little table. Once he had that done, he suddenly noticed a very serious problem: he had forgotten to bring a chair. He could not treat the ill while demanding that they stand, could he? Don't tell me, do I really have to postpone my grand opening on the very first day? While Xian's brows were knotted in frustration, an older man selling ceramics next to him walked up to him. Hey, kiddo, you new here? I ain't seen you before. Only then did Xian notice the man next to him. After a short chat, they got to know each other better. The older man's name was Zhong Shueyong, and he came from Pine Mountain County, south of River City. He was setting up a stall here to earn a living, and he had a sunny disposition with a cheery smile. Kiddo, you look pretty down in the dumps there. Did you run into some trouble? Xian said honestly, it's my first day here, Uncle Zhong, and I forgot to bring a chair. Now I plan to pack my stuff up and come again tomorrow. When Uncle Zhong heard that, he handed Xian the chair he had been sitting on without hesitation. I don't like to sit too much either, so you can have this chair. There are plenty of people around today, so it'd be too bad if you don't set up shop. But if you don't have a chair, Uncle, you'll have to stand all day. Won't you? Before Xian could complete that sentence, Uncle Zhong waved him off and returned to his stall. Don't worry about it, kiddo. I gave it to you so it's yours. If your business gets boomin' someday, just give me a cigarette as payback. Xian did not hesitate any longer either. Thanking Uncle Zhong, he placed the chair directly in front of his stall, and then he hung up the banners he had prepared beforehand. Uncle Zhong had been curious about Xian's stall to begin with, so he snuck a peek, but when he saw the banners, he was instantly stunned. The first was one still relatively normal, saying, careful, genuine, sincere. The second one was slightly off, though. The medicine of heavens, the hands of God, Bien Quebec and Huatuo reincarnated. Uncle Zhong never expected Lil Yi to be a doctor, but what kind of doctor praised themselves so exaggeratedly? Even the doctors from River City's #1 hospital did not dare to say such things. Was Lil Yi insane? To make things worse, when he saw the third banner, Uncle Zhong nearly lost it altogether. Opening promotion, 20% discount for all. Will heal all diseases for consultation fees starting 100,000. Oh, goodness. What was Lil Yi doing? Who gave discounts on medical fees? Plus, discounts aside, your consultation fee alone was 100,000. What the heck was this? Nobody ever set a base price like that. Uncle Zhong was about to advise Xian against it, but before he knew it, Xian's stall was surrounded by people. He could not even squeeze his way in. This is bad, Lil Yi will be in trouble, Uncle Zhong said anxiously. In truth, most of the crowd was there to see Xian make a fool of himself. They wanted to get a glimpse of the punk who dared to ask for 100,000 in consultation fees. A blond man stepped forth and looked Xian from head to toe, saying with a cold snigger, you just got here, right, punk? You here to heal people? 100K, you say? Sure you ain't joking around. Xian could tell at a glance that the blonde was here to stir up trouble, so he said, pay me 100,000 in consultation fees, and you can see for yourself if it's worth it. The blonde had not expected the stall owner to be so rude, so he said contemptuously, you demanding 100,000 from me? I've beaten up tons of scammers like you. Xian took one step forth. Why don't you give it a try, then? Xian did not use any of his true chi, but he was a man who had clawed his way out of a mountain of corpses. A glare alone was enough for him to stun everyone present. In that second, the blonde felt as though he was being watched by the god of death. Large droplets of sweat beaded from his forehead, and he felt like he had been plunged into ice. The blonde instinctively took a step back, but he slipped and fell on his butt. The scene sent the onlookers into a bout of hearty laughter, and too ashamed to stay, the blonde ran away with his tail between his legs. Chapter 13. Friend, are you looking for your consultation fee to be paid in Japanese yen or Korean won? Suddenly, a man in a suit and leather shoes spoke up. He was the director of a sales company, and he figured that Xian was using the conversion rate to gain some attention. I only accept Chinese yuan, Xian said. As soon as he said that, everyone took a sharp intake of breath. The punk was really going there. After all, 100,000 was about how much a white-collar worker in River City earned in a year. No one could afford that consultation fee. Just as there was an uproar, Xian added, the 100,000 is just the deposit. If the patient's condition is slightly more troublesome, the fees will start from $1 million onward. However, I guarantee that I can heal any ailment under the sun. In that moment, everyone in the crowd fell silent. The 100,000 was only his deposit. Everything that came after would cost at least $1 million. Where the F***ck did this psycho escape from? The next second, the crowd erupted into curses. Why don't you go rob a bank? I can't believe you dare to ask for 100,000 for a deposit. Do you really think you're Hua? An older lady berated him loudly. This guy must be a scammer. I'm sure he'll run once he gets the deposit. Exactly, he must be a fraud. Let's call the cops on him. Uncle Zhong saw the situation taking a turn for the worse, so he hurriedly squeezed his way into the crowd, advising Xian kindly, Lil Yi, you should move your stall away for now. What were you thinking? If you don't leave now, they'll be out for your blood. Curses, someone already called the cops. Lil Yi, hurry up and run. Xian looked at the furious mob and shook his head helplessly. He had assumed that there would be at least one person in so large a crowd willing to give it a try, but amidst that commotion, he had somehow become a universally recognized swindler. He could even see an older auntie nearby preparing to throw her newly bought eggs at him. Fine, I'll close up shop for now. I still need to earn some money, though, so back to the drawing board it is. Just as Xian was about to pack up, two young girls squeezed through the crowd. The girl's appearance caused the cursing to die down, because everyone's eyes were drawn to one of the girls. She was just too beautiful. The girl wore a yellow baseball cap that covered half of her face, but even then, they could tell that she must be absolutely gorgeous, stunningly so. The girl glanced at Xian's banners, and although she was slightly skeptical, she chose to speak anyway. Can you really cure anything? Xian nodded. All right, then come back with me. The girl was unusually decisive, so much so that it was Xian's turn to feel incredulous. As soon as the girl said that, the short-haired girl beside her said, Are you out of your mind, Mengjia? This guy is clearly a fraud. You can't just fall for anything. Besides, a team of experts from overseas will be flying here tomorrow for Uncle's surgery, so why would you still believe in such a fraud now? Besides, look at this guy. He's about our age. At most, he's a med student. Do you really think someone like that can heal all ailments? When the girl named Mengjia heard that, she hesitated. Giving Xian another glance, she asked for confirmation, are you really not lying? Xian pointed at the banner and said solemnly, I, Xian, will never lie to anyone. If I can't heal them, you can do whatever you want to me. With that, the girl made up her mind. All right, then come with me. I choose you. As soon as she said that, the crowd around them erupted again. Miss, this guy really is a cheat. Miss, you should go to a better hospital for a doctor. This punk won't cut it. The short-haired girl continued to advise her, hear that, Mengjia. Everyone says he's a fraud, so don't get carried away now. Nevertheless, the girl's mind was made up, and she walked right up to Yichen, pulling his hand as she led him away. Dad doesn't have much time left, so I don't care even if he is a cheat. I can't let go of any hint of hope, so I'll take whatever I can get now. Yichen was a little confused. Hey, I haven't agreed yet, gorgeous. I don't need you to. Yichen. The girl forcefully dragged Yichen to a Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon. Although he did not really know cars, even Yichen could tell that this car cost a bomb. All three of them took the back seats, and the driver was a man who looked like he was 30 years old. Where are we going now, young miss? Asked the driver. The girl was overcome with worry, so she said distractedly, home. After that, the girl looked at Yichen and introduced herself. My name is Xian Mengjia. You must be wondering why I brought you here. Yichen shook his head. No, I'm not. After all, you're the only one with a good eye. Xian Mengjia rolled her eyes at Yichen and took a card out of her bag. You want 100,000, sure. I only want you to do one thing, and that's to trick my mother. When you reach my house, you have to say that you can heal my dad, but tell her that you have to take him to the mountains for a year of healing. Once you accomplish that, I'll give you another 50,000. Only then did Xian Mingjia's short-haired friend figure out what she was up to. She gasped, saying, Mengjia, so you only called this fraud over because you don't want your mom to know. But she'll find out eventually. Xian Mingjia's lips trembled, and tears filled her eyes. I have no other choice. Xiaomin dad is terminally ill, and he can't be cured. He can't even last the night. Besides, you know how bad my mom's health is. If she finds out that dad's no longer around, she won't be able to handle the truth. I really don't want to lose both of my parents at the same time. Just then, the girls hugged each other tightly and burst into tears. Yichen was pretty floored, too. He had thought that he finally met someone who knew what he was worth, but it turned out that the girl had fancied his lying skills and not his medical ones. F***CK. He should be the one wailing over here. In the villa area of Dragon Leap Bay, north of River City. The G-Wagon drove into the villa area and stopped in front of the number 1 villa. After that, the three of them got out of the car. Before they went inside, Xian Mengjia reminded Yichen again, remember what I said earlier, and watch for my cues. Yichen harumphed coldly and ignored her, walking right in. The two girls' eyes widened. It was their first time seeing such a proud swindler. Mengjia, why do I feel like we can't trust this guy, said Xiaomin. Sigh, whatever. He's already here, so we can't just chase him out. With that, the two of them walked in as well. Chapter 14. On the 3rd floor of the villa. Yichen finally met Xian Mingjia's father. The latter was lying in bed with a drip in his arm, his eyes tightly shut and his lips purple, his body stick-thin. There were no signs of life emanating from him at all. This was a man with 1 foot already in the coffin. No mortal medicine could save him. Yichen could even sense an aura of death on him. It had nearly filled his entire chest. Once it went past his head, even the gods above would not be able to save him. When she saw Yichen shake his head, Xian Mengjia walked to his side and explained, my dad has been really busy with his business these past few years, so he neglected his health. When he went for a check last month, they suddenly found that he had terminal lung cancer. We went to the best hospitals overseas for some treatment, but it didn't work. The doctor said he only had 3 days left to live. After that, we somehow managed to invite Miracle Dr. Chiu from the capital, which was why we could keep Dad alive until now. But yesterday, Miracle Dr. Chiu told me that my dad may only have 1 day left to live. Sigh. Thankfully, my mom doesn't know about this yet. I hope you can help me hide it from her, please. I'll make sure to pay you in full. Yichen was about to say something when a wealthy-looking woman in a qipao hurriedly rushed toward them, an old man in a white coat following behind her. It went without saying that this rich-looking woman was Xian Mingjia's mother, and the person he was supposed to lie to. As for the old man in the white coat, he was probably the one Xian Mengjia called Miracle Dr. Chiu. Madame Xian walked up to Shen Mingjia and promptly burst into tears, hugging her tightly as she wailed, Jia, I just heard Miracle Dr. Chiu say that Haiwa doesn't have much time left. Is that true? If Haiwa dies, why should I keep living? Shen Mingjia widened her beautiful eyes and looked straight at Miracle Dr. Chiu, who was next to them. Before she left, she had clearly come to an agreement with Miracle Dr. Chiu. She told him not to tell her mother. So what was happening here? She was caught completely off guard. Miracle Dr. Chiu stood up and said frankly, Miss Shen, I'm sorry but I can't take that money of yours. This is a life at stake, and we doctors must be responsible for our own words. Shen Mingjia was so angry she was about to explode. This old coot was despicable. He had agreed to her deal before she left, but he betrayed her as soon as she left the house. Just then, a young man of about 30 walked out as well. It was none other than Shen Mingjia's half-brother from another mother, Shen Menglong. Mingjia, you should be honest. Birth, sickness, old age, and death are all natural parts of human life, so why would you try to hide it from Mom? Dad's almost on his way, and I even arranged for a funeral home already. When the time comes, let's send Dad off with a bang. As soon as Shen Menglong appeared, she understood perfectly well what had happened. That men had always wanted to inherit their father's wealth. After their father died, the three of them were supposed to share his inheritance equally. However, if her mother died from the trauma as well, he would naturally earn a larger cut. How despicable. How disgusting. Madame Shen was already sobbing uncontrollably, and Shen Menglong's words nearly made her faint. Thankfully, Miracle Dr. Chiu pressed the acupuncture point between her nose and her lips, waking her up. Looking at old Master Shen lying in the room, Miracle Dr. Chiu sighed deeply and tried to console her, saying, My deepest condolences, Madam. Madame Shen fell apart completely and even threw herself at the wall. Haiwa, wait for me. Shen Mingjia's expression turned to one of panic, and she tried to stop her mother, but she was too late. Her mother was too far away. While Shen Menglong and Miracle Dr. Chiu were closer to Madame Shen, they had no intention of stopping her. They even smiled arrogantly. Monsters. You two monsters. Shen Mingjia's eyes were bloodshot and her fists clenched tight. In fact, she held them so tightly that her nails dug into her skin and a trail of blood trickled down. She was perfectly aware that the Shen family could very well fall apart right now. They might even lose 2 lives in one night. What to do? Just what can I do? At the most critical moment, something happened to take all of them by surprise. A black shadow flashed past, and in an instant, a pair of large hands appeared out of nowhere, grabbing hold of the suicidal Madame Shen. I can heal the men inside that room. Just then, the whole world seemed to fall silent. Everyone was staring at the owner of those large hands. He was a young man of unassuming looks. The clothes on his back did not even add up to 200 yuan. Shen Mingjia looked at her mother, who Yichen had saved from her suicide attempt. The girl heaved a sigh of relief and was about to thank him, but when she heard his bold declaration, all she could feel was a headache coming on. The ruse is clearly already over, so why are you still bluffing? Are you an idiot? Can't you read the current situation? Madame Shen raised her head and stared unblinkingly at Yichen, even gripping his hand tightly as she asked, You, young man, can you really heal Haiwa? For real? Yichen nodded and said nothing more. Just then, Shen Menglong laughed from beside them. Mom, would you really believe a charlatan like him? Dad has terminal stage lung cancer, and no one in all of Huaxia. No, in all of the world has ever been healed from that. How could this punk save him? Also, just look at this kid. He barely has a whisker on his face, and yet he says he can treat people. What a joke. Even Miracle Dr. Chiu said it's hopeless, so what can this kid do? Yichen was calm as he said, Others can't save him, but that doesn't mean that I, Yichen, can't. Miracle Dr. Chiu stepped up as well, demanding, Kid, do you have a medical license? Which school did you graduate from? I might even have taught your dean. Yichen shook his head. I never went to medical school. With that, both Miracle Dr. Chiu and Shen Menglong burst out laughing. You don't even have a medical license, and yet you want to treat the patient. Why don't you go heal your mama? As soon as those words were spoken, a gust of powerful wind seemed to blow around them. Smack. Shen Menglong was slapped directly on the face. His body was instantly sent flying. He even crashed into the large marble pillar. Shen Menglong was stunned, holding his face and staring at Yichen intently as he roared, "How dare you slap me? Do you have any idea who I am?" Yichen looked down his nose at Shen Menglong and said in an icy voice, "Say that again and I'll kill you." Everyone had a landmine that could not be touched, and for Yichen, it was his parents. Shen Menglong was too terrified to speak. Those eyes seemed to swallow his entire body whole. They were unbelievably cold, like the eyes of a death god. Yichen looked at the people next to him, all of whom were frozen in shock. "If you want me to heal the person in there, I can. But my consultation fee is 10 million. Everyone there took a sharp intake of breath. He wanted 10 million before he even began treating the patient. That was quite the price. Shen Mingjia hurried up to him and whispered to Yichen, "Yichen, you can cut the act now. You've done enough already, I'll give you 100,000 once we leave this place." Yichen ignored her completely. Even Miracle Dr. Chiu could not stand by and watch this any longer, harumphing coldly. 10 million, huh? What a haughty demand. Do you really think of yourself as Hua Tuo? Yichen looked at everyone and explained, "Sorry, you misunderstood me. The 10 million is only for me to wake him up. If you want me to heal him completely, there will be another extra procedure, and that will cost you 50 million. That's non-negotiable." Chapter 15. When everyone heard his demand for 50 million, their expressions changed completely. He was crazy. He was a literal lunatic. Was a life worth 60 million? Of course. It was worth much more than that, in fact. However, that was only if he could actually save that man's life. This was terminal stage cancer, something everyone in the world knew was impossible to heal. Yichen put his hands in his pockets. "I'll give you 3 seconds to think it over. My time is precious, after all. If you don't want me to treat him, I'll leave. 3. 2. Heal him. I'll pay." Madame Shen practically roared. She had no other choice. Even if this kid was a charlatan, she had no choice but to take his offer. "All right." Yichen walked toward the room without further delay. "Prepare 10 million, and I'll perform the first treatment to wake him up. While I'm working, no one is allowed to go in." With that, he closed the door behind him, leaving behind the confused masses. A few seconds later, everyone finally came back to their senses. "Can that guy really heal Dad?" Shen Mingjia said incredulously. The machines have confirmed it, and the ECG can't even detect a heartbeat anymore. Dad is dead as a doornail, so what do you think? If he can't do it, I'll call the cops and have him arrested as a fraud." Shen Menglong got back on his feet and said angrily. Miracle Dr. Chiu explained as well, "I checked the patient's condition an hour ago, and there were no signs of life at all. He's medically considered dead. I would suggest that you give up hope and start preparing for his funeral." Madame Shen looked at the tightly shut door and stayed silent, her hands shaking. She desperately needed a miracle. Inside the room, Yichen looked at Shen Haihua, who was on his deathbed, and murmured, "I guess you're pretty lucky to have met me in your last moments. The divine healing skills the old geezer taught me are enough to drag you back from death's door." As soon as he said that, Yichen activated his 9 Heavens Dark Sun technique, and a wisp of yellow-colored true qi emerged from his dantian. It even gradually gathered around his fingers. The next instant, his fingers moved quickly, forming a hand seal. "By the black sky and the yellow earth, by the demons below and the devils above, I invoke the dark demon resurrection formation. Rise." The true qi from Yichen's dantian surged out rapidly, and a golden glow from the formation enveloped his entire body. The formation continued to shrink until finally, Yichen grabbed it in the center of his hand. "Go forth." Yichen smashed the formation onto Shen Haihua's body. The next second, something strange happened. Shen Haihua's body actually began to levitate. Countless ancient symbols swam around him. Now, the human body had 12 principal meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians. Of these, the 12 principal meridians, the conception vessel, and the governing vessel were collectively called the 14 channels. What Yichen wanted to do now was to connect Shen Haihua's yang vessel with the silver needles and the formation. That was because the Yang vessel represented life. In no time at all, the aura of death flooding Shanhai's chest had dissipated completely. It was practically inhuman. As time passed slowly, Shanhai's initially pale face began to regain some color, and he even began to breathe faintly. The flat line on the ECG monitor next to his bed also began to beep. By then, Yichen's forehead was drenched in sweat, and his clothes were all soaked through. Using a formation and acupuncture at the same time took up a lot of his concentration and true qi. Looks like I'll need to work on my cultivation. Once I have the funds, I can buy the herbs I need, and that should speed up my cultivation progress. 10 minutes later, Shanhai's body descended slowly, and the light in the room began to fade. Yichen heaved a long sigh of relief. The first stage was more or less done, and it was only a matter of time before Shanhai awakened. However, this could only keep him alive for a mere 3 days. If he wished to keep living like a normal human, he would still need to consume a pill. If I had known it would take up so much of my true qi, I should have asked for 100 million. Ah, forget it. I guess this guy is my first customer, so I'll just call it a discount. Yichen opened the door and faced the crowd whose thoughts were written plainly on their faces. Cutting straight to the chase, he said, "It went decently well, and the guy inside should wake up soon." "Oh yeah, where's my money?" The others looked at Yichen, his body drenched in sweat and his expression exhausted. They were all shocked. Was it that tiring to heal someone? Why did he look like he just ran a marathon? "Master, are you telling the truth? Do you mean that Haihua will wake up soon?" Madame Shen was somewhat disbelieving. "Thank you." "Oh, thank you, Master. Here's a bank card, the PIN number is 6 zeros. Just as Madame Shen was about to pass the card to Yichen, Shen Menglong snatched it away. "Mom, look inside. Does Dad look awake to you? He's still just lying there. How could you believe the words of a charlatan so easily? This guy must have taken a shower inside, and he's acting all tired to gain our sympathy." Miracle Dr. Chiu harumphed coldly as well. "You claim to be a doctor, but all you do is use the dead to earn dishonest money. I'm ashamed of you." Standing beside them, Shen Mingjia wanted to defend Yichen, but she knew that there was no way her father would wake up, not without a miracle. Perhaps Yichen really was a fraud. Yichen glanced at everyone coldly and said in an icy voice, "So none of you believe me? Are you sure?" No one present spoke up. Yichen laughed self-condescendingly, and the next instant, his body moved. He gave Shen Menglong another tight slap across the face. Shen Menglong never expected him to attack again, and it was far too late to dodge. He flipped over and crashed to the ground, the bank card flying from his grasp. Yichen ignored the others' reactions, reaching his hand out to grab the bank card and then walking down the stairs, cool as a cucumber. "This is the consultation fee that I earned, fair and square. Also, that man will wake up, but he can only live for 3 more days. Without my medicine, even the King of Gods won't be able to save him." In no time at all, Yichen disappeared from their line of sight. Shen Menglong crawled up with considerable difficulty and touched his face, only to realize that his whole face had swollen up. F***CK, that B***starred actually dared to hit me. He even stole 10 million from us in front of so many others. Haha, there are so many witnesses. I'm gonna call the cops. He's dead meat. Miracle Dr. Chiu added cheekily, "Young Master Shen, I have a friend working in the River City Police Department. I'll call him right now." "Do it," said Shen Menglong through clenched teeth. Just then, all of a sudden, a scream reverberated through the entire villa. Madame Shen rushed inside. Everyone froze, thinking that Madame Shen was attempting to kill herself again, until the moment they looked into the room. They were absolutely stunned. It was because Shen Haihua, who had already passed away, was sitting up in bed. He really sat up. How was that possible? F***CK, is that a man or a ghost? Shen Menglong took more than 10 steps back, nothing but terror written all over his face. A man he had thought dead was now staring straight at him. How terrifying that must be. Xiaomin even fell on her butt, her legs shaking uncontrollably. Miracle Dr. Chiu was even worse. The trousers under his white coat were drenched. He had been scared into wetting himself. In all his decades of being a doctor, He had never encountered anything like this before. Chapter 16. Shen Mingjia was relatively calm. Although she could not accept it either at first, she at least knew that this was not a dream. Right now, her father's eyes were filled with life, as though he had just come back from the brink of death. Those were emotions only humans had. Suddenly, the image of that young man's back flashed through her mind. It was arrogant, cold, and lonely. He actually did it. But how? Only then did Shen Mingjia realize how childish she had been. From the very start, that man had not told a single lie. Yet, she only ever considered him a fraud. She did not stand up for him when he needed her the most. Shen Mingjia clapped her hand to her mouth to stop herself from screaming. Her eyes grew moist, and the tears trickled down her face and onto the floor, one drop at a time. Just then, inside the patient's room, Madam and Master Shen were hugging each other tightly. Haihua, this isn't a dream, right? Pinch me. Shen Haihua reached out his hand to wipe Madam Shen's tears. Yanfang, this isn't a dream. I really came back to life. Oh, yeah. What about that miracle doctor? Where is he? I have to thank him properly. Without him, I probably would have died a long time ago. Shen Haihua may have been unconscious, but he was still aware of Yi Chen's presence and the entire procedure Yi Chen had performed to rescue him. That was not the work of a human. He was practically a deity on earth. Even if they did not make friends with such a man, they must never make an enemy out of him. He could control your destiny. He could control others' lives. A man like that transcended all the petty squabbles of power and wealth. However, no one replied to Shen Haihua's question. The entire room went completely silent, such that even the dropping of a pin would be clearly audible. Master Shen sensed something amiss, and his expression darkened in an instant. One of you, explain. Finally, Shen Mingjia stepped forth and told him about everything that had happened. When he heard the entire story, Master Shen disregarded his body and immediately stood up, using all the strength he had left to slap Shen Menglong in the face. Idiot. You stupid idiot. You angered the miracle doctor away. You useless piece of trash. Do you want to see me die that badly? From today onwards, you won't get a cent from me. You're no longer my son. Shen Menglong panicked, this time for real. His father's wrath was not something he could withstand. His sports cars, his women, his entire life of luxury, they were all funded by his father's wallet. Now, with just a few words from his father's mouth, he would be left with nothing. No, Dad, don't. I'm sorry. Shen Haihua ignored his son and turned to Miracle Dr. Chiu, who had his head lowered. As for you. He kicked Miracle Dr. Chiu mercilessly. You stuck-up dogs, I can't believe you insulted the Miracle Doctor like that. I'm telling you, if you can't find that Miracle Doctor again, I swear I'll have all of your heads. Shen Haihua was well and truly angry. He was awake now, but he knew that he would not last more than 3 days. If they did not get that miracle doctor to help him, he would be dead without a doubt. That was why his priority now was to find that miracle doctor. Find him, all of you. You have to find him even if it means turning River City upside down. Aside from Yanfang, all of you can get the hell out of the Shen family. And don't come back until you find that young miracle doctor. He did not only aim those words at Shen Menglong and Miracle Dr. Chiu. He was addressing Shen Mingjia and Xiao Min as well. If someone had just stepped forth and believed in the Miracle Doctor, they would not be in this mess right now. Was it too much to pay 60 million for a life? Not at all. In fact, it was an unbelievable bargain. After all, Shen Haihua could earn 100 million in a month. As for the situation right now, he, Shen Haihua, only had 3 more days to live. At the same time, in the Magnificent Group's conference room, the atmosphere was unnaturally heavy. That was because just a few hours ago, the Magnificent Group's stocks had crashed drastically. It was the biggest crisis they had faced since Xia Ruoxue first started the Magnificent Group. According to the Magnificent Group PR department's investigations, their stocks were falling so rapidly because their business rival, the Charming Star Beauty Corporation, had introduced a new oral beauty solution. Ladies just had to drink 1 portion, and both their skin and features would improve visibly. Although the oral beauty solution was not available on the market yet. Some reporters had tried a sample at the grand reveal, and they had personally experienced some effects. While these effects were minuscule, they were of immense importance to women. The outside world believed that the charming Star Beauty Corporation would be able to change the entire form of the beauty industry, leaving Jiangnan's current champion, the Magnificent Group, in their dust. In their earliest days, the Magnificent Group had also taken the top spot by virtue of their oral beauty solutions. Over the past few years, these solutions had also been the main source of their income. Now that an even better product had been created by their rivals from Capital City, they were at a dead end. Sunny had arrived soon enough, and on the way, she had more or less gotten the general picture of the situation through their WeChat group. She looked around her and saw that those on her left were higher-ups who rarely ever showed up, whereas those on her right were the core members of the Magnificent Group's R&amp winking and laughing department. These core members were not your ordinary Joes. Some were professors from Capital City's medical university, some had been traditional Chinese medicine practitioners for years, and some were even mammoths of the medical world. Now, however, all of these experts were stone-faced, because they knew very well that the first party Xia Ruoxue would turn on once she came into this conference room was none other than themselves. The entire conference room was a mess of voices, and some people kept trying to chat Sun Yi up, but she was in no mood to respond. All she could think of was Yi Chen's back, and she found herself wondering if Yi Chen would come home that night. Suddenly, Sun Yi remembered something and took the serviette Yi Chen had given her out of her pocket. There were a few lines scribbled onto it, but she could not read them. Were they herbs, perhaps? All she could read were the words, beginner-level beauty pill, printed in large font at the very top. When she remembered how Yi Chen had said such a piece of paper was worth 10 million, she kind of felt like laughing. Yi Chen had even told her to show the paper to her R&amp winking and laughing department. That left her feeling rather exasperated. Everyone in the R&amp winking and laughing department was a superstar in the medical world. Why would they ever look at this strange serviette? For all Sun Yi knew, she might end up as the laughing stock of the entire Magnificent Group. Sigh, that guy's nice and all, but he's so impractical, Sun Yi muttered to herself. Yo, Sun Yi, you thinking of a man? You look like your heart got stolen. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out by Sun Yi's ears, giving her a shock. Sun Yi looked at the source of the voice, and her expression immediately soured. The one who spoke was none other than the Magnificent Group's PR director, Su Na. Over all these years Sun Yi had been working with the Magnificent Group, she got along pretty well with everyone. The only exception was this woman, Su Na. The two of them were like cats and dogs, and they would squabble every time they met. Su Na managed to bag a wealthy businessman a few days ago, and she had been showing off in front of Sun Yi ever since. She even demanded to know why Sun Yi was single in front of everyone in the company, saying unspeakable things like suggesting that Sun Yi was a mistress or a whore. They had even fought over it. Sun Yi rolled her eyes at Su Na, harumphing coldly, "What's it to do with you if I'm thinking of a man or not? You should just mind your own business." Su Na retorted relentlessly, "Oh, how could a mistress like you talk to me like that? You're such a slut, I bet you've been f***ed by more people than you can count. You, B***tch. Sun Yi was so furious that she stood up abruptly and was about to curse back when she realized that Su Na had taken away the serviette in her hands. Chapter 17. "Give me back that serviette," said Sun Yi agitatedly. She tried to grab it back several times, but to no avail. Su Na laughed coldly. "Why are you wound up, little wench? I wonder what disgusting secret this holds." With that, Su Na opened up the serviette. She had thought it would be a hotel address that some higher-ups had given to Sun Yi, but it turned out to be something like a medicinal formula. There were even the words, beginner-level beauty pill. Just like that, she laughed until her stomach hurt. "Sun Yi, oh, Sun Yi. Is everything all right with your brain? Do you really believe in things like beauty pills? Or have you been watching too many TV dramas? This handwriting looks like a man's. Did some fraud give this to you in exchange for a night? I thought you'd be worth a few hundred at most, but now it looks like you're not even worth $1. Ha ha." Su Na's laugh was growing grotesque. Sun Yi clenched her fist tightly and stared at Su Na, hard. "Give that back. This is your last warning." Su Na shook her head. This item did not mean much to her anyway, so she tossed it on the ground and even stomped on it a little. The serviette was not very thick to begin with, so it ripped slightly. Sun Yi hastily picked it up and carefully wiped off the footprints on it. She was about to say something when the door to the conference room was thrown open. Xia Ruoxiue was here. Her gaze swept across everyone in the room, and she crossed her arms as she said, "I'm sure everyone knows why I called you here for a meeting. The Magnificent Group's sales have been plummeting, and once the other corporation's new products hit the market, they'll deal a serious blow to the Magnificent Group's prospects. I don't understand. After all this time, why haven't we come up with anything useful enough to be popular?" Xia Ruoxiue's tone was somewhat harsh. No one in the conference room dared to say anything then. A few seconds later, Xia Ruoxiue turned to the members of the R&amp winking and laughing department. Putting her hands on the conference table, she enunciated clearly, "R&amp winking and laughing, didn't I tell you to scour the world for formulas? Did you forget that?" Some of the elderly members of the R&amp winking and laughing department shook their heads profusely. No, no, no. President, these formulas for familial remedies are very rare and precious, so they aren't that easy to obtain. We had people collecting them this whole time, but although we broke the bank for a few, they don't work that well. Xia Ruoxiue slammed the table. The competition amongst companies is so fierce, so did you really think you could get away with such a lousy excuse? From now on, every member of the R&amp winking and laughing department must work overtime. No matter what, and regardless of the cost, you have to find a formula that suits the Magnificent Group. Otherwise, you'll have to come up with one yourselves. Just then, an idea flashed through Su Na's mind. She knew how she could destroy Sun Yi. She could make Sun Yi the laughingstock of the company. The next second, Su Na stood up. "President, this is easily manageable. After all, I just heard Director Sun say she has a priceless beauty formula in her hands. She even guaranteed that it would be able to save the group from the brink of destruction." Chapter 18. Xia Ruoxiue put her hands on the conference table and looked at Su Na, demanding, "Su Na, are you telling the truth? Who do you mean by Director Sun?" Overjoyed, Su Na knew that this was her chance to get revenge. With a cold harumph, she said, "Of course it's the truth. Sun Yi just told me that earlier, so you can ask her if you don't believe me." With that, she lifted her chin and looked down her nose at Sun Yi, her gaze full of malice. Everyone's attention turned to Sun Yi, but Sun Yi was slightly stunned. She had a formula, yes, but it was one that Yi Chen had casually come up with. How could she show them such a joke of a formula? She glanced at Su Na, who was clearly enjoying herself at Sun Yi's expense and waiting for the former to embarrass herself. What should she do? Was she really going to become the Magnificent Group's laughingstock from today on? Xia Ruoxiue stared at Sun Yi and said anxiously, "Sun Yi, do you really have the formula for a beauty pill? Show us. If it's real, I'll make you the vice president on the spot. And I'll throw in 3% of the shares too." Sun Yi was shocked. She had not expected the president to be so generous. Those things added up to a few billion in value. However, she did not have the formula for any beauty pill. All she had was a torn serviette. Sun Yi's hesitation displeased Xia Ruoxiue, and she said, "Do you think that isn't enough? All right then, name your price." "No, Sun Yi stood up and tried to explain, but she had no idea where to even start. Flabbergasted, she had no choice but to take out the beginner-level beauty pill formula and place it before Xia Ruoxiue. "Sorry, President. It was just a joke by a friend of mine." Xia Ruoxiue ignored her, but when she glanced at the slightly torn serviette on the table, her expression changed. Was this the formula for the beauty pill? Was this the formula worth $1 billion? F***CK, was it really written on a torn serviette? Sun Yi must think of her, the president, as a fool. Xia Ruoxiue was not the only one. Everyone present flew into a rage. Sun Yi's actions were akin to pouring salt on the group's wounds. How could she pull their leg with a torn serviette? Just as Xia Ruoxiue was about to lose her temper, one of the medical Goliaths, Elder Su, rushed forth. He had glimpsed a few lines of the formula, and it seemed that the formula may actually have some beautifying effects. Ignoring everyone else's reactions, Elder Su picked up the serviette carefully and scrutinized it from up close. The more he read, the redder his face became. By the time he reached the end, His hands were shaking and a tear even flowed down his wrinkled face. A few seconds later, Elder Su threw his image to the winds and roared out loud, This is actually the formula for the beauty pill. It's the real thing. Oh my God, I can't believe I got to see something this precious in my lifetime. I can die with no regrets." Elder Su was so agitated that his breathing quickened, and he even grew dizzy. He held the torn serviette carefully and jogged up to Sun Yi, saying excitedly, "Director Sun, where did you get this formula from? Can you tell me? I want to meet the person behind this formula. I'm begging you. Will it help if I kneel to you?" Just then, everyone felt as though their brains had exploded. After that, they were stunned. They were completely and utterly stunned. This serviette, all worn and torn, such that no one would even pick it up if it fell to the ground. It was actually a formula worth $1 billion. That was right, $1 billion. A beauty pill, he said. Did such a thing actually exist in the world? What the heck, was this for real? No one would believe them if they spoke about what was happening in this conference room. On the other hand, no one here even considered the possibility that Elder Su might be lying. After all, Elder Su came from a family of doctors, and he was a giant in the field. There was no way he would sell out for money. There was no way he would kneel, just to meet the person behind the formula. The scene unfolding before them was too much to behold. They were unbelievably shocked. They were so shocked they could barely breathe. Suna's breathing quickened. She could not believe what was happening. And her face was contorted as she murmured, "No way. It can't be. How could this wench have the formula for the beauty pill? It must be fake." The one who was most surprised was none other than Sunny herself. Right now, she had frozen into a statue. Her gaze was fixed unblinkingly at the serviette, and her mouth was so wide open that she could easily swallow an egg. "This is real. That guy actually gave me the beauty pill. How is that possible?" Elder Su's eyes were filled with a burning passion as he said excitedly, "Director Sun, the guy, the person you mentioned, could that be the person who gave you the formula? Could you bring me to him? I'm begging you. I'm really begging you." With that, Elder Su knelt on the ground before Sun Yi despite his old bones. That was the reality before their eyes, rendering even the disbelievers speechless. The medical mammoth of a generation was on his knees, so this had to be real. Only then did Sun Yi recover. She hurriedly helped Elder Su up and said, "Don't do that, Elder Su, I'm not worthy." Elder Su raised his head and said in a trembling voice, "Will you bring me to meet that great master?" Yi Chen's lonely back suddenly appeared in Sun Yi's mind, and the cruel words she had flung at Yi Chen this morning even resounded in her ears. She wanted nothing more than to give her mouth a tight slap. It turned out that she was the biggest fool of them all, and not Yi Chen. Why? Why did she not believe him back then? On the other hand, why did Yi Chen try to exchange something this precious for $3,000? Was he crazy? Or could this be a gift to prove his love for her? Sun Yi's mind was a mess right now, her thoughts so convoluted that she wanted to scream. Xia Ruoxiue recovered from her shock and coughed softly, stating her stance, "Elder Su, are you sure this formula will work?" Elder Su said hastily, "President, I swear on my life that it'll work. And this formula is 100 times better than the charming Star Beauty Corporation's product." However, Xia Ruoxiue never liked to hear such hesitation, and she said coldly, "Just tell me straight." Elder Su continued, "However, it seems like the formula was damaged, and I can't read one of the ingredients clearly." Xia Ruoxiue's expression changed, and she hurriedly turned to Sun Yi, demanding, "What is the meaning of this, Director Sun?" Sun Yi was about to say anything when a middle-aged man stood up and said, pointing at Suna, "I can tell you what happened, President. Before you arrived, the PR Director Suna snatched the formula from Director Sun and even trampled it beneath her foot. If you hadn't arrived in time, this formula might have been totally destroyed." As soon as he said that, all eyes turned to Suna. Their gazes were filled with fire and fury. This formula could decide the fate of the company, and this woman stomped on it. She must have a death wish. Xia Ruoxiue's eyes were cold. She wanted to fly off the handle at Suna, but she forced her fury down and said icily, "Suna, do you realize you nearly destroyed the Magnificent Group? All right, from now on, you're no longer a director with the Magnificent Group. Get the hell out of this conference room." Also, if something goes wrong with this formula, I guarantee that the group will take you to task for this. You'd better pray that the formula is fine. With that, Xiaoruoxue turned around and left. When they saw that the president had left, Elder Su and the other employees from R&M winking and laughing finally lost their patience. That woman had damaged the magnificent group's prized possession. One of the more violent people even rushed at her and slapped Su Na across the face. Wench! Look what you did. Elder Su's old bones were shaking with rage as well, and his voice shook as he swore at her. So. It was you, you evil witch. How dare you damage such a treasure? Do you have any idea what would happen if it was destroyed? It just so happens that my useless son is working at the Ministry of Culture, so just you wait and see. In an instant, Su Na had become the target of public ire, and the conference room erupted into chaos. Chapter 19. 10 p.m. that night. Sunny did not drive this time. Instead, she walked back to her apartment. She let the cold breeze blow in her face, hoping it would clear her mind. The happenings of the day were like an emotional roller coaster to her. The men she had been looking down on had actually given her a formula worth $1 billion as though it was nothing. Xian had told her that morning that the formula could keep a listed company afloat. Back then, she had turned her nose up at him, assuming that he was just a pathetic fraud telling a tall tale. Looking back now, she was the pathetic one there. Xian, did you want me to embarrass myself? Why did you give me something so valuable? Why didn't you tell me it was real? Sunny arrived at her apartment door eventually, and she took out her key but did not dare to open her door. She was afraid to open the door only to find that Xian was not on the other side. Su Na's trampling on it meant that the formula was missing an ingredient, so the group could not use it as it was. That was why Xiaoruoxue had ordered her to find the person behind the formula. That order came regardless of the cost. If she could find Xian, she would be the magnificent group's #1 heroine. If she could not, however, she would be the magnificent group's #1 sinner. The key went in anyway, and the door opened. The lights were off inside, and there was no one home. He didn't come back. That was when Sunny finally lost her composure. All of her unhappiness and regret surged over her like a wave. She crouched down to the ground and hugged her knees, wailing out loud. Why? Why are you doing this to me? I'm sorry, so won't you just accept my apology and forgive me? Why did you leave? Why didn't you come back? I was wrong, I know I was wrong. If you come back, I'll do anything you want me to do. I'll even let you stay here forever. Why don't you just come back? Sunny wailed louder and louder. She wanted to air all the grievances she had pent up today. Just as she was at her most helpless, a lazy voice spoke behind her. Hey, what are you doing crying at the door, gorgeous? Who hurt you? Do you need a man's warm embrace? When she heard that familiar voice, Sun Yi's tears immediately dried up. After that, Xian changed into his slippers and walked in. By then, he saw that Sunny was already seated and waiting for him. She even glanced at him out of the corner of her eye every so often. Did I become more handsome today? Xian said vainly, looking at himself in the mirror. Just then, Sunny bit her lips and finally spoke. You. Tell me honestly. Was the serviette you gave me today really the formula for the beauty pill? Xian blinked. He was wondering why Sun Yi's attitude had changed so drastically. So it was because of the formula. The researchers at her place had probably seen it, and they told her how much it was worth. He took an apple from the platter of fruit on the coffee table, and after rubbing it with his shirt, he brought it to his mouth. How could I possibly give you a fake? I might trick others, but I'd never trick you. Sunny had mentally prepared herself for this, but when she heard that the formula was real, her heart still trembled slightly. She bit her rosy lips and said softly, You. Why did you give me something so valuable? I'll return it to you. Xian stood up and waved her off. Why would you return it to me? It's yours now. Did you forget? You accepted that formula in exchange for $3,000 and a month's worth of rent. If you give it back to me, I'll move out right now and end up on the streets. But, Sunny wanted to say something, but Xian interrupted her. No more buts. The one I gave you was the most rudimentary one I had. If you don't want it, you can just toss it away. When Sun Yi heard that, she could not help a sharp intake of breath. This man was too casual about this. How could she just throw away something this valuable, something worth $1 billion? Also, this beauty pill formula was the most rudimentary one he had. What shocking secrets were this guy hiding? Only then did Sun Yi realize that she had yet to know anything about this guy's background. It was as though he had appeared out of nowhere. If he did not resemble her dearly departed classmate so, she would never have had anything to do with him. If there was anything Xian hated, it was a woman's indecisiveness. He did not want to waste too much breath over the beauty pill, so he said, "I'm a little tired today, so I'll go rest for now." "You should rest early too." When Sun Yi saw that Xian was leaving, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Wait a minute." Xian stopped in his tracks. "Is there anything else?" Sun Yi said hastily, You wanted to see Xiaoruoxue, right?" Xian turned around in surprise, waiting for Sun Yi to continue. "Your formula could very well save the Magnificent Group from the brink of collapse. That's why President Xia wants to meet you personally, tomorrow morning at 10, at the Magnificent Group's presidential office. Would you be available?" If it was the day before yesterday, Xian might have agreed without hesitation. After all, he could complete the old geezer's request if he met Xiaoruoxue. Now, however, he was no longer in such a rush. His entire heart was set on his cultivation. Only cultivation would allow him to go to Capital City for his revenge. Only cultivation would allow him to solve the mystery of the Black Stone. He already had 10 million in hand, and that was enough for him to buy the materials he needed for his cultivation. He had been planning to visit the apothecaries around River City tomorrow, so he just had to decline Xiaoruoxue's invitation. So she wanted him to meet her in the president's office. What right did she have to make him go there? "If you really want to meet me, get off your high horse and come find me here. I have no obligation to go look for you. I'm busy." Xian said those two simple words and closed the door behind him, leaving Sun Yi stunned on the spot. Chapter 20. Sun Yi never thought Xian would decline. That was an invitation from Xiaoruoxue. Aside from the fact that Xiaoruoxue was the president of the Magnificent Group, she was also the daughter of Jiangnan's Xia family. More importantly, she was one of Jiangnan province's 3 beauties. Countless young masters from all the big families wanted to meet her, but they could not. Now Xiaoruoxue was giving this guy a chance, and he actually declined it. He did not even seem to consider it at all. Did he have to be so decisive about it? "You beat up the security and roared about meeting Xiaoruoxue earlier, right? So why have you changed so drastically today?" Pearl River Villas. This housing area was at the center of the River City's Pearl River New City. It was one of the rare few high-quality, low-density, personalized villa neighborhoods in River City. The villas here had one special trait, and that was that they could not necessarily be bought with money. Each unit cost over $1 billion. The residents here were almost all descended from the richest families or the presidents of Fortune 500 companies. Xiaoruoxue was also among their ranks. Her mother had secretly bought her a unit in the past, so that even if the group fell apart, she would still have property worth $1 billion to fall back onto. Just then, Xiaoruoxue was having a bath in the bathroom. This was something she did every day after work. She closed her eyes tightly, submerging her entire body in the bubbles and leaving only her head above water. That was, until a phone call interrupted her thoughts. She reached out a fair and slender hand to pick up the phone next to her. "President," he declined. As soon as Sun Yi said that, Xiaoruoxue's expression changed. She forced down the fury in her heart and said softly, "I understand." Then she hung up. No one knew just how furious Xiaoruoxue was right now. That was an invitation from her, the princess of the Xia family. How could anyone decline her? This had never happened before in all her years. She even felt a vague sense of defeat. "Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Or are you not a man at all, Xian?" Xiaoruoxue stood up, and her perfect figure seemed to steal all the light from the room. Casually, she grabbed her bathrobe and put it around her, walking to the mirror. Soon, her red lips curved. "Very well, Xian. I grow more interested in you by the moment. Let's see what kind of man you are to reject me, Xiaoruoxue." The next day, Chen woke from his cultivation. The first thing he did was pick up the black stone and attempt to enter it. However, the results were quite obvious. That present sent him flying out again. At this rate, I'll never be able to solve the mysteries within. No, I have to go check out the apothecaries nearby. It was a Saturday, so Sunny did not have to go to work. She was still asleep, and Chen had no intention of waking her up, so he wrote her a note before leaving. River City was not too big, and there were only 3 traditional Chinese medicine stores. Chen chose the largest of the 3. It was called Virtuous Benevolence Hall. When Chen called a ride and arrived at this apothecary, he was stunned by its extravagant exterior. It had a large scarlet-red door, and the words, Virtuous Benevolence Hall, were written in majestic calligraphy over the frame. Most importantly, those words were written by that renowned Huaxia leader from back then. Although it was still early, there were already many people lining up to buy medicine. Their business was practically booming. Chen overheard the conversations of those around him, and he found out about this store's history. Apparently, it was a 100-year-old brand with branches all over the country, and no one had ever caused any trouble at any of the branches over the past 100 years. That just showed how terrifyingly deep its roots went. Chen walked into Virtuous Benevolence Hall and found that most of the people inside were elderly. He could not help but sigh. It seemed that only the older generation believed in traditional Chinese medicine these days. Since there were too many people, Chen had no choice but to wait at the side. As he was bored, he noticed an antique painting hanging on the wall. This painting could very well have been considered the store's priceless treasure and centerpiece, as it was decorated very lavishly. While he was admiring it, in fact, Chen noticed some others looking his way, clearly wary that he would destroy the painting. Chen gave it a few looks and shook his head helplessly. He was already certain that the painting was fake. What a shame. Just then, an old man and a young girl appeared by Chen's side. Hey, what are you shaking your head for? You act as though you're an expert in paintings, but how much do you really know? The girl said next to Chen, her voice full of contempt. Chen looked at the girl who had spoken. She was about 17 or 18, with white teeth and red lips. All of her clothes were branded, and perhaps because she was yet to mature into her looks, she looked only average. Still, her haughty words and forceful attitude made him frown. Nevertheless, he was only here to buy medicine, so he was naturally disinclined against starting an argument with a girl like that. Instead, he walked away. Did I say you can leave? What did you mean by that? You look like you got dressed at a night market, so I bet you've never had the right to even touch treasures like these. When the girl spoke, she raised her fair white chin, her expression full of pride and contempt, as though Chen's very existence sullied the painting. Oh, said Chen mildly, and he made a move to leave. He should stay away from this girl, he decided. She was practically unreasonable. Chen's attitude only angered the girl even further, and just as she was about to pull Chen back, the old man next to her finally spoke. Zixuan, don't be rude. The girl immediately fell quiet, pouting as she gave Chen an evil glare. The old man was dressed in traditional Tang clothing. His hair was white and he even held a cane, so he came off as an extremely well-read gentleman. He looked at Chen and said apologetically, I'm so sorry, young man. My granddaughter has a bad temper because her parents have spoiled her rotten, so I hope you'll forgive her. Chen nodded. He did not want to continue wasting time with this grandfather-granddaughter duo, so he turned to join the line. When the girl saw how her grandfather was so courteous with that punk and even berated her instead, she grew ever more dissatisfied. Grandpa, why are you wasting your breath on a country bumpkin like that? What does he even know? Look at his crafty face, he might even be here to steal something. The old man coughed at his granddaughter's insolence, and her voice immediately turned quiet. After that, the old man called out to Chen again, asking curiously. Young man, you seemed very disappointed in this painting. May I know why? Is it that the technical aspects are lacking? Or perhaps the inspiration? Or maybe. Before the old man could complete that sentence, Chen said evenly, this painting is a fake. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the entire hall changed. The old man's wrinkled face twitched, and the girl stared wide-eyed at Chen before her, as though she was seeing a ghost. That punk really said it. He actually called Virtuous Benevolence Hall's treasure a fake. This was the very item Virtuous Benevolence Hall had paid a high price for at the Autumn Waters auction 5 years ago. Countless collectors had determined that it was truly the work of Tang Bohu. Over the years, many collectors from all over the country had flown here just to see it for their own eyes. In fact, every mayor and secretary of River City would make a poem about this genuine masterpiece when they first took office. Now, such a young man was saying that this work, admired by countless high-ranking officials and nobles, was a fake. More importantly, he spoke as though it was the objective truth. Was he a lunatic who had escaped from River City's No. 7 People's Hospital? Chapter 21. You bastard. Do you have any idea what you're saying? A fake. Believe me when I say that you will be taken away at any moment now for defamation. You didn't come to Virtuous Benevolence Hall with good intentions today, did you? The young girl's face burned with rage and despise. In her eyes, Xian was merely uneducated trash. He was trying to smear Virtuous Benevolence Hall's reputation. The security guards nearby noticed Xian as well. As they started their approach to apprehend Xian, the old man snapped out of his dumbfounded shock just in time to dismiss the security guards with a small wave of his hand. The old man gave Xian a long look and told him in a serious tone, "Young fellow, one can be nonchalant with the food they put into their mouths, but one should be selective in the words that they spit out. To tell you the truth, I'm Zhu Ren, owner of Virtuous Benevolence Hall in River City. I obtained the painting with a hefty amount from an auction in the capital city. More than 300 collectors have examined it for its genuineness, and everyone established that the painting was the original one without any exceptions. Are you insinuating that those collectors are a bunch of scams now that you claim that it's a fake?" Xian did not expect the old man standing before him right now to be the owner of Virtuous Benevolence Hall. In spite of that, Xian continued anyway, "That's right. Those collectors are definitely scams." Even with all of his patience and virtue, Zhu Ren could not bear to hear Xian speak in this manner. After all, he was among the 300 collectors too. Zhu Ren's face flushed a furious red. At that moment, there was nothing he wanted more than to smack Xian with the cane in his hand. He swallowed the bursting anger back down into his throat and raised his cane to point at the painting. He said, "All right. Very well. Brat, since you claim that this painting is fake, you should at least give me an acceptable reason. If you don't, you'll have to forgive me for what I'll do next." Seeing her grandfather in this state, the girl hurried over to hold him and whispered, "Grandpa, calm down. The doctor said you shouldn't have any emotional outbursts. Why did we even bother talking sense to this country bumpkin anyway? Watch me get rid of him with a kick." With that, the girl kicked one of her legs out toward Xian. He was surprised at the presence of qi in her kick. Another ancient martial artist. Fascinating. Seems like there's more to Zhu Ren's family than meets the eye, thought Xian. The old man's face paled when he realized the amount of strength his granddaughter exerted in that kick. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to stop her. Instant regret flooded his head. After all, with this kick, this brat would suffer irreversible injuries even if he survived the attack. This girl had been learning from a very influential person in Jiangnan province since she was young after all. Oh well, guess I'll have to send over a few 100,000 directly to the brat's family for his funeral. Consider it compensation to the brat's parents and insurance for the rest of their lives. The old man thought. Back to the scene. The girl's leg was about to crash on Xian's body. Yet, Xian did not move an inch. It was as though he was too stunned to do anything but. The girl enjoyed this moment very much. There was no better expression in the world than the expression of pure shock on those ruffians' faces. Since the days of her youth, she had lost count of the number of obnoxious men she had beaten up. Even those boys from influential families could not escape her beatings. What else could be said for this brat who looked like he was not backed by anyone important? However, the instant her leg landed on Xian's body, the arrogance on the girl's face vanished. Slowly, it was replaced by shock, and eventually, utter horror. It felt like her leg had landed on a piece of hard wall and could not move an inch further. A single kick from her was enough to break apart 2 solid sandbags. Yet, her leg failed to move even an inch forward no matter how much strength she exerted. Xian shook his head helplessly and said, "It isn't good for a girl to practice martial arts that are meant for men. You might end up incapacitated. This is your first and last reminder." After that, Yichen reached an arm out and gave a small push. A wave of qi surged out and forced the girl away. Fortunately, Yichen had suppressed his strength and the girl only landed with her butt on the ground. The release of true qi. How is that possible? Waves of horror surged in the depth of the old man's heart. After witnessing the attack from Yichen, the old man could confirm that Yichen had reached that particular realm. However, how was it possible for a young martial artist like him to achieve that? The old man's heart was in his throat when he saw Yichen pushing the girl away. Thankfully, his granddaughter did not suffer any injuries. He heaved a long sigh of relief. However, the girl was unwilling to admit her defeat. She patted her bottoms briefly and rushed toward Yichen with newfound determination. Much to her surprise, Zhu Ren was one step ahead of her and approached Yichen before she did. He cupped his hands together and gave Yichen a bow. With an apologetic voice, he said to Yichen, "I'm very sorry, mister. Please forgive us for our rashness." After saying that, the old man glared at the girl and ordered, "Zixuan, hurry up and apologize to this mister." The girl's eyes widened. She stared at her grandfather in surprise, as though she was waiting for the punchline to a joke that she did not understand. Her? Apologize? In your dreams? She was Zhu Zixuan, the precious daughter of the Zhu family. No one has ever dared to make her apologize, and this was a fact that remained true since birth. Grandpa, how can you apologize to this country bumpkin? Think of your status, Grandpa. Even the head of River City's government has to, Zhu Zixuan hurriedly reminded him. Before she could finish her sentence, the elderly man interrupted her with a loud shout. Keep your mouth shut. Apologize at once or else, from today onward, you won't be Zhu Ren's granddaughter anymore. There was a slight tremble in his voice. He was nervous. In fact, he had not been this nervous since he fought in the war about a decade ago. The reason behind his fear manifested in the form of a martial arts grandmaster who was currently standing before him, a martial arts grandmaster who was capable of unleashing his true qi. A grandmaster of that caliber was someone that countless families in Huaxia would attempt to curry favors with. He was not someone anyone could afford to offend. Even if Zhu Zixuan's master was present, he would not dare to mess with this person either. The old man observed Yichen closely, afraid that Yichen would cut down his own granddaughter in a fit of fury. On the other hand, Zhu Zixuan was still trying to come to terms with the fact that her grandfather just threatened to cut off their relations because of a stranger. Was she not her grandpa's favorite this whole time? Why was it different today? Her grandfather's eyes were firmly glued at her, a constant hinting from him to her. Resigned, she stepped forward and gave a half-hearted apology, "I'm sorry." Yichen glanced at Zhu Zixuan and replied nonchalantly, "If this happens again, I won't let you live." As he spoke, the aura that he exuded transformed completely. Now, it felt like he was a god from the heavens, looking down at the mortals who roamed the lands. As a fellow martial arts practitioner, Zhu Zixuan was one of the first to feel Yichen's transformation. She looked at the young man before her in surprise. Who would have guessed that he would turn out to be a powerhouse too? Moreover, there was a long way for her master to come up to Yichen's level. The difference in their auras was as wide as a chasm. There were powerhouses more powerful than her master in this world. More importantly, how old was this fellow? How did he achieve so much at such a young age? She suddenly realized that her back was thoroughly drenched in sweat. Her chiffon top clung tightly to her damp body, appearing slightly transparent. Zhu Ren was drenched in sweat as well. Upon hearing that Yichen was not going to pursue this further, he sighed in relief. He cupped his hands together and bowed again. "Thank you for your help, mister. I'll make sure to discipline Zixuan's behavior after this." Yichen did not reply. As he started to turn around and leave, Zhu Ren spoke again. "Mister, please hold on." Yichen's eyebrows furrowed. He asked without turning around to face Zhu Ren, "What else?" Zhu Ren hurried his steps toward Yichen and said tentatively, "Mister, you mentioned that this painting was a fake just now. Would you care to disclose the source of your discovery?" The reason behind Zhu Ren's approach was not for the painting's sake, it was to retain Yichen. Chapter 22. If the Zhu family from River City managed to win over the support of a martial arts grandmaster, then their status in River City would skyrocket. Coupled with the fact that the Zhu family's business in medicinal herbs was not exactly outstanding, dissent had already started to arise among the Zhu family in Jiangnan province. They might even denounce the Zhu family in River City as part of their subset. Where would Zhu Ren go then? The only way he could ensure the subset Zhu family would be taken seriously by the main Zhu family in Jiangnan province was to maintain close relations with this young man before him. Yichen contemplated for a while before turning over to Zhu Ren and said, "If you wish to find out the authenticity of this painting, take it down and bring it to me. I'll prove it to you." Zhu Ren did not hesitate. He immediately ordered the security guard to remove the painting and handed it over to Yichen. In his heart, he knew that even if this painting was the real deal, it was worth nothing if compared to this young man in front of him. "Mister, please enlighten us." Before Zhu Ren could finish speaking, Yichen tore the priceless painting into two. Everyone was stunned witless by the unexpected action. The security guard who removed the painting was stupefied by the foolery. The customers standing in line were baffled as well. The old doctor who was on pulse diagnosis for the elderly thought his heart almost stopped. Motherf ****, that was Virtuous Benevolence Hall's piece de resistance. You tore it without consulting anyone just because you felt like it. Worse than that, you had to do it in front of the owner, Zhu Ren. What the f***ck? Even if death was what you sought, this was not the way to go. The security was about to make a move toward Yichen when he received a glare from Zhu Ren. He shouted, "Don't disturb that mister. Go back to your position." The security guard's mouth could not stop twitching when he heard Zhu Ren referring Yichen as Mr. Damn, it was still a valid question to ask if the young man had even passed his 20s, yet the great-grand old master Zhu addressed him with the honorific Mr. Yichen could not be bothered with everyone's reaction and fished out a small piece of note from the tear in the painting. The note was so small that most people would not notice its existence. You'll know when you read the writing on it with a magnifying glass. Zhu Ren took the note carefully from Yichen and had someone fetched him a magnifying glass. When he deciphered the words on the note, his aged face paled. "Grandpa, what did you see?" Zhu Zixuan poked her head out in curiosity. When she saw the note under the magnifying glass, she burst out in laughter. Written on the note was this: "I wonder which idiot would end up buying this fake. I'm so sorry about that, bro, Lu Yuan, 2002. The truth was out. Lu Yuan was obviously the culprit behind this forgery. What was more exasperating was the fact that he had the audacity to leave such a message behind. It was as though Lu Yuan had traveled through time to call Zhu Ren an idiot. One really could not blame Zhu Ren for his reaction. Zhu Ren only recollected himself after a long while. He ordered his staff to burn the painting straight away. Then, he looked at Yichen and bowed again. "Thank you for your assistance, mister. Otherwise, I'll still be in the dark." "Oh, right. I didn't quite catch your name. How should I refer to you, mister? And why did you show up at my humble Virtuous Benevolence Hall?" "Yichen. Chen from Xingchen. I'm just here to buy some medicinal herbs." Zhu Ren beamed. He could use this reason to befriend Yichen. In the entire River City, who would be more suited to talk about medicinal herbs than himself from Virtuous Benevolence Hall? Suddenly, a thought occurred to Zhu Ren. Yichen. Why does this name sound so familiar? Zhu Ren thought. He immediately recalled the incident that happened 5 years ago. In a single night, the Yi family in River City was massacred by that influential person from the capital city. Among the family of 3, one of them was called Yichen. Yichen should be around 10 years old when it happened. After 5 years, he would have been almost the same age as Mr. Yi, who was standing before Zhu Ren now. The entire shebang did not merely cause an uproar among the people in River City but also attracted the attention of powerful people in Jiangnan province. Yet, no one had intervened because that powerful person from the capital city was untouchable. For him, destroying a small clan was as easy as crushing an ant. For that, the Zhu family from Jiangnan province had Zhu Ren investigate the massacred Yi family in secret. Therefore, Zhu Ren was quite clear on the affairs related to the Yi family in River City. The late Yichen had a low social standing in River City. Despite being a young master in his family, he was constantly the target of abuse and insults by countless members from other clans. Rumor had it that he became Ashadin and attempted suicide, to no avail. Perhaps, for a disabled person like him, to die was a relief. Then, Zhu Ren glanced at the young men in front of him and shook his head. He sighed. How did two people sharing the same name end up so differently? One of them was a useless piece of trash trodden on by many, while another is a martial artist grandmaster who reigns above everything else, nearing the peak of heaven. It would never occur to Zhu Ren that Yi Chen, who now stood before him, was the same piece of downtrodden trash who everyone thought was dead. That piece of trash had returned. Zhu Ren jerked back into reality from his memories. He smiled lightly and said with respect, "Mr. Yi, would you tell me what medicinal herbs you need? I shall send them to your address." Yi Chen did not stall. He fished out a list and passed it over. "I need all the medicinal herbs on the list. The more the better. As for the payment, just charge me according to the market price." Zhu Ren gave the list a quick scan and froze. He expected Yi Chen to request some typical medicinal herbs for healing wounds, but he was taken completely by surprise when most of the medicinal herbs on the list were rather valuable and rare. Other than that, a lot of herbs on the list had contradicting properties. If anyone consumed the mixture of herbs without knowing any better, it would undoubtedly be fatal. "Mr. Yi, this prescription is extremely poisonous." Yi Chen brushed Zhu Ren aside and headed for the door. He said on his way out, "Pay no mind to the prescription. You'll only have to get me everything on that list. I'll pick them up personally tomorrow." With that, he disappeared from Virtuous Benevolence Hall, leaving a dumbstruck grandfather-granddaughter duo. Soon, both of them recollected themselves. Zhu Zixuan could not hold it back any longer and asked her grandfather, "Grandpa, don't you think you might have placed that brat on too high a pedestal? I'll admit that he's very powerful, but there are still many powerhouses in River City. What is a mere martial artist like Yi Chen in comparison?" Zhu Ren's gaze was still fixed on Yi Chen's retreating silhouette. He sighed and said, "Zixuan, you're still not seeing the big picture. Do you know what I saw just now?" "What?" "The emergence of a grandmaster." Zhu Zixuan almost shrieked when she heard the word grandmaster. She apprenticed her master in martial arts since she was young. Of course, she knew what the word grandmaster entailed. "Grandpa, are you sure? He's too young to be a grandmaster, isn't he? How's it possible for a grandmaster to act like him?" Zhu Ren started to laugh loudly, then, as swiftly as his laughter came, it died abruptly. He said in a serious tone, "You thought wrong. He's not a grandmaster. He's someone more terrifying than a grandmaster. Zixuan, remember this. From today onward, we from the Zhu family will do everything to win over this person." Chapter 23. Naturally, Yi Chen was unaware that he became the Zhu family's newest target to win over. Right now, there was nothing he wanted more than to cultivate in peace, and journey to the capital city to kill the men on top of the food chain. After exiting Virtuous Benevolence Hall, Yi Chen wanted to hail a taxi at first. However, possibly because it was the rush hour, not one taxi passed by after he had waited for the whole day. "Oh well, I'll just run back. This place isn't that far from the apartment," Yi Chen thought. Yi Chen pulled the hood of his hoodie over his head and started running with steady footsteps. If anyone paid attention, they would be sure to notice the chi flow underneath his feet. Running down the street, he noticed that River City had undergone vast changes in the last 5 years. The fragrant Barley Garden cake shop was no longer located at the corner of Youth Street. Instead, a few milk tea shops popped up in its place. Yi Chen remembered that his mother often brought him there for cake. This was his fondest memory. How time flies. Mom and Dad's death anniversary is coming up soon, Yi Chen thought. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's eyebrows twitched. The corners of his lips curled into a mischievous smile. He was being followed. Somebody had a death wish. Yi Chen quickened his footsteps. Soon, he came to an alley and disappeared into it. After a few seconds, a man with a cap on showed up in the alley. He scanned his surroundings with mild surprise on his face. "I lost him. That's not right. This is obviously a dead end. Where did the guy run off to?" Before his strings of complaint ended, a dark shadow descended from the heavens. The shadow did not allow his opponent the privilege of response. A pair of strong arms seized his throat and lifted him off the ground. The hand slammed his body mercilessly against the wall. That simple slam in brute force was enough to make the man in the cap feel like his internal organs were smashed into bits. He was completely appalled. He could not move an inch of his body. It felt like his movements were suppressed under a huge weight. He struggled with all his might with the hopes to release himself from the binds to no avail. The pair of arms were akin to cold hard stone. His face was red from suffocation. The redness started receding into a greenish pallor. His eyes were bloodshot and all the veins in his neck popped in monstrous clarity. He felt the last of his consciousness slipping away. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the jaws of death. Just when he thought death was inevitable, Xian loosened his grip and slammed the man onto the ground. "Who sent you?" Zhu Rend. It was the only person Xian could have thought of. After all, he had just revealed his true powers. It was reasonable for Zhu Rend to send someone to investigate further. The man in the cap sucked in the largest breath he could manage. For the first time in his life, he could taste how sweet fresh air was. After a long moment, he finally turned to look at Xian with panic-stricken eyes. The man standing before him was absolutely terrifying. In the few seconds of their initial encounter, he experienced the sensation of being locked in death's embrace. He hastily fished out a photograph from his pocket and handed it over carefully to Xian. "Bro. I really didn't mean to. The whole River City is frantically searching for you both openly and secretly. Anyone who finds you will be rewarded with $1 million. I was attracted by the offer and that's why I followed you. Please don't kill me, I have elderly and young children at home." Xian snatched the photograph over and scanned it. It was indeed a picture of him. The whole River City was looking for him. Xian's eyebrows furrowed gloomily. Had people in River City started to notice that he was alive after all? Or was it because the men from the capital city had come to end things once and for all? If that was the case, Xian could not have asked for a better outcome. He would have to announce his return to everyone in River City one day no matter what. "Do you know who's offering the bounty?" Xian asked. For reasons unknown to himself, the man in the cap kept feeling that he was enveloped by a layer of unusual air that was reminding him that he would not escape death if he lied. "It's the Xian family. Xian Haihua. I don't know anything else, please. Also, I've heard that in the past few days, Xian Haihua is expending more and more people in his force. It said that he had utilized every surveillance in his search for you." Xian finally understood everything. He gave Xian Haihua 3 days to live. Without Xian's prescribed medicinal pills and elixirs, Xian Haihua would die. Only a man on the verge of death would do something as desperate as to hunt Xian. As for whether he would save Xian Haihua, Xian did not particularly feel merciful. It depended entirely on his mood then. "Go and tell Xian Haihua. If he wants to live, stop playing dirty tricks like this and come see me personally." Xian's voice was embedded with a trace of true qi. His words sounded like rolling thunder in the capped man's ears. Before he could respond, Xian disappeared into thin air. North of River City, Dragon Leap Bay Villas. The Xian family. Dressed in a tang costume, Xian Haihua paced back and forth in his living room with his eyebrows creased. What he looked like currently was merely a shadow of his former charm. Xian Haihua originally worked as a newspaper editor. In his youth, he rode along the waves of Reformation, quit his job, and started his factory across the sea. After 30 whole years, he finally established the huge North Name Corporation. He was rather well known among the upper-class people in River City, attending various government meetings and charity banquets. However, this influential person was currently at his wits' end. He only had 1 day left to live. If he failed to find the miracle doctor, his life and everything he created would be destroyed. For the past 2 days, he dared not shut his eyes and had instead used everything in his power searching for the miracle doctor. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, nothing came up. It was as though the miracle doctor appeared out of nowhere. The only detail he knew was that the miracle doctor was named Xian. He went to the River City police station and extracted all the information they had on every man named Xian, yet none of their profiles matched. He also dispatched around a dozen people to keep watch over City North Park, where Shen Mingjia first encountered Xian. Still, nothing. Xian was like a practical joke the heavens played on Xian Haihua. They gave Xian Haihua hope by giving him 3 days to live, then put him in utter despair yet again. Next to him, Madame Xian asked anxiously, Haihua, do you think that Miracle Dr. Yi might have left River City? Else, it's impossible that we can't find any trace of him. Xian Haihua stopped pacing and clenched his fists. As though somewhat annoyed, he said, I've posted people at all the stations and kept watch over all routes. It isn't possible that he left River City. If there's still no news, there's only one way left. I'll have to search everyone's homes one by one. No matter what it takes, even if I have to turn the entire River City upside down, I will find Miracle Dr. Yi. The phone rang right at this moment. Xian Haihua shot across the living room like an arrow released from a bow. He snatched up the phone and said a little breathlessly, Is there? Do you have news? His entire body trembled in anticipation. President Xian, I've got news on Miracle Dr. Yi. He sent someone to give you a message, said the voice at the other end of the phone. What? Hurry up. Tell me quickly now. Are you trying to kill me with impatience? Xian Haihua shouted. Miracle Dr. Yi said if you want to live, then stop playing tricks and go find him personally. Hearing that, Xian Haihua felt as relieved as a man who just discarded a heavy rock from his shoulders. He snatched up another mobile phone that was on the table next to him. Get the car ready, now. Grand City Apartments. When Yichen arrived home, he found Sunny had already woken up and was in the midst of dolling up. Today, Sunny was exceptionally sexy. Her long silky hair rested on her shoulders over a white crop top that ended above her navel. Underneath her shirt, she wore a black leather skirt. Matched with a pair of stilettos, she was the epitome of feminine gorgeousness. Her figure was definitely one of the best he had seen. Chapter 24. Sunny heard sounds behind her and knew that Yichen had returned. She turned around to face him before giving another small spin on her delicate stilettos. Blinking her eyes in excitement, she asked, Tell me. Do I look pretty in this? Pretty. His answer seemed to have made her day. With a cheerful mood, Sunny turned around and continued putting on makeup, humming a light tune as she went. What are you dressing up for? Yichen asked. Secretly, he wished Sunny would not attend any banquets, or any form of events at all, dressed like this. Think of all the lechers who would enjoy this ultimate eye candy. Although there was nothing between him and Sun Yi at the moment, he had already thought of Sun Yi as the person dearest to him in River City after living together for the past few days. Sun Yi tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and turned around to smile at Yichen. She said, when a woman puts on makeup, it inevitably means she's going shopping. Shopping? With who? Asked Yichen unthinkingly. Sun Yi rolled her eyes at Yichen and explained, with you, of course. Who else? It's a Saturday today, and it's finally my day off. Just the right time to bring you shopping. Take a look at what you're wearing. Sloppy mess or a messy slop, take your pick. We should get you a mobile phone on the way too. I'd hate it if I can't contact you during an emergency. A surge of warmth blossomed in Yichen's heart when he heard Sun Yi saying all that. In this familiar but equally strange city, there was no one else who cared for him like Sun Yi. Then, he looked down at his own attire. In spite of what she said, he still felt pretty good about how he looked. But I don't like shopping. No, you must go. Sun Yi dismissed Yichen's idea. She continued, actually, I'm curious to see what you look like if you dress up. You might even sweep some ladies off their feet. Yichen glanced at Sun Yi in her gorgeous get-up. He looked as though an idea had occurred to him suddenly and said, It's not impossible to get me to go out. You'd have to change. Done. After an hour, Yichen and Sun Yi, now dressed in a sports attire from head to toe, walked out of Grand City Apartments. Sun Yi thought Yichen was quite something. She actually gave in to his request. Which girl in the world would go shopping in a sports attire? If it was not because of Yichen's insistence, she would prefer never to dress like this in her lifetime. Fortunately for Sun Yi, with a figure like hers, not even a sports attire could conceal the brilliance of her beauty. Her attire did not stop many men on the road to turn around and look at her. River City Myriad Link Square. Sun Yi first brought Yichen for a haircut. With his mess of a hair cut and trimmed, Yichen looked perkier than ever. Added with a pair of dashing, sharp eyebrows that slanted downward onto a pair of piercing dark eyes, they accentuated his thin lips which remained in a perpetual pursed state and the angular contours of his face. He had a tall and strong build, yet not to the point of being beefy. His looks and physique combined to give an impression of solitary aloofness. Are we not going to mention how you've transformed into another person after a haircut? If you take a walk around any university grounds, I'm sure many girls will gather around you like flies. Sun Yi lamented. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her. She poked Yi Chen's chest a few times and asked nosily, "Tell me honestly, do you have a girlfriend? Do you want me to introduce you to someone? The magnificent group is not short of single little beauties, you know." Yi Chen shook his head. For the past 5 years, he traversed the threshold of life and death, frantically pursuing the path of cultivation. Revenge was his only fuel and hope. How could he ever afford the time to think of being in some lovey-dovey relationship? Seeing Yi Chen's answer, Sun Yi asked again with curiosity, "Don't tell me you're one of those innocent, loyal virgin puppies who have never been in any relationship." Yi Chen's eyebrows creased. He suddenly recalled an event in the past. 5 years ago, when Yi family still existed, he once had a crush on a girl. The girl was called Chu Shuren. She was the prettiest girl in school at the time with countless admirers at her feet. Despite being born to an influential family, he felt as inferior as any ordinary Joe and did not dare to confess his admiration. Until one day, he mustered all the courage he had and sneakily slipped a love letter to Chu Shuren. He thought the letter would just be ignored and its existence dismissed like a rock that sank into the sea. Yet, much to his surprise, Chu Shuren requested to meet up with Yi Chen at the hill behind their school on the same day itself. Chu Shuren told Yi Chen that if he could snatch the microphone from the school administrators the next day and express his love for her in front of everyone, she would agree to be in a relationship with him. At that time, Yi Chen was still fairly ignorant of worldly affairs. For the sake of something as ridiculous as love, he actually went and did it the following day. He ignored everyone's ridicule. He only hoped that Chu Shuren would fulfill her promise to him. He did not expect what happened next. Chu Shuren rejected him in front of everyone and wagged a finger at Yi Chen. She said, "You're a piece of useless trash. How dare you pursue someone like me? You're a toad lusting over a swan's meat. Don't think too highly of yourself just because you have the Yi family behind you. In my eyes and the entire Chu family's eyes, you and your parents are worth nothing." That was the beginning of Yi Chen's downward spiral. His nickname, Trash, spread to every corner in school. On the day it happened, he overheard a conversation with his own ears in the toilet that it was all a ploy, a bet between Chu Shuren and the other young masters in River City. They were betting on how trashy the Yi family trash could be. With what he did, Yi Chen proved to them how much of a trash he was. To this day, Yi Chen could clearly remember how everyone extended their fingers at him and their laughing faces ridiculing him. Yi Chen woke up from his reminiscence. His lips curled into a cold sneer. Indeed, Yi Chen from 5 years ago was undeniably trash. However, what was Chu Shuren to him now? So what if she was from the Chu family, the leader of the 4 great families in River City? One day, Yi Chen would be the one standing at the top of the world, telling everyone that he, Yi Chen, left his mark there. When that happens, everything in River City would be nothing but an insignificant speck of dust to him. Standing next to him, Sunny noticed Yi Chen's shifting moods and thought that she had accidentally hurt his ego. She hurriedly apologized by saying, I shouldn't have said that. There's nothing wrong with being a virgin. I'm a virgin too. So, I guess we're even now, right?" Yi Chen could not help thinking how adorable Sunny looked when she was nervous. He joked, "If that's the case. We have no plans tonight anyway, why don't we dedicate our virginities to each other? Then, we'd be even too." Sunny did not expect such a bold statement from Yi Chen. She turned red all the way to the tips of her ears. Noticing that a few passers-by turned around to look at them, she gave Yi Chen a mean glare and said, "Nonsense. If you want my virginity, you'd have to pick a star from the sky and bring it to me." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and asked in a serious tone, "For real?" He knew that at the highest state of cultivation, one could transcend voids and control the sun and moon at will. How insignificant would plucking a star off the sky be for him then? Naturally, Sunny would not believe that Yi Chen could do it and nodded frantically, as though she was pounding garlic in a mortar with her delicate chin. Yeah. I, Sunny, will not go back on my words. All right, stop fooling around now. Now, let's go get you some clothes. How can you not notice how tattered your clothes are? You'd even wear them through the day. This is the big city, after all. Oh, right. Didn't you have some of those medical prescriptions? I'm sure if you sell a few of those, you'd be able to afford taking over myriad links over here. Despite it being the truth, Xian would never do that. It was true that he possessed countless prescriptions. If he sold them off recklessly, however, it would attract unwanted attention from those with power. His main concern was that it might disrupt the balance in Huaxia. The safest way was to work his way up and be in complete control of power before he started selling his prescriptions. Otherwise, he would set fire to himself. The prescription for low-level beauty pills was not too precious in the first place, seeing how it only had wonderful effects among cosmetic companies. Chapter 25. Sun Yi led Xian on the shopping trip and stopped when they passed by a store with Armani printed on top. Truth be told, she really wanted to step into the store and get Xian a set of clothes. After all, men had to keep up appearances. If Xian was dressed in this, it would hinder some people from messing with him. However, she hesitated at the thought of the prices in the store. After years of working with her tears, sweat, and blood for the magnificent group, she purchased a car and an apartment. That did not leave her a lot in her savings. If she bought a set of clothing for Xian from here, then she would truly be broke. Should they go in? Or no? Xian noticed Sun Yi's indecisiveness. He glanced at the store and realized the reason behind her hesitance. Despite everything that happened, he was once the young master of an influential family in decline. Of course, he recognized the fashion brand, Armani. On their way here, Sun Yi mentioned that she would pay for everything no matter what. Xian did not doubt that Sun Yi was having an internal debate on whether to get him something from the store. Let's move on. Clothes from this brand aren't my thing. Oh, look, the Adidas shop next door has an ongoing promotion. I'm quite fond of sportswear, they're really comfy. Also, we've only known each other for a few days. Why are you getting me such expensive things? Are you trying to be my sugar mommy? After saying that, Xian took a few steps forward before getting pulled back by Sun Yi. But I want to see what you look like if you dress up in the set on display. That's not necessary. They just slap on the brand anyway. There are stores selling similar clothes next door, Xian said with a shrug. But as Sun Yi and Xian focused on their argument, a surprised shout came up behind them. Sun Yi! Is that you? Sun Yi froze momentarily when she heard the voice. Then, she turned around to see a woman dressed in rather fashionable clothes. The mood shift was as clear as the sun on Sun Yi's grimacing face when she saw the woman. Xian scanned the woman. Although she looked quite attractive, she was several grades inferior when compared to Sun Yi. Moreover, it was quite the coincidence that Xian recognized the woman too. She was Xian and Sun Yi's classmate in senior high, Xian. Xian remembered her clearly for several reasons. Other than the fact that Xian was once Chu Shuren's supporter, Xian often found ways to mess with Xian. Insults spilled from her lips like a snake spitting venom, useless Yi the useless, or other variations of the same insult. A tall and good-looking man clad in branded goods was standing next to Xian. His eyes ogled Sun Yi's breasts like a greedy beast. Sun Yi, I can't believe it's you. Why didn't you attend the high school get-together last year? I heard that you're currently working at the Magnificent Group. Are you selling beauty products? It's really hard to earn a decent amount of money selling beauty products nowadays. My advice to you is that you should hurry up and marry yourself off to some rich man. Easy peasy. It was hardly possible to miss the haughty undertone in Xian's words. Her family was substantially well off. Even though she might not be of the same social class as Chu Shuren, it was enough for her to show off in front of others. Moreover, Xian found out that Sun Yi was from a poor family since high school. Otherwise, there was no reason why Sun Yi had to give up on university after Gaokao and start working. Sun Yi threw a glance at Xian without any intention of replying. As she started to pull Xian away, Xian opened her mouth once more. Oh, Sun Yi, I haven't seen you in years. I see that you've gotten yourself a boyfriend. But your boyfriend looks somewhat mediocre. Other than his pretty face, his taste in clothing. TSK. I assume he's just as poor as you. Oh well, that's understandable. The poor from the gutters flock together. Speaking of which, why does your boyfriend look somewhat familiar? Xian's eyebrows mashed together like she was trying to recall something. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh and laughed. That's right. Do you still remember that insignificant trash from the Yi family from 5 years ago? What a toad that lusted over a swan's meat. Can't believe he confessed his love to our dear Chu Shuren. Huh, your boyfriend here kinda looks like that useless Yi. Sadly, the trash died too young, too early. Otherwise, our darling Chu Shuren would enjoy making fun of him more. Yi Chen's expression was piercingly cold. It never occurred to him that after all these years, these insignificant ants still remembered what happened that day. As he was about to make a move to shut her up, Sun Yi stepped forward and wagged an angry finger at Yi Chen. She shouted, "He's gone now. How dare you make fun of a dead person like this? Also, Yi Chen, don't make it sound like we're friends. We hadn't interacted with each other after graduation." With that, Sun Yi dragged Yi Chen into the Armani store. If she once hovered between the decision to get Yi Chen these clothes, she had no doubts now. She told herself that even if this was a one-way ticket to bankruptcy, she would still buy them. This was her statement to everyone to prove that she was making her own way in the world. Just like that, Yi Chen was forcefully dragged into the store. Yi Chen and her boyfriend glanced at the store and sneered, "What is a broke-ass person like you doing in Armani? I'd like to see how you shop. June, look at how dirty your clothes are. Should we hop in and get a few sets for you?" Yi Chen said in a flirtatious manner, holding onto her boyfriend's arm and shaking it. Her voice was sweet and coquettish, melting down all his defenses. "Of course, silly. You know my net worth itself is enough to clear everything in this shop. But can I get a friend over for some fun tonight? Let's play that game." June licked his lip, feeling very excited. A hint of disgust flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. However, to please the men before her, she nodded in embarrassment and answered, "You men are so naughty." In Armani. Seeing Yi Chen and Sun Yi's get-up, the store attendant seemed somewhat skeptical, but she still attended them politely. Sun Yi was unfamiliar with men's fashion too, but when she noticed Yi Chen and her boyfriend approaching, she frantically pointed to the set of clothing on the display rack and hissed, "We'll take the set worn on the display mannequin over there." The attendant scratched the back of her head. This was her first encounter with customers like Sun Yi and Yi Chen. They were going to pay without trying the clothes on. Another contributing factor was that the set of attire on display was of a limited edition. It cost a few $100,000. "Miss, would you like your boyfriend to try it on?" the attendant asked politely. Hearing the word boyfriend, Sun Yi blushed like a tomato. No. No need. He has almost the same figure as the mannequin. It should fit him like a glove. "Wrap them up for me, please." After she said that, a voice that embodied all misfortune in the world crept up behind her again. "Ooh, Sun Yi, you're getting this. I didn't mishear it, right? Do you know how much this cost? This is the latest design from Master Terrence. Don't let your attempt to protect your ego backfire on you." Yi Chen got on Sun Yi's nerves like a ghost that would not stop haunting her. At this point, Sun Yi could not care less about how much the clothes cost. She ordered the attendant, "Hurry up and wrap this up for me. We're kinda in a rush." Wasting no time, the attendant brought the clothes to the counter and totaled up the bill. Then, she told Sun Yi with a smile, "Miss, your purchase has exceeded 200,000, therefore you're automatically upgraded to Armani's premium membership. You can now enjoy a 5% discount on new arrivals. After the discount, your total bill is 390,000. When the attendant mentioned 390,000, Sun Yi's half-extended hand froze in midair. Her bank card hung limply in her grasp. The F***CK. 390,000 for a set of clothes. What sort of a joke was that? Even luxury items would not cost as much. Nevertheless, the issue at hand was that at the very most, there were only 300,000 bucks in her bank account. Chapter 26. The store attendant of Armani extended a hand to retrieve the bank card in Sun Yi's hand. Before she could do that, Sun Yi drew her hand back abruptly. Her sudden movements shocked the attendant. "Miss, you're..." Sun Yi pretended to look at the clothes once more. Her eyebrows mashed together to form a frown and said, I've decided that the colors on this attire don't look good on him at all. We'll browse for another. Without waiting for anyone's response, Sunny grabbed a hold of Xian's hand and headed toward the exit. If anyone found out she did not have enough money on her card, she would end up embarrassing herself for real. Before they could leave the Armani store, Xian appeared, no one knew when, and blocked the entrance. Her amused grin was affixed on Sun Yi's face. Sun Yi, oh, Sun Yi. Don't tell me you don't have enough money to make the purchase. If that's true, why bother coming to a place that only the upper class can afford? Xian raised her fair chin up high. Her eyes were full of disdain and contempt as she looked at Sun Yi. Anger burned in Sun Yi's heart, yet she replied politely, It's my right to decide what I want to buy. It doesn't concern you. I think the colors don't suit him at all. What's the problem with that? Xian sneered, Oh, I know the truth. You don't have enough money in your card, do you? There's only so much you can earn from selling beauty medicine. Oh, that's right. You still have a boyfriend, right? Don't tell me he's broke too. Two broke asses in Armani. Haha. What a joke. Xian was getting ahead of herself. She took a few steps forward and teased, Don't expect me not to know how poor you were since senior high. You managed to gain more than 600 marks in Gaokao that year, didn't you? You should have been able to enroll in the key university in the capital city, but why didn't you? That's because you wanted to earn some quick money to foot your younger brother's medical bills, right? Why is it so hard to admit that you're broke? Redness bloomed on the rims of Sun Yi's beautiful eyes. There was nothing she wanted more right now than to walk over and give Xian a slap. However, she knew very well that if the slap found its way to Xian's face, Sunny would lose her footing in River City. Xian had a good relationship with Chu Shuren. The Chu family had immense power and influence in River City. If Chu Shuren decided to target Sunny would no doubt become unwelcome in River City. It did not matter to Sunny if she was forced out of River City. However, she was concerned that they would target her brother too. She did not want that. Therefore, she must swallow her grief and make sure the slap never happens, no matter what. Cat got your tongue. I'm right, no. It's sad enough that you're poor, but pretending to be rich. What a joke. Then again, you're quite a looker. So, why don't you marry a rich man and be done with it? You'd get whatever you want then, wouldn't you? Xian was getting carried away. She pointed to her boyfriend and said, Oh, right. I forgot to introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Zhao Jun. Wanna know where he's working at? I'm sure you've heard of North Name Corporation, haven't you? North Name Corporation is worth so much more than your pathetic Magnificent Group. My Jun is none other than the CFO, Chief Financial Officer, in North Name Corporation, earning 5 million annually. Would you think about that? Xian was about to continue when a lazy voice intercepted her. What CFO? I'll give you a UFO. The voice belonged to no one else but Xian. He could not endure the conversation any longer. Xian remained the same after so many years had passed. Give her the chance to speak, and she would bullshit her way to heaven, as though she was above everyone else in the world. He could never comprehend where people like her get their confidence from. Xian finally noticed Xian's presence after he had interrupted her speech. She scanned him from head to toe and said, Oh, I forgot about you, you poor F***er. I was just starting to wonder what your greatest achievement might be. Don't tell me you're a garbage collector. We have a bottle of mineral water in the car. Do you want it? Xian and her boyfriend laughed. Xian shook his head. Sounding rather confident, he said, I'm a miracle doctor. A miracle doctor with the power to decide life and death. Everyone lapsed into a deafening silence after he spoke. Then, they exploded in laughter. Ha ha. Sun Yi, oh, Sun Yi. You've got yourself an interesting boyfriend there. Miracle doctor. Deciding life and death. Ha ha ha. I can't do this anymore. I'm going to laugh myself to death. Ow, my stomach hurts. Sun Yi rolled her eyes at Xian too. She whispered, mentioning that job of yours in front of me is fine, just not with anyone else. The image of the ridiculous banners he made popped up in her head. Yichen touched his nose with a helpless feeling forming in his heart. Why was it that no one believed the truth even when they were being told nowadays? He was an authentic miracle doctor. Was there not a fella named Xian Yun who was tearing the world down to search for him? Must he drag that fella over to testify? Oh, right. If Yichen recalled correctly, Xian Yun from the Xian family called all the shots at North Name Corporation. Thinking about that, Yichen suddenly shifted his gaze to He Qian's boyfriend with a strange expression on his face. Sun Yi could not bear to hear all the insults Yichen was receiving and tried to pull Yichen away. Let's go. You should leave the clothes. We're not taking them anymore. However, Yichen did not budge. He stared at Sun Yi intently and asked, do you really want to see me wearing this? Sun Yi froze. For reasons unknown to her, a sense of impending doom started to grow. In the blink of an eye, Yichen approached the cashier, retrieved a card and said to the store attendant, wrap it up. Swipe the card. Sun Yi's mouth was agape in horror. Had Yichen lost his mind? What in the world was he doing? There was no one clearer than Sun Yi when it came to how much money Yichen had. He could not afford to pay his own rent. As a matter of fact, he just borrowed $3,000 from her. How could he afford something that cost several $100,000? Moreover, He Qian was watching them from the back. If the card failed, she would rain the cruelest insults on him. Yichen, oh, Yichen. Why must you be so rash? Sun Yi lamented internally. After observing what went on for a while, the store manager realized that Yichen and Sun Yi had no money. As the store manager was about to turn down Yichen's request to swipe the card, she accidentally glimpsed the card in Yichen's hand from the corner of her eye. All of a sudden, her face paled. That was the VIP black card issued by the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. You could only apply for the VIP black card if you had more than 10 million in savings. After working at Armani for 3 years, it was not difficult for her to recognize the card for what it was. She gave a hasty smile and said politely, glad to have you, sir. As you're using the VIP black card, in collaboration with the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, we shall give you another 10% discount after the original discount for this. Hearing that, everyone's face changed. Nobody expected that the card in Yichen's hand to be a VIP black card. He Qian stepped forward and spat in an accusatory tone, don't think you'll be able to get away with a fake card. If the transaction fails, you'll go to jail for fraud. Sun Yi gave Yichen a tug, too. She said anxiously, take the card back. We're leaving now. It's fine. Better to be humiliated than being sent to the police station. Yichen turned his gaze on Sun Yi, who looked like she was about to pull her hair out. Yichen smiled. Do you have so little faith in me? Do I look broke to you? Sun Yi almost fainted. It was not an issue of whether he looked broke or otherwise, he was definitely broke. What came next was out of everyone's expectation. Other than passing the card over to the store manager, Yichen announced proudly, swipe it. Just swipe it. Also, I don't need any discounts. Charge me the original price. This man, I am not short of money today. Parvenu much. So be it. I'll be a parvenu for the day. Chapter 27. At the moment, the store manager was stunned into silence. In all of her years of service as the store manager, she had never encountered a customer as peculiar as Yichen. A customer who turned down discounts. Not just that. A customer who insisted on paying the original price. She began to wonder if this customer whom she initially thought was invaluable was actually a nutjob. Even so, there was nothing she could do other than follow his instructions. Sir, please key in your password. He Qian refused to believe that the men dressed in cheap rags could afford the clothes. She teased, brat, I'd like to see you key in the password. We'll see if poor F** curs like you can play this game. Then, she turned sharply to Sun Yi. Sun Yi, oh, Sun Yi. Where did you pick up this man from? You have horrible taste, I'm telling you. I know all about your little crush on that useless garbage from the Yi family 5 years ago. And that after the Yi family incident, you buried all of them. I'm so confused. What is so great about that useless piece of sh*t from the Yi family? I thought after that good-for-nothing died, your taste would improve. Who would have expected that you're still the same after all these years? Look at that dude next to you. What's good about him? Why don't you go ahead and sell your body then? Your customers might even turn out better than this guy. The more words Xian spat, the more overboard she went. Tears started welling in Sun Yi's eyes. Sun Yi might allow everyone to walk over her this way, but she would never allow anyone to speak ill of the late Yi family. Sun Yi clenched her fist. Her nails dug into the flesh of her palm, and blood started to seep out from the cuts. On the other hand, Xian continued yapping, "Sun Yi, do you want me to refer customers for your whoring business?" Before Xian could finish her sentence, a black shadow flashed across her face. Everyone heard a loud slap before she could even respond. Xian's palm landed squarely on her face. That slap had flung Xian to the floor. It even sent a tooth flying out of Xian's mouth. "I've been wanting to slap this mouth of yours for a while now. If you're not a woman, you're probably dead a long time ago." Xian's voice was extremely cold. It was the kind of coldness that permeated until it hits their bone marrow. He had intended to slap her a long time ago. If it was not for Sun Yi's continuous objection, this B*TCH would not be talking now. People like her, if merely tolerated, they would take advantage of the situation and become even worse. In the past 5 years where Xian traversed between the realm of life and death, he had reached an understanding that enemies should all be eradicated once and for all. No one saw it coming. It did not occur to anyone that Xian would hit her out of nowhere. He had sent a woman to the floor with a slap in front of everyone. Although Sun Yi felt an unspeakable joy at the sight, her heart skipped a beat whenever she thought about the repercussions. *T. They were doomed. An epiphany hit her. Every time she brought Xian out, the fella would always run amok. The word tolerate did not exist in this man's dictionary. There was only the terrible temper of a fearless man. A few days ago, he taught River City's Xian family a lesson and was sent to the police station. If it was not for the fact that he had done it out of self-defense, Xian would have faced death certainly. However, the same could not be said this time because Xian was the one who started it. A turmoil of emotions raged on in Sun Yi's heart. Consciousness returned to Xian. With a head of messy hair, she got to her feet, extended a finger at Xian, and roared like a crazy person, "How dare you hit me? Nobody has ever hit me before, not once in my lifetime. No one. Believe me." Before she could finish, the card reader rang in a clear and crisp voice, "Transaction successful. We hope that you had a pleasant time shopping with us." It was at this moment that the world descended into a deafening silence. Sun Yi froze in her tracks. Xian was similarly stunned too, forgetting the pain on her face. A successful transaction. This was not a small amount. The price could easily be the equivalent of an employee's income for years. Garbage collector. Could he have picked up a VIP black card when collecting garbage? Then pay the total of a few $100,000 without as much as a twitch on his face? Impossible. This must be fake. You must have colluded with the store beforehand. How could you afford to pay otherwise? Xian accused aggressively in a volume that was borderline howling. The expression on the Armani store manager's face darkened when she heard Xian questioning their credibility. "Miss, Armani is an international luxury brand. Why would we do something like that? If you continue to damage our reputation, we have the right to blacklist you." Xian did not expect everyone to be pointing their fingers at her. She hurriedly turned around to Xiao Jun and begged, "Jun, they're all ganging up on me. You're a man. Shouldn't you be helping me?" Xiao Jun nodded. He patted Xian's back and stepped forward to pass a name card to the store manager. "Good day. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of North Name Corporation. Firstly, I'd like you to apologize to my girlfriend. You should know that the collaboration between North Name Corporation and Armani was established just a few days ago. I don't wish for the collaboration to be affected because of you. Your meager salary won't be able to afford it. Secondly, this man attacked someone in public and he did it in your store. You have the right to chase both of them out. After this, I'll get my lawyer to deal with this too." Xiao Jun straightened up to look at everyone after that. He was enjoying his display of power. From the corner of his eyes, he leered at Sun Yi, wondering how her gorgeous body looked like beneath the sports attire. Zhao Jun planned to ask for this woman's WeChat ID after settling the issue. Perhaps, if he threw in a bunch of money, he would get her to bed. Then, he could have as much fun he wanted. Hearing Zhao Jun's threat, the store manager was shocked into silence. The collaboration between North Name Corporation and Armani had indeed been established just a week ago. If she did anything to ruin the collaboration, the consequences would be too dire for her to bear. The store manager did not doubt the authenticity of the information written on the man's name card. His proud bearing was clearly displayed before her. It was the bearing of someone with a high position in a huge corporation. She scuttled over to Xian and apologized with a bow. "I'm so sorry, miss. I didn't know who I was talking to just now." Xian pointed at Chen and Sun Yi and said, "What are you waiting for? Send the poor F***er and the whore out now." Once the words slipped out from her mouth, another slap to her face followed. It was not Chen who did it but Sun Yi this time. She had lost her patience. Sun Yi kept taking a step back in situations like this, but that did not mean she was an easy pushover. Which woman in the world would be able to withstand endless insults about being a whore? Chen could not help nodding at Sun Yi's action. Just because Sun Yi was a woman did not mean that she should be meek and let everyone walk over her. A woman had to be tough when dealing with a troublesome character like this. Zhao Jun saw his chance. He stepped forward and said to Sun Yi, "Miss, it's not right to hit someone. I have a few relatives and friends in River City's police station. Your action can definitely guarantee you a few days' stay. But seeing that you're a girl, I'll give you a chance. Tonight, you shall go to the Hilton Hotel and accompany me for drinks. Do that, and I'll think about letting you off the hook." His lewd smile was well hidden from everyone. However, Sun Yi saw through his intentions. She knew exactly what he meant. She opened her mouth and presented him with only 2 words, F***ck off. Zhao Jun did not expect someone from a tiny corporation selling medicine would reject him like this. He humphed coldly and said, "If that's the case, just wait and see, you bastards. From today onwards, I'll exert pressure on the magnificent group on behalf of North Name Corporation. We'll see how long you can last in River City." Zhao Jun's expression was hideously savage. He would not mind falling in love with the feeling of being in power. Yet, his proud moments were short-lived. Someone threw cold water on him. A steady voice rang behind him and said, "Such ambitious sentiments. Today I, Shen Haihua, would love to find out who's using my North Name Corporation to harass Miracle Dr. Yi." Chapter 28. Zhao Jun froze on the spot when he heard the voice. He knew very well whose voice it belonged to. Half a year ago, he had to hear it almost every day in his office. This was Shen Haihua's voice. The founder of North Name Corporation. The indisputable existence in the entire North Name Corporation. However, after being diagnosed with a terminal disease, Shen Haihua stopped appearing in the office. All the directors in the corporation seemed to think that North Name Corporation would lapse into an inheritance war and the position of the president might go to Shen Haihua's children. As for Zhao Jun's own post as CFO, he owed it to his father. When everyone started to panic in the corporation, his father, in order to obtain more shares in the corporation, pushed Zhao Jun to the front line. Zhao Jun was aware that he could never have gotten the position on his own. Now, the rightful owner had appeared. Zhao Jun's back was drenched in sweat. Zhao Jun turned slowly on his back. When he came face to face with the man clad in a Tang costume, he felt the last of his spirit escape him. It was Shen Haihua. Was he not dead? Did he come back to life? Was that a person or a spirit? "Uncle Shen. What brought you here? I heard that you were sick, right?" Whatever arrogance he had just now had been suppressed into the utmost minimum. There were even hints of flattery in his smile. Shen Haihua harumphed coldly. "Humph. If I reached here any second later, I'm sure someone will destroy my entire life's work." Zhao Jun's smile froze, but he still extended a hand out to him. He said politely, "Uncle Shen, you must be joking again." "That's right. Are you here to inspect how the collaboration with Armani is doing?" Zhao Jun initially thought that Shen Haihua would hold back from embarrassing Zhao Jun because they were outside in public. Yet, much to Zhao Jun's dismay and surprise, Shen Haihua simply slapped Zhao Jun's hand away with a loud piak. Then, Shen Haihua stormed off toward another direction. Looking at the direction where Shen Haihua was headed, only 3 people stood there. Yi Chen, Sun Yi, and He Qian. Both Sun Yi and He Qian were in a state of confusion. What reasons did the president of North Name Corporation have to come over? Could he be here to help Xiao Jun pick up the pieces? Seeing Shen Haihua walking toward her, He Qian mistook it as an attempt to console her. Feeling flattered, she hurriedly closed in on the distance between her and Shen Haihua. Uncle Shen, I've heard so much about you from June. Really, you don't have to come to us personally. We can deal with these 2 ourselves. I'll inform my family about this later. By then, none of them will be able to escape. He Qian threw a nasty glare at Sun Yi after speaking. It was as though He Qian's eyes were screaming at Sun Yi, this is the real meaning of power. This is how influence works. A poor F***er like you will never understand this feeling. Sun Yi's legs trembled. She knew this incident had attracted a lot of unwanted attention, yet she would never have expected Shen Haihua to show up in person. If North Name Corporation blacklisted them and made it difficult for them to make a living in River City, Yi Chen and her would no longer be able to survive here. As everyone engaged themselves in an unspoken understanding, Shen Haihua shot past Yi Chen and went directly for Yi Chen. His usually austere face was now laden with smiles. He said respectfully to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, I've found you at last. If you're still in hiding, I'll probably be dead. Shen Haihua's every word sent everyone into a kind of absolute silence until the sound of a falling needle could be easily heard. Everyone's eyes bulged. Shen Haihua actually used a low and submissive tone to speak. He sounded like he was attempting to flatter Yi Chen. Moreover, he used an honorific. Mr. Yi. You. Why would a big shot like Shen Haihua speak in such a submissive way to a young man? Moreover, Shen Haihua had been looking all over for Yi Chen. He would die if he could not find Yi Chen. Was it not too much of an exaggeration? Gulp. The scenario hit Sun Yi hard. She stood next to Yi Chen with a face full of horror. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, she remained stunned on the spot. Sun Yi's eyes were glued at Yi Chen. She could not believe all of this was happening. Did he not travel to River City only recently? How did he get to know influential people like Shen Haihua? Another crucial detail was that Yi Chen could make Shen Haihua speak in such a submissive manner. At this moment, she felt a layer of fog enshrouding Yi Chen, preventing her from seeing him for who he really was. Yi Chen backed away involuntarily. She rubbed her eyes and wondered if she saw everything in the wrong way. Yet, reality gave Yi Chen a cold hard slap. Why would this fella know Shen Haihua? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Everyone waited for Yi Chen's response, it was the only thing that could explain everything. A few seconds passed, then Yi Chen looked at Shen Haihua and said, I gave you, the Shen family, a chance. You didn't appreciate it. Shen Haihua did not expect Yi Chen to be as difficult to persuade. Tentatively, he said, It's my fault for not teaching my children well, Mr. Yi. Today, I'll make my embarrassing excuse of a son apologize to you. After saying that, Shen Haihua spun around and shouted to the man sulking in the corner, Meng Long. Get your ass over here and apologize to Mr. Yi. Although extremely embarrassed, Shen Meng Long shuffled out from the corner he was hiding in when he heard his father's bark. He stood in front of Yi Chen with his head bowed. He did not say anything. What are you waiting for? Kneel in front of Mr. Yi and apologize. Shen Meng Long clenched his fists. Rage was burning in his heart, but he went down on his knees with a plop eventually. Mr. Yi, I was wrong that day. Please forgive me. He had no choice but to kneel. If he refused, death would be inevitable. Some distance away, Zhao Jun watched Shen Meng Long kneel in utter shock. He knew very well what kind of personality Shen Meng Long had because they grew up together. Shen Meng Long would never bow his head to anyone, and he would never kneel before someone. However, how could Zhao Jun explain what was going on before his eyes right now? His eyes slowly shifted toward Yi Chen. He felt an impending sense of doom. Zhao Jun was afraid that he went overboard with his pretentiousness and offended someone important. Could it be that the fella came from Jiangnan province? Or was he from a bigger family? If that was the case, he was as good as dead. Zhao Jun's thoughts sent his knees shaking. Meanwhile, as the main lead in the whole incident, Yi Chen swept his eyes coldly over the kneeling Shen Menglong and ignored him. He patted the dumbstruck Sun Yi and said, "Let's go. The second floor is the female clothing department. Let's pick something for you too. Today, I have money to spend." With that, he left Shen Menglong and Shen Haiwa where they stood and led Sun Yi away. The store manager could not process what had just happened. She had met countless arrogant people in her life, but as of this moment, none of them could compete against this man. Who the hell did he think he was? Of all the people she knew, she could not think of someone more aggressive than Shen Haiwa. After Yi Chen left, Shen Haiwa recollected himself. With a dark expression, he landed a kick on his son's body. "Look at what you did. If we can't get Mr. Yi to agree today, you'll never have to get up again." After saying that, he turned to look at Zhao Jun and barked, "Zhao Jun, did you offend Mr. Yi just now? Don't you dare think that I don't know anything about what you and your dad did in the past. You'll pack up your things and get lost today. And your dad, Zhao Deming. Even if I die, I won't allow you two to get any shares of the company. Get lost." When it seemed like Shen Haiwa had finished venting, he took a few deep breaths and hurried after Yi Chen. Everyone started to follow. Shen Haiwa simply told everyone off. "Don't even think about following me, all of you useless piece of sh*t. Chapter 29. After Shen Haiwa left, Yi Chen jerked awake from her trance and tugged at Zhao Jun's hand. "Jun, what should we do?" Yi Chen's voice was so coquettish Zhao Jun could not stand it anymore. He raised a hand and gave Yi Chen a cold, hard slap. "It's all your fault, bitch. You're the reason I lost everything. How dare you ask me what's next? Do you want to die? Dig a hole and bury yourself." As though it was not enough, Zhao Jun landed a kick on Yi Chen. "I'm telling you, Yi Chen. You better keep your condescending eyes to yourself. No one will be able to save you next. Get the F***ck outta here." Yi Chen's face was as pale as paper. Her eyes had lost their former gleam. She knew there would no longer be a future with Zhao Jun. She assumed that all of Zhao Jun's gifts in the form of sports cars and houses would be taken back too. Yi Chen stared long and hard at Yi Chen and Sun Yi's departing silhouette, clenching her fists. It was all their fault. If it was not because of these two, how could she lose everything? Since young, Yi Chen thought she was nobility. Her status was not something that someone who led a Cinderella-esque life like Sun Yi could be compared to. Yi Chen was jealous of Sun Yi's good looks and figure. She would not lose the opportunity to make fun of the despicable woman. It was the same 5 years ago, and it would be the same 5 years later. However, what she failed to realize was that Sun Yi had long surpassed her. Yi Chen was curious as to who the hell was that guy that came with Sun Yi. Who was he to bend the head of River City Shen family, Shen Haiwa, to his will? Did Shen Haiwa not call him Mr. Yi? Was he his surname? There was not a Yi family in Jiangnan province, right? Then, was there a Yi family in River City? Rather unlikely too. Hold on, there was the Yi family that got massacred. Suddenly, a name floated up in Yi Chen's mind, Yi Chen. That trash from the Yi family. The same one whose love confession to Chu Shuren sent him spiraling down the endless depth of humiliation. Then, taking Sun Yi's relations with that man into consideration, perhaps, the mysterious man was truly Yi Chen. As Yi Chen reached the conclusion, her mouth fell open and her pupils widened in terror. Yi Chen didn't die. How's that possible? And he's back. After a seemingly endless pause, Yi Chen suppressed the shock she felt and retrieved her phone immediately. With decisive fingers, she called a phone number that was both strange and familiar at the same time. At last, the call connected. A voice devoid of warmth spoke at the other side of the phone. "What do you want?" "Shuren, I have something very important to tell you." "What is it?" "Say it." The lady at the other end of the phone sounded impatient. I think I saw Yi Chen." "What?" Yi Chen heard the sound of something crashing from the phone. It sounded like the phone had fallen onto the ground. After a while, a female voice continued, "Which Yi Chen?" "Our classmate from senior high." "That useless Yi." "Seems like it, but I'm not quite sure." "Come to the Chu family house in 2 hours." The call disconnected. Yichen led Sun Yi around the mall for about an hour and had bought around 5 or 6 pieces of clothing for her. Despite saying that it was unnecessary, the moment Sun Yi stepped into the female clothing department, her eyes beamed like the sun. She had no resistance over beautiful clothes. Even so, Sun Yi chose only those on discount for the entire trip. The shopping spree only cost Yichen 1 or 2,000 bucks. Yichen had asked Sun Yi to ignore the prices several times, but she refused. Therefore, Yichen had no choice but to let Sun Yi choose at her own will. At this age and time, women like her are almost impossible to find, Yichen thought to himself. During the entire hour, Yichen noticed Chen Haihua was following them. Chen Haihua often looked like he was about to speak yet swallowed his words in the end. Yichen paid him no mind and let Chen Haihua follow them as he pleased. Yichen believed a man on the verge of death could not do as much as stirring up a wave. Once their shopping spree came to an end, Yichen and Sun Yi took the elevator down to the car park. Once they found their car and was about to put down their clothes, they saw Chen Haihua bringing along a pile of clothes over. "Why are you here?" Yichen was clearly pissed. He creased his eyebrows into an annoyed arc. Chen Haihua gave a small awkward laugh and proceeded to put the clothes into Sun Yi's car. Then, he said politely, "Mr. Yi, I think you've misunderstood me. I'm not here for you. I'm here for the lady." Sun Yi pointed at herself with a peculiar finger and asked, "President Chen, you're looking for me?" Chen Haihua retrieved a bank card and said in a serious tone, "Miss, since you know who I am, I'll save the trouble of introducing myself. In truth, my purpose in coming here this time is to give you a personal apology for the rude treatment you received from my staff. It's all my fault for not managing them better. This is a token of gratitude from North Name Corporation, please take it." With a glance, Sun Yi knew that there should be not less than 5 million bucks in the bank card. However, she would never accept money that came out of nowhere like this. "There's no need to pay. I didn't lose anything just now, so you can take it back, President Chen." Sun Yi refused without any hesitation. Sun Yi's refusal was well within Chen Haihua's expectations. He withdrew the bank card and pointed to the clothes that he placed into the car just now. "Since you refuse to accept my money, you'll accept these clothes that I've casually chosen for you, I hope. They're not expensive. Point being, even if you return them to me, I'll have no use for them." Sun Yi shifted her attention to the clothes. Soon, her face was full of surprise. These were all the clothes that she was happy with after putting them on in the fitting room. Yet, she did not purchase them because she did not wish to spend Yichen's money meaninglessly. As a matter of fact, she felt a little regretful when Sun Yi and Yichen got to the car. Who would have known that Chen Haihua had bought every single piece without a miss? It was apparent that Sun Yi was pleased, but she still refused. "I'm sorry, President Chen. I don't need these either. I appreciate your kind intentions." Yichen noticed how pleased Sun Yi was, so he said, "Since President Chen is being very thoughtful, why don't you accept them, Sun Yi? He can't wear those clothes as a man anyway." Needless to say, Chen Haihua had enough tricks to put himself in this current position. Chen Haihua knew he was unable to get through to Yichen. Therefore, he had started working his way through Sun Yi. Chen Haihua managed to observe Sun Yi's real objects of interest when they went shopping. Yichen was impressed by Chen Haihua's acute observation. Sun Yi was about to say something when Yichen interrupted her with a pat on her shoulder. "Get the car running. I'll be with you soon." "Okay." After Sun Yi got into the car, Yichen did not beat around the bush. He said to Chen Haihua, "I'll give you another chance this time. I'll go to the Shen family house at 9 in the morning tomorrow. Also, you'll leave me alone. Don't disturb my life or the people around me. Otherwise, I can cure you but I can also take back your life. Oh, and for the second stage of the treatment, I'm charging you 80 million. Hearing Yichen's words, Chen Haihua's body started to shake violently. Redness started to blossom around his eyes. Nobody could comprehend the emotions that had seized Chen Haihua at the moment. He trailed behind Yichen for an entire hour just to hear him say that. Mr. Ye's words meant that he, Chen Haihua, had regained his right to live. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you. You're my parents reincarnated. If there's anything you need, people from the Shen family will always be at your service." The sentence was uttered from the bottom of Chen Haihua's heart. Yichen was the one who had returned his life to Chen Haihua. Shen Haihua needed only a nod from Yi Chen's head to be able to live on. Yi Chen ignored Shen Haihua. He simply opened the car door and sat inside. Soon enough, the car disappeared from the basement parking of Myriad Links Square, leaving behind Shen Haihua, who was secretly wiping off the tears from his unreadable face. Chapter 30. River City, Sonora's Calls Lake. Amidst the serene environment, a huge mansion perched in the middle of the lake. The famous Green Lake Mountain of River City sat behind the mansion. It could be said that the mansion had the best feng shui in the entire River City. Of course, there was another more crucial reason. One of the most influential families lived here, the Chu family from River City. The history of the Chu family in River City could be traced back to the Ming Dynasty, where the Chu family ancestor was a general in the Ming Dynasty. He once rode into war alone and killed nearly thousands of his enemies. Then, he managed to retreat from war. The Chu family's name prospered ever since the war. However, the Chu family gradually declined over time. Yet, they managed to retain a seat among the four great families in River City. Their position was unchallenged here. Presently, a young lady was watering the plants in the courtyard of the Chu family mansion. The young lady was extremely beautiful. She wore a black tight tank top and a pair of casual white pants which brought out her tall and slender figure. She looked endlessly elegant and charming. The young lady was the daughter of the Chu family, Chu Shuren. While Chu Shuren watered the plants, a hint of gloom flashed across her beautiful eyes. She often had nightmares since the eradication of the Yi family from River City. A bloodied young man would often appear in her dreams, and despite not being able to see his face clearly, she was sure that the young man was Yi Chen. Yi Chen, the same person who she had humiliated in public. 5 years ago, Chu Shuren only meant it as a joke. However, she had begun to feel regretful of her action. She sighed, placed the watering can on the ground, and mumbled, "Why do I keep thinking about the fella? He's just trash. Even if he survived, he might even be living in the streets right now with that pushover personality of his and become actual trash." It was at this moment that Yi Chen walked over, appearing slightly out of breath. "Shuren, I finally met you. It's been around half a year since we last met. I see that you've gotten prettier. I can't even start to guess how many men have fallen prey to your beauty," Yi Chen said excitedly. Chu Shuren merely nodded half-heartedly. "Sit. Okay." Yi Chen felt Chu Shuren's cold indifference too. Yi Chen knew that after staying overseas for 3 years after graduation, Chu Shuren had returned a different person. Yi Chen could not help feeling like they had grown apart. "You said you saw Yi Chen. Are you sure it's the same Yi Chen who confessed his love to me?" Chu Shuren asked in a flat tone as if she was indifferent to the matter. Yi Chen nodded and gave Chu Shuren a recap of what happened at Myriad Links Square today. At first, Chu Shuren listened without any expression on her face, then her eyebrows furrowed together. At the end of the story, she had descended into a thoughtful silence. After a long while, she lifted her head and asked, "You're saying that you're not sure if that person is Yi Chen? He only looks like Yi Chen, and his surname's coincidentally Yi." Yi Chen was stunned by Chu Shuren's response, but she nodded anyway. "Shen Haihua is an acquaintance of mine. He's a person whose experience is second only to his ego." "You said he bent and bowed to a young man. It's not impossible. But Shen Haihua must look up to the young man a lot, or that the young man is someone with a powerful disposition. Even if that useless Yi survived, what could he achieve in 5 years?" Chu Shuren said confidently while fiddling with her plants. Yi Chen was about to say something before Chu Shuren continued, "The Yi family disappeared 5 years ago. Yi Chen's long gone. 2. Even if he lived on in East Money Lake, he's probably just another tramp. This world doesn't have a place for a lowly ant like him. He'd only be mercilessly crushed by the rules of the world, then he'd succumb eventually. Wasn't the incident at the Cloud Lake Manor 5 years ago enough proof yet? Yi Chen, do you understand what I'm saying?" Yi Chen could no longer keep up with Chu Shuren's line of thought. The current Chu Shuren seemed to exude a form of unexplainable pride. No matter the words she spoke or the look she gave Yi Chen, Chu Shuren seemed like she above everything. Yi Chen knew that Chu Shuren's temperament must have originated from her unshakable confidence. Yi Chen had heard about how the great grand old master from the Chu family in River City had just entered some martial arts realm at their high school gathering last year. That might have propelled the Chu family into becoming the first family in River City to step up and gain a position among the families in Jiangnan province. Was that the source of Chu Shuren's confidence? Shuren, what if, I'm just saying, what if, the person I saw today was really Yichen? Yichen persisted. Chu Shuren stopped fiddling with her plants and gave a cold laugh. So what if Yichen has returned? River City is no longer the same city 5 years ago. I, Chu Shuren, am no longer the same Chu Shuren 5 years ago. It doesn't matter if Shanhaiwa bows to him or if he's a person with extreme power. Once he stands in front of the Chu family door, he can only stare dreamily into the Chu family just like he did 5 years ago. Once Chu Shuren finished her sentence, Yichen looked somewhat pale. She felt oppressed by Chu Shuren's imposing manner. There was nothing Yichen wanted more right now than to ask what happened to Chu Shuren these past few years, but she had already issued a removal order. Perhaps I can only admire Chu Shuren for my entire life. I wonder what kind of man will be able to conquer her, muttered Yichen to herself. Yichen and Sun Yi returned home with a handful of shopping bags. Sun Yi, who had just returned from a shopping trip, made Yichen a feast out of excitement. She made him 2 dishes of meat, a dish of vegetables, and a bowl of soup. Yichen ate 6 bowls of rice before stopping, and that gave Sun Yi quite a shock. She knew Yichen was a glutton, but she did not expect him to be that much of a glutton. Are you the reincarnation of a hungry ghost? Those who don't know might think that I've been starving you. Sun Yi snickered. Yichen swept up all the leftovers, patted his stomach, and said with a smile, truth be told, I haven't had a meal like this in years. In the past, my mom used to. At this point, Yichen stopped abruptly. Then, he smiled. Let's not talk about the past. Seriously though, you're a great cook. Will you cook again tomorrow? Sun Yi knew Yichen must have thought about his late parents. For some reason, it touched her at the softest corner of her heart. With tears welling at her eyes, Sun Yi pledged in all sincerity, if you want, I'll cook for you every day from now onwards. How's that for a landlady? Not bad, eh? What, you're saying you're never going to marry? Yichen blinked. Or are you indirectly confessing your love for me? I'm telling you, there are many criteria to meet to become my wife. Sun Yi perked up in curiosity. Tell me, I'll help you look around. Yichen cleared his throat and spoke in a serious tone. Number 1, big boobs. Number 2, big boobs. Number 3, still big boobs. Say, I think you fit those criteria perfectly. Shall we make do? Sun Yi picked up a pillow from the sofa and threw it at Yichen. What an infuriating man. Sure, go on. Throw more of them at me. Stretch further before you throw. That would hurt more. Chapter 31. Sun Yi smashed a few bolsters, running out of breath. It was only then she noticed that Yichen had a strange look on his face. She followed Yichen's line of sight and knew what was going on immediately. Placing the pillow directly on the sofa, she pretended to be angry. What ideas are you coming up with again? Perhaps it was because of the intense exercise just now. Sun Yi's pure white t-shirt was stained with some perspiration. Coupled with that red face, she was really exuding charm. Yichen felt that it would be dangerous for both sides to live together like this. Like dried wood and blazing fire, Tn, it is a Chinese idiom describing the strong sexual desire between men and women, which is mostly used in improper relations between men and women. The two were virgins too, how about that? After a few heavy breaths, Sun Yi thought of something and asked, are you really not going to Xia Ruoxuez? She is the young lady of the Xia family of Jiangnan province, an outstanding beauty. Can you really hold back? Yichen gulped. Turning on the TV, he said casually, I'm not in a hurry. If they want to see me, even a dragon would have to be curl up and wait. Let's not mention the precious daughter of the Xia family of Jiangnan province. I, Yichen, will not even necessarily meet the daughter of the great family of capital city. Sun Yi had enough of Yichen. Would this guy die if he does not brag just for one day? She reckoned that he would regret everything when he really saw Xia Ruoxue. Which man was undefeated under Xia Ruoxue's pomegranate skirt? Tn, pomegranate skirt is part of a Chinese adage that describes men who greatly adored women. The adage is related to the story of Emperor Tang Ming and Yang Guifei, and during the Tang dynasty, the pomegranate skirt was popular for its bright red color. Just then, the host on the TV happened to be reporting an important piece of news. The identity of the deceased has been determined. It is Qian Jinghua, president of the River City Chamber of Commerce, and his son was also killed by the suspect. According to the police's judgment, this was a deliberate murder, and the murderer's means were extremely terrible. I hope River City residents will pay attention to their safety these days and do not stay out too much at night. Sun Yi saw the news and covered her mouth unconsciously. She had just met Qin Feng and Qian Jinghua a few days ago. Not to mention, she had not been able to sleep well these days, worried that they would retaliate. She never expected that these two people would be killed. Oh God, this was the Chen family of River City. Even though they were not River City's top family, they still had a deep heritage. Who dared to kill them? And specifically with such cruel methods? Sun Yi swallowed to suppress her astonishment and then looked at Yi Chen. She found the other person's eyes were squinted and filled with playfulness. For a moment, she felt that the incident had been Yi Chen's doing. After all, Yi Chen had the power to do so, and the death of Qian Jinghua and Qin Feng was also beneficial to him. At least there was no need to worry about being avenged. This wouldn't happen to be your doing. Sun Yi could not help but ask. Yi Chen was a little stunned by the question, but he chuckled immediately after that, pretending to put on a fierce look. That's right. To be honest, I'm a first-rate killer. I can leap onto roofs and vault over walls, and I have killed countless people. You sure you still want to let me live in your house? If by any chance I have any perverted thoughts, hee hee. Sun Yi breathed a sigh of relief when she heard what the other party had said. That was because in this world, without evidence, no murderer would admit to being a killer themselves. Not to mention, looking at Yi Chen, it was still plausible that he would fight, but he would certainly not dare to kill, let alone thinking about him killing the prominent people of River City. Stop boasting. We should go home early these few days. The killer must still be in River City, and who knows, maybe they will come for us one day. Do you hear me? Don't go out at night. Sun Yi said rather worriedly. Then, she stood up and stretched. No good, I'm too tired to go shopping today. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. You should also rest. You boys should be more tired after shopping. She chuckled. The moment the door to Sun Yi's bedroom was closed, a strong wave of evil tendencies burst out from Yi Chen's body. Sun Yi, rest assured. Even if the heinous demon kills everyone in the world, they won't be able to touch you. If anyone dares to touch you, that devil will personally drag them down to hell. The evil tendencies disappeared. Yi Chen stood up. Since he had to treat Chen Haiwa the next morning, he could no longer wait for the time agreed with Zhu Rend. He had to go buy some extra herbs to make Chen Haiwa's elixir today. This time, instead of going to the Virtuous Benevolence Hall, he chose to buy the needed medicinal herbs at the nearest Chinese apothecary. Although he could not acquire some of the medicine, Yi Chen also found substitutes for them. As he was about to leave with his packs of medicinal herbs, a tall beauty stopped in front of him. It was Bai Libing who had cuffed him the other day. Bai Libing was not wearing her uniform today, and it was probably because she was having an off day. Yi Chen almost did not recognize her. What's this? Has your body become weak that you need to take supplements? Bai Libing said satirically with her arms hugging her chest. Yi Chen shrugged and walked in the other direction without so much as an explanation. He did not like getting involved with this woman. When Yi Chen had walked a dozen steps away from her, Bai Libing's cold voice rang out, "The Chen family incident, that's your doing, isn't it?" Yi Chen paused and said blankly, "I just saw the news today." "Miss Bailey, isn't it a bit too rash for you to suspect me out of nowhere? If anything, shouldn't you pay attention to the evidence?" With that, Yi Chen was ready to leave once and for all. Bai Libing's voice chimed behind him again, "That's also true. We need to pay attention to the evidence when convicting people. This time, however, I came here not for the Chen family's affairs but for something else. I'm curious, how did the young man who fell into East Coin Lake 5 years ago survive?" Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. He could feel the chilling urge to murder unfurling inside him. He never thought that this Bai Libing would find out about his identity. 5 years ago. East Coin Lake. The mishap involving the only useless person of the Yi family, Yi Chen. Bai Libing turned around. Swaying her voluptuous body, she sauntered to the front of Yi Chen. It seems that I was right, you really are the Yi Chen who died 5 years ago. Who would have thought the famous, useless person of the Yi family had not only returned but had carried a terrifying power back with him. Before the Bai Libing could finish speaking, a pair of large hands seized her long neck and lifted her up. It was immediately followed by a sense of death permeating her whole body. It made her feel like she was in an ice cave. What are you trying to say? After a few seconds, Yi Chen flung Bai Libing away and the latter stabilized her fall with a backflip. Stupefaction dawned on her face. The ancient martial arts that Bai Libing practiced was not very powerful, but it was also not something that ordinary people could handle. Nevertheless, when Yi Chen grabbed her just a few moments ago, she felt a sense of death in her heart and that there was not even a chance for her to burst out the power within her body. It was as if a terrifying power had suppressed her. She stepped back unconsciously when she realized that the Yi Chen standing in front of her was far more complicated from who she had uncovered from her investigation. 5 years ago, he was the joke of countless people in River City. Yet, 5 years later, this Yi Chen had apparently turned into an extremely terrifying existence. What had he experienced in the past 5 years? Even if the boy started practicing ancient martial arts from that day onwards, it would still be too late for him. He had passed the best age for him to master the arts. Why was he still so strong? Numerous doubts lingered in Bai Libing's mind. Chapter 32. Looking at the extremely dangerous men in front of her, Bai Libing suppressed the shock in her heart and said, "Some things can't be explained in an instant. Shall we have dinner together later tonight?" This was the first time Bai Libing had invited a man to dinner. She seemed to think that men had almost no resistance to her looks. Not only those from the police station, but many of the young people in River City had also lined up to invite her out to dinner, but she had ruthlessly rejected every one of them. It was because those men did not have anything that interested her like Yi Chen did. For Bai Libing, it was not important to her anymore whether Yi Chen had acted against the father and son of the Chen family. She just wanted to know the secret behind his disappearance in the past 5 years. How had he survived the fall from the height of East Coin Lake 5 years ago? Where had he gone to in the past 5 years and where did his terrifying cultivation come from? No need. I promised the landlord that I'd be back for dinner tonight. After saying that, Yi Chen brushed past her shoulder and walked away without waiting for Bai Libing to respond. Yi Chen could care less if Bai Libing was a beauty or not. Why should he, Yi Chen, be kneeling and groveling under her feet like the other men? What kind of joke was that? He would stand at the peak of Huaxia and look down at this group of people one day. By then, what would this woman mean to him? She was but a small boat in this long river. Bai Libing froze as if she had been turned into stone after hearing Yi Chen's response. She never expected that Yi Chen would refuse her invitation. He had rejected her and left her with no attempt for negotiation. Seriously. The landlord had asked him to eat. Was she, an attractive policewoman from River City Police Station, not above a landlord? Yi Chen, do you have eyes? Can't you see my beauty? Bai Libing was about to explode at that moment. When had she ever so nicely invited others to eat? If he did not want to go, then fine. Why bring in the landlord? This was practically putting her to shame. Yi Chen, you better stand still. Bai Li stomped angrily, but Yi Chen had left without even turning his head back, treating her like air. Half an hour later, Yi Chen brought the medicinal herbs into the kitchen. Sunny was still sleeping. Southwest He decided to close the kitchen door tightly behind him. He would not know how to explain to Sunny if she found out about the alchemy. He predicted that she would go on about keeping one's feet firmly planted on the ground and the sorts. He glanced at the surrounding equipment and felt a headache coming up. It was a pity that he did not bring over the master's alchemic stove. Otherwise, everything would have been so much easier. He could only rely on these pots and pans now. Although the product would be slightly poorer in terms of quality, it should be more than enough to treat Chenhaihua. Big cities also have their shortcomings, Yi Chen said ruefully. Without further ado, he turned on the induction cooker to its hottest and put the medicinal herbs in accordingly. The induction cooker was only for warming the herbs. To refine the herbs, they still required true qi from the depths of Yi Chen's dantian. The contents of the pot quickly came up to a boil, but Yi Chen knew very well that the medicinal herbs needed to be refined into a thick consistency for it to be considered successful. 1 hour passed. The medicinal herbs in the pot had more or less melted and large drops of sweat were forming on Xian's forehead. The rate of consumption of his true qi was getting faster and faster. I need to continue. After another hour, with the pot almost burned through, the medicinal materials gradually came together to form a viscous matter. Finally, it dispersed to form 5 irregular medicinal pills. Only 5. He sighed and continued, but it's not bad. Mainly, this stove just doesn't work. I need to find a way to get an alchemic stove somewhere nearby. If not, it'll be difficult for Zhu Ren to refine the batch of medicine when they arrive. We can't use the induction cooker every time. Xian looked at the pot that had been burned through and the induction cooker that was almost broken with a heavy sigh. He should hurry up and buy a pot and induction cooker or he would be in trouble again when Sun Yi wakes up. Xian found an empty mineral water bottle and filled it with the 5 medicinal pills. Just when he was about to open the door, he found that Sun Yi was already standing at the door and had been eavesdropping with her ears inclined sideways. When she saw Xian walking out, Sun Yi coughed to hide the awkwardness and tried to steal a few glances of the kitchen. What were you doing in the kitchen by yourself during the day? Were you masturbating? Why is there so much noise? Well, what's this smell? Blocking the door, Xian smiled and explained, it was nothing, just making some medicine to drink. Sun Yi looked at Xian from head to toe and asked with concern, are you injured? When did it happen? With that said, she ducked and made her way into the kitchen. When she saw the situation in the kitchen, her whole body stilled. This was him making medicine. The kitchen looked like it had been through a war. There was even a hole at the bottom of the pot. Although she had not cooked any medicine before, it was unlikely that it would result in what the bottom of the pot looked like now. What the hell are you doing? Sun Yi asked just as she noticed a small brown pill from the corner of her eyes. Xian had not noticed it himself because it was so small. Sun Yi picked up the pill and sniffed it, struck by a strong medicinal scent. It really looked like the medicinal pills on TV. She glanced at Xian and said, this is what you were meddling with in the kitchen the whole afternoon. It's not poison, is it? Suddenly, she thought of the prescription for the beginner-level beauty pill that Xian had in his hands. While she did not know how he got it, the prescription was real according to those in the technology department. Her eyes widened when she realized something. You couldn't have been concocting pills in my kitchen. It seems you are really ill. Is this that beginner-level beauty pill? Xian shook his head. He could only tell the truth now that he had been found out. This is an ordinary pill. It can't beautify your appearance, but it's no big deal if you take it. It even removes some illnesses immediately. As for serious illnesses, perhaps a few more of those would be needed. I plan to find a good alchemic stove in the next few days and then I will make some for you. This medicine is too weak, so just throw it away. Sun Yi had had enough. Sure enough, this boy was still immersed in whatever martial arts world he thought he was in. A few days ago, he had said he was some kind of medical god and now he was an alchemist. Could he not be a bit more realistic? How naive. Dear Lord, Sun Yi was really going crazy. How could there be any magical elixirs in this world? It was all just fantasy. Xian's prescription was not fake. After all, it was the treasure left by his ancestors and there was some scientific basis to it. Alchemy, however, was a bit exaggerated. Sun Yi did not believe that the pill could remove any illnesses at all. If there was something so great, what was the need for hospitals? Are you free tomorrow? I'll arrange an appointment with a psychiatrist later for you. You can't go on like this. It's dangerous. Sun Yi said worriedly. Xian did not want to drag this conversation with Sun Yi on. No one would believe this kind of thing. He turned and went out the door. I'm going to buy a pot. As for this pill, you can keep it if you want or throw it if you don't. Chapter 33. After Xian disappeared, Sun Yi took another look at the so-called pill in the palm of her hand. She was just thinking about throwing it away when she decided against it and closed her palm over the pill. This guy wouldn't be using this kind of thing to continue deceiving people, would he? No, it's best to get the company to test it come Monday. It'll be great if it's not poisonous. If it's poisonous, I must convince Xian not to make this thing anymore. Afterward, Sun Yi cleaned up the kitchen a little. She sat on the sofa and started reading the day's River City business news. This was a habit she had developed over the years. Suddenly, she glanced at the date in the day's newspaper and remembered something. It will soon be the death anniversary of the 3 members of the Yi family. I guess I'll be the only one who will go and offer prayers again this year. Although I have nothing to do with the Yi family, there are always things that someone has to do. If the people of River City won't do it, then it is up to me to do it, she murmured. In fact, after the incident at Cloud Lake Manor 5 years ago, she had sought many people just to find out exactly why the Yi family was destroyed. However, no one was willing to tell her anything. Everyone's reaction seemed to her as if they were afraid of being involved with the Yi family. She even found Yi Chen's uncle, but instead of telling her the truth, the men immediately shooed her out. After 5 years, she had more or less scoured some information through her investigation. That year, it seemed that Yi Chen's father had offended a prominent man from Beijing and had enraged him greatly. The men had Yi Chen's parents killed instantly. As for Yi Chen, he fell into the East Coin Lake and his whereabouts remain unsolved to this day. She had seen the place where Yi Chen had fallen down. The water was turbulent and it was impossible for him to have survived it. What did the Yi family do wrong until the whole family had to end up like this? Geez. Sun Yi said with a long sigh. Early in the morning the next day, Yi Chen had just left Grand City Apartments when he found a Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon parked at the gate of the neighborhood. It was the exact same as the one from City North Park. There was a young girl next to the G-Wagon. It was Shen Mingjia, who was looking anxiously at something at the moment. Shen Mingjia was not wearing a hat today and her black hair ran down to her waist. She wore a simple white dress, looking like a fairy. The sight of luxury cars and beauty was enough to catch everyone's attention. There was a group of guys crowding in the neighborhood, whispering among each other constantly. Say, you think that beauty there is waiting for a man or a woman? Of course she's waiting for her girlfriends. That's a G-Wagon. It's at least a few million yuan and according to my research and investigation, girls who buy G-Wagons generally have strong personalities. They're from rich families. How could these ladies from rich families be waiting for a man here? My brothers, I will reveal to you again. If those beautiful women have been provided for, most of them would only be open to the BMW brand. Pretentious and beautiful, don't you think so? Said a plump man with sunglasses mysteriously. The plump man made a lot of sense and attracted a large wave of fans right away. The plump man saw his fans are growing and continued to speak more and more outrageously. He even began to analyze whether the girl was a virgin from her stance and the animals behind him were howling. Just then, Yi Chen came over. He said to the plump man with a frown, I think you have made a wrong analysis. Shoo shoo. Everyone looked at Yi Chen in unison. The plump man adjusted his glasses and said with some hostility, Who are you, boy? Do you know what my nickname is? Prince of Mature Women. I have played more women than you have eaten. Do you understand women as I do? Yi Chen shook his head. I don't understand women, but I know that the girl in the dress is waiting for me, so all of your inferences are wrong. At that point, not only the plump man laughed but also everyone else. Waiting for you? Haha, why don't you take a piss and look at your bearish appearance? A beauty with the G-Wagon waiting for a loser like you. What a joke. For a loser like you. I'll cut off my manhood if that beautiful woman is waiting for you, vowed the plump man with his hand stretched out to take the oath. Faced with everyone's ridicule, Yi Chen did not bother paying attention to it and walked directly towards Shen Mingjia. Everyone looked at Yi Chen, who walked shamelessly over and suddenly looked as if they were about to witness a good show. This kind of woman usually had quite a background. It was truly a spectacle to hit on and take liberties with them. When Shen Mingjia, who was standing by the G-Wagon, noticed Yi Chen, she felt so nervous that she thought her heart would fall to the ground. If Yi Chen had not shown up or appeared any later, her father would surely be dead. Her father had even made it clear to her that she must stay as humble as she could when entreating Yi Chen. Without much hesitation, she went up to Yi Chen in small steps and bowed. She said respectfully, Hello Mr. Yi, She was about to go on with conversational platitudes when Yi Chen waved his hand and said, Take me to the Shen house. I guess Shen Haihua must be very impatient now. Shen Mingjia's face turned red. She immediately took the initiative to open the door for Yi Chen and said softly, Mr. Yi, please. She uttered every word carefully. This was something she had never to do before, so she was afraid of offending Yi Chen with her insensitivity. Although Yichen did not exude any kind of aura, she felt an invisible force enveloping her and pushing her down. Shenmingjia only got into the car after Yichen had been seated properly. She felt as if a weight was lifted off her mind. The G-Wagon was driven slowly out of the neighborhood. The group of people who had been engaged in heated discussions was now completely frozen. They were waiting to see the kid embarrass himself. Who would have thought that the kid would really get into the car? Not to mention that throughout the process, the beauty of the G-Wagon was fawning over him like how the servants of the olden times would attend to their masters. What the hell? Are beauties nowadays all interested in men like that? I'm not dreaming, am I? Said a boy weakly. I seem to remember someone who said that they were going to cut off their manhood. Where did that brother go off to? That's right. Where is the lady magnet brother who said he'd cut off his manhood? The plump man's face burned. He left dejectedly without caring about how the crowd reacted. Half an hour later, at River City Shen House. As Yichen got out of the car, he realized that almost everyone in the Shen family had come to greet him. Shen Haihua even stepped forward and said excitedly, "Mr. Yi, you're here at last. I didn't sleep at all last night. I was afraid that it would be my last few hours. If you had been a few hours late, I would have probably been getting ready for a funeral. Mr. Yi, have you had breakfast?" "I've just requested my servant to prepare it earlier," said Shenmingjia's mother also quite respectfully. Yichen really could not stand such enthusiasm from the lot and said immediately, "Let's go to the second floor. I will treat you, and it'll be done in just a few seconds." Everyone's mouths twitched when they heard that it would be done in just a few seconds. How could there be such quick treatment? Should the miracle doctor not inspect and inquire first? If it were not for Yichen's terror the other day, the Shen family would have kicked Yichen out for being crazy. "Mr. Yi, are you sure you'll need just a few seconds?" "Even acupuncture isn't that fast," Shen Haihua said with uncertainty. "We don't need anything." "Fine, we don't even have to go to the second floor. We'll conduct the second stage of treatment right here," Yichen said nonchalantly. The crowd was even more confused. The treatment was too ridiculous. "Mr. Yi, do I not need to lie down?" Shen Haihua's heart could not stand it any longer, and he had asked with a trembling voice. "There is no need." "Mr. Yi, then what should I do?" Shen Haihua asked. "Just open your mouth." Even though Shen Haihua was confused, he could only open his mouth obediently. In the next second, they could see Yichen fishing out a crumpled plastic bottle from his pocket. He then opened the cap and poured out 5 dark and swarthy things. "Come here, eat all of them." Chapter 34. Everyone in the Shen family stared at the crumpled mineral water bottle and the unknown black pills with blank minds. Was this thing really edible? Cleanliness was also an issue. If one did not have an illness, they certainly would after consuming that thing. Yet no one dared to step forth and stop Yichen because they knew that only this youth could save Shen Haihua in the entirety of Huaxia. Shen Haihua looked at the 5 pills and gulped. He could not say whatever he wanted to say. He was not afraid of any problems the pills might have. He was afraid of angering Yichen, the man who controlled his life. "Are you gonna eat it or not?" "If not, I'll just take them," Yichen said as he saw the other party was still hesitating. Just as he was about to keep the pills, Shen Haihua said excitedly, "Mr. Yi, I'll eat it. I'll eat. Don't take it away." With that, he snatched the pills and swallowed them all with his eyes closed without caring if there was any problem with the pills. A strong medicinal effect permeated the whole place the instant after swallowing. Shen Haihua felt as if his entire body was wrapped in a warm current and was unprecedentedly relaxed. He had never experienced this feeling before. He had no words to describe it. It felt stronger than the feeling of love between a male and a female. Shen Haihua, a man in his 50s, could not help but groan. He did not care how many people were looking at him in that moment. He just wanted to express it. Gradually, he even realized that the pain that had persisted over the years had been eliminated. Completely eliminated. He opened his eyes and found that the whole world was extremely bright as if he had been reborn. This is. Shen Haihua's eyes were red. No one knew how strong the feeling in his heart was at this moment. He reached out with his hand and clenched Yichen's tightly. He did not know what Xian had given him, but it had such a wonderful effect on his body. It would not be impossible to say it was the elixir of immortality. Blop. Xian Haihua fell to his knees in front of Xian. Mr. Yi, please accept my prayers. From today onwards, you are the parent of my rebirth. Xian Haihua's arrogance and dignity were all crushed before Xian at this moment. This scene shocked everyone. Madame Xian was stunned as well. Shen Mingjia covered her mouth unconsciously. Everyone in the Xian family looked as if they had seen ghosts. Who was Xian Haihua? This was the president of North Name Corporation, the representative of the River City People's Congress. He had garnered countless titles. For so many years, they had never seen Xian Haihua shed a tear. Even more so, they had never seen Xian Haihua kneel before others. Yet, all these impossibilities had happened in front of their eyes. Everyone looked at the reticent man all at once. What kind of magic did this man have to make such a powerful man kneel to him on his own will? Xian glanced down at Xian Haihua and nodded. Stand up. You don't need to thank me. I save people for money and you gave me money. All we have is a business relationship. Xian Haihua found himself losing his composure and had quickly wiped his tears away with his sleeve. He stood up and took out a bank card and a key from his pocket. Mr. Yi, this is your consultation fee. The password is 66 and this is the key to a property I bought next to the Grand City Apartments. This property had been set aside for a while now, so it's a waste not to give it away. I'd like Mr. Yi to kindly accept this gift. The address is behind the key. Xian gave it a thought and accepted it. He indeed needed a house now. He would need to go to Virtuous Benevolence Hall to get some medicinal herbs and the quantity would not be small. He definitely could not transport them back to Grand City Apartments. In addition, he could not always be refining medicinal herbs in Sun Yi's kitchen. It was too risky. The key given by Xian Haihua could have just solved this urgent dilemma. Why should he not accept something like this? A house was a few million at most, which was only a fraction of the price compared to the consultation fee. Xian Haihua saw that Xian had accepted it and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was a businessman. Naturally, he paid attention to interests and possessed a long-term vision. He knew what an extraordinary person like Xian meant. He could cure his own terminal illness, so it's reasonable to think that he could also heal other people's diseases too. This other people had a wide inclusion. As small as a government leader, as big as the head of a big country. When would he associate with such a person if not now? Of course, he did not expect that one key was enough to gain the trust of the other party. The road was long. He suddenly glanced at his daughter. Shen Mingjia was the pearl of the Xian family and was ahead in River City in terms of her beauty and physique. Even heroes had a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. If necessary, Xian Haihua would not hesitate to give his daughter to the men in front of him. However, he did not know if Xian would be satisfied with his daughter. That would be dependent on his daughter's blessing. Mr. Yi, may I invite you for a meal at noon as I want to thank you properly, Xian Haihua said. Xian hated this kind of meal and naturally refused. I still have things to deal with, so there is no need for a meal. Remember to take lighter meals these few days. It would take a few days for the pills to fully assimilate into your body. As for your illness, there shouldn't be any serious problems. That's about it for us. Xian was about to leave after that when he suddenly thought of something. He had come to River City this time to not just for revenge but also to regain the Heavenly Justice Group that his father had brought into existence with his bare hands. It was his father's hard work after all. He remembered vaguely that the Heavenly Justice Group had actually fallen, and after the incident with the Yi family, it was then taken over by countless other companies. In the past few days, he had also tried to find out the whereabouts of the Heavenly Justice Group from the internet but had not obtained any substantial information. At present, Xian Haihua, who was the founder of River City's North Name Corporation, was definitely much more aware of River City's business environment than anyone else. Asking him would undoubtedly be the best choice. While Xian Haihua was immersed in the disappointment of his rejection, Xian stopped in his tracks and turned to Xian Haihua. You are considered the first patient Xian, has ever treated. Let's do it this way, I'll invite you to dinner, but I'll decide on the location, and let's set the time of the occasion for tomorrow evening. Do you have the time to meet up? As soon as this was said, Xian Haihua was so excited that he thought his tongue was tied. He responded with great difficulty, I have time, I have time. It's all up to you, Mr. Yi. Then, give me a call and I'll let you know, said Yi Chen. Shen Haihua knew that he had gotten unbelievably lucky and quickly instructed Shen Mengjia, why aren't you giving your phone number to Mr. Yi? Why should it be my phone number? Shen Mengjia was about to speak when she realized that her father was glaring at her. She could only then get a pen and paper and write down her phone number to hand over to Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at the phone number and walked towards the door. Mengjia, why aren't you sending Mr. Yi back? Shen Haihua ordered. Why is it me again? Shen Mengjia was a little unhappy. She felt like a servant. There's no need to send me back. I'll head out and grab a taxi. Yi Chen left those words behind and then disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 35. After Yi Chen left, Shen Mengjia came directly to Shen Haihua's side. She pulled at his clothes and pouted. Dad, why do I feel that you are deliberately trying to match me and Yi Chen? Why should I leave my phone number and why should I send him back, huh? You don't need to push me out there even if he cured you. We paid for it. Shen Mengjia initially thought she could escape the cliché of arranged marriage. Shen Haihua had also once promised her that he would not interfere in her marriage, but now the appearance of Yi Chen had disrupted their promise. How could she not understand what her father meant? Shen Haihua held both his hands behind his back, still staring in the direction that Yi Chen left. It had been a while before he turned to Shen Mengjia and said softly, Mengjia, what do you think of Mr. Yi? Shen Mengjia blushed at the unexpected question. She could say that Yi Chen was handsome. He had aged pretty well and had an indescribable temperament. As for his ability, he was even able to cure her father's illness. Naturally, he was not bad. He's all right and that's it. I know more outstanding young talents apart from him. Shen Haihua almost reached out and gave Shen Mengjia a slap when he heard this. Young talents? I, your father, will let you know that those nonsense young talents you know don't deserve to lift a foot in front of Yi Chen. Shen Mengjia was a little stunned after hearing his father's words. It was the first time she had heard her father speak with this tone. The people she knew did not deserve to even lift one foot before Yi Chen. Who was he kidding? Yi Chen was at most exceptional in the art of healing. Could he be compared with those who had had a good education since childhood on life experience and conversation? It was impossible. Shen Mengjia suddenly thought of something and retorted, isn't brother Lu Kai better than Yi Chen? Lu Kai led a legendary existence in their circle of friends from childhood until adulthood. He had been jumping grades since elementary school up until junior high. At 16 years old, he was the top scorer for the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. He then went directly to Peking University for further studies. At the time, he was also known as Huaxia's child prodigy. At the age of 19, he had studied for a master's degree at Stanford University. He was of 10th grade with piano and a Go professional of rank 8. His family's background was even more astounding. The Lu family was one of the 4 major families in River City. They were also a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Lu Kai's presence in River City was almost heavenly, and countless people look up to him. Since young, her father would boast about this person every time they dined together. He had described him as a giant amongst men during numerous occasions. Shen Mengjia still could not believe that this kind of person was not comparable to Yi Chen. Sure enough, Shen Haihua did not speak. He thought for a few seconds and said, Lu Kai is indeed one of the best in River City, but to really compare. He paused for a second and continued, in this life, he only has the right to look up to Yi Chen. Mengjia, you have been well protected by me, so you have no idea what the world looks like after peeling off that gorgeous coat on it. It's dark, it's dirty, and it's bloody. In this world, only one kind of person can live a good life, and it is those who are the strongest. They control 80% of the world's resources. They can destroy our Shen family with a wave of their hand. They stand at the highest point in the world and look at us like ants. Like dust. But that Yi Chen is different from us. He is neither an ant or dust. He can determine the existence of these strong men. If the strong are the unreachable mountains, then Yi Chen is the sky above those countless mountains. Shen Haihua's words sounded like thunder in Shen Mengjia's ears. Her scalp tingled with numbness, and her entire mind was blank. Her worldview had begun to collapse and only Yi Chen was in her mind. Virtuous Benevolence Hall. When Yichen got out of the taxi, Zhu Ren was already waiting at the door. "Mr. Yi, you finally came. You didn't leave your phone number when you left that time. I was afraid you had forgotten. Some medicinal herbs have just arrived from Yunnan. They are very fresh and have excellent effects." Zhu Ren quickly walked up and was surprised to find that Yichen did not have a car. According to Yichen's martial arts strength, it was possible for him to have a luxury car to travel, but this was a private matter for the other party, so he did not ask any more. Yichen glanced at Zhu Ren and nodded. "Where are the medicinal herbs? Take me to see it." "Mr. Yi, please follow me." Zhu Ren led Yichen directly through the hall to the backyard. The backyard was packed densely with medicinal herbs. There should be about 200 pounds of herbs if they were to calculate purely by weight. Yichen examined these herbs. They were far beyond what he was expecting in terms of the year it was picked and its freshness. He could not help but be a bit impressed with Zhu Ren. "Old Master Zhu, I'm interested." Yichen cupped his hand in salutation and then held out a card. "I still need to trouble Old Master Zhu to calculate the price. The market price will be fine." Although Zhu Ren wanted to give this medicine to Yichen without a price, he knew that the other person would not agree to it, so he went with a low price. "Mr. Yi, just give us Virtuous Benevolence Hall 5 million. It had cost him nearly 10 million to bring in the medicinal material here if he were to include the manpower. There were even several medicinal herbs that were rarely found in the depths of Mount Long White and had great value." Yichen had also guessed that Zhu Ren would sell it to him at a loss. He did not say much but knew that he would return the favor later on in time. After paying, Yichen gave Zhu Ren an address and asked him to send the herbs there by car at 3 p.m. "Right, Mr. Zhu. I have something to ask you," Yichen said suddenly. "Mr. Yi, please ask." "Old Master Zhu, do you know where in River City can I buy an alchemic stove?" Yichen really did not want to use the induction cooker to make the pills anymore since the effect was really bad. When Zhu Ren heard alchemic stove, his eyes narrowed and his expression turned to one of astonishment. "Mr. Yi, do you by chance know alchemy?" His voice was trembling as if he had heard something strange. There were reasons why Zhu Ren was so surprised. It was because alchemy masters in Huaxia had long since disappeared for thousands of years. Alchemist was a word that only appeared in legends. Although there were some medicinal pills and elixirs being circulated in the market, most of them were passed down thousands of years ago and were extremely precious. Some medicinal pills and elixirs could even be auctioned for hundreds of millions. This was a priceless existence. Zhu Ren then made a connection with Yichen's purchase of so many medicines and thought that it might really be alchemy. His heart was in turmoil. He tried to suppress his shock with force but then realized it was futile. He stared dead on at Yichen, awaiting his reply. Yichen's eyes narrowed. After a few seconds, he smiled and said, "Old Master Zhu, why are you joking? How can I possibly know alchemy? I just have this hobby of collecting." He knew from Zhu Ren's reaction that matters of his alchemy could not be discovered. He would not be so stupid as to admit it. Old Master Lao heard this and was more or less disappointed. If the Yichen in front of him was really an alchemist, he might have rushed to the Zhu house of Jiangnan province in an instant to report the incident and let the Zhu family's owner fight for Yichen personally. An alchemist was too precious an existence for the martial arts family in Huaxia. Whichever family that was in control of an alchemist would inevitably become the top Huaxia family within the next 3 years. Chapter 36. Yichen saw that old Zhu was in a daze, so he waved his hand in front of him. Yichen said to him, "Old Zhu, are you still listening?" Old Zhu snapped back to reality and smiled. "Mr. Yi, if you're merely collecting, why don't you try your luck at the antique market? River City has the largest antique market on the second lot of Money River Street. But if you're interested in a real alchemic stove, you'll have to opt to join the auction. Most of the items up for auction are audited by the auctioneer. As long as you have the money, you'll be able to acquire your beloved item for sure. This of course also goes for things that are over tens of thousands of years old. So let me ask you, Mr. Yi, are you the former or the latter?" Although Yichen had a secret method for identifying antiques, most of the items in the antique markets were in fact counterfeits. If he were to look for one, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Hence, auctioning was undoubtedly the best choice at that moment. Old Zhu, I prefer auctions, Yichen replied honestly. Old Zhu nodded his head and then continued, since Mr. Yi prefers auctions, perfect. In 5 days, a big auction will be held in River City Millennium Hotel. It just so happens that the Zhu family was invited to attend the auction. Mr. Yi, how about you come along with us at that time? Thanks for the trouble, Old Zhu. Yichen shook hands with him but had an afterthought and said, Old Zhu, I haven't seen your granddaughter today. Old Zhu did not expect Yichen to ask him about Zhu Zixuan. Seems like Mr. Yi isn't that inhuman after all. As luck would have it, Zixuan happened to go hiking with her master today. She'll only be back later. Initially, I was going to ask Zixuan to serve tea as a formal apology to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, how about stay back to have dinner with us? Naturally, Yichen was not able to stay back. He stood up, turned around, and then held up a piece of River City's evening paper which dated to the day before. Old Zhu, you have no use for this newspaper anymore, right? No, I don't, Mr. Yi. Do you wish? Old Zhu, do you have a pen? Yes, Mr. Yi, please wait for a moment. After a while, Old Zhu brought a black pen to Yichen. In fact, he was a little puzzled. He could not figure out what Yichen was up to, asking for the newspaper and a pen. He wondered what medicine Yichen sold in that calabash of his. Yichen was seen holding the pen as he scribbled to fill the empty spaces on the newspaper. He wrote a copious amount of lines of words fluently and then proceeded to draw a sketch of the human body with inexplicable lines over it. Once he was done, Yichen proceeded to rack up the newspaper. He then handed it to Zhu Ren. Old Zhu, when your granddaughter comes back later, remember to pass this piece of newspaper to her. She'll understand once she sees it. Also, don't forget to send the medicinal herbs over at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After Yichen had finished explaining what he had come to say, he stepped outside. It's almost noon, I wonder what Sunny has cooked up today. After Yichen had left, Zhu Ren furrowed his eyebrows and wrinkled as he opened up the newspaper. However, it did not matter how he tried to look at it. He could not understand what Yichen had written on the newspaper. For the most part, he dealt with medicinal herbs. Not to mention, he started doing so from a very young age. Even though he had seen martial arts experts before, he did not have the slightest clue on how martial arts experts trained. Forget it, I'll wait until Zixuan comes back and ask her. After 10 minutes, Zhu Zixuan went into Virtuous Benevolence Hall with an old man. Zhu Zixuan was in a set of pink attire. The old man wore a set of gray clothes and a pair of black sports shoes. He was very thin, and his standing posture was as straight as a pencil. His benevolent bright piercing eyes were brimming under his light eyebrows. When Zhu Ren saw the old man, he greeted him promptly, Old Qin, did you bring Zixuan out to practice again? This playful girl has definitely kept you busy, right? Zhu Zixuan was displeased. What are you trying to say, Grandpa? Do you think that I'm the type that brings chaos to your life? Zhu Ren shot a glance at Zhu Zixuan and scolded, you should know what you did. Remember the time when you offended Yichen? I specifically left you with him to apologize yesterday, but in the end, you went hiking with your master early in the morning. I would have beaten you up already if Old Qin wasn't here right now. The moment Zhu Zixuan heard Yichen's name, she suddenly became very worried. Ever since the incident that had happened previously, her grandpa would not stop talking about Yichen, he talked about him from day to night. She was sick and tired of it. With that level of skills. Aren't Yichen's skills merely average? Why does he go so far as to praise him highly? What martial arts grandmaster? Are they talking about him? Hee hee. There was only one true martial arts grandmaster in her heart, it was her master. When they went to practice on the hill that day, she saw her master chop down a giant tree with his bare hands. He's way better than that dog shit Yichen. The moment Zhu Ren mentioned Yichen, he could not help but remember what Yichen had asked him to do. Hurriedly, he went behind to grab the piece of newspaper and handed it to Zhu Zixuan. Zixuan, Yichen told me to give this to you. Just do some research if you don't understand the things on it because I don't either. Zhu Zixuan glanced at the newspaper. She snorted coldly and said, is that guy so kind as to give me something? For a second I thought it was something valuable, but a closer look shows that it's just yesterday's River City evening paper. What is he trying to say? Is he trying to say that I lack knowledge, and he's asking me to read more newspapers? This is just an insult in disguise. What an asshole. Zhu Zixuan got so angry that she rolled up the newspaper and threw it into the trash can. Pick it up right this instant. He wrote something inside. Zhu Ren went straight for the rod as if he was going to beat her. He did it without saying a word, picking it up from the side. He was obviously very angry. The helpless Zhu Zixuan could only reluctantly pick up the newspaper from the trash can. When she opened it up and took a quick look, sure enough, there were words and a diagram. However, she did not understand any of it. What dog shit has Yichen written this time? Why would he ask me to read this? That guy is out of his mind. When she was done, Zhu Zixuan decided to crumple up the newspaper into a ball to toss it again. However, she was suddenly met with a yell from the side of her ears. Wait. The shout came from old Qin. Master, what are you trying to say? Ignoring Zhu Zixuan's question, old Qin snatched away the piece of newspaper. His eyes stared sternly at the words and diagram that had been left by Yichen. He furrowed his eyebrows and wrinkled his forehead. As time went by, his expression slowly unfolded. In the end, his facial expression showed that he was struck dumb with amazement. When they saw his expression, both Zhu Ren and Zhu Zixuan looked at him weirdly. Master, what's going on? Old Qin, what have you found out? Old Qin ignored them as he sat cross-legged on the floorboard. He shut both his eyes tightly. It was similar to when he practiced. Master, the floorboard is dirty. Even if you want to practice, it can wait, right? Zhu Zixuan said. Old Qin ignored her. After 5 minutes, old Qin suddenly opened up his eyes. He slammed his palm on the floorboard and a faint wave of air started to flow outward from the palm of his hand. Crack! At the same time, the floor started to split open. A 1-meter deep depression suddenly formed. In an instant, the floorboard turned into dust. The scene, which was filled with sudden intensity and movement, would easily scare anyone. Suddenly, Zhu Zixuan seemed to have noticed something as she exclaimed, Master, you've managed to achieve a breakthrough. Congratulations, Master. Old Qin stood up and exhaled a mouthful of air. The next second, he shot open his eyes. His pair of eyes looked pleasantly surprised despite his wrinkled face being flushed red. He looked toward Zhu Ren and grabbed his arm as he said, Old Zhu, this newspaper. Whose hands did you take this from? Please. Bring me to him. He is Qin Yuanming's benefactor. His voice trembled with excitement as he grabbed Zhu Ren's hand fervently. It was so hard that Zhu Ren's hand started to turn blue-black. Chapter 37. Zhu Ren could guess what was going on. He ignored the pain in his arm and exclaimed, Old Qin, what you mean is? What's written on that piece of newspaper isn't ordinary, right? Qin Yuanming finally noticed his gaffe and loosened his grip immediately. He coughed and explained. Not ordinary. It's not just unordinary. It's a prophecy from the gods. Zixuan and I have been practicing a cultivation method called the Seven Sons Heart Method. I got it by chance when I was young, but it was an incomplete cultivation method. Subsequently, I met a grandmaster powerhouse. I spent a lot of money on him to help me perfect it in order to make it my current cultivation method. But as I practiced the cultivation method, I found a bigger problem. It was so big that it had affected all of my vital organs. When they heard that, Zhu Ren was shocked, and Zhu Zixuan turned as pale as a ghost. Throughout the practices for the past few days, she had started feeling uneasy but did not bother mentioning it. Was it the side effects of an incomplete cultivation method? Qin Yuanming looked toward Zhu Zixuan and tried to comfort her. Zixuan, don't worry about it. You're still young, and you haven't gone that deep into the training yet. The heart method doesn't affect you that much. But for me, it's a bit annoying because there are only 2 roads I can take. Either I continue practicing and all my vital organs start to fail from exhaustion, or abolish this practice that I've tried to perfect my whole life. The more Zhu Ren and Zhu Zixuan heard, the more frightened they became. Both of them knew of Qin Yuanming's level of strength. Even though he was not a grandmaster yet, he was the sole protector of the Zhu family from River City. If anything were to happen to Qin Yuanming, the Zhu family would be affected greatly. Zhu Ren's heart grew uncertain. Does that mean because of the breakthrough you just achieved, your body is now in more danger than before. It was at that moment when Xian Yun started to laugh heartily. On the contrary, my body isn't in danger. Instead, I've just gotten stronger. What? Both the grandfather and granddaughter became even more confused. Xian Yun carefully held up the newspaper in his hand and asked, "The grandmaster who left this newspaper here, whereabouts is he?" Not only did he perfect the Seven Sons Heart method, but he also changed the Seven Sons Heart method's direction of flow. If I follow this method of practice, all my previous problems will be solved. Furthermore, the duration of the whole thing will be much shorter. It's like a prophecy written by God. A grandmaster. This could have only been done by a grandmaster. Toward the end, Xian Yun was exclaiming loudly. Zhu Ren was shocked to the core when he heard what Xian Yun had said. He knew little about martial arts. Previously, when Yi Chen had dealt with Zixuan, he merely looked like a martial arts grandmaster. After having heard it directly from Xian Yun, the tables had turned. The scariest thing was that Yi Chen had figured out the Seven Sons Heart method's direction of flow and formula by merely glancing at Zhu Zixuan's attack. It was simply outrageous. Zhu Zixuan was just as equally dumbfounded. The image of her master who was supposed to be unbeatable had been shattered. Its replacement was the image of an aloof and distant Yi Chen. All the while, she had thought that Yi Chen was just an asshole. However, the asshole in her eyes had morphed, and he was suddenly the beloved idol whom she looked up to. How could this be? How could that asshole be a martial arts grandmaster? Even though she did not admit it, Yi Chen had become the person who had impacted her entire martial arts career. Grand City Apartments. Yi Chen got a whiff of the delicious aroma of food as soon as he stepped through the door of his home. Soon after, he found Sun Yi in the kitchen busying away as her unfathomable ratio of waist to hip swayed. To have a figure like that, a face like that, and most importantly, to be the best cook in the world, the best woman anyone could ask for. Yi Chen walked toward the kitchen, and he saw a table that was prepared with scrumptious dishes. He could not hold it in any longer as he secretly picked up a pair of chopsticks and stole a couple of bites. However, Sun Yi, who was cooking some soup, walked out of the kitchen at once when she noticed his thievery. Can you believe this guy? Stealing a few bites right after coming back. Have you paid for the meal yet? Also, where did you run off to earlier this morning? I couldn't find you even after searching the entire neighborhood. Yi Chen licked his chopsticks and smiled cheekily. I was busy with work. I made almost 100 million this morning. Sun Yi rolled her eyes at Yi Chen. She had gotten used to his ostentatious sarcasm. Sure. Do you think you're Wang Jianlin, T.N.? Wang Jianlin is a Chinese billionaire businessman, politician, and philanthropist, setting targets here and there. 100 million eh? Is that why you were gone earlier this morning? Your ostentatious sarcasm never ceases to impress me. I'll applaud you if you manage to earn even 1,000 yuan. Enough gabbing, let's forget about it and start our meal. Yi Chen decided to omit the long explanation as well and started to devour the delicious food that had been prepared by Sun Yi. After some time, Sun Yi remembered something and told Yi Chen, "Don't wait for me tomorrow night. I may have some things to settle." Yi Chen did not think too much about it and nodded his head. When Yi Chen was almost done with his food, Sun Yi's phone beeped. Yi Chen glanced at it and noticed that Sun Yi had an incoming call from her father. "Excuse me, I have to answer a call." Sun Yi picked up her phone and then went to the balcony. After a minute, Sun Yi ran over hurriedly and grabbed her coat along with her car keys before running out the door. "Don't wait on me tonight, I'll be going back to my dad's to settle something." By the time she had finished her sentence, she was gone from Yi Chen's sight. Yi Chen stood up and furrowed his eyebrows. Even though he wanted to follow her, he could not. This was because the medicinal herbs would arrive anytime soon. Moreover, it was a call from home. It had to be a personal issue, so it would be rude for him, an outsider, to intervene. 10 minutes to 3 in the afternoon. Yi Chen followed the address on the key to find the place Shen Haihua had given him. At first, he thought that Shen Haihua had given him an ordinary 100 square meter place. Little did he know, it was a place at the Great Thompson luxury condominium just beside Grand City Apartments. It was not just a simple 100 square meter place. It was a penthouse. Close to 1,000 square meters. The main point was that it was on the top floor, an execute suite. What's this supposed to mean? Xian could not comprehend what was happening. It could be said that Great Thompson was the dream of every River City citizen. Xian vaguely recalled the time he drove past Great Thompson with Sunny a few days ago. Sunny had lamented, "How nice would it be if I could live here? Even if it was only for one night, I'd be satisfied. But that's just a dream with my current salary. I'll never be able to afford a place here, not in this lifetime." At that time, Xian had jokingly said that he would buy her a place there, after earning enough money. Little did he know that the place they dreamed of would come right at once. The moment Xian opened the door, he had expected luxurious decor. However, he was still shocked by the interior of the place when he stepped inside. It was grand, luxurious, and magnificent. It had a small-scale swimming pool with temperature control, marble facade from top to bottom, and the entire kitchen alone was nearly 90 square meters. Is this how it feels like to be rich? Xian stood in front of the French window floor and the view overlooked almost all of River City. He saw Grand City Apartments which was filled with laughter and joy with Sun Yi. He saw the Yi family mansion that was once prosperous, now decaying. He saw Cloud Lake Manor that was a nightmare 5 years ago. He saw Sky Stone Mountain where the bones of his parents were buried. He clenched his fists, and a frightening aura arose from his body. It was the emotions that he had cooped up ever since 5 years ago. Tomorrow is the death anniversary of my parents. I should go and visit them. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'll avenge your death. I'm no longer the weak Xian that I was 5 years ago. I have risen from the dead. I promise, when the fateful night comes, I'll single-handedly bring that man's head to the front of your grave. I, Xian, will make River City crumble beneath my feet. All of Huaxia will surrender to me. Chapter 38. After 5 minutes, the bell rang. Xian knew that the medicinal herbs had arrived. As soon as he had opened the door, he noticed that there were a few people standing outside the hallway. They were not the typical porters one would expect. Instead, 2 of them were old people while one was a young lady. The 3 of them were holding bunches of medicinal herbs in their hands. There were more of them splayed out on the ground in an orderly manner. Xian knew 2 of them. They were Zhu Ren and his granddaughter, Zhu Zixuan. As for the other old man, he did not recognize him. However, he could sense that he was the same type of person as him. Old Zhu, don't tell me that Virtuous Benevolence Hall couldn't even send a worker to come over. Why did you guys come all the way here? Yi asked amusingly. Old Zhu smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Yi, we didn't want to bother you at first, but we were worried that the workers would not be careful with the medicinal herbs and damage them accidentally. Therefore, I personally brought Xian and a close friend of mine to come over. If we're troubling you, please forgive us. Come on in. Xian invited the 3 of them into his house. The 3 of them carefully placed the medicinal herbs on a circular table in the living room. Even though the 3 of them were part of the same world, they were slightly astonished after seeing the grandiose and opulent decor of the house. The penthouses in Great Thompson had prices that not any Tom, Dick, and Harry could afford. Its prices were scarier than some of the villas in River City. Zhu Ren thought it was a bit odd when he saw Xian take a taxi just to get to Virtuous Benevolence Hall that day. However, after seeing the place Xian stayed at, everything made more sense to him. It seemed like this young grandmaster was just a humble man. Zhu Zixuan stepped into the house, and she was slightly surprised. In her head, Xian wore clothes and had a vibe that was akin to a poor man. However, it seemed like Xian was in a realm of wealthiness that stretched far beyond hers. When she recalled the day she had rattled on and insulted him about how he was just a country bumpkin, she could feel her face becoming flushed. She wished she could find a place to burrow into. If a guy who lived in a penthouse in Great Thompson was a country bumpkin, what was Zhu Zixuan? The 3 of them hauled all of the medicinal herbs inside the house. Initially, Xian wanted to offer them a drink. However, out of his expectations, the place had no water because he had just moved in. It was not like he could offer them the swimming pool water to drink, right? I don't stay here often, so I'm sorry to tell you that I don't have any water. How about I go downstairs and buy some for you guys? Zhu Ren shook his head repeatedly. Mr. Yi, we're not thirsty. But we actually have something we'd like to ask. Naturally, Xian knew that they had another purpose for coming over. He sat on his sofa and bluntly said, "Go on." Immediately after that, Xian Yun jumped up to him and kneeled before him as he said, "Your humble servant, Xian Yun thanks thee, Grand Master Yi, for your life-saving grace." Grace. Life-saving grace. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. Within his time frame, he had only saved one person, and that was Shen Haihua. Where did this old man come from? "You are." Xian Yun hastily explained, "Grand Master Yi, to tell you the truth, I am Zixuan's master. I impart to her my martial arts skills, and you have perfected my 7 Sons Heart method. Other than that, you have allowed me to successfully break through my bottleneck in martial arts. Now, I'll never have to worry during practice. From this day onward, you will be Xian Yunming's eternal benefactor." Yi Chen finally understood that he had saved Xian Yunming's life by amending the problem in Zhu Zixuan's cultivation method. His whole life. He suddenly thought of something and curiously asked, "When you called me your grandmaster, what's that supposed to mean? Are grandmasters good?" When they heard what Yi Chen had said, they were all stupefied. Evidently, this included Xian Yunming and both members of the Zhu family, the granddad as well as the granddaughter. A martial arts grandmaster who did not know the meaning of being a grandmaster. Was he a martial arts powerhouse that was able to manipulate true qi outside of his body? The types of realms were taught to everyone who stepped foot into the very first class of martial arts. If he did not understand the basics, how did this Yi Chen get into the realm he was in? When Yi Chen saw everyone's shocked faces, he hurriedly explained, "I just got down from the mountains not too long ago. Therefore, I'm not too clear about the categorizations of Huaxia's martial arts teachings. Please do tell me about it." Xian Yunming said with a serious tone, "Grandmaster Yi, the martial arts system in Huaxia starts this way. When you first step into martial arts, you're taught that there are 2 types of strength, physical strength and inner strength. Inner strength is then separated into 3 categories, which are minor success, big success, and peak success. After that, you level up to the halfway transmigration realm, and then the end is the Grandmaster realm. The Grandmaster realm is looked up to by many as martial arts powerhouses." Yi Chen squinted his eyes a little. It seemed like the realm system was much more different than what the old geezer had told him. Of course, it was normal because the way he practiced his methods was unlike how Huaxia's martial arts methods were practiced. Therefore, it was incomparable. The old geezer had told him before that the true practicing realm types were the tempered body realm, the open soul realm, the pneumatic realm, the astral projecting realm, the true soul realm, and the divine teleportation realm. From the 6 realms, they were separated into 9 levels. After the divine teleportation realm, there was something scarier. However, Yi Chen was not worthy enough yet to know of it. At the time at hand, Yi Chen had to be on the 5th level of the open soul realm. If he followed what Xian Yunming had told him, that meant that the grandmasters in Huaxia's martial arts were between the open soul realm and pneumatic realm. It seemed like grandmasters were stronger than he thought. He wondered what realm the guy from Capital City was in. Was he a grandmaster? Or was he stronger than that? Are there a lot of grandmasters in Huaxia? Yi Chen asked in a low voice. Xian Yunming thought for a few seconds before he answered, "Grandmaster Yi, among the ones we know of, Huaxia has 50 grandmasters, and 10 of which are top-level grandmasters. However, I'm sure there are hidden ones. If I guess correctly, martial artists who are stronger than grandmasters should exist. It's just that it's harder to find out about them at the structure in my level. However, a little bird once told me that those grandmasters are mostly connected to specific Huaxia family lineages. As long as someone in their family was a grandmaster, their status was bound to rise. Even though our lives are now governed by science, technology, and the legal system, those who are in control of such things are usually close to martial arts powerhouses." Yi Chen tapped his thigh with his fingers lightly as he thought about the situation that had been presented to him. He then asked, "What about River City? What's the situation concerning martial arts in River City?" Xian Yunming glanced at Zhu Rend as he said, "As for River City's situation, I think Brother Rend is clearer about it compared to me." Zhu Rend was unshifting as he explained, "If you were to talk about the main forces of River City, the first thing you should know is the 4 major families. From strongest to weakest, it goes from the Chu family, the Zhao family, the Lu family and then the Chen family. The Zhu family has the strongest heritage and strength while the Chen family is the weakest. However, you mustn't look down the Chen family. If the Chen family's old grandpa takes over, it'll be a different story. It's a shame that one of the Chen family members offended someone, and both the father and son were brutally murdered in their own home. Currently, the Chen family has been kicked out of the 4 major families and has been replaced by the Wan family. Previously, Yi Chen had heard from Qin Jinghua that the Chen family had a grandmaster who practiced on Martial Waste Mountain. He had even tried to threaten Yi Chen with him. Seemingly, the old grandpa of the Chen family must have known about what had happened to the Chen family, but nobody knew when he was going to return. Even though the job had been done cleanly, without a trace of evidence, they could connect the dots to him if they set their minds to it. If Bai Libing doubted Yi Chen, other people would as well. As for the Chu family, the Zhao family, the Lu family, and the Wan family, he knew some of them. The person he was most familiar with was Chu Shuren. It was the woman who was full of herself and had played him like a rag doll. If it was not for her insulting him in front of the entire school congregation 5 years ago, he would not have failed to recover from the negative experience. Neither would he have left his parents in tears every day. Then, his parents would have never attended the banquet in Cloud Lake Manor for the sake of his dignity. Even though 5 years had passed, he could vividly remember everyone's faces at that time. How all the family members had called him useless in front of his parents. Moreover, he remembered how his parents had defended him, their eyes bloodshot with fervent. In his parents' eyes, their son would never be useless. No one had the right to insult him. Chu Shuren, this time I'll return, and I'll let you understand what it's like to be the real champion. Yi Chen crossed his heart. Chapter 39. Yi Chen did not notice that he was slowly exuding a strong menacing aura while thinking about the matter. His menacing aura had cooled the living room's temperature down, and a surge of chilly air had enveloped the 3 people present. They sensed the perilous air around them, and they whispered in their hearts, "What's the scary and menacing aura coming from Grandmaster Yi? Did we accidentally offend him?" Old Zhu could not hold it in any longer. "Mr. Yi, he croaked as if trying to get Yi Chen back from his trance. When Yi Chen realized that in front of him were 3 people with horrified expressions, he quickly regained his composure and apologized. "Old Zhu, are you all right? Don't mind me, I just had a sudden recollection of things." Old Zhu waved his hand, took a few deep breaths and then said, "Mr. Yi, the day's getting late. The 3 of us won't take up any more of your time. In a few days, we'll send someone to come and fetch you to the auction. Farewell." Old Zhu was too scared to stay another minute in that place. Who knew what the young guy in front of him would do? Yi Chen nodded his head and watched the 3 of them leave. After that, he stared at the medicinal herbs in front of his eyes as he wondered what his next course of action should be. Without an alchemic stove, refining medicinal pills and elixirs were too troublesome. It seemed to him that the only way he could absorb what he needed was through those medicinal herbs in water. The results would be similar to using medicinal pills and elixirs, albeit not as good. When night time came, Yi Chen's stomach grumbled. Hence, he left Great Thompson and went back to Grand City Apartments. He was most probably not going to stay at the huge deserted place alone. When he opened the door of the apartment, he realized that Sun Yi was not back yet. He tried to make a few phone calls to Sun Yi with the landline at home to ask what was going on, but none of the calls went through. What's that girl up to? Why didn't she say anything to me? Did something happen at home? If I can't reach her, I'll go straight to town to find her. When they were seatmates previously, Yi Chen had in fact been to Sun Yi's place. At that time, when Sun Yi was being teased by hooligans at the entrance of the school, Yi Chen went straight for them with a brick. When he thought about the incident, it could have been Chu Shuren's taunt that had piqued him to do such things. Naturally, the hooligans were afraid of the ruthless Yi Chen, so they covered their heads and fled immediately. However, Yi Chen got injured during the fight. Since he did not want to worry his parents, Yi Chen had decided to stay over at Sun Yi's that night. Although he could not pinpoint the exact location since the incident had happened 5 years ago, he could find it if he looked carefully. When he looked back, Sun Yi had put off everything just to help him plan his parents' funeral. He thought that maybe it was true love since then. Forget it, I'll just not have any of Sun Yi's wonderful dishes tonight. I'll just go out and eat, it's not like I'm poor or anything. Yi Chen closed the door behind him and walked off. He circled the nearby places to see what sort of food they had, but he was not interested in any of them. He was not trying to be picky or anything. However, since he had been pampered by Sun Yi's food throughout the past few days, it was hard to like any of the dull and boring choices the restaurants provided. Suddenly, he thought of something. He hailed a taxi and went southward. He vaguely remembered that when he was in high school, he often went to a food stall. When he thought about the food there, he could not help but drool. Since he frequented it, he got to know the couple's son, Wang Yuheng. Wang Yuheng had been schoolmates with Yichen previously. When the entire school heard that Yichen was useless, Wang Yuheng was the only person who continued to befriend him. He was one of the few friends Yichen had at that time. When the taxi arrived at the place, Yichen took a long breath when he saw the food stall. It was usual for places to stay unchanged despite the people who were previously there being gone. He was worried that the only place he still cared for had nobody left after 5 years. As Yichen approached the food stall, he realized that Wang Yuheng was not there but his parents were there instead. He could not figure out why there were no customers around. From what he remembered, their food stall business was always booming and on fire. Yichen found a table and sat down. In his line of sight, he saw a notice that said the food stall was moving and that it was their last day there. What surprised Yichen was that they were moving to the alley of an old street. How could that place compare to this place's customer traffic? This place has at least 10 times more customer traffic than there. Yichen did not think too much about it and asked, "Uncle Wang, I'll have some signature barbecue skewers." 5 years ago, Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang would prepare a mountain of barbecue skewers and a bottle of Sprite for him every time he said that. Those were Yichen's most enjoyable memories. Evidently, Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang were not expecting customers at such an hour. Uncle Wang glanced at Yichen, but he did not seem to recognize him. Aunt Zhang looked around as if she was afraid of something. Anxiously, she walked toward Yichen and said, "Kiddo, we're moving stalls today. We're almost closing now, why don't you head on over to somewhere else to eat?" Yichen furrowed his brows and he asked, astonished, "Aunt Zhang, it's only 6 o'clock in the evening. Business should be starting just about now. Why are you guys closing early?" "Yeah, you're right, kiddo. Just head on over to somewhere else. If you really want to eat our food, you can support us by bringing some of your friends over to our new spot. We're opening tomorrow and everything is 50% off," Aunt Zhang said as she pointed toward the notice. Yichen could sense that something was wrong. He noticed that some parts of Aunt Zhang's face and hands were bruised. It was as if she had been beaten up by someone. He looked over at Uncle Wang who was smoking at the side. The two of them love each other. It can't be domestic violence. When Uncle Wang saw Yichen staring at him, he limped over with a crutch. "Kiddo, we've been interrogated a lot lately so business has been slow. I'll cut you a deal. Since you really want to eat some, I'll make some for you, but you have to finish them within 5 minutes. We really have to close up soon. It's been 5 years. To be frank, we wouldn't leave this place if we hadn't been forced to," Uncle Wang said desolately. After he was done talking to Yichen, he turned around and then walked toward the mobile food stall. After a while, Uncle Wang served Yichen a few sticks of barbecue skewers and side dishes on a tray. He also brought Yichen a bottle of drink. "You're the last customer for me and my wife's food stall, so you can have this or free. Here you go." Yichen was ready to devour his food when he suddenly felt that something was amiss. When he glanced over at the end of the street, he saw someone with a menacing grin. "They're here." Chapter 40. Chapter 40, Anyone who dares to take a step, dies. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation. After 10 seconds, Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang noticed the 7 or 8 men coming from the end of the street. Their faces turned pale as soon as they saw the men and began to close up the stall frantically. "Kiddo, I'll pack the rest of the food for you. Just leave right now." "Leave." Aunt Zhang ran toward him and said with a hushed tone. Yichen remained unmoved. "Why should we leave? Kiddo, you're still young. Maybe you still don't understand certain rules, but it's not going to end well if you don't leave soon. I'm begging you." "All right." Aunt Zhang's voice started to tremble. Yichen was about to reply when a loud noise rang beside his ear. He turned his head quickly to see men who were wearing black singlets were already at the food stall. The bald guy leading the group who had a gold chain around his neck had even flipped the table beside Yichen over, scattering everything on it to the floor. He had made a mess of the place. Yo, old Wang, not bad. It seems that there are still customers brave enough to come over. The bald guy found a stool and sat down. He glanced over at the notice on the wall detailing the change of location for the stall. Yo, today's the last day, huh? Changing locations tomorrow? Why are you changing to an old street? You sure you can earn enough money with the meager amount of people passing through there? Uncle Wang's expression darkened as he shot a glance at the bald guy. Then, he smiled apologetically. Master Hu, You're a gentleman, please I beg you, don't bother my small business anymore. After he spoke, Uncle Wang took all the money out from the cabinet and handed it over to the bald guy carefully with a smile. Master Hu, this is all my income I've gotten these few days. I respectfully give them all to you. You see. Slap. The bald guy, Master Hu, swept his eyes across the money and gave Uncle Wang a big slap on his face. What the F***ck am I supposed to do with this money? I've told you guys to prepare 50,000 as your protection fees. Is that really so hard? Did you really think moving will save you from me? Keep on dreaming. Do you want to bet if I'll smash the windows of your new place tomorrow? You won't be able to open your stall at this rate. When he heard that, Uncle Wang's face turned white instantly. He had thought that changing the location of his stall would prevent such fiasco as the one before his eyes to happen again in the future. It turned out that these bloodsuckers had latched onto them. They were merely running a small business. It was impossible for them to rack up such money. Aunt Zhang was so scared she was trembling from head to toe. As a woman, she felt that it was completely useless for her to stand up against these people. They were threatening them with their lives. Master Hu looked at the money on the ground and spat on it. He ordered, I'll be back this time tomorrow. I expect to see 50 grand and your business can revert back to its booming stage. If not, I promise I'll find every new stall that you open and mess that place up. When he was done, Master Hu waved a hand in the air and outside. Before he could take another step, a cold voice came from behind him. Did I say you can go? Master Hu stopped in his tracks and his body tightened up. He turned around to see Xian, who was in the midst of eating his barbecue skewers. He forced a laugh, turned, and sat right in front of Xian. He said, Kid, were you talking to me? Xian used his chopsticks to pick up some vegetables and proceeded to savor it. After a few seconds, he looked over to Master Hu and said, If I wasn't talking to you, was I talking to a dog instead? His words stunned not only the henchmen, but Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang were so freaked out that their faces turned white. This kid had a lot of balls to say these things. Was he that oblivious to the danger of the situation? Master Hu was the boss of this district. He had 10 or more henchmen under him. Did he know how many had to go about their day according to his means? They were about to leave them alone already when he spurted out the insult that Master Hu was a dog. This kid might very well be retarded. He had dared to mess around in Master Hu's presence. He was going to die for sure. Aunt Zhang was about to persuade Xian to stop but was stopped by Uncle Wang instead. What can you, a woman, can do about it? Let this kid clean up the mess he made. Don't try to fix something you can't. He has offended Master Hu. There's nothing we can do now. Can't you see how many people here witnessed this? Aunt Zhang kept her silence after she saw those 7 or 8 hooligans who were staring intently at the scene before them. It did not matter what they had to say anymore. They were merely ordinary people. How could they go up against these irrational people? At that moment, Master Hu's expression was not looking well. At any rate, he was the leader of this district and never had anyone disrespect him that way, especially not in front of his face. This young guy was looking for trouble. Kid, I don't care where you're from, but stand up and get on your knees. Bow 10 times for me or I'll break your arm. Master Hu warned him. He had graduated from River City's martial arts school, so no one had dared to go up against him when it came to fighting. Xian took a sip from his drink under the lovely sky as if he had not heard what was said to him at all. Master Hu was enraged. All these years, nobody had ever disrespected him in this way before. M******, Master Hu swung his palm toward Xian's cheek. He wanted to slap the sense out of him. Just when his palm almost touched Xian's cheek, Xian moved and slammed his palm on the table. Then, a pair of chopsticks flicked up into the air. He held the chopsticks tightly in his right hand and turned instantly. The chopsticks pierced through Master Hu's palm at once. They penetrated through his palm. Blood burst out of the wound right away. Without waiting for Master Hu's reaction, Xian pressed his elbow and a sound was heard. Ding! He had nailed Master Hu's hand on the table with the chopsticks mercilessly. Ah! Master Hu shouted in pain. He fumbled to free his hand, but the chopsticks had nailed it down so tightly that it would have hurt a lot more if he were to just pulled his palm out like that. Son of B***TCH. Master Hu's other hand was pulled into a fist and heading straight toward Xian. Xian snorted coldly without any attempt to duck but had received the punch with his fist. Crack! Both fists collided. Master Hu's other arm was punched out of shape instantly. His bones were broken. Master Hu was in so much pain that the veins on his neck popped. His eyes turned bloodshot. He was about to scream from pain when Xian gently lifted his hand to shut him up. He packed a fierce blow onto his face. Bam! Master Hu's face was slammed directly onto the table. The whole thing had happened so effortlessly. It was as if Xian was demonstrating an artistic performance. I don't like loud noises. Xian's voice sounded very cold. When he heard him speak, Master Hu was so stunned that his entire body shook. It was at this moment that he realized he had landed himself in hot water. A practicing martial artist. He must be a practicing martial artist. From the way he attacked, he could tell that Xian's strength had far surpassed his. The problem was he had no chance of fighting back. Xian's way of fighting back had stunned the whole crowd. Although they did not know much about martial arts, they could tell Xian was not someone to mess with by his fighting skills. Master Hu, who still had his cheek flat on the table, noticed that no one was defending him. He bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Come and kill this B***TCH. It was then the hooligans snapped awake as they ran up to him with empty beer bottles in their hands. A sudden voice said coldly, "Anyone who dares to take a step, dies." Xian said it with a matter-of-fact tone. It sounded devoid of any emotion. When the hooligans heard what he said, all of them did not dare to move a muscle and was frozen in their steps. His voice was like some sort of magic. They knew that death would befall on them should they took another step forward. That guy really did have the balls to kill. Chapter 41. Chapter 41, Hades from the Infernos of Hell. Master Hu was left fuming with rage when he saw that none of his own henchmen dared to move. Never in a million years did he think that a sentence would frighten these bunch of useless trash. Are these guys blind? There's only one of him. It shouldn't matter that he practiced martial arts. There are so many of them. What's there to be scared about? At that moment, he could feel distinctly the blood trickling down his palm. If he left it like this any longer, he might lose his entire hand entirely. He looked over to Xian and said, "This guy over there. You attacked with such force. Don't you think it's a bit too much to disable both my arms like that? I, Lin Hu, did nothing to offend you." Xian ignored Lin Hu and instead stood up and took out a cigarette from his pockets. He lit it up with ease. He was completely indifferent toward the life and death of someone else. Is it over? Why didn't I feel anything? Xian finally spoke up. Lin Hu's eyes flickered with a hint of ruthlessness as his voice said coldly, "Don't think I don't know what's going on. You're doing all this so that you could get the protection fees from this couple instead. If you have the balls, then just kill me. Otherwise, I'll never give this couple a moment of peace for the rest of their lives. I'm sure you can't cover them all your life." When Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang heard what he said, their faces turned as pale as a ghost. Never in a million years would they think that this young man in front of them was protecting them. However, they had no choice but to count on the young man to risk his life to save them. Xian took the cigarette out from his mouth and pressed the lighted tip onto Lin Hu's face gently as he said, "You're a confident one, aren't you? How are you so sure that I won't kill you?" Even if Lin Hu felt a great shame blanketing him, all he could do was take it. At that moment, there was no way he could have moved at all. Let's cut the B***shit. If you have the guts, then just kill me. Just know that you'll regret it later. Lin Hu showed his outrageous bravery at the moment. Over the past few years, he had been playing with fire so much so that he would not be intimidated by a kid who had never grown a pube in his life. Xian laughed coldly. "Kill you? Do you think you deserve it? I won't get my hands dirty for you. Even so, keeping a scum like you alive is more suitable than having you dead. The next second, the toothpick canister flew up from the table with a wave of Yi Chen's arm and countless toothpicks were suspended in the air. Yi Chen's fingers plucked a toothpick out of the air and pierced it into one of Lin Hu's acupuncture points. A second one was plucked. Then, a third one. 5 toothpicks were pierced neatly into Lin Hu's body. The picture it presented was terrifying. Subsequently, the toothpick canister dropped and everything was as before. If you could endure 10 seconds of this without begging me for mercy, I'll let you go, Yi Chen said. Lin Hu snorted coldly. He felt something pricked into his skin, but so what? He did not furrow his eyebrows when his hands were nailed by the chopsticks onto the table. These small toothpicks should not be a problem for him. Kid, let's not talk about 10 seconds. Even if. Lin Hu did not finish his sentence when a wave of immense pain flooded over him. It felt like tens of thousands of ants had bitten his body at the same time. The pain felt like it was magnified by 100 times. He would rather die than to endure this sort of pain. The veins on every inch of his body popped up and white foam trickled out of the corner of his mouth. His entire body was shuddering. It was then he realized how scary the young guy before his eyes truly was. He was the devil, to say the least. A devil that came from the depths of hell. 1, 2. Yi Chen had not counted to 3 when Lin Hu croaked, "Let me go. I beg you, let me go." Yi Chen was unmoving and looked at him with his cold-blooded stare. He was no Mother Mary. Some people did not deserve mercy. You call yourself a man when you can't even stand the pain for 2 seconds. Please. I beg you. Let me. Lin Hu's eyes were filled with nothing but terror. He was really scared now. He did not want to experience this kind of pain in his life ever again. Staying alive was better off than being dead. Yi Chen did not move an inch in spite of Lin Hu's incessant begging. He was no Mother Mary. In those 5 years, he had understood the rule that made the world go round: weak praise are good food for the powerful. Sparing your enemies meant hurting yourself. Although this Lin Hu before his eyes was not exactly fit to be described as powerful, he was not worthy of his sympathy either. In the 6th second, Lin Hu had reached the limit of his pain tolerance. He was edging between life and death. Yi Chen thought it was about time. He did not want to make more trouble for Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang, lest the honest couple would inevitably live in a nightmare. His arm shifted, and a gust of chi flowed toward Lin Hu. The toothpicks flew away as if they were sentient and nailed themselves into the wall, still trembling a little from the impact. The hooligans were all horrified at what they saw. Why the F***ck does this look like something that came straight out of a martial arts novel? They did not see the young man move his hands, so how did the toothpicks fly out? Before they could react, Yi Chen's voice boomed like a clap of rolling thunder in their ears, "Take him and go. From this day onward, don't you dare show your faces in River City." After those words came out of his mouth, the hooligans walked over to Lin Hu's side with shaking legs. They peeked at Yi Chen out of the corner of their eyes and saw that he remained still as a stone. Then, they carried Lin Hu on their shoulders and ran off as fast as they could. They were scared, really scared. The young guy in front of their eyes was like Hades from the infernos of hell. After everyone had left, Yi Chen retracted his evil aura and gave the couple a smile. He even took the initiative to wipe the bloodstains from the table with a paper towel. He said apologetically, "Uncle Wang, I'm so sorry for breaking your table. Say, is it okay if I compensate with another one?" The man in the distance staring intently at Yi Chen was fearful at first, but it slowly turned into astonishment. In the end, he was actually rejoicing. It was because he just heard that the young guy called himself Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who had disappeared without a trace 5 years ago. You are Ah Chen. Have you returned?" Yi Chen smiled and nodded toward the men. Aunt Zhang was still oblivious. "Who's Ah Chen? What are you talking about?" Uncle Wang ran toward Yi Chen and pounded him on the chest. He explained to his wife, "This kid is the missing Ah Chen from 5 years ago. Kiddo, when did you get so tall? And so strong? I couldn't recognize you from your stark change." Aunt Zhang finally remembered who he was and covered her mouth with surprise. She said, "Ah Chen, where did you go?" 5 years ago, we went to your school to ask about you, but your principal said that you've transferred to another school. Why did you do that without any notice? And where did you learn to fight this well? Did you join the military? Xian nodded. Yeah, I was in the military for a few years. I can beat at least 10 of these trash like Lin Hu. Aunt Zhang, if this guy comes and disturb you guys again, just tell me and I'll teach him a lesson he'll regret for the rest of his life. Silly kid. You're supposed to protect the country when you're enlisted into the military, not your Aunt Zhang. Xian chatted with the two of them until 9 o'clock at night. During that time, Uncle Wang cooked up a few more dishes and opened up a few bottles of beer to enjoy with Xian. Most of the questions from the two of them were about what had happened in the past 5 years. Xian did not reveal too much, he only told them he was in the military for a few years and had just been recently discharged. He knew very well that even if he told the two that he had embarked on a cultivation training journey, the couple would never believe it. When he was about to leave, Uncle Wang invited Xian to join the opening of the new stall the next day enthusiastically and threatened him with a good time. He said that no matter how many friends Xian brought, they would be able to enjoy a 90% discount on food and drinks would be free. Xian remembered that he had not set a place for his meeting with Shen Haihua tomorrow. He might as well choose Uncle Wang's new stall as their rendezvous if that was the case and help the couple by bringing some customers in. He agreed to Uncle Zhang's invitation in the end. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, Xian, what kind of person are you, really? It was 10 o'clock at night. Xian got out of the taxi and was going back to Grand City Apartments. He did not know if Sun Yi had returned. She could not be reached the entire night, which made him worried. Just as Xian was about to walk into the gate of the place, a bright light shone toward him and was accompanied by a few car horns. It seemed that someone was asking him to go to their side. Xian furrowed his eyebrows and saw a woman sitting in the driver's seat. He ignored her and walked straight toward Grand City Apartments. Although he could not make out who the woman in the car was, it was definitely not Sun Yi. As a matter of fact, the person in the car was Xiaoruoxue. There was an impromptu meeting for all the groups and corporations tonight. All the executives had to attend, but Xiaoruoxue realized that Sun Yi did not show up. All her calls could not get through, and she was not there for the entirety of the meeting. She knew something was up because Sun Yi was never late, nor had she ever excused herself early since the very first day she joined the corporation. She suspected something had happened to Sun Yi. Therefore, she looked up Sun Yi's personal information in the forms and found this place. She was about to get out of the car and go up the apartment to check on her, but she saw Xian instead. Since Xian provided the prescription, she had specially hired a private detective to investigate Xian. Never in a million years did she expect his personal information to be almost blank. She could not find out where this man came from nor why he had come to River City. One should know that in order to live in Huaxia, even a beggar could not yield a blank sheet of information. The only possibility for a blank sheet of personal information was that the party's personal information had been protected by a higher authority. Since then, Xiaoruoxue started getting curious about this fellow called Xian. Of course, it was not mere curiosity but hatred as well. Xian was the first guy who dared to reject her in years. When Xiaoruoxue saw that Xian was ignoring her, she was furious and balled her hands in a fist. She saw that he was about to disappear from her view soon, so she could only get down the car and ran after Xian. Xian, stop right this instant. A clear voice sounded. Xian turned automatically and finally had a clear view of the woman before his eyes. Although Xian had seen his share of beautiful ladies, he could not help but be stunned by the lady in front of him. The lady had skin as white as snow, long hair that was curled in small waves that cascaded down her back. She looked tired, but her eyes were clear and sparkling. Coupled with her enchanting and attractive eye shape, she was beautiful and untouchable. She was biting her bright red lip at the moment, and her pale skin made her look a bit sickly but confident. Xian had compared the woman in front of her with Sun Yi subconsciously. Appearance-wise, this woman was obviously better looking than Sun Yi, but Sun Yi's sexiness was hands down the best. Even so, this lady had a nice body with visible curves, and if she wore a sexier outfit, she would have scored higher. As Xian was sizing up Xiaoruoxue, she said, "Xian, didn't you see that I was trying to stop you just now?" Xian stopped examining her and said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you want to stop me?" Xiaoruoxue took a step forward and declared proudly, I heard that you threw hands at the magnificent group building just to see me. Now you're seeing me in the flesh and you're giving me this attitude. Xian realized then the lady in front of him was one of Jiangnan province's top 3 beauties, Xiaoruoxue. She was the president of the magnificent group and was also Sun Yi's top superior. Xian swept his eyes across Xiaoruoxue's face and breathed a long sigh of relief. Her face was not yet destroyed as described by his master, which meant that she was still safe for the time being. What's your sigh supposed to mean? Does my presence disappoint you? Xiaoruoxue felt angry when she saw him shaking his head and sighing. How dare someone treated her this way as the precious daughter of the Xia family? She felt that she was being judged by the cover. Nothing. If there's nothing you need to tell me, then I'll be leaving, Xian said. Xiaoruoxue gathered her composure and set aside her own thoughts as she asked, "Are you living with Sun Yi?" "That's correct." Xian nodded. Xiaoruoxue was confused about why she felt disappointed when she found out the two of them lived together. "Don't misunderstand. When I came to River City, I was homeless and Sun Yi decided to take me in." Xiaoruoxue felt a sense of relief and continued, "Sun Yi was absent during the impromptu group meeting today. Do you know where she went?" "I don't know." With that, Xian turned to leave. He hated people chasing him down and asking him questions. Moreover, he felt like he was not obliged to answer any of them. When Xiaoruoxue saw how impatient Xian was, she was baffled and shouted quickly, "Xian, stop right there." Xian did not stop. Xiaoruoxue's hands were balled into fists, and she was so angry that she stomped her feet on the ground. "You were so adamant to meet me just a few days ago, so why were you being so impatient when I finally appeared? Am I, Xiaoruoxue, not good enough in Xian's eyes?" Xiaoruoxue could not hold it in any longer. She shouted, "Xian, why is a grown man like you staying together with Sun Yi? Don't you know that it'll affect Sun Yi's reputation? Also, don't think that getting your occasional prescription means that you're well provided for. Let me tell you something, Xian. If you continue living this way, you'll eat up everything and end up with nothing. You'll destroy yourself at the end." Xian stopped in his steps, turned around, and walked towards Xiaoruoxue. Xiaoruoxue did not dare to say a word as she stared at the men before her. "Xiaoruoxue, do you think you know me very well? Or do you think because you're the princess of the Jiangnan province's Xia family you have the authority to accuse other people as you like?" "That's not," Xiaoruoxue's voice sounded very much like a whisper. She was a little scared now. A chilling grin tugged at the corners of Xian's lips. "Since you don't know me well, then what right do you have to criticize me? I don't care whether you're the president of the magnificent group or the princess of Jiangnan province's Xia family. Even if you're from capital city's top family, please turn your arrogance down a few notches when you're in my presence. Anything that I do is none of your business." Xiaoruoxue took a step back and was completely taken aback by Xian's imposing manner. The rim of her eyes grew red as she felt that she was being blamed for nothing. "I didn't mean. I'm just." Xian did not give Xiaoruoxue a chance to explain herself and left as he came. In his eyes, it did not matter whether Xiaoruoxue came from a noble family because she might be among those who could do nothing but look up at Xian. After Xian left, Xiaoruoxue could not hold it any longer and started to cry. Ever since she was young, she had always been the princess of the Xia family sitting high up on the throne. Nobody had dared to talk to her this way. Who would be brave enough to discipline her that way? After her crying session, Xiaoruoxue seemed to have been awakened from something. It was as if Xian's scolding finally got through her. A few years ago, did she not leave Xia family to create magnificent group because she wanted to get out of Xia family's shadow? After all these years, she thought she had succeeded. In the end, however, it turned out that she was still heavily dependent on the Xia family and nothing had changed. She looked toward Xian's direction with her eyes still glistening from the tears. She mumbled, "Xian, what kind of person are you, really?" Chapter 43. Chapter 43, That Frightening Man. When Xian returned to the Grand City apartments, he realized that Sun Yi still had not returned. The problem was he could not get through Sun Yi's phone, and judging from Xiaoruoxue's words, Sun Yi did not even ask for a leave. What important thing happened at this girl's home? Or did something happen along the way? Xian could not help and began worrying. Sun Yi was a woman after all, and A very beautiful woman at that. Sun Yi was very important to Chen. He would not allow anything to happen to her, considering the kindness that she had given him that year. No longer hesitating, Chen picked up the phone and dialed a string of numbers from memory. Hidden Dragon Building. It stood in the center of the city, but it was as if it was standing far apart from the hustle and bustle of the city. No one knew its origins and no one knew why it existed. For some people, they could only learn just a little bit about the building after searching through their various complicated networks. A man lived on the top floor of the Hidden Dragon Building. His name was Tian. At this moment, Tian was leaning on the chair with his eyes closed on the top floor of the Hidden Dragon Building. He had one hand on one side of the chair while his other hand was playing with a special disc. The design on the disc was very strange. It was a bloodthirsty black dragon. The black dragon seemed to be wrapped in clouds and mist, hiding the sky and covering the earth, Tien, Chinese idiom that means omnipresent, and was looking down upon the mortals with arrogance. Suddenly, his mobile phone on the table rang. His sharp eyes opened almost instantly, emitting a glow that could chill everyone down to their spine. Only 6 people in the world knew this number. Tian stretched out his hand to grab the mobile phone. It looked as if it was being pulled by something and was sucked to it. He glanced and saw that it was an anonymous number. Could they have called the wrong number? He was about to hang up when he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that person calling? No longer hesitating, he immediately pressed the button to answer. Who's this? There was no sound on the other end of the phone, and the silence was a bit scary. Tian shook his head. It seemed like they really had the wrong number. He was about to hang up when a lazy voice sounded, "It's me." Hearing this voice, Tian's entire person stood up straight. A burst of violent aura was unfurling in his body. His body trembled, and his breathing was a little quick. He had kept this phone by his side for 3 years. And it did not even ring once. He had been hoping that the men would remember this number someday and call him. Yet, every hopeful moment had always led to disappointment. He had even thought that the name, Tian, was utterly worthless. Hall Master, his voice was trembling to the point he sounded almost as if he was sobbing. If those men in power saw Tian like this, they would be absolutely startled until their jaws were dropped to the ground. How could Tian harbored such tenderness in his eyes? I'll say this again, don't call me Hall Master and don't try to look up this number. Help me check on someone. Her name is Sun Yi. Her hometown is Great Field Town, River City. I lost contact with her 10 hours ago and I want to know where she is now, if she is in any danger or if something had happened at her home. I will call you again within 5 minutes. By then, you must give me this information. There was a definite tone from the other end of the phone. When he was done, the call was efficiently ended. Tian shuddered and gathered his composure quickly. He logged into a website while making a call with another mobile phone. Shah, I want all the information on this person within the next 3 minutes. Her name is Sun Yi, female. The scene turned to Grand City Apartments. After hanging up the phone, Chen got lost in his thoughts. He had never wanted to make that phone call. He did not want to involve this group of people in his development or vengeance plan. Although now it seemed that there was no other way other than to face these people upon returning to Huaxia. After looking at the time, he then sat on the sofa and drew out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. A cigarette fell onto his hand after he had shaken it lightly. A trail of smoke coming from his lighted cigarette swirled in the air. Cigarettes were not that bad of an antidote when one was upset. 5 minutes have passed in the blink of an eye. Chen snuffed out the cigarette in his hand. With a flick of his fingers, the cigarette butt swept through a curve and landed directly in the trash with accuracy. He dialed the phone again. Any news? The tone on the other side of the phone was calmer. Hall, cough, I found news of Sun Yi. She left River City's Grand City Apartments at 11:35 p.m. She drove a Volkswagen Beetle 180 TSI to the 5th People's Hospital at 12:25 p.m. The car is still parked in the hospital parking lot. According to my investigation in River City, Sun Yi's brother, Sun Haojia, suffered a sudden condition at 11:20 p.m. and needed immediate surgery that cost 700,000 yuan. We've obtained her phone records and the footage in the hospital. We found that she had made 3 calls while she was there. The first call was to a mortgage company. Miss Sun Yi sold the Beetle for an extremely low price of 50,000 yuan. The second and third calls were to private numbers. When the third call was done, Miss Sun Yi threw the phone into the second trash can outside Ward 512 on the 5th floor. I also have a detailed investigation report here. Is there a need to send it to your email? No need. Xian shook his head helplessly and hung up the phone. This silly girl, why hadn't she told me even at this time? Did she not consider me a friend? Or did she think that I was completely powerless? I've told you that I've had made nearly 100 million yuan. Why couldn't you believe me? Why should you rely on those common doctors when there is a miracle doctor living right beside you? 700,000 yuan. Xian knew it very well that Sun Yi only had 300,000 yuan. Even if the car was sold, it would not be able to make up for the remaining 400,000 yuan. He was afraid that the two private calls were to borrow money. And the result was a failure. Sun Yi was probably at the most helpless time of her life now. This time 5 years ago was the time when I was the most helpless, and today, 5 years later, is when you are most helpless. It's time that I pull you out of this abyss. Geez, what a silly woman. Xian simply grabbed a jacket and put it on. Closing the door, he immediately melded into the night. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Snake of a Woman. River City 5th People's Hospital. Sun Yi looked at her brother who was in the intensive care unit through the window. Her mood was unusually complicated. She had received a call from her father during the afternoon saying that her brother's condition had deteriorated and her heart stuttered. She had thought that there was just some abnormal data as usual but did not expect that he had been rushed to the hospital. The doctor said that an operation had to be performed immediately and that the cost was 700,000 yuan. For her, 700,000 yuan was beyond her reach. Although she was the director of the magnificent group, her salary had been reduced by the mortgage she had to pay and her brother's annual medical expenses. The 300,000 yuan in her bank savings was also her dowry money. She was willing to take out the 300,000 yuan for her brother's treatment. She had even sold the car, but it was still not enough. She could only call her second uncle, Sun Yongfu. Sun Yongfu had been working in wood processing in River City in recent years and had made a lot of money. He had bought a Mercedes-Benz luxury car and a 150-square-foot house. It could be said that he was the richest amongst them in the Sun family of the prosperous River City. She actually had not wanted to make the call because she was uncomfortable with the way she was seen in the eyes of her second uncle and his family as if they were above her. Had she not been at the end of her rope, she would rather ask someone else to borrow money from. After a while, Sun Yi's father, Sun Yonggui, was leading Sun Yongfu and his family to her direction. He was bowing as he walked. It is really a blessing for my Haoja that you could come. Oh, I don't know what debt I owed in the last life that God has to treat me like this. My only hope now is that Haoja can get through this crisis. When they stopped outside the ward, Sun Yonggui quickly said to his daughter, Sun Yi, little Yi, why aren't you saying hello to your second uncle, aunt, and Yao Yao? Sun Yi smiled a little and wiped away her tears. Second uncle, second aunt, little Qian. Thank you for helping us at this time, we really appreciate it. Sun Yongfu glanced at Sun Yi with a little surprise. He did not expect that an earnest man like Sun Yonggui could have such a beautiful daughter. If she found a wealthy family to marry in the future, the fate of the Sun Yonggui family would probably change. His wife, Dong Caiju, had also noticed this and whispered to her husband, Sun Yongfu, didn't you joke about introducing a partner to President Li's silly son during the last banquet? Who knows, but something might come out of Hangxing Building Materials if the marriage is a success. Sun Yongfu's eyes lit up. It was still his wife who was the smartest. Mr. Li's silly son was not right in the head and had always seemed so lecherous, but it was not his daughter that would be married to him, so he had nothing to be afraid of. The point was, how could President Li not be happy with a daughter-in-law like Sun Yi? Perhaps even President Li would not be able to resist Sun Yi's charm, then father and son could fight it out together. If the marriage works out, he would definitely be the biggest beneficiary as the person who had introduced her to them. By that time, Mr. Li would be so happy, and his business was bound to prosper. Their daughter, Sun Yao Yao, had naturally heard her parents' plan, and a smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. As a woman, she was the most jealous when someone else looked better than her. Sun Yi was undoubtedly the person she hated the most in these years. She would spare no effort to show off in front of Sun Yi or ridicule her the moment she found the opportunity to during family gatherings. She looked down on Sun Yi and her family very much. The family obviously had no money, so why would they have such a beautiful daughter? What was more was that they also had this half-dead child from a previous marriage. Sun Yaoyao put on an act and took a look at Sun Haojia in the intensive care unit. She sighed and said, "Your family is really... I wonder what kind of evil had been done to give birth to such a sick thing. Life could have gone very well for your family all these years. He had become such a burden, oh dear." Sun Yi was angered by her words. Who did she call a sick thing? Just as she was about to refute, Sun Yonggui pulled on Sun Yi's sleeve and whispered, "Don't speak. Do you want to save your brother or not? Only your second uncle and his family are able to lend us the money, so lower yourself." Sun Yi glared at Sun Yaoyao and said no more. At this moment, Dong Saiju walked up with a smile on her face and said caringly to Sun Yi, "Oh, Sun Yi, Auntie sees that you're all grown up. We as the Sun family will definitely lend our help for your brother's treatment. It is unjustifiable if we do not help at this time." Sun Yi was so happy. She never expected that her aunt, who was always mean and stingy, would stand up this time to take the initiative to help their family. "Second aunt, is this true? Would you be willing to help Haojia?" Sun Yi asked excitedly. Dong Saiju said seriously, "Naturally. We're all family." Sun Yonggui could no longer remain calm. He dashed up to Sun Yongfu. "Brother, I am willing to work extremely hard for you in this life. Thank you all. I will definitely find a way to pay you back." Sun Yongfu smiled and patted Sun Yonggui's shoulder. "It's all right even if you don't return it. Who knows, we might need to rely on you in the future." Sun Yonggui was confused by his words and was about to ask when Dong Saiju grabbed his daughter Sun Yi's hand and said, "By the way, Sun Yi, you are already in your 20s. Have you found a boyfriend?" Sun Yi shook her head. "I'm still young and am not in a rush to find a boyfriend." Dong Saiju looked happy. Falling short of clapping her hands and calling out in joy, she quickly said, "But boyfriends are looking for women. You are the most popular at your age, why don't I look for one for you? By the way, I heard a few days ago that the son of President Li of Hengxing Building Materials is looking for a marriage partner. Hengxing Building Materials is a leader in our industry that even your uncle has to cater to them. If you marry into their Li family, not only your brother's illness, our entire Sun family is counting on you." How could Sun Yonggui not understand what the other party meant when he heard this? They wanted him to sell his daughter. Sun Yonggui felt that he had owed his daughter the most all these years. If Sun Yi had been able to attend university back then, her grades would have been excellent, but she had given up the opportunity to further her studies and decided to work day and night in order to make money to support her family. If he did not even allow Sun Yi the right to choose her own happiness, Sun Yonggui would have really destroyed his daughter's life. That was why then, Sun Yonggui stood up and refused. "Sister-in-law, don't worry about Sun Yi's lifelong affairs. Our Sun Yi will be able to handle it by herself." Sun Yi had also seen through Dong Saiju's intentions. If they really took their money, she would undoubtedly be selling herself. Marrying an unknown man for these hundreds of thousands. It was not worth it. Her second aunt had really put up a good scheme. Her expression turned grim and she said displeasingly, "Auntie, you don't need to worry about my matters. Since the young Master Li's so good, why not let Yao Yao marry him?" Sun Yaoyao did not expect Sun Yi would include her into the conversation and said quickly, "Sun Yi, what are you saying? No way will I marry that fool." Sun Yi and Sun Yonggui's expression darkened even more after Sun Yaoyao spoke. It turned out that the partner Dong Saiju introduced was a fool. Chapter 45. Chapter 45, Who Dares Insult My Girlfriend? Sun Yongfu knew then that it was the time that he had to stand up and say, "Yonggui and also Sun Yi, if you don't want to do this for your own sake, then do this for the person inside the room. Do you really wish to see Haojia go just because you didn't have enough money to treat him? He is only 14 years old and has so much to look forward to in the future." Both Sun Yi and Sun Yonggui hesitated at the remark. Right now, they had their backs against the wall. Dong Saiju knew this was her chance and continued, "Sun Yi, you don't have a boyfriend anyway. Although he's a fool, that can be a good thing too. He doesn't know anything. Once you're part of their family, just say a few words and the money is all yours, isn't it? Sun Yaoyao also wanted to be a part of the conversation, so she said to Sun Yi intently, who would want to marry you with a family with such a burden? It's a bottomless pit. Sun Yi, don't tell me you have never thought about it. What's the real reason you don't have a boyfriend? It's because of your dying brother. Sun Yi's face turned pale at the words. Yet, she had no grounds to refute. She was so tired after all these years. It was not that she did not want to find someone to depend on but who would want her when she had a younger brother who needs money spent on him constantly. Sun Yonggui's eyes were also red-rimmed. He felt that he had failed as a father. He wished he could slap himself right now. Why did he not try to make more money when he was younger and let his daughter have the right to choose her own path? Sun Yaoyao and Dong Caiju noticed the expressions on Sun Yonggui and his daughter's faces and knew that there was hope in persuading them. Just when they wanted to continue speaking, a cold voice sounded from behind them, "Who dares to insult my girlfriend?" Sun Yi looked up abruptly when she heard this familiar voice. Her mouth dropped wide open when she saw Yichen standing not far from them. Why did he come here? A small smile tugged at Yichen's lips. He was utterly confident in his own skin as he strode to Sun Yi's side. With one hand, he held Sun Yi's small waist and took a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the corner of Sun Yi's eyes with his other hand. Silly girl, why did you hide the news about your sick brother from me? Do you really not see me as your boyfriend? When Sun Yi was to explain the situation to him, she realized that Yichen was winking at her and understood instantly. She said with her cheeks flushed, "Ah Chen, I was afraid that you would abandon me." Her voice was soft like a kitten tickling one's body. It was incredibly soothing. Yichen laughed a little and his magnetic voice sounded, "How can I turn my back on you? You are my girlfriend. Your business is my business. I've paid Haojia's medical bills. The doctor said that surgery can be performed at any time with a 70% success rate. Although there is a 30% risk, you can rest assured that I have asked Miracle Dr. Yi, the best doctor in the world, to come over." Hearing the 3 words, Miracle Dr. Yi, Sun Yi, who was initially upset, was moved to laughter. How could he remember to brag about himself even at this time? He even said he was the best doctor in the world. Was there still a need to invite this Miracle Dr. Yi? Were you not the courageous Miracle Dr. Yi himself? Seeing Sun Yi smile, Yichen pointed at his face and chuckled. "I have done so much for you. Won't you kiss me?" Sun Yi never expected that Yichen would be so bold as to ask her to kiss him in front of everyone. For so many years, she had not even held hands with a boy, let alone kiss them. She wanted to refuse but realized the suspicious gaze of her second aunt, Dong Caiju, and Sun Yaoyao. No longer hesitating, she closed her eyes and pressed her red lips on his cheek. "Moi. This is to reward you." Yichen was only joking. After all, he was pretending to be her boyfriend and was not counting on Sun Yi to kiss him at all. He never expected that Sun Yi would really kiss him. Those red lips brought with them a hint of warmth and softness. It was simply too pleasurable. Everyone was stumped by the scene before them. Not only Sun Yongfu's family of 3, but also Sun Yi's father was stunned. He had never heard his daughter talk about her boyfriend. He had thought that the boy was just Sun Yi's friend but she had kissed him in front of his eyes. Could it be that his daughter really had a partner? Sun Yaoyao was the first to react. She glanced at what Yichen was wearing. They were all street stall goods. How could he possibly pay the high medical bills? She snorted coldly. Sun Yi, Sun Yi. There are some men in the society who are unreliable and are liars, so don't be fooled and cheated by such men. Dong Caiju also came too. Fixing his eyes on Yichen, she asked, "Boy, since you said you paid the medical bill, can you show us the invoice?" "That's right, you should have an invoice. Do you not believe that I will ask the attending doctor right away?" Yichen never expected that this group of people would care so much about the details. He was busy rushing over here. How could he have the time to pay the medical bill? Had he really taken the time to pay the medical expenses, he guessed that Sun Yi would have already agreed to the request of these snakes. Sun Yi naturally guessed that Yichen had not paid yet and quickly said, "If my boyfriend said that he has helped me paid, then he has. There is no need to worry about it. Also, my brother needs to rest. You should leave early. Sun Yaoyao saw Sun Yi's expression and knew that they were right and said arrogantly, "Oh, Sun Yi, Sun Yi. You are really so vain that you immediately invited a friend over to play pretend. Oh, by the way, that miracle Dr. Yi wouldn't happen to be your boyfriend now, is he? What dignity does a pauper who can't even afford to treat their illness have?" Yichen really had enough of the mother-daughter duo. Were they the reincarnation of Holmes? Their words were so ugly that he wanted to slap them on the face. Just then, two doctors in white coats passed by. When Sun Yongui saw one of the doctors, he naturally recognized that he was his son's doctor. He rushed over and said excitedly, "Dr. Qian, you've finally arrived. I went to your office several times to look for you in the afternoon but you were not there. Please take a look at my son's condition." Seeing this scene in front of her, Sun Yaoyao was very happy and followed to the doctor quickly. She faced Dr. Qian and said, "Hello Dr. Qian, I am a family member of Sun Haozhe. I want to know whether his 700,000 yuan surgical fees have been paid yet." Sun Yi's face turned completely pale when she heard the question. This was clearly to put her family on the spot. Once the doctor says no, her family and even Yichen would be faced with endless accusations. However, Sun Yi did not notice that there was an amused smile at the corner of Yichen's mouth. It was as if he were waiting for the opening of a good show. Dr. Qian looked at the two in front of him and was somewhat unhappy. Why was this family rushing out at this time like this? Don't they have the slightest idea of whether they had paid? If they had paid, the surgery would have begun a long time ago. How would the patient be still dragging on in the intensive care unit? He was actually representing the entire hospital to receive the miracle Dr. Chiu from Capital City Hospital at the moment. This was a major task handed over to him by the president. If well received, he would get a promotion. If the reception was not good, there would be the question of whether he could still work in the hospital. He glanced at miracle Dr. Chiu next to him and found that the other's eyes were agitated. He thought he was angry and quickly said to Sun Yongui, "Please don't obstruct us, miracle Dr. Chiu." Before he finished speaking, he was shocked to find that miracle Dr. Chiu had dashed away. His expression of an incomparable excitement. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Miracle Doctor. Only to see miracle Dr. Chiu going up to Yichen and giving him a bow. Miracle Dr. Chiu knew what the men in front of his eyes signified. He had met him at the Shen house a few days ago and thought that he was a cheat. It was not until he saw Shen Haiwa stand up that he knew he was wrong. He had been absolutely wrong. He had consulted with his friends from all over the world in the past few days and no one believed it. As a fairly famous doctor, he naturally knew what it meant to be superb in medicine. It meant that he would one day stand on top of the world and overlook everyone. So, in the past few days, miracle Dr. Chiu had stayed in River City. On the surface, he was having discussions and exchanges with the many hospitals when in fact, he wanted to find the opportunity to meet Yichen. It would be even better if he could meet him. Who would have thought that he would really bump into him? How could he let go of the opportunity in front of his eyes? The bow stunned Dr. Qian. Miracle Dr. Chiu was a gift to the medical world. He would only usually do this in front of respected seniors. What was miracle Dr. Chiu doing now? This youth was a senior. What kind of joke was that? Before he could respond, miracle Dr. Chiu said, "Miracle Dr. Yi, we meet again. Little Chiu didn't expect to see you here. I am very sorry about the last incident and hope miracle Dr. Yi will forgive me." Little Chiu. Dr. Qian almost spat out blood. This miracle Dr. Chiu actually called himself Little Chiu in front of this young man. He had also used Nin, Tn. Nin is an untranslatable word used to address seniors or anyone who is deserving of respect, to address him. That's not right, miracle Dr. Yi. Since when did Huaxia have another miracle doctor? It was not only Dr. Chiu who was stunned but also everyone else at the scene. Sun Yi's boyfriend should be about 20 years old, and he was a miracle doctor. This was simply just a big joke. Dong Saiju hugged her chest with both hands and snorted coldly, "The silly girl from Sun's family has great skill in finding a group act." Not only did she find a liar of a boyfriend but also a fake doctor, utterly ridiculous. Also, miracle Dr. Chiu, This old man looks lascivious and nothing like a miracle doctor. When Dr. Qian heard this sentence, His entire face went completely green. This miracle Dr. Chiu was indeed a miracle doctor. He had even attended international medical conferences. The medical theses in his hands are among the most respected in the industry. Who dared to say that he was fake? He was just about to retort when Sun Yaoyao laughed and stretched out her finger and pointed at miracle Dr. Chiu's nose. Sun Yi, you are too shameless. You found a trash-picking old man to be a doctor. This old man also called your man Miracle Dr. Yi. Ha ha. If your man was so miraculous, why would your brother be lying half-dead in the intensive care unit? Now I finally understand why your family is so poor. The poor suffer because they insist on preserving their reputation. Sun Yi's face was pale, and she was so mad that she was about to reach out her hand and slap the other across the face when she saw that miracle Dr. Chiu was one step in front of her. He had slapped Sun Yaoyao on the face without any reservation about his status. You little girl. Your mouth is so poisonous that this old man can't stand it anymore. Although he had never hit a woman before, he knew that this was the only chance for him to show off in front of Chen. So what if it was a slap? Why? Should he be afraid of one woman when he was so respectable in Huaxia and Jiangnan province? Miracle Dr. Qian was about to go mad when he saw what had happened. Miracle Dr. Chiu, who was hailed a master, had actually hit someone. Oh dear Lord, this was serious news. He had a bad premonition out of nowhere. If something happened to Miracle Dr. Chiu in their hospital, he would not be able to handle it. He saw that the woman who had been hit was rushing over to him and quickly stood in front of Miracle Dr. Chiu. Let us all discuss this over properly and not fight in the hospital. Sun Yaoyao was furious she could not be bothered about Chen and Sun Yi at the moment. She pointed at miracle Dr. Chiu's nose and continued, "How dare you slap me? Do you know who I am? You wretched old man, believe or not I won't let you off." Would miracle Dr. Chiu be afraid of her? He stole a glance at Chen and found that the man was looking at him with interest. He was pleased and yelled at Sun Yaoyao, "Not letting me off in River City. Do you have this qualification?" Dong Saiju quickly yanked her husband's sleeve. "Are you going to just look on like this?" Their daughter had been slapped and insulted, and Sun Yongfu could no longer look past it. He stepped out and said with his imposing voice, "I, Sun Yongfu, am considered to have a certain degree of power in River City. You hit my daughter. Now I want you to just kneel and apologize, and I promise not to pursue it again. Otherwise, I will let you understand what regret means." After speaking, Sun Yongfu pulled out his phone, obviously preparing to call someone he knew. Miracle Dr. Chiu almost spat out old blood. Was this scum even qualified to threaten him? He glanced at Chen and said to Sun Yongfu, "Why not hit me like you said you will? This old man will stand here today and see if they can drive me away." Sun Yongfu ignored him and chuckled dryly. He dialed a phone number. The call went through immediately, and he pressed a button to let it be on speaker. A dignified voice came from the other end of the phone. "Who is this? Is this old Zhong?" "It's Sun Yongfu. I'm sorry to disturb you so late. How have you been recently? We just fished together a few days ago." "Oh, it's you. What's wrong? Is there something wrong this late?" The voice on the phone sounded somewhat casual. Sun Yongfu laughed a little and said, "There really is something. I'm at your place right now. My daughter got into a conflict with your people on your side and was beaten." The person on the other end of the phone clearly got a bit angry when he heard that something went wrong in the hospital. "Which blind fool dares to touch your daughter? I will call the security department." Sun Yongfu glanced proudly at the people around him. The tone of speech of the speaker made him feel very respectable. He continued, "That's the trouble. We are on the 5th floor now. The person who hit her had like the surname Chiu and is wearing your hospital's white coat. We don't know if he is a doctor." Thud. The mobile phone on the other side of the call seemed to have fallen to the ground. A few seconds later, an impatient voice came, "What did you just say?" The beater was a person with the surname Chiu. There wouldn't be a male doctor with glasses beside him, would there? Sun Yongfu glanced at the doctor next to him and found that it was true. He said cheerfully, "Old Zhong, you always have such incredible foresight." Before he could finish, a hurried voice came from the phone, "Hurry up and let the male doctor with glasses say something." Dr. Qian naturally heard it and the weakly shouted from the side, "President, it's me. Little Qian." The phone was suddenly silent. Scarily silent. A few seconds later, a terrifying growl sounded from the phone. "Sun Yongfu, what the hell are you doing? Let me tell you, if you want to die, don't pull me with you. If something happens to Miracle Dr. Chiu, can you bear the responsibility? I went through a lot of effort to invite Miracle Dr. Chiu. I know how he is, so don't you start a rumor. God damn it. No, I'll be over right away. Wait for me. Also, little Qian, no matter what, you must not let Miracle Dr. Chiu suffer even a little bit of grievance. Otherwise, I will transfer you to the nurse department." Chapter 47. Chapter 47, A Real Prominent Person. The call was cut off short. The last sentence was obviously meant for Dr. Qian. Dr. Qian did not even dare to take a breath. The president was really angry this time. The faces of Sun Yongfu's family was completely pale. They never expected that the wretched old man was a doctor. A goddamn miracle doctor at that. And from the president's tone, the power of the other party was extremely terrifying. Even more so, this doctor was a guest these prominent people had wanted to please. This implied too many things. Just one of them could turn all his efforts in the past 10 years into bubbles. Sun Yongfu could not even imagine what kind of prominent people he had offended just now. As a businessman, he naturally knew what and when was the best time to do things. He recovered from his shock instantly and squeezed a smile onto his face. He went up to Miracle Dr. Chiu and cupped his hand in submission. "Miracle Dr. Chiu, I'm terribly sorry. It is I who have failed to recognize your great talent. Yao Yao, come here and apologize to Miracle Dr. Chiu." Sun Yao Yao was completely stunned. It was her who had been slapped, why should she apologize to the other party? What was wrong with this world? How could one be so bold as to hit others? When Sun Yongfu saw that his daughter still had not come over to apologize, he pulled Sun Yao Yao over right away. "Quickly apologize to Miracle Dr. Chiu." Sun Yao Yao was terrified by his father's scolding and whispered in a hush, "I'm sorry, Miracle Dr. Chiu." They were not done with their apologies, but Miracle Dr. Chiu could care less about them and regarded them as if they were heir. Instead, he walked in front of Yi Chen and Sun Yi and said seriously, "Miracle Dr. Yi, how do you think this matter should be appropriately settled? Do I need to call that person in River City to let these unsightly creatures know what exactly is real strength?" His attitude was so contrasting. Miracle Dr. Chiu even gave Sun Yongfu a fierce glare with the last sentence uttered. It was so unbearably obvious that he despised him. Yi Chen did not have the slightest shift in his expression, but he looked to Sun Yi and said softly, "Baby, what do you say?" Her frail body trembled a little when she heard "baby." She shook her head with blushing cheeks. "Forget it, let's just end this here, but I don't want to see these people anymore." Sun Yongfu and his family never imagined that the one who would decide their life and death would be Sun Yi, whom they had always looked down on. Although they were a little angry, they did not dare to refute Miracle Dr. Chiu here. Sun Yongfu smiled awkwardly and took his wife and daughter away with their tails between their legs. They did not want to stay in this place anymore. The president would definitely make a big deal out of it, knowing his temper. By then, they would not even how they had died. It was wisest to leave now. After Sun Yongfu's family left, the 5th floor of the hospital returned to its peaceful silence. About 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a white lab coat walked over. When he saw Miracle Dr. Chiu, he stretched out his hands instantly and apologized. "Miracle Dr. Chiu, I'm terribly sorry you had to go through such shock. I will be hosting at the Canal Hotel tomorrow and will personally have the dog, Sun Yongfu, offer his apologies to you." Miracle Dr. Chiu was also quite the man with experience. He glanced at the young man in the ward with a displeased expression and rebuked President Zhong. "There is no need for a meal, but I want to ask, President Zhong, what are you doing to have Miracle Dr. Ye's friend stay in this intensive care unit?" President Zhong was perplexed by the accusation. Then, he snapped his eyes at Yi Chen, who was standing at the side. When he was on the way, he had also learned about the general situation from Dr. Qian. He had guessed that the miracle doctor you mentioned by Miracle Dr. Chiu's must come from the upper classes of Chinese medicine. Otherwise, the other party would not have spoken so submissively. A character that even Miracle Dr. Chiu dared not to offend was not someone a small president of River City should provoke. He gave Xian a long look and said quickly, "So, this is Miracle Dr. Yi. I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Let's see if this is all right. I will now transfer the patient to the VIP ward and perform the operation immediately within the hour. As for the surgery fee, it's a coincidence that I was informed as I was on my way here that our hospital just so happens to have a policy quota for this illness. So please do enjoy the policy subsidies, and any other expenses will be covered by the hospital and the country." Xian gave President Zhong a look. Although he had wanted to treat Sun Yi's brother in person, he would have to explain everything again under such circumstances. It would be better to let the hospital treat him, and then he would work in secret. So be it. Sun Yi and Sun Yongui looked at each other with joy, which slowly turned to surprise. A few hours ago, the hospital's attitude was very clear. That is, there would not be any treatment without payment, and that the wards were extremely scarce, that reservations might not even be possible. However, Xian's appearance actually turned the whole thing upside down. The hospital now did not need a penny of money and even went ahead by giving them the VIP ward and surgery within 1 hour. This was ridiculous. When did the hospital become so efficient and charitable? Sun Yi and Sun Yongui were not stupid. They knew that the hospital did not have any so-called policy quotas, but the director of this hospital was expressing goodwill to the men. All of this was entirely due to that man's reputation. Without this man, Sun Haozhe might not even have a chance to live. Sun Yongui was a little panicked. He was just a farmer and had never met such a famous person before. He approached his daughter and whispered, "Ah Yi, what exactly does your boyfriend do? How did you two meet?" Sun Yi glanced at Xian and said with a smile, "Him? He is a vagrant and we met when he asked to borrow money from me. Now, I am his landlord." Sun Yongui froze. "Ah Yi, what are you joking about? How can such a prominent man be a vagrant? And you're his landlord? He's the one who should be your landlord." 12 a.m. at night. Xian and Sun Yi went home together since Sun Haozhe had been arranged to stay in the VIP ward and would be taken care of every day. In addition, Sun Yi's father had stayed behind at the hospital, so Sun Yi was not asked to stay behind. As they were leaving the ward, Sun Yongui even tried to call Sun Yi to the side with all kinds of hints, but Sun Yi did not catch any of them. Sun Yongui could only then be straightforward in his thoughts. "Yi, you are already an adult. You should be appropriate about that kind of thing." Sun Yi blushed with embarrassment and pulled Xian away immediately. The two went downstairs. Sun Yi was about to grab her car key when she touched her pocket and realized that her car had already been sold to the mortgage company. Not knowing why, she felt a little lost inside. After all, the Beetle had been with her for a year, and she had loved both the interior and the exterior design. "Let's take a taxi back. I had sold the car to a mortgage company this afternoon since my brother was ill and I needed the money earlier. I'll take leave tomorrow and see if I can buy it back," Sun Yi said softly. Xian smiled slightly. He took out a key from his pocket and flung it. Catch. Sun Yi caught the item and covered her mouth in surprise when she spread her palm out. Her eyes instantly turned red. This was her car key. Even the keychain was the same. This key. Xian shrugged and replied, "When the mortgage company was driving away with the car that night, I happened to bump into them at the door. As your temporary boyfriend, of course, I got it back without hesitation. Remember, don't lose it next time." Xian felt a dark shadow fell into his arms just as he finished speaking. The clothes had the scent of lavender. It was a nice smell. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, The Truth About What Happened 5 Years Ago. After a minute, the two of them went down the underground parking lot and got into the Volkswagen Beetle. It might have been because it was nighttime, but there were not many cars on the road. Inside the car, the atmosphere was quiet, save for the music coming from the radio. Suddenly, Sun Yi turned off the radio and steered the wheel while she said, "Can I ask you a question?" "Sure. I've always been curious why you'd helped me." "Why? Was it because I helped you out during the incident at the Magnificent Group?" "To tell you the truth, I've inadvertently realized that you look at me with a sense of gratitude in your eyes a lot of times. I'm just really puzzled by that." Xian was caught off guard by her words. He suddenly thought of something and said to himself, "You'll find out tomorrow." Tomorrow. Sunny was caught off guard as well. She thought of something but was not too sure about it. Silly, tomorrow's Monday. Don't they do announcements on every Monday? Fine, but then again, it feels good to have you back. It makes me feel at ease, really. To be honest, I haven't felt secure for a long time. But you've let me feel at ease today. When Sunny was talking, she was looking at Xian from the corner of her eye to see his reaction. Xian smiled. He looked as if he wanted to say something when his expression changed all of a sudden and his entire face looked like it belonged to a cold-blooded killer. This urge to kill was something he had never felt before. Sunny felt the car's temperature drop abruptly, so much so that she could not help but shudder a bit. She looked toward Xian. Do you feel like it got cold suddenly? Did the temperature drop? It's not possible. Xian did not answer her. Xian's cold voice sounded when the car passed by a junction. Sunny, stop the car here. Sunny did not react in time. Xian repeated himself sternly, stop the car right now. Sunny floored the brakes and Xian held Sun Yi's hand in his when the car slowed to a stop. Listen carefully to the words I'm about to say. Don't interrupt me either. Just follow exactly what I tell you to do and I won't hurt you. Sunny did not know why her back went cold, but when she looked into Xian's eyes, she saw an expression she had never seen before. His eyes were unprecedentedly serious and cold. This person was the exact opposite of the smiley and hippie Xian that she knew. He looked like a bloodthirsty demon from hell. Okay. Xian glanced once more at the review mirror before continuing. Number 1, after I get off the car, you will speed back to Grand City Apartments immediately. It's important that you don't stop at any cost, no matter what you see or hear. Number 2, when you are home, grab the phone on the table and hide inside my room. Remember to not open the door for anyone. Number 3, grab the phone and dial the last number I dialed in the afternoon. Just tell the person on the other side to hurry and bring the strongest person to your house immediately. Number 4, if someone breaks in within this half an hour, don't resist. Just surrender and wait for me to rescue you. Are you clear about everything? Sunny nodded her head fervently. Her entire back was soaked. She did not know what was going to happen to her next. Xian knew she was nervous, but it would be more advantageous to her the more nervous she gets. When the car halted, Xian looked at Sunny, opened the car door, and jumped out. Go, right now. When Sunny heard his order, she pressed the pedal down hard and did not bother about the speed limit. The Beetle sped off at full speed. Around 6 or 7 seconds later, the car was gone from Xian's sight. Xian breathed a long sigh of relief and turned around. He fixed his gaze on an SUV Bentley approaching slowly not far away. A powerful man was sitting inside the car. He did not know whether he was a friend or a foe. He thought that anyone who presented themselves in River City now could only be a foe. Although he could have chosen to stay by Sun Yi's side, he thought that it would actually be more dangerous if he did. A normal person would not be able to endure a battle involving a powerhouse. He could only wish that Sunny would not be any danger from now on. It seems that one person would not be enough. I'll have to find a way to establish my very own strength, Xian lamented. After 10 seconds, the Bentley stopped. Crisis. Outburst. In the driver's seat of the Bentley sat a man in a suit. He was most probably a chauffeur. He had a wiry physique, and his stare was ice cold. What surprised Xian was that he was a cultivator. He took a few steps forward, bent down, and opened the car door gently. Mr. Yao, we're here. A middle-aged man with a slightly longer hair came down from the Bentley. The middle-aged man wore a Chinese tunic suit and on his feet were a pair of cloth shoes. He gave off a mysterious aura, and the way he carried himself gave off the qualities of a master. He put both of his hands behind his back and stared at Xian, who was not far away, with interest. Two pairs of eyes met, and a powerful outburst of strength made the surrounding air rumble in turmoil. A few seconds later, the middle-aged man took the lead and said, Yi Chen. A name I've not heard in a long time. 5 years, a full 5 years. I had thought that the remaining vestiges of the Yi family were dead. Never in a million years would I expect to find the young men who fell into East Coin Lake 5 years ago would be brave enough to return to River City. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he stared indifferently at the middle-aged man in front of him. He said, "If I had guessed correctly, you took part in the incident that happened at Cloud Lake Manor 5 years ago, right? So did you come today to kill the last surviving witness?" The middle-aged man laughed so loud that it echoed far away. "To kill the last witness, eh? You flatter yourself. 5 years ago, you were the useless parasitic worm that people laughed at. Even if you came back 5 years later, it won't change the fact that you're just useless trash." Yi Chen tightened his fists and felt the chilling urge to kill unfurling inside of him. The scene 5 years ago was carved onto his chest by a knife. He would never forget it. Blood souls started to condense around his body as if he was Azura from the depths of hell. The middle-aged man's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "Blood souls. This kid from the Yi family is able to condense blood souls." Not only did one had to walk the road of ancient martial arts in order to successfully condense blood souls, one had to kill thousands of people. In the world of ancient martial arts, people who had the ability to condense blood souls were most of the time a top hitman. At the moment, however, it appeared to have condensed on that young man's body. Naturally, it had surprised Mr. Yao. However, he did not show the fact that he was surprised. Instead, the middle-aged man said, "Who would have thought that in these 5 years you were gone, this useless trash has stepped into the road of cultivation? If this is the case, so what? Cultivation is mainly about resources, talent, opportunities. You've already missed the best time for cultivation. You don't have the support of your family. The only thing you can do in this lifetime is to stand at the bottom and look up to us in the sky. I just want to know one thing. Did you have a hand in what happened 5 years ago? And one more thing. Where is the man from Capital City?" Yi Chen's tone was as cold as a 9-day snowfall. It sounded so cold it could make your heart shudder. The middle-aged man beamed. He did not understand where the kid in front of him got the balls to talk to him that way. However, some things were okay to say to a soon-to-be dead man. He took a step forward and said with a clear voice, "The banquet 5 years ago was organized by me, so that tells you whether it had anything to do with me. Also, let me tell you another secret. The Yi family would have been wiped out that day anyway, even if there's no banquet." Chapter 49. Chapter 49, the game has just begun. Yi Chen was stunned by his words, but his expression seemed to embody his chilling urge to murder. The blood souls around him were also getting much more intense. Is he saying that there was more to the case than meets the eye? Or was that banquet just a setup for the Yi family? Nevertheless, the Yi family was just a small family from River City. Why would the men from Capital City want to wipe out the entire Yi family? Yi Chen's mind was flooded with all sorts of questions and doubts. The middle-aged man did not want to tell him any more details, so he said, "Me passing by River City was just a mere coincidence. I never expect to find you here. It seems that even God doesn't want to help the Yi family. Huang Qing, finish him off." "Yes, Mr. Yao." The chauffeur who was dressed in a suit nodded and started walking towards Yi Chen. His steps were light, but his eyes were gleaming with murderous intent. To him, killing a young man was just a piece of cake. So what if his opponent was into ancient martial arts? Even if he had started cultivating since young, he should only have some inner power at most. As for himself, he had already crossed 3 realms and was now a half-step force-dispersing master. To him, killing an inner power master was as easy as crushing an ant. Huang Qing clenched his fists and said, "Don't worry, kiddo, I'll make it easy for you." Yi Chen had already sprung into action before he could finish. His movement was so sudden. Nobody had expected it. Yi Chen appeared right in front of Huang Qing in a split second, swirling up a gush of wind around him. Life and death are only one thought away. Yi Chen's eyes went cold. He stretched out his hand, clasped it tightly around Huang Qing's throat and twisted it brutally. Kachak. All Huang Qing felt was a surge of terrifying power spreading from his throat. The pain was excruciating. He later realized that he was not breathing. He even felt that his life was slowly fading away. His eyes were wide open as he tried to attack, but he soon realized that he was being locked in a deadly air wall, making him unable to move at all. His pupils were dilating, and after a few seconds, he was dead. He never expected that he would not even have a chance to fight back. He was killed by his opponent in a mere second. You're so weak. Xian sneered coldly and flung him away as if he were throwing a piece of trash. He said it in a low voice, but his words were as loud as thunder in the ears of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had seen countless powerful men in his life, but he has never seen a man killing a half-step force-dispersing master with such speed. The whole process was as smooth as the floating clouds and flowing water. TN, meaning, natural and unforced, skillful and beautiful movement, it had only been 2 seconds. He stared at the distant young man in horror. Don't tell me that this kiddo is already at the Grandmaster level. Impossible. It's not possible that there's such a young martial arts Grandmaster in Huaxia. He, on the other hand, had spent 40 years in cultivation and had access to numerous great treasures. Most importantly, he was extraordinarily talented but had barely attained the Grandmaster level. However, this young man had only disappeared for 5 years. How could his cultivation reach such a terrifying level? Besides, he had definitely passed the best time for him to cultivate at this age. Tremendous waves were set off in the middle-aged man's heart, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. He was fearful of the unknown. Xian began walking towards the middle-aged man with an icy cold expression. He knew better than him that killing Qinjingguo's family did not imply the start of the game. The game of his revenge would only begin after he had killed the middle-aged man standing in front of him. Seeing that Xian was getting closer and closer, the middle-aged man stopped his train of thoughts and said while suppressing his inner fear, "I never expect you to reach the Grandmaster level. Although I don't know how you did it, keeping you alive is definitely a threat to me. If that's the case, I'll have no choice but to kill you." He made a move the next second after. The middle-aged man took a step forward, and a small depression was formed on the ground. He moved like a cheetah and was right before Xian in the blink of an eye. His fist turned into a claw, and it was aiming right at Xian's skull. Xian's skull was bound to burst into pieces if his claw managed to get hold of it. "Today, I, Yao Jinggu, will snap your head off." On the other hand, Xian's eyes went cold, and he dared not make a careless move. He waited until his arm was surrounded by swirls of true qi before punching out. Yao Jinggu saw that Xian still dared to throw out a punch under these circumstances. He said with a cold laugh, "It seems that you didn't actually reach the Grandmaster level. You're digging your own grave if you punch out like this." Xian said calmly, "Oh, really?" Just as Xian was about to touch Yao Jinggu, he extended his fingers abruptly and clenched his fists again. It was as though he managed to catch the wind. He then stroked the air with his fingers and punched out strongly. This slap was infused with gushes of true qi. One could even hear the blasts of air. Bang! Xian's palm and Yao Jinggu's claw collided in an instant. All Yao Jinggu could feel was a stream of qi thrusting about in his organs. A strong numbing sensation was spreading across his arm. He was shaking uncontrollably. Thud! 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 He was forced to stumble 7 steps backward. After recovering his senses, Yao Jinggu stared straight at Xian, who was standing as still as a mountain with a face full of horror. He could feel a gush of blood gurgling up in his body. If he did not suppress it by force, he would have spat out a mouthful of blood for sure. Although it was only one move, he already knew that his opponent was very powerful. He must have at least reached the Grandmaster level. He remained staring at Xian for a while. His hand was trembling, and he could feel that his hand had gone almost completely numb. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes as he said, "Just who exactly are you?" He did not want to believe that the young man in front of him was the same useless brat of the Yi family who had been laughed at 5 years ago. How could someone like him possibly reach the Grandmaster realm? He also could not believe that this young man had been suppressing his powers purposefully all these years. It doesn't make any sense for him to act useless when his parents were being killed right in front of his eyes. The only explanation would be that this young man who was standing in front of him was a martial arts genius who had begun cultivating since young. He then managed to reach the Grandmaster level. This young man could be anybody. Anybody but Xian from the Yi family. At this time, Xian was feeling slightly unwell too. The dispersion force was rumbling in his body. The power of a Grandmaster in Huaxia turned out to be stronger than he had imagined. He knew that he could not back down now. He wanted these people to atone for the humiliation he had received 5 years ago. To him, debts tainted with blood must be paid back in blood. "I'm the same Xian you knew 5 years ago," Xian said calmly. Xian appeared right in front of Yao Jinggu in a split second. With a cold look in his eyes, he kicked out mercilessly. His kick was infused with extraordinarily powerful true qi and an intense killing instinct from his body. It was as though this kick of his had killed all of the life forces surrounding Yao Jinggu. Yao Jinggu's expression darkened visibly. Although he had just reached the Grandmaster level and was not considered very powerful, he had still thought he had pretty good reflexes. He leaned backward immediately. At the same time, he stretched out both of his hands that were infused with dispersion forces and tried to grab hold of Xian's leg. Thud. He managed to grab hold of it. With a hint of joy on his face, Yao Jinggu took a powerful step forward. He was planning to smash this kiddo onto the ground. He wanted him to become a pile of flesh and blood. However, it was obvious that Xian would not succumb to his plan easily. He turned his body slightly mid-air while raising his other leg. He then slammed his leg down directly onto Yao Jinggu's shoulder. A crisp cracking sound was heard. A few of Yao Jinggu's shoulder bones were broken instantly. His body could not withstand the tremendous force, so he was forced to kneel down. Xian's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and he was not planning to give his opponent any chance to react. He punched out strongly once more. In an instant, Yao Jinggu's body was slammed down onto the ground, and he began spitting out mouthfuls of blood. He looked extremely weak and powerless. Yao Jinggu was defeated. A very miserable defeat, at that. He did not even have a chance to fight back. Xian exhaled deeply and glanced at the men on the ground calmly. He then took out a pack of cigarettes, gave it a little shake, and put one in his mouth with a flick of his finger. The cigarette was then lit up with a lighter. Xian squatted down casually and blew a circle of smoke which surrounded Yao Jinggu's body instantly. "You know what? The game has just begun." A voice that sounded like hell rang in Yao Jinggu's ears. Chapter 50. Chapter 50, A Break-In. Yao Jinggu struggled to raise his head after hearing his words. His eyes were partially covered in blood, so he could not see things clearly. Furthermore, the smell of smoke caused him to cough uncontrollably. His internal organs began to hurt more every time he coughed. Nevertheless, he could not stop coughing up mouthfuls of blood. He was suffering in silence. Who would have thought that a high and mighty person like him would end up in such a situation? He wiped away the blood in the corner of his eyes and looked at the young men in front of him. The eyes of the young men were extremely cold and aloof, and it was as if he was indifferent to everything. At that moment, he felt a surge of fear rise in his heart. The young man was very powerful. He was much more powerful than him. Since when did Huaxia have such a young martial arts grandmaster? However, all sorts of clues pointed toward the fact that the martial arts grandmaster in front of him was Xian, who had disappeared 5 years ago. The useless piece of trash from the Yi family who had been laughed upon by the people of River City. Xian put out the cigarette in his hand and then stood up as he looked down at Yao Jinggu. He said, "I'm going to give you a chance. Answer my questions, and I'll consider sparing your life." Yao Jinggu spat out another mouthful of blood. He struggled in pain as he replied, "Go to hell." Xian gave him a cold smile and took a step forward. He then stepped on Yao Jinggu's face and said, "Don't try to test my patience. If you don't cooperate willingly, I'll make sure you go through hell. First question, how do you know that I'm alive? How many people do?" Yao Jinggu gradually began to feel the immense strength coming from his opponent's foot. He knew very well that if his opponent was to exert more pressure, his skull would inevitably be smashed into a pool of blood. The strength of a martial arts grandmaster was no joke. He wanted to break free, but he could not. He had no choice. It had not been easy for him to reach his current level of cultivation. If he died, all would be for naught. "If I tell you, are you sure you'll let me go?" Yao Jinggu tried to negotiate. "Do you really think that you're in a position to negotiate?" Xian said in a low voice. Yao Jinggu glanced sideways at Xian. He then thought about it for a few seconds before he reluctantly said, "A few days ago, I found out that someone had managed to retrieve your information from the Darknet database. I found it very weird because I didn't think someone who had died 5 years ago would be of any worth. Hence, I asked some of my men to search through the same database, and they found some pictures and videos. After some analysis, I found out that the similarity percentage between you and the dead Xian is as high as 90%. I like to eliminate all possible threats, that's why I made the move to find you. Whether you turned out to be Xian or not, I intended to kill you anyway. No one from the Yi family can live. Master Long's intentions are the same as well. Upon hearing the name Master Long, Xian immediately began to give out a murderous aura. This was because Xian knew very well that Master Long was the ruthless man who had taken everything away from him. If it was not for the banquet that had been held in Cloud Lake Manor, his parents would not have died. What's Master Long's real name? Where's he now? Does he know that I'm alive? Suppressing his anger, Xian continued to ask. Yao Jingu answered with a wry smile, I'm just a nobody. How would I know of Master Long's possible whereabouts? Everybody, the ancient martial arts masters as well as the families in Capital City, we all call him Master Long with utmost respect. As for you being alive, even if I wanted to tell him about it, I wouldn't get the chance to do so. Only a handful of people in Huaxian know where he is. All I know is that he's very powerful, much more powerful than I can imagine. It was another dead end. Xian wanted answers to obtain more information, so he continued to question, why did he want to wipe out the Yi family during the banquet in Cloud Lake Manor? Is it really because my father had offended him? Yao Jingu shook his head. I don't know about the details. A lot of people were involved in the banquet because all of us wanted to please Master Long. I vaguely remember that Master Long seemed to be looking for something, and the last whereabouts of what he was looking for seemed to point toward the Yi family. A thing. Xian immediately thought of the stone his father had given him. Is that the reason why Master Long wiped out the Yi family? Xian was drowned in his own thoughts when the phone in Yao Jingu's pocket started ringing. Hearing the phone call, Yao Jingu spat out another mouthful of blood, and his attitude changed drastically. He then gave Xian a sly smile and said, Kiddo, go ahead and kill me if you want. But if you do so, I won't be able to guarantee that your girlfriend will make it out alive. My men are already at your girlfriend's apartment, haha. Xian's eyes turned cold as he reached out his hand. He grabbed hold of Yao Jingu's neck and lifted him from the ground. I swear, I'll kill you if you dare lay a finger on her. Sun Yi was the only person whom Xian cared about. He could not let anything happen to her. However, given the situation he was in, it was pointless for him to rush over to her. It all depended on whether Sun Yi followed his instructions obediently or not. Meanwhile, at the Grand City Apartments, a beetle had arrived at the main entrance after speeding down the road. However, the security guard on duty had dozed off, and he did not open the gates. Damn it. Sun Yi could not care less anymore, so she got off her car and started running toward her apartment. She felt like someone was following her, but she was not sure whether it was just her imagination. She ran toward the lift desperately and took it right up to her own apartment. She inserted her apartment key into its keyhole and unlocked the door. After entering her apartment, she slammed the door shut with a loud bang and locked the door immediately. Her legs trembled in fear as she recalled Xian's words. The phone. Yes. Get the phone first. Sun Yi quickly picked up the phone on her desk and rushed into Xian's room according to his instructions. Although she had no idea why Xian had ordered her to go into his room, she had no time to think about it. Just as she closed the door that led to the room, she was surprised to see the door emit a special light. She rubbed her eyes and saw that there were all sorts of ancient rune carvings on the door. Somehow, she felt that the rune carvings were in motion. What the heck is this? Then, all of a sudden, she remembered something and forced herself to stop thinking. She hurriedly hit the replay button on the phone. A series of weird numbers instantly appeared on the screen of the phone. Are you sure that the call will go through? Sun Yi could not help but doubt. After a brief moment, the call connected and a middle-aged voice was heard from the other side, Hallmaster. The exact same time the middle-aged man's voice was heard, Sun Yi heard someone break into her apartment as well. The front door had been broken into. Somebody had barged in. Panic and fear overtook her as she shouted, I'm currently at Grand City Apartments in River City, 1003 Block C. Xian instructs you to send your strongest men here in the shortest amount of time. Hurry. Someone has just barged in. The phone call disconnected right after that word. Meanwhile, Sun Yi's heart was in her throat as she curled herself up in a corner, her body trembling in fear. Why did he hang up so quickly? Why? Was the call made to the government of River City? At the Hidden Dragon Building, Jiangnan Province. Yilingtian's expression darkened drastically as soon he hung up the phone. His face was red with rage. He did not know who was the girl on the other end of the phone. Nevertheless, it did not matter. That was because it was the hall master himself who had ordered her to call his number. Not to mention, judging from her voice, something bad had happened in River City. Something very bad. Anybody who was a threat to the hall master was Yilingtian's enemy, no matter who it was. He picked up the phone immediately and dialed a River City number. The call connected in less than a second. I don't care if your strongest men are in the middle of a mission, order all of your men to go to 1003 Block C, Grand City Apartments in River City this instant. If anything happens to that girl, I'll be looking at your dead body. The man on the other end of the phone was stunned, but he replied instantly, yes, my lord. Chapter 51. Chapter 51, Who are they? After giving out the order, Yilingtian was still unable to feel at ease. He squinted his eyes and pressed a button that was on his desk. The door opened and a skinny man walked in. Prepare the helicopter, I'm going to River City tonight, Yilingtian said in a cold voice. Grand City Apartments, River City. Sun Yi could feel that the intruders were searching for something in the apartment. She could only hide under the bed and cover her mouth tightly, making sure that she did not make a sound. Soon enough, she heard footsteps outside the bedroom door. She felt as though her heart was hanging in midair. That woman should be inside, break open the door. Bang. A loud banging sound was heard, and it was from outside the room. The whole room seemed to shake a bit. Initially, Sun Yi thought that the wooden door would be easily broken by the group of intruders. However, to her surprise, not only did the door not break after that loud bang, but she even heard somebody moan in pain from the other side. What just happened? Sun Yi was slightly stunned. However, she did not think much about it and continued to lie down. Meanwhile, a man dressed in a suit was on the ground outside the room. His body was squirming in pain. Upon seeing this scene, everyone else was stunned and confused. Although the man had indeed exerted quite a bit of force to break open the door, he should not have ended up like that. What should we do now? Asked another man in a suit. Mr. Yao wants her alive, I shall see exactly how strong this door is. A man with a scarred face stood in front of the door with a dark expression. The next second, he punched the bedroom door hard. His punch created an airburst. One could see just how terrifying the strength of his punch was. The door shook, and the corner of his lips curled up into a cold smile. He was confident that even an iron door would break under such force, let alone a wooden door. However, as his fist made contact with the wooden door, a strong resultant force gushed toward him. His smile turned stiff instantly, and his body was hit by an immense force that could overturn rivers and seas. TN, meaning, overwhelming, earth-shattering. Thud. 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 He was forced to take a few steps back as well. When he finally managed to regain his balance, his face was full of horror. How could this door be infused with dispersion forces? It was as though he had punched an anti-earthquake wall. He did not want to believe what had happened, so he punched it again. However, the result was exactly the same as before. The wooden door did not become damaged at all. On the other hand, his body was inflicted with serious injuries. After calming himself down, he looked at a skinny man beside him and asked, "Can you open this door?" Since it could not be broken by force, he could only resort to alternative methods. The man glanced at the door's keyhole, nodded and then replied, "Give me 20 seconds. With that being said, he took out a thin wire from his sleeve and inserted it into the keyhole, picking it open. After a while, a clear sound was heard and the door was unlocked. A wave of panic swept across Sun Yi, who was still hiding under the bed. Her mind went blank and she could only think of what Xian had told her earlier: if somebody manages to break in within half an hour, don't resist. Instead, just surrender and wait for me to rescue you, understand? Sun Yi knew that she could not escape. She bit her lip and decided to surrender if she was found. She had to stay alive. She believed that Xian would come to her rescue. She believed in him without a sliver of doubt. The man outside the door laughed slyly, and he was about to open the door. Suddenly, a piercing sound was heard. It was coming from the window outside the apartment. The very next second, a red dot appeared between his eyebrows. His body turned stiff as he fell to the ground. Seeing the red dot on his forehead, the men around him figured out what was happening, and their expressions darkened drastically. Just as they were about to pull out their guns, an icy cold voice rang out from behind them, "You dare mess with Yi Lingtian's people? You all must be digging your graves." Upon hearing the voice, a trace of fear flashed across their eyes. When had the men appeared behind them? They had not heard anything at all. It was as though he was a ghost. Then, as they were about to make their move, a sword slashed past their throats in one swift motion. Their throats were slit open. 5 of them were killed on the spot. Each of them suffered the exact same wound. A cold murderous intent spread across the whole apartment in an instant. Only the scarred man was left standing. Yi Lingtian. The scarred man gave a death stare to the men in black who had appeared before him. That man's eyes were gleaming with murderous intent as he gently wiped off the blood that was dripping off his sword. It was such a ghastly scene. Most importantly, the men in black had not even glanced at him, and yet his legs were shaking uncontrollably in fear. Only because he heard the words, Yi Lingtian. Apart from underlying forces, who was the most terrifying man in the world of ancient martial arts? It had to be Yi Lingtian. The scarred man was extremely scared. Why the hell were Yi Lingtian's men there? After a few seconds, the man in black finished wiping off the bloodstains on his sword. He looked up at the scarred man and said calmly, "Do you want to do it yourself or should I do it?" The scarred man was startled, and just when he was about to answer, a shadowy figure flashed across his eyes. Kachak. His neck was twisted 360 degrees and was broken. If it wasn't for Mr. Ye's direct orders, I personally wouldn't have wanted scumbags like you dirtying my sword, the man in black murmured after looking at the dead bodies on the floor. After that, with the snap of his fingers, 4 to 5 men instantly appeared in the apartment. Cleaned this place up as if nothing ever happened. After a short while, all the corpses were disposed of. Not to mention, the bloodstains on the floor were cleaned up altogether, and the room was back to how it looked like before. Only then did the man in black walk toward the bedroom. He knocked on the door lightly and said, "Miss Sun, everything has been taken care of. My men will guard the area tonight, so please rest at ease." Although Sunny had heard his voice, she remained still as she was not sure whether the people outside were good or bad. After some time, noticing that nothing was taking place outside, Sunny got up and gently placed her fair hand on the doorknob. She turned it slowly and opened the door slightly, leaving a small gap. To her surprise, nobody was in the living room and there were no footprints on the floor as well. After that, she slowly crept toward the front door and sneaked a glance through the peephole. She was shocked to see 2 men standing outside. There was another man in black standing in the distance. He was wearing a jacket, and there was a cigarette in his mouth. The man in black obviously noticed something, so he looked through the peephole and said with a smile, "Nothing to worry about, Miss Sunday. We're Mr. Ye's men, and we're here to protect you." Upon hearing Mr. Yi, Sunny finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then thought about it again and realized that if they had wanted her to be in harm's way, they would have rushed into the room long ago as the door had already been broken. Just exactly who is Mr. Yi? At that moment, Sun Yi's heart was filled with horror and confusion. Chapter 52. Chapter 52, The Death Anniversary of the Yi Family. 1 o'clock in the morning. Sun Yi still had not slept because she noticed that Yi Chen was not back yet. She was haunted by what had happened during the day. Only then did she realize that she did not actually know who Yi Chen was. In the beginning, she only thought of Yi Chen as a poor country boy who had come for gold prospecting. He could not even pay his rent, and he had to swallow his pride to ask a woman for money. Not only that, but he was also a real charlatan. His behavior had not only caused Sunny to look down on him, but he even made her hate him initially. If it was not because he looked exactly like her dead classmate, she might not have taken him in. However, she then found out that she was wrong. She was totally wrong about him. Yi Chen had made her change her perception of him again and again. A prescription that had been simply written by him turned out to be a priceless one in the eyes of the magnificent group. Even the president of the business giant in River City, Shen Haihua, had to treat him with respect. Miracle Dr. Chiu from the capital, as well as the president of the Fifth People's Hospital, had to serve him too. Not to mention, the group of mysterious men outside the door. She was not sure why, but she felt a hint of danger from those mysterious men. She felt it from the bottom of her heart. As for the people who had initially barged in, it was as though they never existed from the start. Sun Yi could not help but think that they had been killed by the mysterious men. She felt as though she had been connected to a new world she had never seen before through Yi Chen. While she was drowned in her thoughts, a phone call snapped her back to reality. She pressed the answer button immediately and a magnetic voice rang out from the other end, "Are you okay?" Upon hearing the voice, Sun Yi subconsciously covered. Her mouth and tears began rolling down her face uncontrollably. She choked as she said, "I'm okay, those people are gone. Where are you now? Are you all right?" A deep sigh of relief was heard from the other side of the phone. After some time, he said, "I still need to settle a few things, but I'll be back in the morning. Don't worry, bye." The call hung up. Although Sun Yi was unwilling, she knew that as a woman, she should not ask or disturb when a man had work outside. She stared at the screen in a daze. Suddenly, a calendar notification prompt appeared on the screen, Yi family's death anniversary. Oh right, tomorrow is the death anniversary of the Yi family. I guess I'll be the only visitor this year too. Meanwhile, at Sky Stone Mountain. Sky Stone Mountain was quite a well-known cemetery mountain in River City. It was said that the mountain had excellent feng shui as well, the ancestors who were buried there would protect the future generations. That was why most of the people in River City chose to bury the dead here. During the wee hours, all one could see were the countless tombstones situated next to each other. Not to mention, feel the howling cold wind that easily sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a dark shadowy figure was seen moving towards Sky Stone Mountain at such a high speed that it could hardly be seen. After a while, the figure stopped, and it stood in front of a tombstone. It stood there motionless, as though it was petrified. The figure was none other than Yi Chen. After many years, Yi Chen had gone back to the tombstone. Looking at the names carved upon it, tears began welling up as he could no longer suppress his emotions. A tear rolled down his cheek, and it fell onto the ground. Although he was a man of steel, he still had a soft spot. Even though he had killed many people, he was still a man who yearned for his parents' love. Throughout the past 5 years, who would have thought that a weakling like him would dare slaughter ferocious wild beasts? Who would have known how such a young man, who had missed the best years of cultivation, rise from the ashes like a phoenix? Nobody could ever imagine the pain and suffering he had gone through. He cultivated madly. He killed countless people. That was how he gained his reputation. He, Yi Chen, did not believe in anything or anyone. He only believed in himself. However, at that moment, he was just a nobody. He was just Yi Chen of the Yi family. Yi Chen wiped away his tears and threw Yao Jingu to the ground. Kneel. As a martial arts grandmaster himself, how could Yao Jingu bear such humiliation? He got up and stood as straight as a post. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen condensed 2 swirls of true qi and aimed it directly at the space between Yao Jingu's legs. Thud. Yao Jingu was forced to kneel in front of the tombstone. Kowtow, Yi Chen's icy cold voice rang out once more. Suffering in silence, Yao Jingu looked at Yi Chen and said, "Why don't you just go ahead and kill me? I, Yao Jingu, will not simply bow to anybody." Yi Chen stretched out his hand and clasped Yao Jingu's neck. The next second, he forced Yao Jingu to kowtow. A trace of blood instantly oozed out from Yao Jingu's forehead. Again. Again. After 10 times, Yao Jingu was almost unconscious, and his forehead was full of blood. Vaguely, he heard Yi Chen's voice, "Father, Mother, Chener has come to visit you. Chener has taken the path of cultivation and is now capable of seeking revenge. Chener swears that he'll send all of those who were involved in the Cloud Lake Manor incident 5 years ago straight down to hell to atone for their sins. Including the men from Capital City." Yi Chen himself kowtowed a dozen rounds. After that, he squinted his eyes and shot a death stare at Yao Jingu who was beside him. "Well. You've knelt and kowtowed. How do you wish to die?" Yao Jingu's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, he thought of something and said in horror, "You can't kill me yet. I know a secret." It's about your parents. Xian was stunned. He grabbed hold of Yao Jinggu and asked, "What secret?" Yao Jinggu looked at Xian and whispered, "Actually, your parents." Without finishing his sentence, Yao Jinggu spat out a small black dart from his mouth. It was aimed directly at Xian. Xian noticed the incoming danger right away. With a cold sneer, he leaned to the side and dodged the attack. "You asked for it." The next second, Xian condensed a gush of true qi into a swirl of dispersion force with the wave of his palm. The force was like a sharp blade as it slashed Yao Jinggu. Then, Yao Jinggu's head fell to the ground, and his decapitated body fell backward. "Today, I, Xian, will sacrifice your head to honor my dead parents." After that, Xian destroyed Yao Jinggu's body. As for Yao Jinggu's head, he stuffed it inside a black bag and put it in front of the tombstone. After doing all that, he went to a 24-hour supermarket located at the foot of the mountain and bought a bottle of white wine. He then returned to the tombstone and drank alone as he leaned on it. He dared not let himself get drunk for the past 5 years. However, he was willing to turn a blind eye that day. He just wanted to accompany his parents who had died 5 years ago in Cloud Lake Manor. 9 o'clock in the morning. A beetle was driving slowly toward Sky Stone Mountain. Although Sunny had been in fear throughout the whole day, she always paid a visit to the dead Yi family every year at the same time, no matter what. If she did not visit them, nobody else would. How pitiful it was. She had done it habitually throughout the past 5 years. After parking her car at the foot of the mountain, she started walking toward the stairs with a few memorial gifts in her hand. It was a long flight of stairs. By the time she was about 2/3 the way there, she was panting, drenched in sweat. All of a sudden, she squinted her eyes because she saw a man sitting in front of the Yi family's tombstone. As the tombstone was quite far away, she could not see clearly. However, it seemed like the man was drinking. Could he be a distant relative of the Yi family? Sunny continued to climb up the stairs curiously. Slowly, the faceline of that man became clearer. When she finally saw who the man was, her mind went blank. She was stunned and took a few steps back unconsciously. As she covered her mouth, tears began welling up in her eyes. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably as well. How can it be him? Chapter 53. Chapter 53, I, Xian, will drag him down to hell myself. Nobody knew how Sunny felt at that moment. Perhaps she felt like her heart had been swept by stormy waves. Strictly speaking, it should not have been possible for him to show up there. This was because he had nothing to do with the Yi family who had been wiped out 5 years ago. However, there he was, right before her eyes. Xian. Xian. I should have known. After murmuring to herself, it hit her and tears began falling uncontrollably. Sunny was then sure that the man in front of her was none other than Xian. He was the guy who went missing 5 years ago, the guy whom everybody thought was dead although his body was never found. The guy who had once saved her life was not dead. He was still alive and well. During their stay together, Sunny had actually doubted him before. Although both of them looked nowhere alike, and despite their personalities being very different, a sense of familiarity told her everything. Xian. He's back. He's back with earth-shaking power. Come to think about it, the person who had died 5 years ago was perhaps the Yi family's trash, who was always being laughed at. Whereas now, Xian had ripped off that mask and revealed his true colors. That person underneath the mask was the current Mr. Yi who was looked up upon and flattered by many people. Sunny suddenly thought of the day when she saw Xian's body by accident. She was shocked to see that his body was full of scars. What exactly had he gone through throughout the past 5 years? He must have suffered in pain. The pain of watching his parents being killed right before his eyes, as well as living in isolation while being consumed by hatred. It was not something an ordinary person could imagine. She did not dare imagine how helpless the 15-year-old boy must have felt when he fell into the East Coin Lake. The pain that he had to endure while living was much more terrifying than that of his death. Step by step, Sunny continued to climb up the stairs. Each step seemed to remind her of something from the past. She could remember vividly just how pale Xian's face was when Chu Shuren harshly rejected his confession in front of all the teachers and students that day. She could only watch from afar, watching them point at Xian as they scolded him for being useless. She wanted to stand up for him, but she did not have the courage. She was far too weak to rebel against those elite children. However, she knew deep in her heart that Xian was not trash. The heroic look he had when he drove away those gangsters had been etched on her heart ever since then. However, since that incident, Xian became depressed, and he no longer smiled. He played truant every day and started living his life like a homeless stray dog. She tried to give him some advice by asking him a few questions, but he rejected her. After a while, Xian did not come to class for several days, but the school paid no attention to him. She went over to his house, and only then did she find out that the place had been sealed up. The Yi family in River City had been wiped out altogether. She also got to know that Xian and his parents died at a banquet. The authorities said that it was an accident. However, the more she got involved, she came to realize that there was a huge conspiracy behind it, a conspiracy that she would never understand. She climbed up the last step and walked toward Xian, who was seemingly drunk. "Xian, don't drink anymore." Hearing her clear voice, Xian was slightly stunned. He looked up and saw the beautiful young girl. A little surprised, he said, "Sun Yi, what are you doing here?" Wiping off her tears, Sun Yi flashed him a smile. She squatted down and then drank a mouthful of wine after snatching it from his hand. She had never drunk white wine before, so she started coughing violently. "This wine is so choking." Sun Yi then threw away the bottle of white wine and said in a serious tone, "Stop drinking. Come home with me later." As soon as she finished her sentence, she lit up a candle and burned incense before kneeling and saying softly without waiting for his reply, "Uncle, Auntie, this is the 5th year that I'm here, long time no see." What I wasn't expecting was Xian's return. He has really come back. "Uncle, Auntie, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him for you, and I'll stop him from doing anything stupid. Honestly speaking, I'm really proud of you for giving birth to such a successful child. He's really the best boy I've ever met." Seeing her say those words as though she was chatting with her own family members, Xian knew that there was no need to explain anything. She was a smart girl, and she knew what was appropriate to be said. Sun Yi only lit up the joss papers after talking for about 15 minutes. After waiting for the fire to go out, she stood up, gave a light pat on Xian's shoulder and said, "You were here since last night, weren't you? You reek of alcohol. Your parents asked me to keep an eye on you, so you should probably head home, take a bath and then have a good sleep. You hear me?" Xian was slightly touched by her words, but he said stubbornly, "It's not like you're my wife." Sun Yi stood up straight and said, "Uncle and Auntie also mentioned that until you find a wife, I'm your wife for the time being. Do you hear me? Now, let's go home together. If you have anything else to say, I'll accompany you here next time." Glancing at his parents' tombstone, Xian thought, maybe this is what they wanted to see the most. He kowtowed for a few more times and asked Sun Yi to head down first as he wanted to say one last thing to his parents. Sun Yi agreed and started heading down the mountain. After seeing that Sun Yi was far away, Xian glanced at the head in the plastic bag. He bit his finger and then smeared his blood on the tombstone. From today onward, the useless Xian is dead in East Coin Lake, whereas the current Xian will take back what he lost in the past, one at a time. I'll deal with those people who showed up at Cloud Lake Manor myself. As for that man from Capital City who's always above the law, I, Xian, will drag him down with my own hands." After that, Xian finally left the place. An hour later, another girl was seen standing at the bottom of the stairs of Sky Stone Mountain. She was incredibly beautiful. She was wearing a chiffon shirt paired with a tailor-made DGL jacket and a pair of black leisure pants. It was the perfect complement to her tall and slim figure. Last but not least, she topped it off with a pair of black, pointy low-heel shoes. She looked very dignified and sophisticated. If Xian and Sun Yi were still there, they would have known that she was none other than Chu Shuren. Chu Shuren had a nightmare the day before and found herself drenched in sweat when she woke up. Looking at the calendar, she realized that it had been 5 years since the Cloud Lake Manor incident. Unknowingly, she had asked her driver to take her to Sky Stone Mountain. After some effort, she finally managed to locate the Yi family's tombstone. She stood in front of the tombstone and looked at the picture of Xian. With a hint of helplessness in her eyes, she said, Xian, I was just joking back then. I never expected you to end up like this. I'm beginning to have a few regrets after 5 years. However, this is the rule of the world, the strong prey on the weak and the weak can only be preyed upon. Your family was weak, that was why it was wiped out by that man. You, Yi Chen, were weak, that was why you were laughed at by the disciples of other families. I hope that you can regain your spirit when you're down there and stop being useless. Otherwise, Chu Shuren will still look down on you. That's all I wanted to say, I'll take my leave now. As Chu Shuren was about to turn around, she noticed that a candle was still burning. It was obvious that somebody had been there before her. Knowing the Yi family's dire state, I'm surprised that people still come to visit. Her gaze eventually fell on the black plastic bag. Sniffing the air with her tall nose, she was shocked when she smelled the smell of blood. She furrowed her eyebrows and leaned forward slightly. She then opened the plastic bag. Chapter 54. Chapter 54, something big happened. The bag was opened. Chu Shuren saw a bloody head. She stepped back reflexively, trembling and covering her mouth in horror. Her eyes were filled with shock. Not because of fear but because she knew the head in the bag. Yao Jinggu. It was actually Yao Jinggu. Yao Jinggu, the Grand Master of Martial Arts of Jiangnan Province. A master of the Golden Cloud Claw that was practically famous in the ancient martial world of Jiangnan Province. She had even personally visited that person with her father 1 year ago in Bamboo Hill of Yunnan. Her father had told her then that the man was about to be solicited by a big family in Beijing and by then his fame would inevitably skyrocket. Most vividly, a year ago, she had also witnessed with her own eyes the men severely wounding 10 martial arts experts during a friendly match. It was terrifying. Yet now, it was the terrifyingly powerful Yao Jinggu who had been killed. Even more so now that someone cut off his head and put it on the Yi family tombstone. As an offering. Just who was it? Who had the power to behead a martial arts grandmaster? Furthermore, she also noticed that Yao Jinggu's eyes were wide open as if he had seen something terrifying before he died. Just what did he see before he died? At this moment, even though Chu Shuren was mentally resilient, she had then felt a chill behind her. There was an existence who could kill and behead a grandmaster. This was enough to shake the whole of River City and even the structure of Jiangnan Province. Was River City going to change? She then noticed the blood stains on the Yi family's tombstone. The blood was not completely dry, which meant that the person had not walked too far away. Why did that person want to leave Yao Jinggu's head on the Yi family's tombstone? Yi family. Yao Jinggu. Why must it be today? Could there be a connection? Chu Shuren's eyes were full of unprecedented seriousness. Suddenly, her pupils dilated. She had thought of an almost impossible possibility. The only connection between the Yi family and Yao Jinggu was the banquet at Cloud Lake Manor 5 years ago. What was even weirder was that the tragedy of that banquet had happened 5 years ago today. Connecting all this, it looked like revenge. Someone had sought revenge on Yao Jinggu. For the Yi family that was destroyed Cloud Lake Manor 5 years ago. Not only that, but Chu Shuren also recalled the deaths of Qin Jinghua and Qin Feng a few days ago. Their deaths were just as cruel. No one knew who killed them. Only that the two seemed to have seen something terrible before they died. Qin Jinghua, Qin Feng, and now Yao Jinggu and the Yi family, their only connection was the banquet at Cloud Lake Manor 5 years ago. At this moment, a stormy sea began to surge in the depths of Chu Shuren's heart, a sense of death slowly crept into her thoughts. This was a fear of the unknown. The Chu family had also been at the banquet, and who knew if the Chu family would follow the Qin family? Would she, Chu Shuren, be the second Yao Jinggu to be beheaded and sacrificed to the Yi family? Just who is it? Who would want to avenge the Yi family? Chu Shuren thought no more and immediately returned home, then having her subordinates investigate all the surveillance cameras around Sky Stone Mountain. She would not be able to feel safe until she found the person behind these murders. This was a matter of life and death for the Chu family. Yet, something even weirder happened. All the surveillance data on Sky Stone Mountain that day had been wiped clean. Even the traffic cameras 5 kilometers away had problems. Who had the means to control the entire surveillance system of River City? This was already the power to hide the truth from the masses. Chu Shuren realized that the person behind these murders was like a ghost. There was no way to track them. Her back was completely soaked. No longer hesitating, she picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Dad, it's bad, something bad happened." Xian and Sunny returned home. Sunny forcibly dragged Xian to the bathroom for a bath, then stood directly at the door and urged Xian to lie down and sleep. It was broad daylight, Xian really could not sleep. Besides, as a cultivator, sleeping was optional for him. Seeing Xian refuse to sleep, Sunny worried in her heart. She thought Xian was still thinking about his parents' death. It must have been a big blow to him. Had it been her, she might have already collapsed by now. "Promise me that you'll sleep for a while. You haven't slept all day. From a medical standpoint, this is extremely detrimental to your body." Sunny walked in and stood in front of Xian, speaking softly. In fact, she also had not slept for almost a whole night and she was a little sleepy now and even yawned. Xian was naturally aware of Sun Yi's distress. This silly girl was probably feeling apprehensive the whole day from the night before. To a certain extent, all this was because of him. The point was that until now, Sunny has not asked about what happened last night. It seemed that she did not want to stress him. Xian hesitated for a few seconds, then compromised. "If you want me to sleep, sure, but you two must also lie down and sleep." As soon as Sunny heard it, she misunderstood. Thinking that Xian wanted to sleep with her, her face instantly flushed and she then protested coquettishly, "Xian, why do you have these bad thoughts all day long?" Xian's face was puzzled. How could he have any bad intentions? He just wanted her to go back to the room to rest. As he was getting ready to explain, Sunny bit her lip, appearing as if she had made a decision and began taking off her clothes. "Seeing that you were freezing all night yesterday, I'll reluctantly agree to your impolite request, but you can't touch me. If you touch me, I will bite you." Humph. Xian froze completely. Is Sunny going to sleep with him? He gulped, expecting something in his heart, but Sunny just took off her jacket and did not take off the t-shirt inside. Her hot figure was not completely exposed. Sunny glanced at her pants. It was impossible to sleep in jeans, so she ordered Xian, "You close your eyes and sleep, I'm going to take off my pants." Xian naturally understood and tried to sleep quite honestly, even closing his eyes. Soon, he felt a warm, tender body entering his quilt. Sunny laid down with her back turned to him. Sun-Yi seemed to be aware of Xian's gaze and turned around to face him. She was a little nervous. Pretending to be calm, she said, "I warn you, I learned Taekwondo and am very good at kicking people. If you get any ideas, I will sidekick and then dragon sways tail 1 inch." "Dragon sways tail doesn't seem like Taekwondo," Xian protested weakly. "Why do you care so much about that?" "I made it up." Humph. After speaking, Sun-Yi turned back and resumed her original position. The room fell into silence for a long time. Not knowing how long has passed, Sun-Yi softly asked, "Xian, are you asleep yet?" "Not yet. I'm a little scared recalling what happened back then now. Can you hold me, just a moment?" Xian looked at a beautiful young girl in front of him and naturally, he would not refuse. "Okay. You turn around. If we hug from the front, that position will be awkward." While Sun-Yi's voice was very light, her face was red like fresh blood. She did not know why she made such an improper request and was even worried whether Xian would think she was a bit promiscuous. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, absolutely amazing. Not long after, Xian was about to speak when he heard heavy breathing at his ears. Sun-Yi had actually fallen asleep. She was so tired from not being able to feel at ease for one night, and holding Xian at this moment gave her an unprecedented sense of security. 3 hours later, Sun-Yi awoke in a daze. At the moment, she felt that she had slept very deeply, but it was comforting. She opened her eyes and felt a little uncomfortable. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until the doorbell rang. The two of them were then pulled back into reality. Sun-Yi quickly got up, averting her gaze. I'll go open the door." Out of the room, Sun-Yi let out a long breath. Without thinking any more, Sun-Yi tidied her hair and went to open the door. The door opened, and to her surprise, there was a beautiful girl who did not lose to her in looks. "You are..." Sun-Yi could not remember meeting the person in front of her. Shen Mingjia saw that the one who opened the door was an unfamiliar woman and was equally puzzled. She remembered the investigation showed that this was clearly where Mr. Yi lived. She glanced at the woman's figure in front of her and felt a sense of defeat in her heart. River City actually had a woman with such a perfect figure. Also, why was this woman's face so red? Was Mr. Yi inside? Was it a golden house to keep his mistress? Certainly not. How could Mr. Yi be here? She had probably gotten the wrong address. Who are you looking for? Sun Yi asked softly with a frown. Shen Mingjia was just about to speak when she saw Yichen come out of the room shirtless. When he saw Shen Mingjia, Yichen remembered that he had made a meal appointment with Shen Haihua and his family today. Initially, he planned to notify Shen Mingjia in advance, but he overslept and forgot about it. Shen Mingjia saw Yichen's appearance and glanced at Sun Yi, whose face was red, and instantly understood. Yet, she did not know why her heart felt empty, as if she had lost something. The last glimmer of hope she had ever was shattered. As a woman, Sun Yi saw the changes in Shen Mingjia and naturally understood the situation. There was a hint of hostility. After all, Shen Mingjia's appearance and temperament were on par with her. She coughed lightly, facing Yichen, and asked, "Yichen, who is she?" Shen Mingjia cast aside her thoughts. She smiled, bowed slightly and said to Yichen, "Mr. Yi, my father was anxious because I haven't received your call today and so had me look for you. It's a bit abrupt, I'm really sorry." Yichen got dressed, then wrote a note and handed it to Shen Mingjia. "This is the address to where we will eat tonight. It's my friend's place. You and President Shen said 6 p.m. so we will see each other there." Shen Mingjia nodded her head. She took a deep look at Sun Yi before leaving. After Shen Mingjia left, Sun Yi rather bluntly got in front of Yichen and asked curiously, "Who was that beautiful girl? I think she was being hostile to me. Was she your ex?" Yichen shook his head and explained, "You should know Shen Haihua, the boss of the North Name Corporation. She is Shen Haihua's daughter, Shen Mingjia. I promised to invite them to dinner today but I forgot, that's why they came looking for me. She and I are not very close, we just met a few times." Sun Yi nodded thoughtfully. She suddenly thought of something and asked with a twinkling of her eyes, "I don't really want to cook dinner today, why don't you bring me along?" Yichen did not think much about it and agreed. Besides, Sun Yi should know Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang, they could be counted as his own people. A limousine was parked outside. Shen Mingjia opened the door in a huff and sat in. When Shen Haihua saw that his daughter had come back, he was glad. "Mingjia, was Mr. Yi upstairs? Did you see him?" Shen Mingjia threw the paper in her hand at Shen Haihua and said, "That guy is up there." He was rather happy too. As a business giant, Shen Haihua had the ability to discern people's words and body language. He glanced at the note and laughed. "Could it be that you saw other women in there?" Shen Mingjia threw her head upwards and exclaimed, "I thought that this Mr. Yi was a gentleman. I didn't expect that he also liked those good-looking, sexy women. But then again, if I were a man, I wouldn't have any resistance towards that girl's figure either." She was not done venting and continued to say, "Dad, don't let me make contact this Mr. Yi anymore, he already has a girlfriend. I don't want to be a mistress." Shen Haihua laughed loudly for a bit. Patting his daughter's shoulder, he said, "I was thinking about what happened. Mingjia, let me tell you, this is a great thing. This is a good thing." Mingjia's eyes widened, finding it hard to believe. Shen Haihua nodded and said rather seriously, "The presence of such a beautiful woman by his side only shows that Mr. Yi also has the 7 affections and 6 desires. This is an opportunity for our Shen family. I am sure that within River City, there are no more than 10 women who can compare to you, that is to say, as long as you take the initiative, Mr. Yi cannot naturally resist. Also, you have no idea what Mr. Yi's future means. River City will not be his stage, Jiangnan Province will also not be his stage. His stage is endless. Do you think that this kind of person can only have one woman by his side? Let's not say 1, 10 would also be considered insufficient." Chapter 56. Chapter 56, Is this the so-called grand restaurant? When Shen Mingjia heard her father's words, her brain was blank. However, after thinking about it, it was indeed normal. Since ancient times, which powerful men did not have a harem full of concubines? Women are nothing but vassals to the strong. Even for her father, who was a business magnate in River City. Her mother actually knew that he had women on the side. Still, was Yichen really worth her effort? Was he really as worthy as her father? Shen Mingjia was somewhat skeptical. From when she first met Yichen till the present, she only knew that this man had some medical expertise, but did that really dictate everything? Shen Mingjia did not intend to dwell on it because she felt inexplicable anger when she thought of Yichen's appearance just now. Shen Haihua knew that his daughter had already accepted this fact and said nothing more. His eyes fell on the note in his hand. Number 14 East Forest Lane. Which restaurant's address is this? Does River City have this restaurant? Shen Haihua was a little confused. He had spent decades in River City but did not seem to have heard about this place. Mingjia, do you know where this East Forest Lane is? He asked his daughter for help. Shen Mingjia glanced at the contents of the note and also frowned. I haven't heard of it, it could be out of River City. It was when the two were in doubt that Xiao Su, the chauffeur in the driver's seat, said weakly, President Shen. I think I know where East Forest Lane is. Shen Haihua patted his thigh and said with a laugh, it's great that you know it. Later we should head over there earlier. We can't leave Mr. Yi waiting. But, Xiao Su seemed to be struggling to say something. But what? Could it be that the place is gone? Shen Haihua wondered. Xiao Su shook his head and with a rather odd expression said, President Shen, if I'm not mistaken, this East Forest Lane is the local garbage street that is not well known. Generally, there are only a few rundown snack bars open there. It's not so good to eat there, the average price is 30 yuan. Garbage street. Snack bars. An average price of 30 yuan. Both Shen Haihua and Shen Mingjia's expressions changed slightly. They have not eaten anything worth less than 1,000 yuan in the past 10 years. Even their drinking water was imported Fijian water. Now, Yichen actually asked them to eat at this kind of dirty shack. Did Yichen not just receive nearly 100 million in consultation fees? Had he been so quick to debase them that they were invited for dinner at such a place? Dear Lord! If anybody else did this, Shen Haihua would probably have smashed the table with anger. However, for Yichen, he could not even muster up his anger, only saying with a sigh, it's still early, let's go back to the villa first and go to this East Forest Street later. In any case, this is Mr. Ye's invitation. At 5 o'clock in the evening, it was almost time and Yichen was urging Sun Yi to set off. In the end, Sun Yi had tried on more than 10 sets of clothes until she was satisfied. A short dress with black stockings that was just right, coupled with stiletto heels, it directly showed off Sun Yi's figure without indecency. Sun Yi, are you dressing up for a blind date like this? Yichen asked. Sun Yi gave Yichen a glance and said proudly, girls always want to look better when they go out. Won't this make you look better too? Yichen did not answer and immediately went downstairs with Sun Yi. Because she was wearing high heels, Sun Yi did not drive this time and the two of them chose to wait at the gate to flag down a taxi. Although for some reason, after waiting for a long time there were still no taxis. Yichen, let's go to the opposite intersection. There are more taxis passing by there, said Sun Yi. Yichen naturally agreed. As the two of them had just arrived at the intersection, they unexpectedly saw an acquaintance. They saw Sun Yaoyao and a woman wearing a famous brand walk out of the Great Thompson not far away. Sun Yi quickly turned around, lowering her head and whispered, what a killjoy, seeing this person again. In the distance, Sun Yaoyao naturally also noticed Sun Yi and Yichen. What happened at the hospital the last time was still vivid in her mind. It was practically the biggest humiliation she has ever suffered. She had obviously been the one who was beaten and yet she had to apologize to the one who beat her. What ridiculous logic was that? Also, she had lost face in front of the pauper Sun Yi. The image that she had established over the past 10 years collapsed that night. She blamed all of this on Sun Yi. Until now, she still did not understand why her father was afraid of the old man. Was he not just a rotten doctor? Did doctors make as much money as businessmen? Without thinking about it any more, she turned to the woman next to her and said, Yen, do you see the girl dressed like such a show at the intersection? She is the Sun Yi I told you last time. Next to her is her boyfriend. You have no idea how arrogant the two of them were at the hospital that day. I mentioned to you at the time, but they said that even if you came, it wouldn't work at all. They didn't take you seriously. Sun Yaoyao's best friend, Li Yan, was a little bit upset when she heard the words. Her father was the boss of River City's Origins of Science Group. Their family's properties counted in the billions. Compared to Sun Yaoyao's father, it was like heaven and earth. Besides, she and the pair did not even know each other. Were these dogs of a man and woman not overstepping by speaking about her behind her back? Sun Yaoyao took Li Yan's hand and coquettishly said, "Yan, you have to get justice for me." Li Yan thought for a few seconds and nodded. "Let's go, we will meet those dogs of a man and woman." Very quickly, Sun Yaoyao came to Sun Yi. She looked at her from top to bottom and said, "Oh, isn't this Sun Yi? Where are you going dressed like this today?" Sun Yi did not want to bother with them and immediately waved her hand to stop a taxi. She said to Yi Chen, "Let's go. If we don't go, we will be late. East Forest Lane is quite a distance from here." Yi Chen glanced at the two women behind him and did not want to be bothered. Stepping into the taxi, they closed the door and left. Li Yan watched the taxi drove into the distance and murmured, "East Forest Lane. Isn't that the rotten garbage street? My dad seemed to be planning on tearing down that piece of land. It seems that Sun Yi's man is not so good if he actually invited his girlfriend to such a place. Such a pair of paupers." Sun Yaoyao suddenly thought of something. She took Li Yan's hand and said, "Yan, why not we follow them for a look? I want to see what garbage these two paupers eat." Although Li Yan did not like the place, she then thought of the dog of a man and woman cursing her behind her back and nodded as if possessed. "Okay, I'll get my driver to come over." Number 14 East Forest Lane. Couples Barbecue. Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang looked at the cold and cheerless shop front and could only sit outside in a daze. They knew that this place only had few customers, but they did not expect this little. It's already been half a day and still, no one had come up to the door for a bite. Aunt Zhang even went to the corner to hand out hundreds of leaflets, but it was completely useless. If it continued like this, it was uncertain if they could make rent. Aunt Zhang looked at her dejected husband and said, "Forget it, I don't think there'll be any bills today. We'll just have to do takeouts then. This year's market really isn't working. By then, I guess we won't be able to settle our child's tuition." Uncle Wang nodded, somewhat helpless. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Honey, did Chin mention that he would be bringing his friends for dinner today?" Chapter 57. Chapter 57, This Mr. Yi could not be Chin, right? Aunt Zhang heard her husband's thought and patted her forehead before saying with realization, "That's right, Chin should be arriving a bit late. Let's not even think about opening the door to customers today. I think we should just give Chin a private reception party." Uncle Wang nodded and said, agreeing, "Okay, then I'll go inside and prepare for it. We can't let Chen's friends see us here standing shamefully." The two were just about to go into the store when a limousine slowly drove over, and they abruptly halted in their steps again. After all, they had lived for so many years and this was the first time they had seen such a luxurious car. Look at that car. It's so stylish. How rich is the person sitting in the car? The gap between their lives and our low-level life is too large. Oh, that's not right. Why would the rich come to such a small place that no one knows? Aunt Zhang said ruefully. Uncle Wang also gave a long and somewhat envious glance at the slowly approaching limousine and said, "You lady, are so nosy. What's it got to do with you if others come to a small place like this? It could be the landlord. Isn't there a building next door? It could even be the big boss inside. It's none of our business anyway. With this spare time, why don't we prepare the dishes for the evening?" Aunt Zhang was admonished. She initially wanted to refute, but then she also thought that he had a point. This kind of rich people was definitely not connected part of their world. Why would they be their guests? What's the concern? She was about to enter the store when she saw that the limousine had stopped and was parked brazenly not far away from them. From the driver's seat of the limousine came a man in a well-ironed suit. The man held a piece of paper in his hand and walked to the front of the couple's barbecue. He looked at the house number and then at the contents of the paper, and after a few seconds, he breathed a long breath. It should be here. Aunt Zhang and Uncle Wang were a little confused. Were they really coming to their place? The driver Shaoli smiled and asked the husband and wife politely, "Hello, may I ask you if this is number 14 East Forest Lane?" Aunt Zhang and Uncle Wang froze and nodded stiffly. Their expressions were as odd as it could be. Was their first reaction going to get them into trouble? Otherwise, why would the driver of such rich people ask about their address? Could he be the boss of the person who collected the protection fee before? Beyond that, they really could not think of any other possibilities. Once the driver, Xiaosu, got his answer, he hurriedly trotted to the limousine, opened the door of the back seat and respectfully said, "Mr. Shen, Miss, it should be here." "All right." Shen Mingjia and Shen Haihua stepped down from the car after each other and strode directly to the couple's barbecue. Even though she expected the worst, when Shen Mingjia saw the simple and crude shop, the corners of her mouth still twitched slightly. From young till now, she had never eaten at this type of place. Was it really edible? Shen Haihua swept a glance at the humble opening signboard and came up to Aunt Zhang and Uncle Wang. Smiling, he asked, "Hello, I would like to ask, will you be operating as usual today? Can you give me a private room?" Both husband and wife were thoroughly confused. They had never expected that such a dignified man would get out of the car. Judging from his temperament, his status was definitely not low. At the same time, they also noticed Shen Mingjia. They did not expect that there was such a beautiful girl in the world, just like those big celebrities. Could these people have come here for a meal? How could such a small temple like theirs attract such a big Buddha? Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang's minds were blank, and for a moment, they did not know what to say at all. Shen Haihua apparently noticed the two's confusion and smiled, then continued, "You two don't have to be confused. It was Mr. Yi who asked us to come. He said that you are his friends. This place is trustworthy enough for us to have a meal." Mr. Yi. Friend. Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang became more and more confused. They did not know any Mr. Yi. They were the little people at the bottom. How could they know a gentleman? Suddenly, Uncle Wang thought of something in his mind and asked, astonished, "Could this Mr. Yi be Chen?" Aunt Zhang gave Uncle Wang a blank look. "Chen, that brat, how could he be Mr. Yi? What are you thinking?" When Shen Haihua heard the two mention Chen, he was completely certain and quickly said, "Both of you, the Mr. Yi I meant is indeed called Yi Chen." His voice was very soft, but it exploded in the minds of Aunt Zhang and Uncle Wang. Was it really Chen? When did Chen become a Mr. Yi? Most importantly, were these people in front of them friends he invited? His brain probably short-circuited, right? To invite such a rich, prominent person to their little shop for a meal. Even though there were 10,000 doubts in their hearts, the two of them could not think of anything more and quickly lead Shen Haihua and Shen Mingjia in. Come, we are a bit messy, so don't be too disappointed. Since you are Chen's friends, please sit in the innermost private room. Sorry to trouble you." "It's no trouble." 10 minutes later. The taxi finally arrived at East Forest Lane. As soon as Sun Yi and Yi Chen got out of the car, they noticed a white Mercedes-Benz behind them. The white Mercedes-Benz also stopped, and they saw Sun Yaoyao and Li Yan stepping out on long legs. When they came down, they looked at Yi Chen and Sun Yi rather proudly. Sun Yi was practically furious when she saw this scene. The two obviously followed them, like ghosts that still hang on. Even following them for a meal. They were really too free. Sun Yi could not stand it anymore and immediately walked up to Sun Yaoyao and scolded, "Sun Yaoyao, are you tailgating? Aren't you being too shameless?" Sun Yaoyao snorted coldly. She tilted her snow-white chin and spared a glance at Sun Yi before saying with arrogance, Sun Yi, are you telling me that the entirety of River City belongs to you? Are you the only one allowed in East Forest Lane and not us? Can't we eat here? Or is it to say that you are doing some shameful and shady business and you're afraid that I'd find out?" Regardless of how good her temper was, when she heard shady business, Sun Yi got a little angry, pointing at Sun Yaoyao and said, "You can follow as much as you like, that's up to you. Yi Chen, let us go." When Sun Yi finished speaking, she pulled Yi Chen and headed inside. She did not notice at all that Li Yan was on the side. He had slowly stretched out one foot, apparently intending to trip her. Yi Chen naturally noticed the matter in front of him. He did not have any interest to bother with the girls' fight, but if the other party did such a thing, he would have to step in. He stepped lightly and there was a faint airwave on the sole of the foot. The airwave pushed directly towards Li Yan. Li Yan apparently felt something, losing her balance instantly and tumbled backward. She had also subconsciously grabbed Sun Yaoyao's shoulder. With both of them wearing heels, their center of balance was tipped. Thud. In the next second, the two fell directly to the ground and their skirts were even flipped up. A ray of spring. Attracting finger-pointing from passers-by. Sun Yi apparently did not expect the situation in front of her and was slightly surprised. Could these two women not even walk? Yi Chen, seeing that it was almost time, patted Sun Yi's back and smiled. Let's go, I think Shen Haihua has arrived. After Yi Chen and Sun Yi left, only did Sun Yaoyao and Li Yan get up, embarrassed. Their bodies already sustained some scrapes. They glared fiercely at the back of Sun Yi and Yi Chen. There was not anyone around just now, and there were only two people who had the opportunity to take action. Those two paupers, how dare they push me? I see they are tired of life. Yao Yao, let's go look for those two dogs of a man and woman and get our revenge. Li Yan's eyes were full of anger. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. It was time to F*CKSH*T up. The couple was barbecuing. When Yi Chen and Sun Yi arrived at their doorstep, they realized Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang were busy. Naturally, Aunt Zhang's attention went straight to Yi Chen and the lady beside him. When she saw Sun Yi, her jaw dropped. Never in a million years would she have guessed that she would see two goddess-like ladies in a day. You're finally here, Chen. Oh no, why did you invite a big somebody over to our place? They're probably used to eating in grand hotels, how could you bring them to a shabby place like this? Aunt Zhang was still nervous and worried about the standard of their food. She was afraid that it was not up to their standards and might accidentally sour Yi Chen's important meeting. Yi Chen smiled, waved his hand and said, it's no problem. I didn't invite him over just to discuss things with him. Aunt Zhang, don't you think I've eaten enough times to know how good your food is? I guarantee. It'll make that guy drool. Aunt Zhang was flattered from the compliment. She twisted her shirt as she looked toward Sun Yi and asked, Chen, is this your? Why does she look so familiar? Yi Chen was about to explain when Sun Yi walked toward Aunt Zhang and exclaimed, Aunt Zhang, it really is you. Is Uncle Wang inside? You must have forgotten who I am. 5 years ago, I was one of your frequent customers at your food stall. Aunt Zhang still could not recall who she was when she heard Sun Yi's words. All she could do was smile and say, I didn't expect to see such a beautiful lady. That was, in fact, one of my previous customers. Not to mention, I didn't expect Chen and you to still be together after graduation. This is good. After Sun Yi was complimented about how sweet they were together, she ran into the kitchen to say hi to Uncle Wang. Yi Chen did not want to explain further anyway, so he walked toward the open private room door. When he looked in, he saw Shen Haihua and Shen Mingjia sitting inside while a man in a suit was sitting in the corner who was most probably the chauffeur. When Shen Haihua saw Yi Chen emerging from the door, he was super excited. It was because not only did he notice that his terminal illness was cured, all the small problems that plagued him were all gone. Seeing Yi Chen for him was like seeing someone who had saved his life. Mr. Yi, you're finally here. Please, let me toast 3 shots of liquor to thank you for saving my life. When Shen Haihua finished his sentence, he poured 3 shots of liquor and drank them one after another with eagerness and joy. Dad, don't drink so much, you just recovered, Shen Mingjia advised. In fact, she was quite surprised because, since the time she was young, other people were the ones drinking to her dad. However, it was the opposite now, with her dad already drinking 3 shots even before Yi Chen managed to sit down. This meant the utmost respect toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not think Shen Haihua would make such a gesture, so he returned one toast to him as well. Behind was Sun Yi carefully holding a plate of food as she walked inside. When she placed the food down on the table, she proceeded to sit on Yi Chen's right-hand side. Since she sat on that spot, it would seem that Yi Chen was surrounded by gorgeous ladies with Shen Mingjia and Sun Yi sitting beside him. Naturally, Shen Haihua had met Sun Yi previously. It was only then when he realized the lady his daughter mentioned that afternoon was, in fact, Sun Yi. He hired someone to place a background check on Sun Yi and could not help but lament how good Sun Yi's life was when he found out about her. Not to mention how lucky she was to have climbed up this gigantic dragon that was about to shoot for the skies. If Yi Chen were to fully level up, Sun Yi would be the phoenix on the branch soon. Therefore, his daughter ought to pick up the pace. He winked at Shen Mingjia as he said, Mingjia, you're around the same age as Mr. Yi and Ms. Sun, right? Keep in contact more in the future. It's a good time to learn from them. Why don't you give a toast to Mr. Yi and Ms. Sun? Shen Mingjia's eyes widened. She was already hostile towards Sun Yi. How could her dad make her toast? Did that not mean she was bowing down to that woman? She was about to reject the idea when a shrill voice came from the outside. That little bitch Sun Yi. What's her business sneaking around here? When they heard the voice, the people seated felt some uneasiness. Sun Yi. Little bitch. Shen Haihua angrily glanced over to Xiao Su, who was seated at the corner of the private room, and said, Xiao Su, get rid of these people of unimportance. Don't hold back, I'll cover for you if anything happens. Got it. Xiao Su got up, opened the door of the private room and left. Yi Chen had already guessed who it was as his eyes flashed with an intent to kill. Did those two ladies want to die? Why were they testing his patience again and again? The only reason Yi Chen had not killed them was because they were ladies. When Sun Yi heard what the voice outside said, her face went pale and she stood up. Her hand pressed on Yi Chen's shoulder as she said, This is my issue, I'll handle it. You go ahead and continue on with President Shen. She had seen how violent Yi Chen could get, to the extent of him daring enough to beat up the father of the Chen family. This guy would not stop for anything. Moreover, it was obvious that the two people came for only her. It would not be good if she dragged Yi Chen into it. Yi Chen thought for a few seconds and agreed to it since Shen Haihua's men had already gone out to confront them. The two ladies could not do too much damage anyways. Outside the private room, Aunt Zhang did not know how to deal with the two aggressive ladies clad head to toe in branded clothing when she saw them. Girls, what's bothering you guys so much? Is there something that cannot be solved by sitting down and having a talk? Sun Yaoyao shot a disapproving look toward Aunt Zhang and took a step back. Get away from me, you old hag. There are probably hundreds of germs on your dirty clothes. Can't you see that I'm wearing branded clothing on my perfect body? Will you be able to pay if you dirted it? Aunt Zhang was slightly embarrassed. After all, she was just being honest. All she could do was pull back and apologize. Sorry about that, girl. When Uncle Wang heard those hurtful words coming from Sun Yaoyao, he walked straight out from the kitchen and gave Sun Yaoyao and Li Xian a death glare. You two insolent girls. This place doesn't welcome people like you. Scram. If his wife was insulted, of course, he had to stand up for her. So what if their clothes were dirty? As long as the money they earned was clean, it should not be a shameful thing. Li Xian was pissed off as she did not expect a poor peasant to talk down to them. She pointed toward Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang's noses with her thin fingers as she said, Do you know who I am? Don't think that I won't get my father to shut your shop down. How dare you two poor dirty peasants ask me, Li Xian, to scram? F***ck, I mean, who do you think you are? Haven't you heard of River City's Origins of Science group? If every employee from my family's group spat in a pool, it could drown both of you poor peasants. When Uncle Wang heard what she said, he was livid. She almost got a slap from him, but when he heard her name drop River City's Origins of Science group, he froze still. Origins of Science group was one of River City's top 10 famous enterprises. She was a CEO's daughter while he was just a meager food stall owner. He could not afford to risk offending someone of that level. Becoming enemies with old money is a sure way of cutting off one's entire family's source of income. Sun Yaoyao and Li Xian felt an unexplainable pleasure when they saw two people in front of them with their heads down low. Li Xian looked at the two of them condescendingly and pointed at Uncle Wang's nose once more as she said, Is that B***tch Sun Yi inside? I advise you poor peasant to get this B***tch out as soon as possible. Before she could finish her sentence, a man wearing a suit appeared in front of her. Immediately, he grabbed her finger and shoved it aside. Mr. Yi and President Shen are having a meeting inside. If I hear one more bit of your nonsense, I won't hold back. The man who spoke those words was Xiao Su, who has been in the army for 3 years. After his discharge, Xiao Su had been working for Shen Haihua. After many years of working for him, naturally, he learned how to gauge someone's ability. Seeing how much President Shen respected Mr. Yi as well as acted humbly toward him, that meant that Mr. Yi was someone of importance for President Shen. Moreover, President Shen requested him to not hold back while taking care of it. Of course, he had to do as he was told. He had to please Mr. Yi and Ms. Sun, who were in the private room at all costs. At that moment, the person had insulted Ms. Sun. It did not matter to him whether the person was a female. It was time to F***ck**t up. Chapter 59. Chapter 59, A Real Cock-Up. At that moment, Sunny walked toward the scene. Never in a million years did she think that President Xian's chauffeur would actually get physical. Are chauffeurs always ready to throw down nowadays? Although she did not know who Li Xian was, Sunny could tell that she came from a wealthy family and was definitely not someone a chauffeur should mess with. When Li Xian saw Sun Yi and looked over to the man in the suit who was physical, she realized that he was here to defend Sun Yi. That made her even angrier. Yo, does this B***tch think she's something just because she got a man in a suit? It seems to me that. Before she could finish, Xiaosu the chauffeur gave her a slap. Without any hesitation. A tight slap across the cheek. I've warned you. If I hear any more nonsense, I won't hold back. This slap is on behalf of Miss Sun. At that moment, the entire place went into a dead silence. Nobody thought that Xiaosu would have no scruples with giving her a slap across the face. Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang's hearts did a somersault at the same time. They knew, at that moment, they were done for. That girl was the daughter of the CEO of the Origins of Science Group. Why did you have to offend her? It wouldn't cost you an arm and leg for you to remain quiet. Sun Yaoyao subconsciously took a step back. She looked horrified for fear that the men in the suit would also do something to her. Li Xian's mind, on the other hand, went completely blank. All she did was hold her face with her eyes wide open. Nobody dared to hit her for her entire life. When she finally realized what just happened, she was livid. She pointed at Xiaosu's nose and said, "Who the F***ck do you think you are? Did you just F***king hit me? Do you know who my father is? You're dead, I tell you. Dead." At that moment, Li Xian was a delirious vixen with her disheveled hair. The cute makeup on her face looked disproportioned with her hideous expression. She was about to dive into a fight when she was pulled back by Sun Yaoyao, who was behind her. "Xianer, don't pick a fight with a man. There are thousands of ways for us to torture him if we wanted to." Li Xian forced herself to calm down as she felt the red-hot mark on her face started to emerge. She gave a death glare to Xiaosu, who was in front of her, as well as Sun Yi. It seemed that everything that had happened was all the B***tch's fault. "Let me tell you something. Don't you two try and leave this street today. Just wait until my father comes. I'll screw both of your faces up." When she was done, Li Xian took out her phone and started dialing. When Sun Yaoyao saw Li Xian making the phone call, she grew cockier. She snorted coldly toward Xiaosu. "Prick, I bet you don't know who you just hit, right? I don't mind telling you. She's the daughter of the CEO of the Origins of Science Group. Have you heard of the Origins of Science Group? It's River City's top 10 most powerful group. Now you have a better gauge of who you've messed with, right? Who are you compared to her? She has a million ways to torture you." When she was done, she looked toward Sun Yi with a death glare. "Sun Yi, oh, Sun Yi. What a wonderful life you seem to have, having someone to defend you everywhere. But you're just a jinx, aren't you? All you do is get them in big trouble." When Xiaosu heard the name Origins of Science Group, he narrowed his eyes a little. Never in a million years did he think that the girl was connected to such a big name. It seemed that things had blown out of proportion, as the Origins of Science Group was currently working on multiple projects with Shanghai's North Name Corporation. However, he trusted his gut. He did nothing wrong. In President Xian's eyes, 1,000 companies such as Origins of Science Group did not compare to Mr. Yi. Would President Xian be subservient to Origins of Science Group CEO? Never. Would President Xian toast 3 shots for the Origins of Science Group CEO with respect? Never. Would President Xian sacrifice his relationship with Mr. Yi merely for a few 100,000? Never ever in a million years. When Xiaosu figured those thoughts out, he gathered back his confidence and lifted up his chin and straightened his back. He said, "Nobody has the right to be physical with Ms. Sun, whether they are the CEO of the Origins of Science Group or the mayor of River City. Sun Yi was startled by his words. She could not imagine a chauffeur to have the balls to say such words. Nevertheless, she was not stupid. She knew he could do that because it was Shen Haiwa's request from the private room. Or maybe it was Yi Chen's request from the private room. The Shen family sure treats Yi Chen well. At that moment, she was curious about what Yi Chen did that allowed a chauffeur to protect her in such a direct way. Moreover, how did someone like Shen Haiwa act with such subservience with Yi Chen? Suddenly, she realized 5 years had passed by. The Yi Chen who was called useless by thousands of people had changed completely. What happened to him these past 5 years? Where did he go? Li Xian's call finally went through. The person on the line could hear Xiao Su's voice and was displeased by it. It said, "Xianer, why are you calling me? What happened to you? That person who's talking to you sounds rude." Li Xian reacted by tearing up. She cried, "Daddy, come and save me. Your daughter almost got killed. I'm at Lot 15 East Forest Lane. I misspoke just now and then suddenly a man and a woman started to get physical with me. Someone gave a slap, Daddy. The voice you just heard was the aggressive person I told you. I was so humiliated that I'm good as dead." Sun Yaoyao chimed in loudly, "Xianer, you still have so much to live for." The person on the line felt that the situation was serious, and a dignified voice responded, "Stay put, I'm not far from the place. I'm bringing backup. I want to see with my own eyes who was the one daring enough to touch my little girl." He hung up the phone. Li Xian, who was half crying, suddenly changed her expression. She crossed her arms and stared at Sun Yi and Xiao Su with a grin. "My father is coming over soon. If you wish to live, kneel before me and lick the dust off my high heels. If you do so, I may just let you go." Aunt Zhang, who heard everything from the side, was scared half to death. Her mind went blank and she knelt before Li Xian and wiped her shoes carefully with her sleeves. "Miss, let me wipe it for you. I beg for your mercy, forgive these children for they do not know better. I will do anything for you." Li Xian looked at the woman below her with disgust and gave her a kick. The thin heel struck Aunt Zhang's stomach as Li Xian spat out, "Get away from me, you poor peasant. Do you know how expensive my shoes are? Will you be able to afford it if you did anything to it?" Aunt Zhang clutched her stomach as she collapsed onto the floor. She was in great pain. After all, getting hit in the stomach from a thin heel was really painful. Uncle Wang rushed forward and supported Aunt Zhang to a table. He gave a death glare to Li Xian and said, "How dare you touch my wife? I'll kill you." Suddenly, Xiao Su swiftly rushed forward and gave Li Xian a kick to her stomach. He knew that the couple who owned the place were Mr. Ye's friends. If that was not the case, Mr. Ye would not have invited President Shen to eat at this place. When the girl treated Mr. Ye's friends that way, he was furious. Towering at 7 feet as men, he could not stand to watch it any longer even if it were not for Mr. Ye. Li Xian did not expect him to attack her at all. Her stomach turned and the pain came in waves. It was unbearable. Her entire body was flung toward the main door. At that moment, a Maybach stopped in front of the place. Li Tsangfu, who saw the entire thing from the car, was completely livid. He flung open the door and saw a Lincoln in the corner of his eye that had a familiar car plate. However, he dismissed it because he was blinded by wrath by what he saw. "Who is the M***Thurf**Ker who touched my daughter? I'm going to kill you." Chapter 60. Chapter 60, Get out of my sight. When Li Xian heard her father's voice, her entire body trembled and pretended to be in great pain as she crawled over. She cried, "Daddy, thank God you came. If you came any later, I would have been killed by these people." Li Tsangfu rushed over to his darling daughter and helped her up. He ordered the bodyguards behind him, "Trash this place up. Get everyone out of this place. The person who was responsible for hurting my daughter has got some balls." Naturally, Xiao Su could not let them trash the shop. All he could do was block the entrance from everyone with his body, but there was only so much he could do. He was no match against the bodyguards from trained special forces. Within seconds, Li Tsangfu's bodyguards beat Xiao Su onto the ground. Li Xian saw how Xiao Su collapsed and she laughed coldly. "You wanted crazy, so here it is. Was that too crazy for you?" Li Xian slapped Xiao Su's cheek and kicked him with her high heels. She was overjoyed. M*****Cur. How dare you act tough in front of me? How dare you slap me? Don't you know who I am? Where's your crazy now, huh? Xiao Su's eyes were filled with rage. He gave Li Tsangfu and Li Xian a death glare as he boomed, "You two have no idea who you've messed with." Li Xian snorted coldly. She had a sudden thought as she pointed toward Sun Yi. She said to the bodyguards, "Get this B***tch. I'm going to mess her up. I wonder how her pretty face will look like once I'm done with her. Let's see who will still like her then." The moment she said those words, the highly trained bodyguards rushed toward Sun Yi. Sun Yi immediately turned pale. She had no idea that things would turn out this way. She was helpless as she watched those bodyguards move toward her. Suddenly, a figure stood in front, shielding her. "All I wanted to do was eat a meal." A sluggish voice that had a trace of murder in it sounded. It was Yi Chen. When Li Xian saw Yi Chen, she was overjoyed. She immediately ordered, "Get that prick too while you're at it." "How great, I can mess both of you up at the same time." When Sun Yaoyao saw how courageous her bestie was, she was excited as she was and said, "Li Xian, you're so cool." Li Xian crossed her arms as if she was a queen that ruled above everyone. Swiftly, the bodyguards rushed toward Yi Chen. To be honest, Yi Chen was fed up with the trash he saw before him. One of the bodyguards swung a strong punch toward Yi Chen, but Yi Chen countered with a backhand and grasped the bodyguard's arm. Everyone heard a crack. It was of the sound of the bodyguard's arm breaking. The next second, Yi Chen raised his right leg and slammed forward. Suddenly, all three bodyguards slammed onto the ground and lost all ability to fight. The few remaining bodyguards were about to attack Yi Chen when he shot a cold stare toward them. In an instant, everyone took a step back automatically. They had never seen such a fierce stare from anyone before. Even the fierce male lions they encountered in South Africa was not as scary as Yi Chen's stare. A stare from the young guy in front of them could turn their body ice cold as the fear of death slowly crept up to their bodies. They were scared frozen. If they moved, they would be as good as dead. Yi Chen took one step at a time toward Li Xian and Li Tsangfu. He had a playful grin on his face that could scare anyone. Li Xian rushed toward her father's side as she bewilderedly said, "Daddy, what do we do? This brat can fight." Li Tsangfu, who was a long-time CEO of many enterprises with plenty of experiences, was even-headed. He looked at Yi Chen and said, "Do you dare to touch me? Do you want to see what are the consequences if you do? You'll never step foot out of River City." When he uttered those words, a bang came from the back. The door of the private room slammed open and out came Shen Haihua and Shen Mingjia. At that moment, Shen Haihua's face turned green. It was an already hard task getting Mr. Yi to have a meal with him, but the last person he wanted to see appeared at the scene. It would not be so bad if it was someone else, but it had to be Li Tsangfu, who was the CEO of the group that his group had worked with for many years. When Li Tsangfu saw Shen Haihua, he was slightly taken aback. He did not expect to see North Name Corporation's president Shen eating in such a dingy place. A president who had a net worth of billions eating in such a cheap place was unbelievable. Li Tsangfu's expression changed into a smile as he respectfully greeted, "President Shen, I didn't expect to see you here." Shen Haihua snorted coldly and walked toward Li Tsangfu. He said with all seriousness, "Stop the act, I don't know you." Li Tsangfu's smile stiffened up. The two of them just played cards some time ago. What did he mean by that? Without waiting for Li Tsangfu's reaction, Shen Haihua continued, "Li Tsangfu, oh Li Tsangfu. You have no idea what mess you've gotten yourself into. You shouldn't have offended Mr. Yi. I suppose it's good that you're here now. I have some things to discuss with you. From this day onward, all collaborations North Name Corporation has with your Origins of Science group are cancelled." "What?" Li Tsangfu was stupefied. "Cancel all collaborations? Has Shen Haihua gone mad? He's talking about hundreds of millions of profits here. Is it cancelled just like that? Because I've offended Mr. Yi." He did not remember what he had done to offend Mr. Yi. Li Tsangfu was about to say something when Shen Haihua walked toward Yi Chen and whispered, "Mr. Yi, please allow me to handle this." At that moment, it was everyone's turn to be surprised. Did Shen Haihua just speak softly toward a young man? "Mr. Yi." How old was this guy? Why did Shen Haiwa refer to him as Mr. Yi? Li Tsangfu squinted his eyes and felt something amiss. The car parked. In front should be Shen Haiwa's. It was impossible for Shen Haiwa to invite someone to this place to eat. The only possibility was that it was the other party's recommendation. Why did Shen Haiwa agree to this unreasonable request from the other party? Moreover, why did he bring his darling daughter to dine here? Strangely enough, Shen Haiwa's tone of voice and all that he had done seemed to be intended to please the men in front of him. So much so that he cut off all his group's projects. He knew how Shen Haiwa was. The experienced and gifted entrepreneur would place profit above anything. To give up all those benefits would mean that the men behind him was not someone he should mess with. Could it be that Mr. Yi came from Jiangnan province originally? No, it can't be. There was no Yi family in Jiangnan province. The only possibility was that his family came from capital city. As he cycled through those thoughts, Li Tsangfu's expressions changed immediately. The families in capital city were people on top of the pyramid. A wave of a hand could exterminate any family from River City. It was hard not to imagine what would happen. Beads of sweat started appearing on Li Tsangfu's forehead and his back was completely wet. He knew that if he took one wrong step, the entire Li family would fall into a land of no return. He no longer could keep it in and went straight to Yi Chen and bowed as he said, "Mr. Yi. I am truly sorry. This is all my fault. Please forgive me." When Li Xian and Sun Yaoyao heard what he said, they were completely stunned. Her father apologizing to a young man. All he needed to do was to kneel and it would be the whole package. Li Xian could not afford to lose face. She said, "Daddy, why are you being this way? This brat." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Tsangfu gave her a slap so hard that it spun Li Xian toward the ground. "You almost got me killed with your big mouth. Do you know who you have offended?" Li Xian was stupefied. She never expected her father to hit her because of a stranger. She had never ever experienced it in her entire life. Li Tsangfu's face was full of flattery again. He said to Yi Chen, "Mr. Yi, I did not teach my daughter well. I'll be more disciplined with her in the future. Please forgive us this time." Yi Chen was unaffected by all this and neither did he want to make trouble during Uncle Wang's opening day. He looked at Xiaosu the bruised and beaten up chauffeur as he said, "He's beaten up because he tried to defend my friends. You know what to do." "Yes, of course." Li Tsangfu nodded his head fervently. Yi Chen looked over to Aunt Zhang who was still clutching her stomach as well as some broken things on the table. He continued, "Your daughter hurt my friend as well as broke some of the things in the shop. Today was their opening, so you know what to do." "Yes, of course." Li Tsangfu replied immediately. Yi Chen's eyes were almost calm when suddenly it became ice-cold again as he boomed with murder in his voice. He scolded, "If you said yes, of course, I expect you to do it now. After you're done, get out of my sight." Li Tsangfu was shocked still from the ice-cold murderous voice and fell on his butt. Yes, of course, Mr. Yi." When he was done, Yi Chen indifferently went back into the private room. After a few steps, Yi Chen stopped in his steps as he thought of something. "One more thing. Your daughter and her friend almost gave me a slap just now. You know what to do next." Chapter 61. Chapter 61, Chapter 61 Heavenly Justice Group. Chapter 61 Heavenly Justice Group. Li Tsangfu's body stiffened. He naturally understood what Yi Chen meant. The latter's words were a threat, and also an order. He glanced at his daughter, who was in a sorry state on the ground, and gritted his teeth. "Mr. Yi, I understand." As Yi Chen walked back into the private room, Li Tsangfu glanced at the bodyguard before pointing towards Sun Yaoyao and Li Zheng. "Drag them out." Li Xian naturally knew what was about to happen. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. She struggled madly and shouted, "Dad, what are you doing? I'm your daughter. You actually." Pa. Li Tsangfu did not hesitate to slap her. He knew that if he did not handle this matter well today, it was not only the origins of Science Group that would suffer, even the lives of his family members might be placed at risk. The descendants of those families from the capital could easily exterminate families such as theirs. The Yi family of River City was the best example of this. He was afraid of death, so he could only compromise. Sun Yaoyao's face also turned pale with fear. She had not expected things to turn out like this. She stared at Yi Chen's departing back. Her heart was in turmoil. What kind of person was Sun Yi's boyfriend? Why was every high and mighty figure trying to curry favor with him? Back then, it had the miracle doctor from the hospital and, now, it was Shen Haihua, the chairman of North Name Corporation. Even her best friend's father had slapped his own daughter because of this man. A chill slowly crept up her back, and she caught a brief glimpse of Sun Yi from the corner of her eye. She knew very well that, as long as this man was around, she would be forced to look up to this woman that she had once despised. Li Tsangfu slapped Sun Yaoyao's face. The sound of continuous slaps resounded through the entire East Forest Lane. Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang were dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. They realized that Chen had changed, to the point he almost seemed like a stranger now. He had once heard his son talk about Chen's situation. He knew that Chen seemed to be in a miserable state in school and was being constantly humiliated. Yet now, 5 years later, these big shots from River City all had to listen to Chen. Was he still the same Chen who was once called trash? Old Wang, Chen is. Just as Aunt Zhang was about to say something, Uncle Wang signaled her with his eyes while saying, Chen isn't the same person as before. I feel like he now has a special aura about him. Sigh, forget it. I'll just go and cook. They still need to eat. Inside the private room, the four of them took their seats. Mr. Yi, do you need me to deal with Li Tsangfu? Shen Haihua asked. As long as Yi Chen agreed, he would have the corporation put pressure on the origins of Science Group and completely destroy the Li family's reputation. Yi Chen shook his head and took a bite of the food before saying, Li Tsangfu's daughter is just a trivial troublemaker. The punishment she's receiving now should be sufficient to teach her a lesson. However, if the other party still doesn't learn from this, I will naturally deal with it. Shen Mingjia frowned. She did not know what Yi Chen meant when he said that he would deal with it. Could it be that he wanted to kill the Li family? They were living in a peaceful society, and he wanted to kill someone. That's for the best then. By the way, Mr. Yi, you didn't invite me over just for this meal, right? Shen Haihua went straight to the point. As a business magnate, he could easily guess that the young men in front of him had other matters to discuss. Yi Chen put down his chopsticks and nodded. He said lightly, indeed. President Shen, how much do you know about the Heavenly Justice Group? Shen Haihua and Shen Mingjia's eyes narrowed at the mere mention of the Heavenly Justice Group, and their faces were filled with horror. This was because the Heavenly Justice Group's background was simply too shocking. 5 years ago, the Heavenly Justice Group belonged to the Yi family of River City. Yi Tianjing was the group's leader. Although the Heavenly Justice Group was in decline back then, its former glory was obvious to everyone. However, no one had expected that Yi Tianjing would die at that banquet in Cloud Lake Manor. All 3 members of the Yi family had been killed. Many forces and families were forced to draw a clear line between them and the Yi family. All because of a single man who was controlling everything behind the scenes. After that, the Heavenly Justice Group was naturally swallowed up by various forces. In order to hide the truth from the public, those forces even reorganized and restructured the Heavenly Justice Group and its assets many times. If one was not an insider, it would be impossible to even know about matters regarding Heavenly Justice Group. Shen Haihua looked at Yi Chen curiously and asked, Mr. Yi, why are you so concerned about the Heavenly Justice Group? It used to belong to the Yi family of River City. Suddenly, Shen Haihua's eyes widened in realization. It was almost as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared up and down at the young men in front of him. Mr. Yi. Yi Chen. Yi Tianjing. The Yi family. Heavenly Justice Group. Could it be that this young man was the same young man from the Yi family who had fallen into East Coin Lake? Wait, Yi Chen. That's right, that young man from the Yi family of River City was also called Yi Chen. He escaped death and actually returned. Also, did he return with the power to resurrect the dead? Shen Haihua's heart was in turmoil. He had not experienced such huge emotional fluctuations in over 10 years. He looked at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. It was the same for Shen Mingjia. Although she and her father had once considered this possibility, the very thought of that trash from the Yi family back then dispelled it immediately. After all, that trash from the Yi family was the biggest joke in River City's social circle. Even if he was given another 10 years, there was no way he would be able to reach the achievements of the young men in front of her. Her delicate body trembled and her face turned pale. She waited with bated breath for Yi Chen's reply. Yi Chen naturally saw their reactions. He rapped his fingers on the table 3 times, and suddenly raised his head while saying indifferently, "I'm that same Yi Chen who fell into East Coin Lake back then. The same Yi Chen from the Yi family of River City." His voice was calm, but it gave rise to an invisible murderous aura in the room. The murderous aura enveloped the father and daughter pair of the Xian family, making them feel as if they were walking on thin ice. That trash from the Yi family had really returned. The situation in River City was about to change. Xian Haiwo was sure that none of the people who were involved in the incident at Cloud Lake Manor could escape. Fortunately, he had been busy with business back then and had not gotten involved in the Yi family's affairs. Otherwise, his Xian family would really have been finished. Xian Haiwo sobered up from the shock and released a long sigh. "Mr. Yi, I really didn't expect this. I think Mr. Yi's parents would be very pleased to see your current achievements. As for the Heavenly Justice Group, I do know a little about it. The Heavenly Justice Group building was demolished 5 years ago and replaced by the Qinghe building. The forces the Qinghe building are complicated. I heard that it doesn't just involve the people of behind the martial arts world in River City, but also some of the family clans and businesses in River City. After the incident at Cloud Lake Manor, these forces devoured the Heavenly Justice Group. By making market maneuvers such as the purchase of shares through shell companies, asset restructuring, forced acquisitions, and so on, the Heavenly Justice Group was dismantled to the point of becoming unrecognizable. In a sense, the Qinghe Group now can be considered the Heavenly Justice Group from back then. Also, the person in charge of the Qinghe Group is called Jing Jingming. When he heard the name Jing Jingming, Yi Chen's body exuded an endless amount ice-cold killing intent. He would never forget that name. His father's old friend. The uncle he had always trusted. Of back then, the invitation letter to Cloud Lake Manor had been personally handed to his father by Jing Jingming. He also vaguely remembered how Jing Jingming had tried to curry favor with that man from the capital on the night his father had died. He would never forget that face. Chapter 62. Chapter 62, Chapter 62 Shared Interests. Chapter 62 Shared Interests. Yi Chen. Before Yi Chen could fully manifest the murderous aura, Sun Yi placed her fair hand on his. A warm current passed through Yi Chen's body and he came back to his senses. He looked around at the crowd and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I just recalled something that happened 5 years ago." Xian Haiwo naturally knew what kind of hatred would be born from the extermination of one's family. He thought for a few seconds before asking, "Mr. Yi, did you return to Jiangqing this time to deal with the Qinghe Group?" Yi Chen nodded. "You could say that. After all, the Heavenly Justice Group was the fruit of my father's labor. As his son, it's only natural that I take it back. Mr. Yi's intentions are understandable. After all, those people's methods back then were too despicable. What they did was no different than snatching it by force. Mr. Yi, how about this? I know you don't know much about the business world, but I do have some connections. Over the next few days, I'll compile information on the Qinghe Group for you, and then we can think of a way to take over the Qinghe Group together. How about that?" After Xian Haiwo finished speaking, he looked at Yi Chen nervously. Xian Haiwo was well aware that if he really wanted to be tied together with the men in front of him, helping Yi Chen to deal with the Qinghe Group was the only way. Shen Mingjia, who was beside him, even noticed that her father was trembling as he waited for a response. What was wrong with Dad? For what reason was he so nervous? Yi Chen had not expected Xian Haiwo to make such a suggestion. After all, given Xian Haiwo's words, he fully understood that the forces behind the Qinghe Group were complicated. If he wanted to help Yi Chen take over the Qinghe Group, he would undoubtedly have to bear some of the risks. However, it seemed that Xian Haiwo was willing to help him regardless of the possible consequences, which was really strange. "President Shen, you said that the waters run deep in the Qinghe Group. Aren't you afraid of your Shen family being dragged into this?" Xian Haiwo laughed heartily and said, "Mr. Yi, perhaps you don't fully understand, but we businessmen are all about profits. If we manage to take over the Qinghe Group, I hope to receive 10% of the shares. Of course, these shares will only be dividend access shares, so you will still retain full control of the Qinghe Group. What do you think? If you agree, I'll start work immediately. When Sunny heard Xian Haihua's words, she was a little surprised. As one of the directors of Magnificent Group, she had some understanding of the business world. Xian Haihua's suggestion was simply a way to tie himself to Yichen. Which businessman would not want the right to vote? The dividends he would receive from Qinghe Group's operations were like a drop in the bucket to Xian Haihua. If they could successfully take over the Qinghe Group, it would be akin to Xian Haihua giving Yichen a massive gift. Yichen naturally understood Xian Haihua's intentions to curry favor with him. However, he was all alone now, so if he wanted to take back his father's legacy, Xian Haihua was undoubtedly the best option available to him. Of course, he would end up owing Xian Haihua a favor. Forget it, if the Xian family is in trouble in the future, I'll help them once. I'll have to trouble President Xian then. Yichen replied. Xian Haihua was overjoyed and clenched his fists in excitement. It had been many years since he had felt this excited over something. At this moment, he felt that the Xian family had been tied to the back of an aircraft carrier. It would not be long before the Xian family would no longer be that same small Xian family of River City. The dinner ended at 8:00. Xian Haihua rushed home. He had wanted his daughter to spend more time with Yichen, but with Sunny present, he could only give up on that thought. After dinner, Yichen and Sunny wanted to help Aunt Zhang clean up the table. However, Aunt Zhang refused and even stubbornly chased them out. This made Yichen feel a little helpless. The two of them had no choice but to take a cab back to the Grand City apartment complex. While Yichen was in the cab, he noticed that there were a few cars tailing him. When he was eating at Uncle Wang's restaurant earlier, he had also noticed that there were a few experts protecting them in the dark. Those people were probably Yi Lingtian's subordinates. Yichen looked out the window and thought that there was no need for him to hide from Yi Lingtian. He would find a chance to meet up when he got home. Just then, the taxi stopped at the traffic light in front of the Thompson residences. Sunny opened the window and stuck her head out. She looked up at the most luxurious condominium complex in the city center of River City and could not help but sigh. Yichen, how many years do you think I'll have to work for in order to afford such a place? Also, do you think one can overlook the entirety of River City from the top floor of the Thompson residences? Wouldn't it feel like looking down from a mountaintop? Yichen smiled. After all, he really had the right to speak about this matter. He said, the view is great from the top floor, but the only downside is that the place is too big. It takes a long time to walk from the living room to the bedroom. Sunny shrunk her head back inside the car and rolled her eyes at Yichen. You speak like you've lived there before. Do you know how much a unit at Thompson Residences costs? You might not even be able to buy one for tens of millions of yuan. She knew that Yichen had tens of millions of yuan. Still, it was not possible for him to buy a prime Thompson Residences unit. Yichen knew that Sunny would not believe his words, so he took out a key from his pocket and threw it over to Sunny. This is the key to a penthouse unit on the top floor of the Thompson Residences. Since you like it so much, I'll give it to you. You can go up and experience it when you have time. When the driver heard this, his hand almost slipped and he briefly lost control of the car. After the car stabilized, he glanced at Yichen in the rearview mirror and shook his head. He muttered to himself, these days young men are getting more and more shameless when it comes to deceiving young ladies. Casually taking out a random key like that to deceive people. Sigh, why are all young people so unreliable nowadays? Sunny naturally did not believe him. She burst out laughing. Yichen, where did you get this key? Oh, I have to say, this key looks quite legitimate and even has a chip. Wow, it even has the Thompson Residences logo on it. I was almost fooled by you. Still, you're quite thoughtful. I guess I must have mentioned it to you last time, and you went online to buy one to make me happy. Since that's the case, I'll reluctantly accept it. Sunny casually put the key into her pocket. In her opinion, the key that Yichen had thrown over to her could not possibly be real. She was no longer a little girl that was easy to fool. Yichen glanced at Sun Yi and knew that she did not believe him again, so he did not elaborate further. However, it was likely that his habit of bragging would be deeply rooted in her mind. When the two of them arrived at the Grand City apartment complex, Sun Yi went to take a shower and clean up first. Yi Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly remembered something. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. The call went through immediately. "Hall Master, you finally called me," an excited voice could be heard from the other end of the line. "If I'm not wrong, you should be in River City right now. Also, stop calling me Hall Master," Yi Chen said lightly. "As expected, Hall Master is prescient. I am indeed in Jiang City." Yi Chen was speechless. "Forget it, you can call me whatever you want. Things went well thanks to you this time. Since you're in River City, let's find a place to meet at 10 p.m. tonight. There are some things that need to be made clear." "Hall Master, I was simply carrying out my duty." "Hall Master. You're finally willing to see me." The person on the other end of the line was momentarily stunned, after which he immediately became excited. After some time, the other party came back to his senses and said seriously, "How about this? The River City Royal Club is under my jurisdiction and I trust the person managing it." The environment there is very quiet. Yi Chen's expression turned a little strange when he heard the other party mention the River City Royal Club. He had heard of this club during his younger days. It had a history of over 50 years in River City and could be considered one of the top clubs in River City. Back then, only a small number of people in River City social circle would receive invitations to this club. This club's access quota could not be bought with money. Back then, his father had also wanted to enter, but was told that he did not have the qualifications. He had not expected the person behind the club to be one of Yi Lingtian's subordinates. What was Yi Lingtian's background? Chapter 63. Chapter 63, Chapter 63 The Top Club in River City. Chapter 63 The Top Club in River City. 10 p.m., at the River City Royal Club. Chu Shuren had not slept well over the past few days. The moment she closed her eyes, she was reminded of Yao Jingu. She had mustered all the power she had to investigate Yao Jingu's case, but, whenever she came close to finding something, it seemed like a pair of invisible hands would sweep away all the clues. She could not even find a trace. She was somewhat puzzled. Who had the ability to block all of the information like this? It was to the point that she, as a member of the Chu family, the #1 family in River City, was rendered helpless. "Please display your membership card," the security guards at the door uttered coldly. As the staff members of the River City Royal Club, they were not beholden to anyone. Chu Shuren and her father displayed their membership cards and successfully entered the club. This time, they had made an appointment with an expert at the club to seek out some clues through the other party's network. After all, it was impossible for the invisible hands behind the scenes to cover up every single clue. Once inside, Chu Shuren was surprised to find a large number of experts in the Royal Club today. She could sense several strong auras around. Those experts seemed to be staring at them from the darkness. "Dad, is there something going on in the club today?" Chu Shuren asked in a low voice. Mr. Chu nodded and briefly glanced at a man who was pacing back and forth not far away. "Shuren, do you see that hunchbacked man?" Chu Shuren nodded and then asked, "Dad, is something the matter? Do you know him?" Mr. Chu looked around. Seeing that no one was around, he said in a low voice, "I know of him, but he probably doesn't know me." "That man is the one behind the Royal Club." Chu Shuren's body trembled and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She had heard of the various terrifying things about the Royal Club since she was a child, but she had never actually laid eyes on the person behind the Royal Club. Yet now, that very person was actually standing not too far away from her. Mr. Chu looked at Chu Shuren with a deep gaze and continued, "Shuren, don't be fooled by his hunchbacked look. He's actually a martial arts grandmaster. He's very strong. This is also one of the reasons why no one dares to mess with the Royal Club. Of course, this is not the main reason." Chu Shuren's heart was in turmoil as she subconsciously asked, "What's the main reason then?" "Yi Lingtian." Mr. Chu only uttered a single name. Chu Shuren finally understood when she heard that name. There were too many terrifying things associated with that name. It was even scarier than this club. After a long while, Chu Shuren finally regained her senses. She thought of something and said softly, "Dad, I think that man is waiting for someone." Could he be waiting for Yi Ling Tian? Mr. Chu shook his head and swiped his card to open a special door. He walked in and took a seat before saying, "It doesn't matter who he is waiting for. It's very difficult for us to come into contact with a person of that level. The most important thing for us now is to pay attention to Yao Jinggu's case." Chu Shuren glanced at the entrance to the royal club with anticipation. However, she had no choice but to enter the room after hearing her father's words. After the two of them entered, a casually dressed young man appeared at the entrance. Yi Chen arrived at the royal club using the directions Yi Ling Tian had given him. This club did have some style. The fountain, the lights, and the green bamboo gave it somewhat of an artistic atmosphere. Most importantly, Yi Chen could clearly feel that there were several experts around who were staring at him. If he caused any trouble, those people would be the first to attack. Yi Chen did not take it seriously though, and walked directly over to the main door. However, he was quickly stopped by 4 security guards. "Please display your membership card." Yi Chen did not have a membership card. Just as he was about to take out his phone to call Yi Ling Tian, a figure quickly walked out from inside. When the security guards saw the figure, their eyes shrank and they quickly bowed respectfully. "Chief." However, the men did not even look at them. Instead, he walked over to Yi Chen and said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Yi. Is that you?" The man was a little surprised to hear Yi Chen's words of affirmation. The man had been asked to wait for a man surnamed Yi and to serve him attentively. He had thought that it would be a middle-aged man who showed up instead of someone so young. The person in front of him was probably only around 20 years old. He really could not figure out why he would be asked to personally attend to such an trivial-looking person. He even had to wait for the other party at the door. However, since that person had already given him instructions, he naturally could not say anything more. He just had to serve Yi Chen attentively. Perhaps this kid was the illegitimate son of that person. He looked at the 4 security guards and pretended to scold them. "Do you guys not have eyes? This is Mr. Yi. In the future, Mr. Yi doesn't need a membership card to enter and exit. Do you hear me?" The 4 people's expressions changed greatly, and they hurriedly nodded, "Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi." The men snorted. "Mr. Yi, we're truly sorry," the 4 of them said in unison. Yi Chen naturally would not bother with these underlings. He nodded and walked inside. "Lead the way. By the way, is Yi Ling Tian here yet?" The corner of the man's mouth twitched when he heard Yi Chen call that person by his name. This was also because he also heard a trace of indifference from the other party's tone. It was as if he was calling for a servant. "Mr. Yi, the Lord will be here soon. Please wait inside," the men said with a bow. Yi Chen did not say anything further and walked straight into the private room arranged by the men. The environment inside was pretty decent. It was at least 100 square meters in size, and there were even expensive pieces of calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls. The men then excused. Had it not been for Yi Ling Tian's instruction, he would not have lowered himself to serve this kid. With his status, why would he be bothered to properly serve a kid who had not even grown hair down there? What a joke. Yi Chen sipped on a cup of tea. Seeing that Yi Ling Tian had not appeared, he felt a little unhappy. He wanted to call for the men earlier, but the latter had already disappeared. Helplessly, Yi Chen decided to go to the washroom. If Yi Ling Tian still did not show up soon, he did not plan to wait any longer. He, Yi Chen, would not wait around for anyone. Chapter 64. Chapter 64, Chapter 64 Meeting Chu Shuren again. Chapter 64 Meeting Chu Shuren again. Yi Chen walked out of the washroom and bumped into a pretty young lady who was carrying tea and snacks toward his private room. He did not want anyone to disturb him inside the private room, so he said to her, "Give me those. I'll bring them in myself." The beautiful waitress naturally knew that Yi Chen was the occupant of the private room. Although there had never been such a precedent, she still nodded and carefully handed the tray to Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, if you need anything, you can just press the button on the table." She knew very well that although the men in front of her looked young, she could not afford to offend anyone with the qualifications to enter River City Royal Club. After watching the waitress leave, Yi Chen started to walk back toward his private room with the tea and snacks. Suddenly, a clear female voice rang out from behind him. "Yi Chen." Yi Chen's body almost turned to stone when he heard this voice. His eyes gradually turned cold. Chu Shuren. Chu Shuren from the Chu family of River City. He would never forget this woman's voice. This was the woman who had rejected him in front of the entire school. This was the woman who had called him trash and forced him to live in ignominy. He had fallen into the abyss because of this woman. Had it not been for this, his parents would not have attended the banquet at Cloud Lake Manor, and they would not have died. Of course, Chu Shuren was not entirely to blame for their deaths. After all, before Yao Jingu died, he had revealed that even if his parents did not attend the banquet, that men from the capital would not have let the Yi family off. The banquet was just a ruse. Yi Chen retracted his killing intent. He did not have a habit of killing women, but he would find a way to make this woman slowly descend into the abyss of fear and regret. This might be an even more painful outcome than killing her. Yi Chen turned around and glanced at Chu Shuren indifferently. As expected of the school belle from back then. After so many years, Chu Shuren's appearance had become even more radiant and alluring. In addition, her figure had also developed and matured. She had lost her innocent demeanor, and now exuded a sense of coldness and beauty. However, the arrogance in her eyes had not changed in the slightest. Did Chu Shuren's pride stem from the Chu family's status as the #1 family in River City? Chu Shuren had only felt that this person's figure somewhat resembled Yi Chen from afar. As such, she was unsure and could only try calling out to him. However, when the men turned around, her sharp eyes were instantly filled with surprise because she realized that this man's facial features really did resemble Yi Chen's. It was just that their temperaments seemed to be polar opposites. 5 years ago, Yi Chen had been a coward with an inferiority complex, but the men in front of her looked at her with indifference, and his eyes exuded an endless amount of confidence. Even when the other party laid eyes on her alluring appearance, he was only briefly dazed. The next second, his eyes returned to normal, as if she was just a common woman on the street. Thinking back to that night, Yi Chen had fallen into East Coin Lake when it was raining heavily, so it was unlikely that he was still alive. Even if the other party was alive, he probably would not dare to return to River City since he had lost his greatest pillar of support, the Yi family. He at this moment, that trash, was probably living like a stray dog. There was no way could match the temperament of the men in front of her. Chu Shuren then noticed the tea and snacks in Yi Chen's hands and naturally guessed Yi Chen's identity. This man should be a waiter at the Royal Club. Although he was just a waiter, this was not a job that any ordinary person could do. After all, the people she came into contact with here were all considered top figures in River City, and even Jiangnan province. If he happened to gain the appreciation of a big shot, even a waiter like him could tread the path to success. Some people even said that the staff members of the Royal Club were more impressive than the bosses of some small companies. However, in Chu Shuren's eyes, a waiter was still a waiter, and an insignificant existence. No matter how successful this waiter became, he could never reach her current position. All roads would lead to Rome, but some people were born in Rome. She, Chu Shuren, was one such person. Yes. Yi Chen's cold voice rang out. Even if the person in front of him was a beautiful woman, and a proud one at that, he displayed no interest in her at all. When Chu Shuren heard the other party's question, she raised her chin and said with a sense of superiority, "I got the wrong person. You happen to look a little like one of my high school classmates." Yi Chen had no intention of paying any further attention to her. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Chu Shuren took out a name card and handed it to Yi Chen. "I'm Chu Shuren. You should have heard of the Chu family in River City. This is my personal name card. If you want to climb up the ranks to success, you can call the number on top to look for me." Chu Shuren's had been somewhat remorseful regarding Yi Chen, so now that she had met someone who looked like Yi Chen, she naturally wanted to do something to assuage that remorse. Even if the other party was not truly Yi Chen, she did it for her own peace of mind. Her fair face was filled with arrogance and confidence. She was certain that the other party would not refuse. This was an opportunity that countless people desired. This was because the Chu family could give them 10 times what the Royal Club could. This was the strength of the #1 family in River City. Were it not for his resemblance to Yi Chen, Chu Shuren would not have offered him her name card. Yi Chen smacked the name card away. The name card briefly floated in the air before landing next to Yi Chen's foot. He stepped on it. "The Chu family is nothing in my eyes. I don't want your name card. Get lost." Chu Shuren's arm froze. She had imagined the countless possible scenes of the other party kneeling and fawning over her, but the one scene she had not expected was for the other party to reject her. He rejected her without any hesitation too. The Chu family was nothing to him. What an overbearing statement. Even if he was an employee of the royal club, could he be so arrogant to the point of disregarding the members here? Chu Shuren's face was filled with anger. Her cold and arrogant voice rang out in Yi Chen's ears. Do you really think that the staff of the royal club act however they want? I'll send in a complaint about you. You won't be able to keep working here. Service staff. Yi Chen glanced at her indifferently and replied, if I'm a waiter here, then you're a courtesan. With that, Yi Chen opened the door to his private room and walked inside, leaving behind Chu Shuren, whose face was gradually turning green. Hearing the word courtesan, Chu Shuren almost went crazy. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. Someone actually dared to say that she, the princess of the Chu family, was a prostitute. This kind of high-level entertainment club naturally had courtesans for the big shots to enjoy. However, what right did this waiter have to insult her like that? Just as Chu Shuren was about to open the door of the private room in an aggressive manner, she heard a loud voice behind her. What are you doing? Chu Shuren's delicate body trembled. She turned her head and her beautiful face instantly turned pale. The one who spoke was the person in charge of the royal club, the chief. Even if she was the princess of the Chu clan, she could not afford to offend this person in their territory. She looked at the man's cold face and hurriedly bowed. She said softly, Sir, I'm Chu Shuren from the Chu family. I've heard a lot about you. Before she could finish, the chief waved his hand and said impatiently, I don't care if you're from the Chu family or the Zhu family. If you don't get lost now, don't ever step into the royal club again. Chu Shuren's expression changed drastically. She nodded and quickly walked towards her private room. As she left, she glanced at the door and whispered, You got lucky, waiter. Chapter 65. Chapter 65, Chapter 65 Decision. Chapter 65 Decision. The chief looked at Chu Shuren's retreating figure and did not think much about it. He stood at the door and waited for Yi Lingtian to arrive. To be honest, he had not seen the Lord for a full year. Had it not been for Yi Lingtian, he would have turned into a pile of white bones and would not be where he was now. A minute later, a burly man arrived at the club. The man had a buzz cut and a square face. His eyes were cold and his expression was dignified. He was wearing a black shirt with a slightly open collar. He had a strong body and the sleeves of his shirt were rolled up his arms. Two old men exuding terrifying auras followed behind the men. Their eyes were sharp and their steps were light. They were definitely experts among experts. When the chief saw the men in the lead, he became rather excited. He quickly went up to him and respectfully said, My lord. Yi Lingtian glanced at the men in front of him and asked expressionlessly, Has he arrived? He's inside that private room, the latter nodded. He was actually a little disappointed. They had not seen each other for a year, but Yi Lingtian did not ask how he was at all. Instead, he only asked if that kid was around. Yi Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the answer. Then, he tidied up his clothes and clenched his fists slightly. He seemed to have become somewhat excited. Not only was the chief confused, but the two elders behind Yi Lingtian were also surprised. They had been accompanying Yi Lingtian for a few years now, yet they had never seen him behave like this. To put it bluntly, it seemed like he was an ugly wife about to meet her in-laws. Creak, creak, creak. The door opened before Yi Lingtian could open it. The next second, the figure of a rather handsome young man was revealed behind the door. You're finally here. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have left, Yi Chen said, feeling a little displeased. His time was precious, and he did not want to waste it waiting for someone. When the chief heard those words, he was just about to get angry when he heard a plop sound. Yi Lingtian, who had been standing beside him, actually knelt down. He really knelt down. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have turned deathly silent. The chief's mind went blank, and his face turned pale, as if lacking oxygen. He was not the only one. Even the two experts behind Yi Lingtian were stunned. At this moment, they did not look like experts at all. Their mouths were agape, and their eyes looked like they were about to pop out. Could someone come out and explain just what the hell was going on? This was Yi Ling Tian they were talking about. Yet, at this moment, such a terrifying existence was actually kneeling down. All these years, Yi Ling Tian had never knelt before anyone, nor would he kneel before anyone. What the hell was going on? Yi Ling Tian actually knelt down in front of a young man who looked like he was in his early 20s. Was this king dream? Everyone present was petrified. Even the beautiful waitress who was carrying some tea and snacks was shocked. The teacup in her hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, breaking the silence. What's the meaning of this? Yi Chen's voice was cold. He did not like to stand out like this. Yi Ling Tian naturally sensed the young man's anger and quickly said, "Hall Master, please don't be angry." It would have been fine if he had not said anything, but the words "Hall Master" sounded like thunder. The people behind Yi Ling Tian, who had just recovered their senses, were stunned into silence once again. The Hall Master. They naturally knew what the two words Hall Master meant. Over the past few years, they had never seen the Hall Master's true appearance. They only knew that the Hall Master was extremely powerful, and that he was far stronger than Yi Ling Tian. The mystery of the Hall Master had continued until this day. The veil over the mystery was finally lifted. What they had never expected to discover was that the legendary and terrifying Hall Master was actually this thin-looking young man in front of them. The chief's legs trembled. When he thought about how he failed to properly serve the Hall Master earlier, he could not help but kneel down. Not only that, the two powerhouses behind Yi Ling Tian also knelt down. If this scene was witnessed by others, it would likely go down in history. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. He turned around and walked back into the private room, leaving behind only one sentence. "I've already said that I'm not the Hall Master. Yi Ling Tian, you come in. The rest of you, get out." Yi Ling Tian nodded and stood up. He glanced at the people behind him and ordered, "You guys stand guard outside the door. No one can be allowed to disturb us." "Yes." Yi Ling Tian walked in and closed the door behind him. He looked at Yi Chen's back, and was about to say something when Yi Chen turned around and looked at him in confusion. "Yi Ling Tian, I still don't understand why you keep calling me Hall Master. Is it because I saved your life in Cloud Devil Valley a few years ago?" When Yi Chen had just started his cultivation journey, he had been brought to Cloud Devil Valley by the old man for training. There, he happened to run into the severely injured Yi Ling Tian and his brothers. At that time, they were surrounded by 10 cultivators and were faced with certain death. He had wanted to leave them to die, but when he heard that the other party was from China, he hesitated. After all, this was akin to meeting an old friend in a foreign land, and it even brought back some beautiful memories of River City. As such, Yi Chen chose to save them and even used the talisman that the old man had given him to kill the 10 experts on the spot. This scene was probably deeply imprinted in the hearts of Yi Ling Tian and the others, which was probably why he was treating him so respectfully. When Yi Ling Tian heard the Hall Master's question, he removed something from around his neck. "Hall Master, this is the reason why Ling Tian acknowledged you as the Hall Master." Yi Chen finally noticed the medal. The pattern on the medal was very strange. It was actually an image of a bloodthirsty black dragon. The black dragon seemed to be lingering above the clouds, covering the sky and the sun. It was even looking down at a young man on the mountain peak. Suddenly, Yi Chen noticed something. The young man on the medal actually looked like him. Chapter 66. Chapter 66, Chapter 66 passed. Chapter 66 passed. Yi Chen looked at the medal for a long time before finally returning it to Yi Ling Tian. "You had this custom made, right? Why did you put my face on it?" Yi Ling Tian shook his head like a rattle. He took a step forward and explained, "Hall Master, this is a misunderstanding. This thing has a history that dates back to 100 years ago. How could it be custom made? If you don't believe me, you can get any expert appraiser to examine it." Yi Chen's expression was solemn. Although he had mastered some spells that could peer into the heavenly secrets, it was theoretically impossible for him to see 100 years into the past. This was because there were too many variables present during a 100-year period, so who could derive the situation from 100 years ago? In that case, the main question was, how did his likeness end up on this thing? Perhaps the young man on the medal just happened to look similar to him. "Where did you get this?" Chen asked, still rather curious about the whole thing. Hall Master, this medal is an heirloom of my family, and the only thing my great-grandfather left for my family. In that era, his knowledge of feng shui was definitely the best. Back then, he predicted that the clan would completely disappear after 100 years. He used a secret technique to peer into the heavenly secrets and discovered that the only solution was to search for a person bearing the purple chi crouching dragon fate. He used the remaining 20 years of his lifespan in exchange for this item, hoping that it would change the fortunes of the clan completely. Moreover, my great-grandfather told his descendants that the person on the medal was also surnamed Yi and that we would meet him again in 100 years. This opportunity is something that my generation must grasp firmly, or I, Yi Lingtian, will be branded as the sinner who destroyed my clan. Hall Master, I didn't choose you. It was this thing that chose you. Chen shook his head. This was too far-fetched. What era was this even? However, the old man had indeed mentioned that his fate was rather special. It was the purple chi crouching dragon. This was also an important reason why he had come to River City to look for Xiaoruoxue. The purple chi crouching dragon fate could break the shackles of the heavenly Tao and change the fortune of others. Yi Lingtian saw Chen shaking his head and quickly continued, Hall Master, I can help you deal with that person. Hearing this, Chen's expression changed instantly. He said coldly, so, Lingtian, you've been investigating me. Yi Lingtian immediately knelt down. I wouldn't dare investigate you, Hall Master. I just heard some of the rumors and came to know about what happened to the Yi family in River City 5 years ago. 11 Chen waved his hand and refused, I don't want or need anyone to take revenge on my behalf. Also, if I ever find you meddling in my affairs, then I can only treat you as a stranger from that point on. This subordinate would not dare to interfere. Please calm your anger, Hall Master. Yi Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He knew that he had overstepped his boundaries. There was a huge difference between taking revenge by one's own hands and having someone else take revenge in one's stead. Moreover, he could sense an extremely dangerous aura emanating from Chen. This could only mean that the Hall Master was extremely powerful. Given Chen's strength, what need was there for him to interfere? He wanted to slap himself. This was a prime example of someone butting his head in where it did not belong. Chen glanced at Yi Lingtian. He decided not to pursue the matter. It's not impossible for me to be your Hall Master, but you have to agree to 3 conditions. Understood. Yi Lingtian was overjoyed. Please speak, Hall Master. Chen turned around and a magnetic voice resounded throughout the room. First, you should by no means interfere with my life. You are not to act without my orders regarding this matter. Second, send someone to protect Sun Yi at all times. Make sure that anyone who dares to touch her bears the consequences. Third, spare no effort in investigating the whereabouts of that man from the capital and continue to dig up any details regarding the incident at Cloud Lake Manor. This matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Yi Lingtian, can you fulfill these 3 conditions? Yes, I can, Hall Master. Yi Lingtian thumped his chest and responded affirmatively. All right then. Chen looked at the time. It was getting late, and Sunny was probably still waiting for him, so he said, I've said all that I needed to say, so let's call it a night. I'll contact you if I need anything in the future. After saying that, Chen prepared to leave. Suddenly, Yi Lingtian remembered something and called out to Chen, Hall Master, please wait a moment. Is there something else? Chen stopped in his tracks. Reporting to the Hall Master, a few forces seem to be investigating you recently. The first one is the Chu clan. They've retrieved surveillance data from around Sky Stone Mountain and checked through the files on the Cloud Lake Manor incident. However, I've used my power to seal off any information about you. The second one is the Xia family. However, the Xia family's investigation was not an in-depth one. I can't block the third force. Chen frowned. From Chu Shuren's reaction earlier, it was obvious that she had not noticed his presence. However, why would the Chu clan retrieve the surveillance data from around Sky Stone Mountain? Could it be that they suspected that he was the culprit behind Yao Jingu's death? It was easy to explain the reason behind the Xia family's investigation. It must be because of that little girl, Xiaoruoxue, and was likely related to the pill formula. Chen felt a headache coming on. He did not like trouble. Although he was not afraid, if these guys suspected him, it would result in endless troubles and trifles bothering him. Yiling Tian noticed Yi Chen's expression and explained, "Hall Master, please rest assured. I will find someone to deal with the deaths of the father and son of the Chen family and Yao Jingu. Even if I am found out, those people will not dare to touch you without sufficient evidence. Still, you should be careful, Hall Master." "Thanks." After Yi Chen finished speaking, he pushed the door open and walked out. When the chief and the two powerhouses saw Yi Chen, they were about to kneel when Yi Chen said, "There's no need to kneel," and quickly left. He really was not used to these people and their outdated traditions. This was the 21st century, so could they act more appropriately? Yi Chen left the club and was surprised to see a young girl standing in front of a sports car, looking at something. It was Chu Shuren. Chu Shuren's long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her red dress had a low neckline, and her long, slender legs were simply too gorgeous for words. She was wearing a windbreaker, perhaps due to the cold weather. Her chin was raised, and the look in her eyes was indifferent and a little arrogant. When she saw Yi Chen walk out, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes and she quickly walked over. After the conversation ended, her father had left first, after which her mind was filled with the scene of that waiter who called her a courtesan. She did not hesitate to wait outside for Yi Chen to finish his night shift. She did not believe that a mere waiter would pose a threat to her once they were out of the club. Chapter 67. Chapter 67, Chapter 67 Who is that man? Chapter 67 Who is that man? Chu Shuren quickly arrived in front of Yi Chen. She stared straight at him and said coldly, "If you kneel down and apologize to me now, I will consider letting you live." It was a threat, and an extremely cold-hearted one at that. However, the Chu family had the confidence to behave in this manner. Yi Chen had no intention of paying any attention to her. He turned around and walked away. The only thing on his mind was whether or not he could get a taxi back to the apartment at this hour. "It seems that I should get myself a car. At least I'll be able to use it as a means of transportation." Just as he passed by the sports car, he heard the sound of something flying through the air behind him. Yi Chen had naturally noticed Chu Shuren, who had suddenly attacked him from behind. However, he had not expected Chu Shuren to be a practitioner of ancient martial arts. In fact, she was not weak. Before the fist could land on his shoulder, Yi Chen moved. He leaned his body slightly to the side. Chu Shuren's fist flew past his shoulder and missed. The next second, Yi Chen stretched out his hand and turned his fist into a claw. He grabbed Chu Shuren's wrist. With a stomp of his foot, an invisible force instantly flipped Chu Shuren over. Chu Shuren naturally noticed that she had already exposed herself after that attack, but she could not be bothered with that in the current situation. She just wanted to kill this kid. No matter how big the problem was, the Chu family would be there to handle it. Was killing a waiter a big deal? Moreover, she had never been humiliated like this before. Si. Her red dress was torn apart and Chu Shuren's delicate body flipped over in the air. Her legs were aimed at Yi Chen, as she tried to wrap them around Yi Chen's neck. Once she caught him, she would only need to twist her legs slightly, and this fellow in front of her would die without a doubt. However, how could Yi Chen be caught so easily? Just as Chu Shuren's legs were about to land on him, Yi Chen's right hand gently touched Chu Shuren's special part. Then, with a shake of his shoulder, he gathered a stream of true qi in his arm. An invisible force flipped Chu Shuren over once again. Bang! Chu Shuren's body crashed heavily into the bonnet of the sports car. The bonnet almost caved in entirely, and the car alarm was activated. The battle ended in just 2 moves. It was almost an instant kill. Chu Shuren's pale face displayed a trace of panic and embarrassment. She had never thought that a staff member of the Royal Club would be so powerful. Despite being placed in a passive situation, he was able to subdue her with just 2 moves. She was not weak when it came to martial arts. Even if the other party was from the Royal Club, it should have been impossible for him to possess such skills. After all, he was strong enough to be a guest at the Royal Club. How could someone like that be willing to serve as a lowly waiter? Soon, she noticed something, and her cold and proud face gradually turned red. Currently, it seemed like this man had no intention of letting go. She was the pearl of the Chu family of River City, Chu Shuren. Countless people in River City wanted to serve at her feet. The number of people chasing her could form a line from South Street to the Tienda building. However, she did not care for any of these geniuses in River City. Over the course of the years, she had not even found a single person worth her affection. Not to mention touching her body. However, right now, she was being touched by a little waiter. The key point was that the other party had no intention of letting go. Her face was beet red from the crown of her head to the base of her neck. She was both embarrassed and angry. She stopped thinking about it and gritted her teeth, speaking fiercely, "Brat, I don't care who you are, but you'll die because you offended me, Chu Shuren. Ants like you have no idea what the Chu family of River City is truly capable of. Even if you hole yourself up inside the Royal Club for 10 years, you won't be able to escape from our Chu family's grasp." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Shuren could clearly feel the other party's hand leave her body. She laughed coldly in her heart, and her disdain for Yichen grew. A small figure was indeed a small figure, and he could only admit defeat in the face of a real behemoth. Just as she was about to speak, she was greeted with a slap. She was completely dumbfounded. She could feel pain from her rear. Immediately after, an indifferent voice spoke into her ear. "Chu Shuren, do you really think that the Chu family is the king of River City? In the eyes of others, it might seem like it. But in my eyes, your Chu family is nothing. Even if the Chu family has immense power and controls the economy of River City, and even if you had the talent to enter the path of cultivation, if you provoke me again, I don't mind completely wiping out the Chu family from River City. I'll only give you this one warning." With that, Yichen flicked his sleeves and left, leaving Chu Shuren sprawled on top of the sports car. Her face was pressed against the sports car, and she could clearly feel the cold metallic sensation of the sports car and the surrounding chilly atmosphere. The numbing sensation on her buttocks could still be felt extremely clearly. When Chu Shuren was waiting at the entrance of the club earlier, she had envisioned countless scenes of her humiliating the other party, and the sad scene of the other party kneeling and begging for mercy. She had never thought that she would be the one reduced to such a miserable state. The one who was left in a sorry state was actually her. Those few blatant threats he had spewed felt like Buddhist mantras that were constantly ringing in her ears. His tone had been bone-chillingly cold. Completely erased the Chu family from River City. What an overbearing statement. Throughout the entire River City, and even Jiangnan province, who would have the right to say such words in front of her, Chu Shuren? When she came back to her senses, she found that her hair was a little messy. Fortunately, the security guards were all standing inside the club and had not noticed the situation. Chu Shuren thought of something and looked in the direction where Yichen had been, but all she saw was darkness. Is this guy really an employee of the club? Why do I feel a sense of fear when facing him? It's almost as if he could really destroy the Chu family with a wave of his hand. Chu Shuren clenched her fists tightly. Suddenly, a scene from 5 years ago flashed across her mind. Back then, on the stage, a boy named Yichen had plucked up his courage and took the microphone to confess to her in front of all the teachers and students in the school. She had taken the microphone from him and rejected him mercilessly in front of everyone, even going so far to call him trash. She could even clearly remember how he had lowered his head and clenched his fists, enduring the humiliation. It had been an extremely laughable and interesting scene to her. However, was she not in the exact same situation as that guy now? She had been ruthlessly humiliated. She had silently endured it. Is this retribution? Who is that man? The thought of that man being Yichen from 5 years ago did not even cross her mind. From her perspective, Yichen would forever be a weakling and a pushover. He would never be as domineering as this man. Some people's personalities would never change throughout their lifetime. Chapter 68. Chapter 68, Chapter 68 There is still a chance. Chapter 68 There is still a chance. It was 1 in the morning, and it was dark near the Grand City apartment complex. Yichen found a random stall and ate supper and drank some wine. When he saw Chu Shuren today, he could not help but recall what happened 5 years ago. Had Chu Shuren been a man, he would have just killed her right there and then, but that was not the case. However, if he found out that the Chu family was involved in that matter back then, he would naturally exterminate the Chu family without showing a shred of mercy. As for Chu Shuren, she had not appeared in Cloud Lake Manor according to his memory. Moreover, she had only been a high school student at that time. How could she have any thoughts of dealing with his parents? After finishing his drink, Yichen headed toward the Grand City apartment complex. Earlier, Sunny had called Yichen at around 11 o'clock to ask if he was coming back to the apartment to sleep tonight. Yichen did not want Sunny to wait for him, so he lied to her that he would not be coming home today and asked her to sleep early instead. At this hour, Sunny would probably be fast asleep. After opening the apartment door, Yichen quietly tiptoed over to the bathroom to wash up before returning to his room. When he laid down on the bed, his body was startled and stiffened up somewhat. This was because he found a person lying next to him. It was a woman no less. Yichen smiled helplessly. It seemed that Sunny was still a little frightened by the previous incident, so she had chosen to wait for him in his room. He did not try to read too deeply into her actions. It was a quiet night. The next day, at 7 in the morning. Ah! A cry of alarm rang out through the entire house. Yichen could not help but frown as he slowly opened his eyes. The next second, a black shadow of an arm flew toward his face. Yichen instinctively grabbed the other party's hand. Just as he was about to use his true chi to dislocate the other party's wrist, his vision cleared up. He saw a cold and elegant-looking young lady in front of him. She exuded a hint of killing intent from her cold eyes. The other party's hair was a little messy, and it was obvious that she had just woken up. More importantly, the other party was only wearing a loosely fitted nightgown. No, this figure clearly did not belong to Sun Yi. Sun Yi's figure was obviously much better. He once again focused his gaze on the young lady's beautiful face. The next second, Yichen was stunned. The other party was not Sun Yi, but rather the president of the magnificent group, Xiaoruoxue. What the hell was going on? Yichen, you be ****. What are you doing in my room? Xiaoruoxue's icy cold voice reverberated throughout the room. Yichen rolled his eyes at Xiaoruoxue and got up to put on his clothes. He said lightly, "Please, I should be the one asking you that. This is my room. If you don't believe me, you can look in the closet. It's filled with my clothes." Xiaoruoxue's mind went blank. She vaguely remembered that, yesterday, her mother had suddenly come to River City and had told her that there had been some unexpected changes in the Xia family. The Xia family could not let her continue to blame herself and wanted her to return to the Xia family home in Jiangnan province within a week. Xiaoruoxue was aware that once she left River City and returned to the Xia family, she would have to suffer the fate of a marriage alliance and marry a man that she did not love. Helplessly, she had left the villa and found a place to drink. She wanted to drink to drown her sorrows, but she discovered that alcohol there was really bad, which caused her to become dizzy. There was no way she could return to the villa in that state. She had initially wanted to book a hotel for the night but, thinking about the Xia family's power, her mother would definitely appear at the hotel lobby as soon as she booked the hotel. She finally thought of Sun Yi. Xiaoruoxue did not have many friends in River City as she was too arrogant. The only person she had a good relationship with was probably Sun Yi. Fortunately, Sun Yi had told her that there was an extra room available, so she could stay for the night. After that, she made her way over to the Grand City apartment complex, took a shower, and went to bed. When she woke up, she found herself beside Yichen, whom she hated to the core. It was a little melodramatic, but that was the way it had all transpired. More importantly, the other party was a good-for-nothing man. Was the thing that she had been guarding for so many years gone just like that? However, on second thought, if the forces at play in the Xia family were too strong, she would still have to go back. At that point, the person who would sleep next to her then would be another stranger. Although she hated Yichen, she was still somewhat curious about the men in front of her. Yichen noticed that Xiaoruoxue was about to cry and naturally understood what she was thinking. He coughed lightly. "Since it has come to this, I will take responsibility." In fact, he was aware that nothing had happened last night. However, from an outsider's perspective, they had been intimate, and the other party was the one who was disadvantaged by this situation. When Xiaoruoxue heard Yichen's words, became even more furious. "Take responsibility? Yichen, how are you going to take responsibility? Do you really think that you can gain a foothold in this world by relying on some random formula that you picked up? Do you know how this world works? Yichen, you have no clue what this world is like. A small figure like you who lives on the bottom rungs of society has no idea what the world above entails. You can't afford to take responsibility. Xia Ruoxue forced herself to calm down. She knew that Chen would not understand what she was saying. She glanced at her own body before turning to glare at Chen. I'll settle this with you later. Turn around now, I want to change my clothes. Chen had no intention of paying any further attention to her and went straight to the bathroom to brush his teeth. The way this world worked. He knew it better than anyone else. As for the world above, so what? If Chen desired worldly power and status, Xia Ruoxue would only be able to look up to him from the foot of the mountain. Of course, he did not need to explain all that to this woman. After he left the room, he went over to take a look at Sun Yi's room. Xia Ruoxue had been shouting so loudly just now, yet there had been no reaction from Sun Yi at all. That was impossible. Fortunately, there was no one in Sun Yi's room. She had probably gone down to buy breakfast. Chapter 69. Chapter 69, Chapter 69 Get Lost. Chapter 69 Get Lost. 5 minutes later, Xia Ruoxue walked out of the room with her clothes on. When she saw Chen in the living room, she was about to say something when Sun Yi arrived home with breakfast. Sun Yi had not expected Chen to be home, so she asked curiously, Chen, didn't you spend the night elsewhere? What are you doing here so early? Chen was about to start explaining when Xia Ruoxue suddenly covered his mouth with her delicate hand. She said nervously, this guy came in without knocking and woke me up. After that, she whispered to Chen, you can't tell anyone about what happened last night. Otherwise. Xia Ruoxue did not know what to threaten him with. Chen moved Xia Ruoxue's delicate hand away and took the food from Sun Yi's hands. He said with a serious expression, I'm a little hungry. I haven't had breakfast, so I decided to come over for a free meal. When Sun Yi saw that Chen had actually started eating, she quickly said, but that is President Xia's breakfast. Seeing Chen ignore her like that, Xia Ruoxue angrily grabbed her handbag and glared at Chen before walking out. No, I'll eat at the company. Sun Yi knew that Xia Ruoxue was angry. Moreover, Xia Ruoxue had not even driven here this time. It seemed that there was a conflict with her family. Sun Yi briefly said a few words to Chen before chasing after her. President Xia, wait, I'll send you out. Chen naturally continued ignoring Xia Ruoxue. After breakfast, Chen took out the jet black stone again and tried to activate it. Although there was less obstruction this time, he still could not activate it completely. Looks like I'll have to speed up my training. As he did not have a proper pill cauldron, Chen did not plan to refine any pills even though he currently possessed countless medicinal herbs. He could only wait for the auction that Zhu Ren had mentioned previously. Chen stopped dwelling on the matter and closed his eyes. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. His body was surrounded by endless amounts of true qi, making him look like an immortal. After an unknown period of time, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted Chen's cultivation. He opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He clenched his finger over empty air and the phone flew directly into Chen's hand like it had a mind of its own. He glanced at it and saw that the call was from Shanhaihua. Mr. Yi, I hope I'm not disturbing you. A respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Has the matter regarding the Qinghe group been settled? Chen asked. Mr. Yi, I've asked my team to sort out 2 plans, Shanhaihua quickly said, the plans are 90% feasible. Do you want to take a look? Chen did not know much about business, so he refused directly. There's no need for that. I believe you. You just need to tell me what I need to do now. Shanhaihua had not expected Chen to trust him this much. He became a little flustered and only responded after some time passed. Mr. Yi, we are currently faced with 2 main problems. First, our legal department has already obtained evidence of the malicious takeover of Heavenly Justice Group 5 years ago, which incidentally also proves the relationship between the Qinghe Group and the Heavenly Justice Group. However, there exists a waiver agreement document signed by you and your mother back then which prohibits you from inheriting the Heavenly Justice Group's shares. Chen was stunned. It was only then that he remembered that, 5 years ago, on the night before the banquet, Zheng Jingming had come to their house. His uncle had tricked him into signing a document with his mother, saying that he would receive an extra bonus from the company every year by doing so. He and his mother had always trusted Jing Jingming, so they naturally signed the document without even looking at it. Thinking back to this, Yichen found it all to be ridiculous. Jing Jingming had really played a big game of chess. Despite his parents' trust in the man, this man had schemed to take away everything from their family. "Shen Haihua, what do you need me to do?" Yi Chen's tone of voice was calm, but it also carried with it an underlying cold murderous intent. He would not allow Jing Jingming to live for more than 3 days. Shen Haihua explained, "I have a document prepared here. I just need to print it out. Jing Jingming has to sign it and leave his fingerprint on it. However, the security by Jing Jingming's side is very tight. I can't even see him in person, so..." Before Shen Haihua could finish his sentence, Yi Chen interrupted him, "Send me the document. I'll get him to sign it and then I'll pass it to you by tonight." On the other end of the line, Shen Haihua was stunned. He did not understand what Yi Chen had in mind. Although Yi Chen's medical skills were superb, it still would not be easy for him to make contact with Jing Jingming. After all, the other party was not sick. Even if Yi Chen revealed his identity, Jing Jingming would likely still not agree to meet him. Instead, the latter would avoid him out of guilt. "What's the second problem?" Yi Chen asked. Shen Haihua did not hesitate and continued, "The second problem is that the former Heavenly Justice Group, which is now the Qinghe Group, is actually under the control of a martial arts grandmaster. I have very little information on this martial arts grandmaster, and only know that his name is Qiao Zhenghu. If we want to regain the Heavenly Justice Group, we have to deal with this problem." Qiao Zhenghu. Yi Chen frowned. He had never heard of this name. The man was a martial arts grandmaster. However, he was naturally unafraid and directly replied, "Leave the second problem to me as well. I'll only ask you one thing. If I can solve both of these problems, can you take over the Qinghe Group and change its name back to the Heavenly Justice Group within 3 days?" Shen Haihua was a little dumbfounded. He had not expected Yi Chen to have a method to solve these two major obstacles. He had initially planned to discuss the second plan he had prepared with Yi Chen. However, it now seemed that Yi Chen would not even need to hear the second plan at all. He pondered for a long time before gritting his teeth. "If Mr. Yi can solve these two problems, I'll be able to take down the Qinghe Group in 3 days." "All right," Yi Chen replied. The call ended. After that, Yi Chen called Yi Lingtian and asked him for Jing Jingming's address as well as information regarding Qiao Zhenghu. Yi Lingtian had hinted many times that Yi Chen could leave this matter to him, but his offer had been met with outright rejection. Yi Chen did not want his revenge for what happened 5 years ago to be meted out by someone else's hands. He wanted nothing more than to drown those ugly people in the flames of his fury. They had to suffer for their actions 100-fold. 2 River City Road, Qinghe. Building. This used to be the address of the Heavenly Justice Building, but 5 years ago, the Heavenly Justice Building was completely demolished due to supposed problems with its construction. After that, the even taller Qinghe Building was built in its place. The Qinghe Building was a few hundred meters tall, which made it one of the tallest buildings in River City. It was a majestic sight to behold. On this day, a young man appeared in front of the Qinghe Building. The young man raised his head and looked at the words Qinghe Group emblazoned at the top of the building. He smiled coldly. He was holding a document in his hand, on which was written an unconditional share transfer agreement. At this time, Yi Chen was wearing the Armani suit he had bought previously. His figure was dashing and, coupled with his unique temperament, he looked like a business tycoon. His entire person exuded a natural, noble and extraordinary aura. Quite a few beautiful women came up to hit on him. "Handsome brother, what do you do at the Qinghe Group? Are you free tonight? Do you want to have a drink together?" A woman with an alluring figure and heavy makeup came over to greet Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen had seen his fair share of top-class beauties. Naturally, he was not interested in these vulgar women in front of him. "Get lost," he said with a cold expression. He rebuffed their advances. The beautiful woman was obviously shocked and cursed in a low voice, "Che, a man who doesn't know how to enjoy himself." She then left with her tail between her legs. Yi Chen's heart did not waver at all. He glanced in at the document in his hand, sneered, walked straight toward the Qinghe Building. "Jing Jingming, are you ready?" Chapter 70. Chapter 70 Violence is the way of the king. Chapter 70 Violence is the way of the king. Inside the Qinghe building, Yi Chen's formal attire showed its worth as the security guards all greeted him with smiles on their faces. It was almost impossible for the incident at the magnificent group to repeat itself. As the saying went, clothes make the man. This saying was not without reason. Even at the front desk, the pretty little receptionist's face blushed red, and she avoided direct eye contact. "Hello, I'm looking for Director Meng from the marketing department to discuss our cooperation." Yi Chen's magnetic voice rang out. It was only then that the receptionist came back to her senses. She blinked her big eyes and said politely, "Hello sir, Director Meng is on the 21st floor. You will reach the elevators after you turn left in front. Do you need me to inform Director Meng of your visit?" Yi Chen smiled. "There's no need for that. We're actually old classmates. I'm just preparing to give him a surprise." The pretty little receptionist seemed to have been captivated by Yi Chen's smile. She lowered her head and tried not to look Yi Chen in the eye. By the time she mustered her courage and was about to ask for Yi Chen's phone number, she realized that the handsome man had disappeared. Yi Chen entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 28th floor. According to Yi Lingtian's information, Jing Jingming's office was on the 39th floor. That floor was located near the top of the Qinghe building, and it was shrouded in an air of mystery. Moreover, accessing the floors above the 28th floor from the building's elevators required a special pass, so he naturally could not go straight up. When he reached the 28th floor, Yi Chen went straight to the washroom. There was no one there. Without hesitation, he broke the outer window of the washroom and stood on the windowsill. If one were to look down from this height, the mere sight of this scene would be enough to give an ordinary person a heart attack. Then, he glanced up at the 39th floor, and his lips curled up. The next second, there was a surge of wind under his feet. He bent his knees and his body suddenly exploded forth with immense power. His body had actually jumped 5 meters high. A hand grabbed a windowsill of a room on another floor. The true qi in his arm circulated, and his body once again shot upwards. His 5 fingers left a deep mark on the windowsill. Yi Chen's climbing speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 38th floor. As the 39th floor was completely sealed off, Yi Chen could only break a window on the 38th floor with a finger and jump inside. When he entered, Yi Chen instinctively felt the aura of a powerhouse sweeping toward him. It seems like the Qinghe group is not as simple as they seem. To think that an office building would be guarded by ancient martial artists. Interesting. Yi Chen was not in a hurry to leave the room. He took out a packet of cigarettes from his bag and tapped the bottom of the cigarette box with his finger. A cigarette flew out and he put it in his mouth before lighting it. A few seconds later, the entire room was filled with smoke. Bang. Suddenly, the door opened. 2 lean men rushed in and instantly discovered Yi Chen's figure amidst the smoke. "Who's there?" Before the men could finish speaking, Yi Chen's right foot moved and 2 glass shards shot out from under his feet. Buffed. Buffed. The glass shards pierced the foreheads of the 2 men, and blood gushed out. They did not even manage to make a single move before falling to the ground. Yi Chen did not make any further moves. He finished his cigarette before walking over to the 2 men on the ground. The men had tattoos of a ferocious tiger on their necks. "Looks like you guys are Xiao Jinghu's disciples. I normally wouldn't be bothered to kill small fries like you guys, but it's a pity that you both chose to follow the wrong person." Yi Chen snorted coldly and then flicked his finger. The cigarette butt drew an arc in the air and landed directly on one of the tattoos. It was almost as if he was foretelling the end of Xiao Jinghu. Yi Chen took out a document from his pocket and walked out calmly as if he had really come to the Qinghe Group's building to discuss business matters. Although the entire corridor was under surveillance, Yi Chen was not worried at all because Yi Lingtian had already ordered his men to take control of the system. Yi Lingtian did not just have the power of ancient martial artists under his command, but also some of the world's top hackers. It was easy for them to erase and conceal things like this. During this period, Yi Chen also encountered a few more of Xiao Jinghu's disciples, but they were all killed by him in one move. Although these people had no enmity with him, he had already learned about Xiao Jinghu from Yi Lingtian before arriving. This group of people used their ancient martial arts training for evil. They were simply a cancer to society and deserved to be killed. After Xian finished dealing with the people on the 38th floor, he searched for a long time before finally finding the stairs that led up to the 39th floor. However, the path to the 39th floor was blocked by a mechanical iron door, which required fingerprint and iris recognition to pass through. A high-tech security door. Xian sneered. In front of a cultivator, such things are equivalent to piles of trash. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian gently placed his palm on the door. Then, he suddenly exerted force, and the true qi in his dantian surged out. The structure of the iron door was instantly distorted. Xian had pulled it apart. At the same time, the alarm on the 39th floor went off. More than a dozen armed experts appeared in front of Xian in an instant. These people were not only ancient martial artists, but were also equipped with special weapons, such as modified compound bows. Once they released a volley of arrows, their target would definitely be pierced. More than 10 laser sights were aimed directly at Xian's body. It seemed that if he moved by even an inch, he would be turned into a sieve by the resulting volley of arrows. Xian was not flustered at all. He threw the almost twisted door in his hand to the ground, which made a heavy clanging noise upon impact. Then, he raised his head and looked at the crowd. Oh, it's so lively here. These armed experts were stunned. They had not expected a young man in a suit to appear here. The key point here was that the other party still seemed indifferent even though there were more than a dozen weapons pointed in his direction. Was this guy a lunatic? However, when they saw the twisted door on the ground, their expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with fear. One must know that this was the country M's BS-339 heavy-duty explosive-resistant door. It was made with the same materials as the SSS-grade vaults in a certain country's national bank. It was as solid as a rock and would even if one used to merge completely intact powerful explosives. Bullets could not penetrate it. Cannonballs could not even put a dent in it. However, right in front of them now, such an impenetrable door had actually been twisted open like a toy by this young man. What kind of terrifying strength was needed to achieve this? F***CK. What the hell is going on? Everyone was scared out of their wits, and the surroundings fell deathly silent. After a long time, Xian broke the silence and said, I don't like the feeling of laser sights on my body. I really don't like it. The next second, Xian moved. He took a step and ran along the wall. The group of people on the opposite side also realized that things had gone south. They no longer hesitated and the sound of a storm of arrows filled the air. More than a dozen whistling arrows shot toward Xian. Xian was not flustered at all. He grabbed the twisted iron door with one hand and circulated his true qi. The iron door was flipped over and sent flying toward that group of armed experts. The arrows landed on the iron door with a pi li pa la sound. When the dozen people saw the approaching huge black shadow, they subconsciously tried to find cover, but it was already too late. The door was flying too fast. Bang. Accompanied by a loud bang, the door slammed heavily into the bodies of those dozen people. Some were smashed to pieces on the spot. One could only imagine how terrifying Xian's strength was. By sheer chance, there were two people who managed to dodge the flying iron door and survive. They now realized that this man in front of them was no simple expert. Just as they were about to go back and call for backup, a black shadow appeared in front of them and blocked their escape route. The two of them were completely terrified. Before they even made a move, a pair of large hands grabbed their weapons. With a crack, their weapons were snapped in two. The two of them lost their minds at this point. What kind of monster was this young man in front of them? Could he be a true martial arts grandmaster? Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.